Chapter 1. Old School Kens. Frankie Gibbs' sunken eyes burst open. His underweight, sweaty midriff springs upwards and leans against the bed frame, panting and gasping for air. He's safe this time, although it takes him the thick side of 60 seconds to realise. He stretches over to his stale bedside half-pint of water to soothe his parched throat, a desperate orange piss level of parched, amplified by shutting his stuffy room's windows to both keep spiders and next door's rotten month-old garden bin bag stench out. Dread seeps in, not helped by his first sight of the day, a plethora of grubby beer cans and pot noodle packets varying in age littering the dim room. To add insult to injury, a familiar warm sensation around his crotch area becomes increasingly apparent, a stinging itch on the thigh, an absolute disaster. The level of sting means only one thing. It happened early in the night, leaving more time for the piss to penetrate the plastic protection sheet and seep into the springy mattress. A peek under the covers at his drenched Primark pyjama bottoms confirms all suspicions. It's happened again. Undoubtedly, the chugging of 8 pint cans of Galrix lager to get through a Film 4 Steven Seagal marathon headlined by On Deadly Ground played its part. Frankie gazes over to the corner of the room and grimaces, his clean sheet piles as bare as his stomach. Barring a miraculous end to his father Guy Gibbs' 5-year housework hiatus, it'll be a sheetless night tonight. Frankie's unproductive, leisurely bedroom-bound night on the piss all but guarantees that no washing was done. He strips the sheet off the bed so roughly that it shreds down the seam, about time one would say, given its ancient cult status within the family after being passed down through 2 generations. But with a 3-week wait until his next universal credit payment and left down to one currently dirty sheet, it couldn't have happened at a worse time. Frankie wraps the manky sheets forcefully into a ball and heads authoritatively for the bathroom. A door downstairs clatters and he freezes in the hallway, the location of a catalogue of septic foot wounds caused by the perilously high pointing nail sticking out of the uneven floorboards. Nobody comes up the stairs. All clear. He storms to the bathroom. Off come the damp pyjamas, but his trousers seemingly glued to his leg prove far from a breeze to rip off. Stuffed in head first with all of his might, the dirty laundry initially fits in the washing basket, but after Frankie collapses onto the shower cubicle floor without noticing, it slowly expands and ends up hanging out of the open lid, dripping with piss and sweat. He stuffs his head into his hands as tears trail between his fingers, an unnerving racket from the disastrously unsafe shower fitting that's at least 10 years overdue for replacing ensures his anonymity in the paper-thin walled terraced house where most is hid between rooms. Horizontal fresh razor wounds on his right shoulder partially open up and ooze out a touch of blood. Meters away, down in the living room, Frankie's longtime friend Alfie Fenner stands leaning his elbow on an enormous snooker cue case. Caked in Dax wax, with slicked back hair and wearing a grey suit jacket, he's way out of place in these most unglamorous of surroundings, the presentability of which isn't helped by the unofficial house servant's self-imposed night off on the piss. Guy's stain-ridden high-vis jacket, sported at last night's heavy pound-a-pint session down at the local, is of stark contrast and befitting to the house's disarray. His supervisor role on a building site, which he's casually 2 hours late for today, allows him the privilege of washing it as he feels. Guy's youngest son, Dazzler, makes the most of his teacher shortage enforced half-school day by gloomily pursuing Premier League and European glory with Liverpool on FIFA career mode, an epic challenge given his recent ascent in game difficulty up to legendary.
Space with us should you be up for some proper match practice?
Guy proposes.
Full squad, I thought.
Alfie mutters dismissively.
I'll sack any of the 10 gentlemen fucks on the squad off. Any of them.
Guy passionately declares in his desperation to sign Alfie, an elite player at local level, up for the pool team that he captains.
Tuck all fucking night. All you past it never had it mugs do.
You haven't a Scooby of our impenetrable dominance in the Bangor League.
Maybe if the standard was in the slightest bit stimulating.
With respect to the Bangor Pool League, its standard proves a stimulating challenge to those outside of the sport's professional ranks. Boasting a plethora of international and county-level players, its one-frame shootout format ensures a challenge for any player to remain unbeaten over an entire 20-match season. Fearing his reputation as a budding professional snooker player will bring out the best in his opponents, Alfie finds it safer to pretend he's above that level.
Div 1 champions last year, fella boy, I'll have you know.
Not just on about the pool though, am I? Round full of janky munters, that club of yours.
No way. More student pussy down there on a Wednesday than you can fucking fathom.
Indeed, it is a hotspot for student pussy. Not that Guy stands even the slightest chance of pulling a single one of them, which consecutive calamitous failed attempts has proven. Despite the fortune of a relatively handsome face and strapping physique, Alfie's dearth of pulling power, subsequent inferiority complex, and anger towards women has lately developed into a baseline curiosity in the incel community.
Oh right, yeah. Let's say it is. Why then is it you skulk off to Vietnam fucking flower seeking?
Alfie jabs Guy in the crotch with his cue case.
That grubby little chode you're senseless for your entire month of paid holiday every bastard year.
Yeah, well, that's not all I do out there, is it?
Other than the hotel's 2-star hygiene-rated kitchen's all-you-can-eat buffet, where he stocks up on energy for the following day's conquests, it is.
Won't mind taking Dazzler with you then?
Guy shudders at the mere thought. Brothels that know him on first-name terms, narrowed down to his favourite 3 that he rotates for daily visits on his trips, wouldn't let the boy through the front door. Not like the unregulated good old days.
Fearful all the birds will have me instead.
Dazzler sarcastically chimes in, without taking his eyes off a crucial FIFA EFL Cup semi-final clash with Huddersfield that he holds a slender 1-0 lead in. Deep down, Guy knows his womanising peak was over at 19 after putting on 4 pounds of flab following a futile attempt to quit his half-gram-a-day cocaine habit.
Do you think the other reason I piss off for is?
Alfie fails miserably to restrain the urge to groan.
Frankie, stuck here babysitting again.
That puts any late-night best-of-19 frame slogs, an inevitable 10-0 win for Alfie more often than not, out of the question for an entire month. Not just any month, but the last month of practice before his first pop at Snooker's Q School, a gruelling tournament held once a year that's the only gateway into the professional ranks. It has been assumed that Frankie will serve as his semi-willing full-time practice partner should he pull Q School off against the odds, a decision in itself that puts Alfie's slim chances of sustained success into peril given Frankie's comparatively lacklustre ability.
If he fucking knows what's healthy for him.
Guy fiercely chugs down a grainy lukewarm cup of tea. His incessant partying means babysitting, along with unhealthy mental and physical consequences for the few times Frankie's dared defy or abandon these duties have been a recurring theme for his eldest son's free time.
Come on, Gibbo. You'd been all over that.
Alfie picks up and admires a square-framed hung-up picture of Guy's rough, pension-aged, simple-minded father holding out a 2-foot carp by an angling lake.
Grubby old Gibbo Senior and your pleasant self out there shagging in grotty little brothels when you're a squirm. Character building shit that Dazzler sets to miss out on.
Frankie cuts Alfie off by bursting in. Alfie and Guy smirk at each other piercingly, both sensing that his sleep-deprived, agitated entrance leaves one of his vast array of trigger points wide open for exploitation.
Oi oi.
Guy nudges Alfie's shoulder with his elbow.
Only that sodding Mardy when he's pissed through the last of his bedding.
Dazzler turns back to his game. While perhaps prone until recently of joining in with the bullying, by now he's nearly broken out of seeing Guy's fatherly approval by blindly following his despicable treatment of those weaker than him. Even at the age of 12, he possesses enough empathy to sympathise with the never-ending barrage of unanswered grief that flows Frankie's way left, right and centre. Frankie heads for the cupboards, determined not to gift them the satisfaction of reacting. He deliberates between the cupboard's sole 2 choices of cereal, Asda Value Frosted Flakes or unsealed stale porridge oats, eventually settling for the former. While bracing to pour out a bowl's worth, Alfie glances over.
Oh mate, no time for any of that cardboard drivel.
He struts over and snatches the box out of Frankie's hand.
Old school Ken's opening up 3 hours early. Missed in Bethesda's cricket div 4 title decider. Just for me. Unprecedented, I'm told.
Be sure that it is. Never will a more ardent fan of Bethesda Cricket Club exist.
Heads all over the shop, Alf.
Frankie sheepishly claims while rolling a fag to avoid eye contact.
And what?
Alfie quivers, taken aback by the prospect of playing on his little lonesome once again, something he can't stand for longer than 45 minutes.
Not got what it takes today, I'm afraid.
Bailing on me? Just before fucking Q school?
Alfie gazes away into the distance with manipulative inauthenticity.
Oh, this languid little dollstar ain't bailing. Lie around my house all day. Telling you now.
Wouldn't be on the dole had you not tormented my fucking supervisor, calling him a packy and that, would I?
Fucking forgot my double meat. Thieving prick deserved more, ask me. Packy or not. You don't want to be working with people like that anyway.
What Guy crucially leaves out is that he did get more. In the tune of following the bloke down a mountain path and knocking him out cold from behind with a knuckle duster one dreary November evening, leaving him needing a metal plate jammed in his cheek. So off they wander for yet another snooker session. Electing for the scenic route on this occasion, Alfie tears through a sparsely populated, sleepy mountainous village 400 metres above sea level, ragging hard on the revs the whole way and letting the ever-suffering village know of his acquired, on-finance, brand-spanking-new Honda's recently installed hairdryer-sounding exhaust. This is a significant detour, and a doubly unusual choice for someone as stingy as Alfie, or energy efficient as he puts it when called out, taken in part with Alfie thinking the stimulation of the mountains pre-match depletes Frankie of energy. This couldn't be further from the truth, as he slumps in the passenger seat devouring a paper-thin fag, or as Alfie would call it, a jail rollie, taking no notice of the scenery he's desensitised to and takes for granted.
Be me and you on the road after I turn pro?
Alfie proudly winks at Frankie, who pays him no attention. Once Alfie's focus switches firmly back onto the road, Frankie rolls his eyes, subtly out of sight.
Professional ball racker, free tickets to my games. Just all over a stab at Subway management.
Alfie gazes optimistically at Frankie, and is disappointed at failing to extract any of the expected titillation out of him.
Chance for you to finally provide for Dazzler? Not long now.
Got him. Frankie glares at Alfie momentarily without being spotted.
A life-changing opportunity for me, no doubt.
He goes in for a hefty toke on his skinny half-smoked roll-up, and it burns down to within millimetres of the filter.
Ain't just that rolly then or what?
Frankie checks his tobacco pouch's meagre remnants.
On pure dust here, man.
Come on, mate. Left mine at home again, didn't I? Only a fucking rolly.
What's Frankie's is to be shared in Alfie's eyes, and he feels thoroughly entitled to deliberately leave his tobacco at home and pinch Frankie's, partly as passive-aggressive punishment for Frankie having never learned to drive. Frankie flicks his fag stump out the window, tears open his cutter's choice pouch and pours the sandy dust remains into a Rizzler. After a pit stop insisted on by Frankie to the village corner shop, who still remarkably sell urban tobacco for £1.50 per 5 grams despite the new 30 gram minimum law, they arrive at the unassuming, unsigned mock Tudor-style snooker club. Alfie bursts out of the car, grabs his rigor mortis dog coffin-sized cue case, and looks the place up and down, lapping it all in as if arriving to play at the Crucible Theatre itself. He leads them in through the entrance as they scrape their scalps on the borderline illegally short door frame and into the unremarkable dull bar setting. Something old school Ken has no desire to improve upon, given the place's customer demographic of old men who couldn't care less about anything other than the 90s era pricing of pints remaining intact. A selection of them duly lap up this cherished opportunity for late morning pints in their fiercely protected, self-designated square foot spots their stools simply have to occupy. While the punters pay no attention to the lads as they enter, old school Ken nods half-heartedly their way as he softly mops the floor near the dartboard. A pint of Worthingtons and a double gin with ice sit on the bar awaiting them, as there customarily is at bang on Alfie's regimented 10 AM daily arrival. They trundle up the narrow windy stairs towards the dimmed out snooker room, Frankie in front, of course, to serve as a beta walker for the constant puddles that form from the crumbling roof's many leaks. Alfie beams gleefully at the sight of the empty room, and with pick of the tables available, he heads straight for the renowned match table with an eerie dark purple cover. This table was special to Alfie, having watched Ricky Walden play an exhibition on it when he was 10, saving 3 months of pocket money up for the privilege. Despite holding bitter regret for failing to get his autograph as hoped, this still remains the highlight of Alfie's childhood. He pirouettes unnecessarily around the coin meter controlling the table's light and theatrically drops a pound in it. A meagre 12 minutes is all that provides. Despite being the instigator of the sessions, it's Alfie's mission to contribute as minimally financially to them as possible. This is made possible without detection by Frankie's nonchalant habit of placing his entire session's budget on top of the machine. So being none the wiser, Alfie pretends to put his own money in while Frankie isn't looking. As per his unspoken duties, Frankie folds the thick, heavy table cover to the impeccably tidy standard demanded by the die-hard league regulars who use the table for league snooker. Alfie meanwhile stands down his Q-tip. Once it's primed for action, he whips out his elite-level gleaming box of snooker balls, all proudly polished the night before, and passes them to Frankie to set up. One of the main tasks Alfie believes Frankie needs all the practice possible in ahead of his inevitable future career as his assistant. Once the balls are set, Frankie lays 2 cue balls on the balk line for the lag, the single simultaneous shot that decides who breaks based on whoever's ball lands closest to the top end after hitting the bottom first. As usual, Alfie waits for Frankie to hit his shot first, which ends up being inch perfect, nestling tightly on the top end of the table. Defeated by Frankie's unexpected excellence, Alfie doesn't bother hitting his. Frankie gives Alfie the nod to break.
Fuck's sake.
Alfie mutters under his breath. Such is his vexation, Alfie forgets his customary chalking of the skin between his thumb and second finger, and slams the cue ball down between the brown and green ball. While still taking his usual care with the shot, racking the cue back and forth 10 or so times, he smacks it with excess topspin. This sends the cue ball smashing into the pack of reds, flying in and out of the balk area and leaving it nestled next to the side of the blue with a smattering of loose reds open. This uncharacteristic error leaves Frankie with a few sitters for his opening red. Piss easy for someone of his ability. A sitter it is, yet Frankie makes a total meal of it, miscuing the shot rashly, yet still managing to pot an easy straight red. Excess topspin, however, sticks the cue ball tight on the bottom right side cushion, leaving him an acute angle to pot the black ball, the only colour readily available. His already gloomy face dours. While being a competent potter, his concentration often lets him down when trying to compile breaks over 30. Not on this occasion, in which the black ball flies dead into the middle of the pocket. Alfie's face enviously sinks as he swigs his gin and reluctantly respots the black ball, as is the etiquette with snooker. Buoyant from the excellent shot, probably a 1 in 10 usual chance of nailing both pot and position as he did, Frankie gets down for the next shot and smacks in the straight mid-range red without touching the pocket's jaws. Such is the stun on the cue ball, it leaves him perfectly on an easy ping that he duly sinks without thinking twice, barely adjusting his body position to do so. Alfie begrudgingly respots the ping, although ever so slightly off its spot as to try and gain any sort of advantage possible. Instead of sitting back down, Alfie lingers around the table, waits for the exact moment Frankie cues up his next shot, glides slowly past and fiddles with the pocket's net. Frankie scuffs his shot, as Alfie knew even the slightest of distractions were in sight.
Bucket my arse,
Frankie grunts, disputing Alfie's insistence that the tables here have gaping pocket sizes in comparison to an average table.
Frankie Gibbs, 15.
Frankie roughly shoves the shabby club cue into the corner, slumps into one of the 50s-style deep-seated armchairs littering the place and chugs the remaining half of his pint. Frankie's custom Riley's 3-piece snooker cue that had set him back a pretty £99.99 among his all-time priciest purchases was deliberately left by Alfie at the dodgy local boozer on a £1 Wednesday. He'd known full well that it would get nicked, and that Frankie's performances against him would suffer by using the wildly contrasting levelling quality of old-school Ken's shoddy club cues. Alfie gets down mischievously on his opening red and smashes in the mid-range pot with excessive topspin.
Get me a gin and rocks,
he says while remaining in his shooting position with his head turned back in Frankie's direction. Frankie painstakingly checks his wallet and pulls out the last £20 note of his monthly universal credit allowance. It's by no means beyond Alfie to get the drinks in, especially considering his full-time job selling sanitary products in the dingy local nightclub's bathroom. However, he takes pleasure in depleting Frankie of his funds, always keeping a mental note of the lad's precise current wealth. In spite of this coming out of his food shopping budget, Frankie gets the drinks in without question, fearing an earful of self-pitying, manipulative guilt trips otherwise. Something like how Alfie always pays for the petrol, and gets them discounted snooker sessions through the landlord's dream of possibly being able to claim a pro trains at his gaff. Or his favourite, that Frankie would have been bored shitless in the house without the opportunity of a snooker session, and that one round of drinks is nothing as a way of showing the requisite gratitude for that. On the frames go in their traditional 1-10 match. Unable to recover from the sheer agony of his first shot, Frankie performs poorly, miles off his usual standard. Alfie wins the first, with a break of 47 being enough to seal it. Frame 2 and 3 swiftly follow in similar domineering fashion, as Frankie necks pint after pint, relegated to slumping in his seat and respotting colours. A customary 10-0 win is soon upon them. Alfie's half-arsed day's work done, with far gnarlier tests awaiting him at Q School tomorrow. After leaving Old School Ken a 50p tip each on the bar, post-snooker excursion nosh is the only thing for it. There'll be no debate as to grubby old Mike's Bites serving as the location for this escapade, a diner on Upper Bangor's mid-motorway outskirts, caked in 80s-themed upholstery that beams out a semi-impressive neon shop sign. It's Alfie's all-time favourite establishment, hands down, and as such there's never a glint of compromise on the subject. With Alfie having made sure Frankie will be skimped by the time they get there, all the bargaining power lies with him given that he'll be picking up the tab, little does Frankie know, from an allowance his mother dishes out before snooker for the post-session grub, not, as he'll undoubtedly claim as a guilt trip in the future, from his hard-earned wages. They perch themselves down near the rusty, chipped paint back door leading out to the joint's dull concrete yard, with Frankie's back to the bustling traffic of people streaming in and out. It's Alfie's table choice for 2 reasons. Firstly, because those heading out for a smoke will see his chode of a cue case, thus in his eyes expanding his sporting profile. Secondly, because people brushing past non-stop makes Frankie somewhat uncomfortable. Alfie's already sipping his double gin and tonic, ordered free of charge by texting the place's doting young waitress, who's infatuated by him under the illusion he's already a pro snooker player.
Nothing like those Midlands academies to get match sharp, boy. You saw it firsthand today.
Alfie coolly claims, snugly lounged back on a cool cushioned seat.
So, did you give old Sean Murphy a lesson on the bays then, or what?
Frankie asks.
Bastard didn't give me the chance.
Alfie looks down at the tatty plastic table linen.
After all that jibby we're dishing you?
Basically, all the lads were there. You know, Dominic Dale, Kyron Wilson, even the Thunder from down under rocked up.
Money matches again, I assume?
Round robin, mate. Couple of grand each. The porcupine prick did just edge me out.
Alfie's eyes whirl around as he struggles to think of what to say next.
Oh, no shame in that, mate.
Frankie reassuringly says after an awkward pause.
Didn't matter. Basically, I slaughtered Dominic Dale, got a century, then annihilated the Warrior. Dale was loving it, rolling over the table, the lot. Ended up calling me the Warrior. Basically stole Wilson's name. It was quality.
Brahma, that is, mate. Just wish I could have been there.
Frankie taps his beer bottle against Alfie's.
Best thing is, Sean Murphy didn't even turn up.
No show prick. After all that.
No show prick sticks to his own table whenever one visits in town, boy.
A gaunt, ragged-looking waiter, rocking an uneven, sideburn prominent stubble and a sideways fringe hairstyle, appears and hovers by the table holding 2 menus. Alfie eventually spots him, grimaces his way, snatches the menu, and vaguely flicks through.
Bacon cheeseburger, all the salad and chips.
Alfie says without looking the waiter's way.
Right, I'll...
I want to tune this pub while you're at it.
Alfie holds his menu out, impatiently inviting the slapped-ass-faced waiter to take it back, who turns to face Frankie with a shallow grin.
Fucking fry it, please, mate.
Frankie drops the menu on the table after his uncharacteristic decision not to copy Alfie's order. Our waiter darts to another table, disappointing many others glaring his way who are long awaiting the only waiter on shift service. Frankie's hand quivers delicately, Alfie's open-mouthed, despairing glare beaming his way as of the split second he placed his order spells trouble.
What on earth are you on? Fucking fry up?
Didn't have a chance to scram my bastard cereal, did I?
Frankie responds, hiding his paralysing fear of Alfie's disapproval.
What kind of freak has a beer with a fry-up?
Frankie shrugs and takes a decent chug of beer. Droplets fall from either side of his mouth due to his shaky hand.
Take another swig of that and I ain't paying for the order.
Frankie continues to swig his beer, finding a level of assertiveness ordinarily alien to him.
At least a 5-mile trek down to 55 from here, Bert.
Frankie slips back in his seat.
Not like you've got any dough on you, is it?
Alfie's focus quickly returns to the bottle of Hobgoblin.
I just can't hack this monstrosity.
Alfie grabs the bottle out of Frankie's outstretched hand and pours it out of the back door, much to the shock of the surrounding tables, other than a couple of fat, hairy bikers purely absorbed in the entertainment unfolding in front of them. As the Hobgoblin Gold slithers down the asphalt backyard, a brown Cane Corso dog tied up outside gratefully licks up the unexpected treat flowing their way. Chapter 2. 8 years earlier. A pungent stench, one Frankie had grown to loathe even by his tender age of 11. Be over though, once it's sent slithering down his sinkhole for now. Well worth being on the thick end of a slap for, but chances of that were likely anyway. Whether the wine, a stomach-churning 13% Pinot Grigio on this occasion, went down the sinkhole or his volatile mother's trap. At least this way his day, which had become a rough 2-day sleepless stint owing to balmy cocaine parties hosted downstairs by his parents, might stand a fighting chance. This 5 a.m. desperation-derived experiment is a true stab into the unknown. How would Josh Gibbs fare for 3 days without wine? An irresistible opportunity for Frankie to find out, especially given the painstaking last week of whining about being skint until payday. Even from Frankie's financially naive perspective, he struggles to buy it. Buy that a thoroughly respected mental health assessor, the county's senior decision-maker as to who's referred for mental health care and who is paid double the local average salary for the privilege, could ever find himself in such a financial state. It didn't cross his mind for long, as the blame surely lied with his idle, semi-retired at 35 construction site manager father for having 2 years off work. Phantom anxiety and depression diagnosis being his excuse. Complaints Frankie's heard him bragging left, right and centre about fooling multiple doctors into signing him off on. First bottle down, the stench being almost enough to make Frankie quit, but he couldn't give up that easily. He tossed the green tinted bottle aside and delicately opened the kitchen's outdated 70s style cupboard doors. It's difficult to say what troubled him most. 2 crusty slices of mouldy bread being the cupboard's solitary food content, or the sight of 3 further unopened bottles of wine, ensuring another daunting few minutes of that ghastly aroma before its mission accomplished. Not one to shake a challenge, he cracked on, despite the hunger pains growing by the second, and now knowing they wouldn't be cured any time soon. In the bin the bread went, first of all, with Frankie taking no chances. Despite it being what most would deem undoubtedly past its edible state, it was far from inconceivable that his father Guy would use it, as well as gone-off meat in similar condition on the sly for Frankie and Dazzler and chop around the mouldy bits. Especially when a steaming hangover stops him wobbling 300 metres down to the local bakery for something fresh. Bottle by bottle, Frankie tipped the wine down the sink, millimetres away from puking down his faded hand-me-down t-shirt by the time he's on the second. He only managed to avoid this through closing his eyes and thinking of every crucial upcoming West Ham game he'd now be able to watch live after finally figuring out the world of online streaming. Bang! Out of nowhere came a smack on the back of the head from Frankie's sleep-deprived mother Joss, snapping him out of jollier thoughts in an instant as he dropped the bottle in the sink. Joss desperately reached out to grab it, with her other hand throttling the back of Frankie's neck. Too late, all but empty. Her snarling glare descended into despair. Her eyes wailed in all directions, pondering a way out of this withdrawal-ridden 3-day nightmare now on the cards. Her small group of addiction-riddled friends would no doubt be too skint to bum a lend off. Pound a pint and a scattering of preying cocaine dealers waiting there to pounce on that 4-pint-deep loss of inhibition being why. Joss gazed back at Frankie, wishing he'd never been born.
Things I must have done in a past life to have an ungrateful fucking dimbat like you squeezed down me, eh?
Frankie hung his head in shame and gazed down at his abnormally large feet. Joss slapped him across the cheek with an open palm. His slaps never usually came in bunches, so a real threat was now present for Frankie. Up his hands went, mimicking an orthodox defensive boxing stance learnt from Fight Night Round 3. Her violent outburst of last month and the stint of consequent concussion and dizziness from his burst eardrum still lived vividly in his memory. While being a match for most men, and a solid puncher who usually aimed for the temple, Joss had loose accuracy and was still half asleep. One of her swingers could easily land square on the ear, and another week stripped bare of football training was not worth risking.
I don't like how you are on the wine.
She bent forward, patronisingly, with a wry smirk.
Should have taken you to fucking rotting care.
Nothing stopping you.
Bang. Barely having left Frankie time to finish his outburst, Joss walloped him flush on the jaw, her fist well and truly closed this time. Frankie stumbled back, open-mouthed, clenching his brutalised face.
Where despicable little shits like you belong, but I'd be looked down upon, even if they knew what unforgivable bother and bedlam you bring to this family. That is what's stopping me.
She slammed a pile of paper off a nearby table.
Now fuck off upstairs and get your telly.
No, please. I won't do it again. Ever.
And your PlayStation, no! Now!
Joss dragged Frankie away by his t-shirt, his knees painfully scraped on the thick, rough brown carpet.
We don't get enough to replace the wine! Then back for your second telly will come!
Which is no isolated threat. The difference being this time that Frankie is actually being told, albeit violently, rather than his precious gear being carted off while blissfully unaware at school. Without doubt, the charming young oik donning the sex checkout would throw a bit extra onto the trade in prices, mainly out of naive hope that Josh would finally accept one of his creepily persistent invitations for a night on the lash. Chapter 3. On the Supermans. Early evening winter darkness is upon them as Alfie slowly pulls up outside the Gibbs' family house with a brimming grin of content slapped on his face, fueled by the mounds of energy extracted from Frankie all day. A flickering lamppost illuminates their detached terrace house and the front garden's scattering of stray rusty car parts salvaged from construction sites sitting on the scabby lawn. Frankie sinks deep into the passenger seat as he picks up the blare of self-righteous sniggering, broken, drunk chatter and heavy generic house music bellowing out of the place.
Another grot-infested night for you in paradise, Squire.
Alfie peers towards the open window and grins.
Gibbo's got his number one munters round.
Wouldn't go near the caveman.
Sally and Stacey are anything but his munters, given Guy's 9-year sex drought bar paying for the privilege. Alfie's one of the only drips in the tiny city of Bangor to believe such fibs. Out steps Justin Wee Wee, emerging gracefully through the stratosphere of duty-free fag smoke and style amphetamine-induced sweat. His ridiculed name dragged through a generation, bestowed upon him after his chronic house burglar of a father pissed in his pants before his inaugural court appearance. Being a local small bag drug dealer, there's no doubt why he's about. Despite not following in his father's footsteps categorically, the piss-poor purity of his drugs have routinely had him referred to as a bank robber by customers. His baggy, non-fitting, roughed-up dark blue tracksuit bottoms scrape on the soft, muddy grass.
Justin wee-wee the lot. Best mates you and him, ain't ya?
Alfie grimaces, thinking back to his primary school-aged rivalry shared with Justin over feeble old Frankie's attention and devotion, a battle Alfie eventually won after an inordinate amount of effort. Justin belatedly spots the car and squares over, his vacant gaze lighting up at the prospect of more swift potential business. He wiggles his hand in a rock and roll, Dio-inspired second and fifth finger pointed up gesture.
Get out!
What?
Get out of my fucking motor! I'm not having that fruity anywhere near me!
Frankie leisurely opens the door and looks around for any left belongings.
Get out!
Alfie shoves Frankie out and hurtles off, slamming the door shut from the inside as he speeds off, leaving Frankie sprawled out on the lawn to get up and dust himself off.
How are you, Square Tyre?
Justin offers his hand out for a shake. Frankie looks down and elects to fist bump him back.
I'm parole early then. Course I am. Your old man and his wreckhead buddies have afforded me quite the cushy existence since. Have they, yeah?
Justin continues rattling off barely impressive statistics and milestones of his post-release earnings, none of which Frankie takes any notice of, with his mind firmly on the sleepless nights and carnage that will entail the chugging of at least 4 pints to stand the slightest chances of sleeping through. They part ways after an awkward handshake turned fist bump, and Frankie skulks inside to face his fate. Guy's joined inside by his old mates Pedder Ogwen, Raza, and Pedder's long-term on and off partner Stacey, a fiery, promiscuous sort who's had countless affairs behind his back. Notwithstanding this, Pedder remains trusting of her, putting up with it partly out of inescapable fear that he's punching above his weight and couldn't dream of doing better than her. Completing the sweaty lineup is Stacey's unassuming best mate Sally, a reluctant member of the group who's only stuck around for access to cheap drugs, her ever-increasing cocaine habits slowly blinkering the reality of the sheer lack of similarity she holds with any of them. 3/4-ounce cling film wrapped bags of weed sit on the table being communally chain-smoked, one so carelessly placed on the edge of the table that a bud or two slides off every time it's picked at. A promising result for Frankie or Dazzler tomorrow, both standing to profit from the sloppiness of others in floor lemon kush. Pedder chomps half of a Superman MDMA pill and puts the other half back in a communal bag of 20 on the table. While weed and MDMA gets this lot tingling, it's not nearly enough to sustain the night. Their main squeeze is undoubtedly cocaine, of which plenty is flying around too. Guy crushes up a gram's worth on the same piece of granite he's owned since the age of 19. This stuff, however, is closer to the category of bash, which, as the name suggests, is bashed up with benzocaine, vitamin B, or some other cheap mixer.
Oh, and that Barry Hawkins. Bull cunt. Cost me a brickload earlier.
Guy ruefully alludes to a squandered 400 quid staked on his lunch break down at William Hill.
I've told you once.
Razza dabs a chunk of cocaine onto his gum with his thumb.
And I'll tell you again, mate. You are a fucking spastic for not getting on the cryptos with me.
Oh, fuck all that, Drossbert. Nah. At least I blow my dough down the bookies. Back into the British economy.
Razza scoffs and snatches the granite tray, boasting a tasty selection of slug lines. Razza winces and wrings his head out. A nasty rock in the line that not even his semi-functioning left nostril can handle eventually flows through his airway after a brief scare. Frankie sneaks in apprehensively, desperately attempting to remain undetected, which quickly proves unsuccessful. A mostly passive, welcoming, collective drunken roar erupts at the sight of his presence.
How are you, lad?
Pedder slurs, leaning back and holding his hand out for Frankie to slap.
Oh, I'm sound, me.
Wanting minimal exposure to the dishevelment unravelling in front of him, Frankie briskly heads into the kitchen.
Bollocked any of those Tinderbirds yet, or what? Who was that troll? Oh, what was her fucking name? Kez!
A discovery made after using Frankie's phone without permission to order a takeaway, owing to the lifetime ban slapped on him by the town's sole 2 kebab shops for racially abusing staff.
Tired little sort, if that's your thing.
What you on about, bollocked?
Stacey asks, her tone as sincere as her repulsion.
Gotta put something in her, ain't he? It's what blokes like him do. All in.
Guy bursts out in laughter that's met by cool silence among the room. Frankie scoffs at the joke commonly thrown out at his expense and reaches all the way to the back of the dingy under-sink cupboard where a 4-pack of pint-sized Kronenberg cans is conveniently hidden in a hole behind a multi-pack of toilet brushes. A deliberate tactic to deter Guy from ever finding them. Vague, gloomy late-morning winter sunlight pokes through the half-shut curtains and showers the sheer turmoil left in Guy's wake. Empty bottles dripping out runny ash after being used as makeshift ashtrays, and a dried bloodstain from Pedro's torrential nosebleed are noteworthy, with some of the blood having trickled onto Dazzler's beloved Xbox and FIFA case. Broken glass, flaccid balloons, and a scattering of NOS canisters add to the dreary checklist of chores Frankie's day will inevitably be dominated by. Most surprisingly of all, plates and makeshift DVD cases harbouring crumbs of cocaine lie everywhere. Uncharacteristic wastefulness, with it not being typical of the group to leave such valuable resources in their wake. Perhaps a signal of their newfound collective jackpot in Justin Wee-Wee and his cheap, accessible gear as a result for Guy, now having tasty treats galore to kickstart his faltering mind upon awakening. Split curry takeaway curiously occupies all corners of the room, a sure sign that the cocaine was weak, as a curry would ordinarily be unfathomable if they were as wired off the stuff as desired. Frankie stumbles in with a pounding headache, courtesy of yet another hangover, made worse by the paper-thin one-pop joint he's toking. His torn, baggy tracky bottoms flap around his ankles, stale sweat and alcohol fumes lumber up his airway, and the chore-ridden day ahead stares him square in the face. In preparation, he cracks open a window and tightly shuts the curtains carelessly left open. A shattered bottle of Jack Daniel's Fire, with a footprint blood trail leading out of the room, swipes his attention. Fearing the worst, he launches his fag into one of the array of ashtrays and is led by the blood trail to their dingy, outdated downstairs bathroom, a place littered with the most hideous fittings the 70s had to offer, and made uglier by the selection of varying coloured vomit interspersed around the toilet. To Frankie's horror, Dazzler's sitting upright in the bath, wincing with a steely determination in his eye, and his hands perilously close to a piece of glass lodged in his foot, sticking out half an inch.
Don't touch it, no?
Frankie yanks Dazzler's arm safely away from the glass.
Not keeping it in there for footy, am I?
Dazzler says, deadly serious about making it to a crucial school team practice, the last before their crunch tie with feisty rivals Difford and Ogwen. Frankie carefully examines the damage and shakes his head.
Jammed right in there, that. Going A&E. Come on. Fucking way.
Dazzler squirms backwards at the thought.
State on that, Daz.
They share an intense stare-off before Frankie scowls and dials Klaus Cab's number.
I'm belling a taxi, and when he gets here, you're fucking getting in it. You heard what social services said last time. A&E will be all over that.
Frankie looks down at his feet apprehensively, coy over whether to hang up the call with it being Guy's last chance at holding custody of Dazzler. His grip on keeping this dire environment for a child under wraps, a skill taught in depth by his civil servant ex-wife, has waned of late. As such, neighbours have submitted a catalogue of complaints, expressing significant concern about Dazzler's safety. Enough's enough. Frankie storms out into the living room and whacks out the infamous miscellaneous medical box. Its dreary, murky colour, rough outer plastic interior, and creaky hinges, just some of the signs it wasn't a 21st century purchase. Inside is a healthy stock of 30mg Valium and Zapion mixed pills and a few strips of 10mg Valiums. Not what he's after, but a mental note worth making for next time Sir John Benzo's needed to help cure any insomnia. Instead, he grabs a roll of bandages and a rusty pair of tweezers, quickly dispelling any qualms and assuring himself there is no other way out of this predicament. After scrambling around for anything close to disinfectant without luck, his eyes clap onto a half bottle of cheap, nasty Lidl vodka. A king-size Frankie Lampard senior poster on the wall gives him the kick up the arse needed to get it done, and he trickles some of the vodka onto the tweezers while strutting out of the room. In the short walk to the bathroom, his nerves and inner voice wreak havoc on his newfound confidence. All the times of being told his coordination was dog shit, his lack of connection and trust in himself the lot. But it's time to step up. Frankie bumbles back into the bathroom, sheepishly, and places the equipment for the job down on the surface. Swiftly acknowledging the level of its filth, he takes the tools back off.
Oh, won't be on the shorts today, me.
Dazzler grimaces.
Should have seen Johnny on the Cavossier last night. Oh, aye.
Frankie says with dwindling focus on what's being said as he scrubs the filthy bathroom surface with disposable wipes.
How did you get all that? Some creep. Fucking... Damo. Damo's name was. He went in for us. Only asked for 3 bar.
Dazzler says, proud of him and the lad's success getting booze from the shop on their first crack.
Must be raking it in then. Johnny got at least half a bottle down him, man.
Dazzler burst out laughing.
Currents on the Menai Strait nearly took him clean down to Dublin. 4 of us had to grab him. Always said, fair play to him. Boys, my 13th eye is going to be fucking out of this world. And he didn't half deliver.
His smirk soon wiped, as Frankie slumps over the side of the bath with the vodka.
Be grim this for a sec.
Frankie dangles the vodka perilously, steadies his trembling hand, yanks hold of Dazzler's ankle before dripping barely a shot's worth over the shard. Dazzler instinctively kicks upwards with his other foot, avoiding the planting of a shiner on Frankie by a whisker, courtesy of slick head movement.
Not quite the madman you make out. Just do what you gotta do.
Dazzler shuts his eyes.
I'll keep still.
Frankie peeks closely at the glass, sticking his head into the danger zone of Dazzler's leg space.
Shard's barely poking out.
Frankie peers up full of dread and shuffles out into the kitchen, facilitating an eerie silence for Dazzler to ponder what was to come. Following a 24-hour pre-drinking session at the family house, prior to their parents inconspicuously darting off to watch Primal Scream headline Gotwood Festival, Dazzler suffered a similar fate at the hands of stray sesh glass at age 4. With no one about and having been strongly advised to never phone ambulance or police without permission, a bit of Google research taught Frankie to heat a glass bottle to get it out. That time, the shard was half the size. Unfortunately on this occasion, there isn't a 330ml bottle in sight, the ideal size for the job, as it leaves less air to fill. Forced to settle for a 660ml Heineken guzzler, he dabs the bottle tip on a preheated electric hob. About a minute usually does it. He taps his index finger on the thing to make sure it's up to task, which a service bank confirms. Without hesitation, he storms back over to Dazzler and places the sizzling bottle tip over the shard.
Hurts, you fucking prick.
Frankie yanks the bottle away.
Daily ring sting from Bryn Neath Grub. Worst care home in the country is going to sting a hell of a lot more.
Dazzler holds his head back, resigned to his fate, and within seconds comes the sweet clanging of the shard shooting out of his foot. Frankie swivels the bottle around, exhibiting the fruits of his heroics.
No brother of mine rots away in Bryn Neath.
Without giving the soppiness of his declaration time to set in, he dollops a chunk of the vodka on the open wound, inflicting pain piercing beyond belief, worse than the extraction itself, and then laps it up in shaky, borderline vintage bandaging.
Not exactly what you want before school, eh?
Dazzler struggles to reach the door without limping.
Out of all the days you actually want to go in. Got Sir Hugh down their place. Captain today, but I'll get the sack if I don't go in every day this week. From the team. And possibly the school. Lard-ass social worker cunt won't think twice about doing Gibbo.
Dazzler looks down shamefully at his bloody socks. Frankie nods and heads for his sock drawer, concealing the disappointment of knowing his sock collection of 3 pairs bears one measly pair of worn-down grey socks threatening to burst out in holes at their next challenge of durability. But there's no choice, and he lobs them at Dazzler. Frankie can't help but giggle as Dazzler slips on the ill-fitting socks as they droop over his feet like a baggy condom. This stops, as Dazzler struggles desperately to stick his shoe on, a feat the progressive swelling was making harder by the minute.
Can't even do you a taxi.
Frankie mutters, his face blushing red raw.
10-minute shit on the bog, and train's free. And if they catch me, I'll just pretend I'm a mong.
Dazzler drags his foot on the floor as he walks out of the door. Frankie stares vacantly into space, bracing himself for the hours of laborious housework ahead of him. To help, on goes King Tubby, an all-time dub favourite of his. After an eternity perched down on his stiff hip, sweeping every last shard from under the sofa with a dustpan and brush, it's onto the bathroom. An explosion of varied coloured dried vomit, some of which spewed up with no effort made of getting it down the toilet, awaits him. After a quick splash with the shower head to finish off the scrubbing, the room's spick and span. After unsuccessfully mopping the latest permanent spilt ashtray stain on the linen and making 5 trips out to the bins with stacked bin bags of bottles, Frankie spots a bud of weed on the floor. A result, he puts it aside safely for a tasty late morning leveller. Last but not least is the cocaine plates and cases. Any thought of Dazzler snooping a pop at the free drug remnants lying about as he occasionally doesn't bear thinking. Frankie scrubs them thoroughly and leaves the glistening plates drying on the era. Finally, he can flop out for this long-awaited joint. This time, a tasty bit of skunk dropped by Razza, stuff pined over so desperately that he hides it to avoid being heckled and guilt-tripped all night for not sharing. Understandable enough, with his mates left languishing in the dull high of Justin Wee-Wee's shabby mass-produced county line farm weed. 1/2 gram at least, Frankie reckons. Maybe closer to a gram given its density. He grinds the lot up, and his renowned rolling speed puts the joint together in no time, albeit regrettably with flimsy tobacco dust from the end of a BHS pouch also salvaged during the clear-up. Guy stumbles through the door in his classic grubby white vest and black Adidas joggers, spewing out sweat with a manic jig to his step.
Bed's too big without ya.
All seemingly well as he wanders into the kitchen in his own world. Still pissed as a fart and shaky, he fills the kettle up in the kitchen, but fumbles it into the sink as the wind's thumped out of him by the sight of the gleaming row of chaotically stacked plates airing out.
Shit, a brick. Ain't sterilised all the plates, have you, boy?
Panic stations set in. An amateur mistake. The worst thing Frankie could have done, leaving Guy unable to guzzle the collective crumbs to soothe his grittier than average come-downs. Frankie gets up to leave, not up for hacking the inevitable grief coming his way. A penetrating slam from the room next door stops him dead in his tracks. 3 vintage Japanese plates shatter on the floor, collapsing the awkwardly stacked pile. Frankie swiftly pockets his phone and tobacco pouch and stumps out his long-awaited joint.
Get here a minute, will you, Squire? Fucking rinse to be clearing this up.
Going dole.
It's dicey for the dazzler like this. Wait there, will ya?
Guy deviously scuttles over, holding a quarter-full bottle of vodka by its neck, smirking insincerely.
Just wanted to say how splendid it is to see ya session. Getting on it. Having a right mad one.
Guy chugs some of the vodka before holding up the bottle and frowning at its dwindled remains.
Used a bit.
Guy's ferocious glare knocks the stuffing out of him.
Had to disinfect Dazzler's sliced up foot.
Guy lightly nods. His bloodshot eyes remain fixated on Frankie.
Swear down. Believe me, I wouldn't go near that utter garbage for a laugh.
Liar! Just like your cheap slag of a mother was.
Guy sticks the bottle into Frankie's cheek.
Come near anything I bought that I earned, you idle cunt, and I'll shatter this or something just as sharp right in your fucking mug.
Guy says, with Cockney pronunciation learnt from his adolescent days spent trying to be a hard nut in Farnland, Kent. He turns Frankie around and boots him hard on the ass. Frankie clatters forwards into the door, catching the side of his head on the corner of the letterbox.
I'm the only one who works in this house.
Frankie only just manages to slide past the stiff door as the bottle shatters all over it. Some of the glass escapes outside through the diminishing gap as the door's shut.
Fuck do you think you are?
As Guy struts into the living room, he turns back to the door.
Tell the dole office you're an horrible selfish rotter while you're out there, boy.
Suddenly overcome by a destabilising dizziness, he collapses onto the sofa. Right in his eyesight is Frankie's bonus spliff, which he sparks with his trusty pink clipper. Taking in an ambitious first drag given his declining lung capacity knocks him for 6. He retches out in a desperate coughing fit before a dreaded reflux gag sends shockwaves through his senses. Anticipating his fate, he sprints to the bathroom, dry heaving the whole way. Chapter 4. 8 years earlier. Frankie's eyes abruptly burst open. No doubt the odds-on favourite at 5 to 6 had to be the criminally unstable hand-me-down IKEA drawer set and 3-day-old crusty Cocoa Pops balls shaking vigorously on top. But one could not rule out the screeching drunken roar that echoed through the floorboards from downstairs. What had woken Frankie up this time? On this occasion, at least, it wasn't romping in the room next door. All were issues usually reserved for the minds of most undergraduate students living in halls in the mornings, not 11-year-old boys like Frankie. If he ever got there himself, he'd be well versed in that life. A hybrid of 80s techno and hardstyle mercilessly shrieked through the speaker downstairs, having been turned up, muffled arguing adding to the chorus. Frankie's clammy head jolted up as he chucked his West Ham-covered duvet on the floor and sprinted into the bedroom next door, solely focused on the safety of his 3-year-old brother Dazzler. When it was evident that Dazzler was fast asleep and seemingly safe, he gasped a hefty sigh of relief. What had caught Frankie's attention more was the sheer mess of his poor brother's room. A modest number of toys and teddies sat scattered around on the floor, and among them, a blue and grey Beyblade that laid shattered to bits. To make matters worse, however, Left carelessly in the corner of the room was a used condom, a smashed bottle of rosé wine, and 4 cigarette butts, a clear indicator that the room had been made good use of during one of Frankie and Dazzler's commonly enforced sleepovers with ill-fitting babysitter families. Within the civilised world, never would that have been considered an acceptable space for a young child to sleep. As was becoming the norm, Frankie made a mental note to clear the tip in the rapidly approaching morning, one of the many domestic pressures unfairly bestowed upon him. After trudging back into his own room, Frankie sank into his scabby office chair. Its cheap plastic cover intact, but torn to shreds, foam poked out in parts, which made it rough on your ass or sleeveless arm. Frankie didn't mind whatsoever, with it being his first proper chair. Despite its condition, there wasn't a shred of doubt in his mind that the time and energy spent carrying it half a mile down the street was worth it, even with his parents' utmost efforts to convince him otherwise. No longer did he have to lie on a springy mattress with pathetically thin pillows propped up against the wilted bedboard to watch telly, nor play his beloved PlayStation 2 from a strenuous distance for his undiagnosed long-distance vision issues. Frankie sarcastically tilted his head back, bobbed along and swiveled left to right in his chair. He checked the clock on his left, which read 4:58 am, 4:45 if you accounted for the clock being set forward. Frankie's lingering fear of being late ensured that the clocks were always ahead. 4:45 am would usually be Frankie's ideal wake-up time, leaving a cushy 4 hours before dreaded school to get right into some PlayStation. This time was usually split 2 hours each between FIFA Career Mode and his beloved Tekken 3, before throwing his creased uniform on and bolting it out for the 8:50 am school bus that conveniently stopped right outside their house. This also acted as a distraction from hunger, since neither of his parents ate breakfast and, as per their single-minded parenting style, didn't expect anyone else would need to either. A blockage to the downstairs toilet meant today was different, with his usual dawn vibrancy scuppered by the casual flow of party guests inconsiderately stumbling for the upstairs toilet, tarnishing Frankie's chances of deep sleep. But with no choice in the matter, and slim chances of getting back to sleep for a rare 6 am lie-in, Frankie wheeled the chair over to his bright cream-coloured desk. From the desk, he grabbed a filthy miniature round glass ashtray with 6 spliff ends inside. To Frankie's delight, one of them was chunky and only a third smoked, as fat a joint as Frankie would have smoked in his brief smoking career. Must have had his room shagged in and all, but any invasion of privacy Frankie felt was entirely cancelled out by the thrill of being guaranteed to be nice and wrecked before school. That's if he decided to go in at all, which, on party nights like this, was generally left down to him, as Guy and Joss tended to pass out until 2 p.m. Out came the trusty stale stench scissors to chop the ends off the tasty spliffs, a trick learned by spying on his father when he ran out of fags. Any harshness from smoking this way had long stopped bothering him. 5 of the smaller spliff ends combined remnants, when chopped open, provided what could only be described as a dusting to supplement the contents of the chunkier joint. With the king's skin bulging full, it proved a rolling challenge and a half for Frankie, and took fierce concentration to successfully tuck the Rizzler. Although a hand-me-down, Frankie couldn't have been happier. His very own fat spliff, all to himself. He took the time stroking over its baggy, unrefined exterior, examining every angle of it. He took out a jet lighter and a standard, safetyless disposable with a broken flint and used the spark to genie the other. A bulging 4-inch flame burst up, startling him and annihilating the tip of the joint, side-burning a quarter of the thing. Nevertheless, Frankie basked in his cheddar, haze and skunk combination head high. So much so that it was 15 minutes and 3 heavy tokes spread out by eyebrow-threatening excursions with the dangerous lighter until Tekken 3 was summoned. Having recently obliterated his all-time record of staying unbeaten on Tekken Ball for 3 days straight, Frankie relished the chance to extend this as soon as possible. Just 2 more days to beat the school bully Mo Spud's highly disputed claim of having lasted a remarkable 6 days over daily 5-hour sessions unbeaten. With this being the same dude who claimed to have shagged 3 teachers, one of them twice, the Tekken Ball school record most likely belonged to Frankie already, but the competitive animal in him was keen to avoid any doubt. Little did Frankie know, until thrusting open the empty case, that this wouldn't be possible. To his horror, he peeked up at a gap where the console would ordinarily be. What a disaster. He easily pictured its precise location down on the high street's grubby little game branch on display, waiting for some lucky little bastard to have bought it for them as third choice console of their soft touch parents for Christmas. Despite the family's supposed detrimental lack of finance that Frankie had been made more than aware of by his parents, there happened to be a roaring party downstairs, all surely bankrolled by pawning out his prized possession for the third time this year. With his head firmly pressed into his hands, and his whole body shaking in disgust, he lit the joint back up, singeing his eyebrows with the genied lighter yet again. There was only one thing for it. A sweet spot existed on the farthest side of the landing that, if jumped up and down on, would be heard by all, no matter where they were. A spot far enough away from all rooms that Frankie would have time to leg it away and escape a clouting. With the Tekken case in hand, Frankie stomped up and down, shrieking with every bit of melodrama his malnourished body could muster. Peder and Raza were sprawled out at the bottom of the stairs on a grotty, springy double mattress. Being without sheets or bedding and subject to the unavoidable blaring of tunes from the next room, it was difficult to fathom how Peder managed to even half doze off, something Raza, despite being initially optimistic, realised was increasingly unrealistic for himself when adding Frankie's tantrum into the equation. Wearing a tight pink Fred Perry short-sleeve polo shirt and camo pattern shorts was not his wisest decision. Previous Gibbs house parties ending with damp sleeping conditions should have taught him that. Not that he had much choice, having promised his wife Linda that his cocaine days were over. A short stint in prison during the early days of their relationship for dealing cocaine, and the subsequent heartache suffered in his absence, meant they would be finished should she find out. Peder, alongside him, was having the nicer time of the two, despite barely passing as conscious. His round, bald head bobbed from side to side with the music as he laid with a fat grin on his chops. Arguably, his comfort under the circumstances could have been attributed to his far wiser clothing choice of trusty Adidas black and white joggers and a 3XL sized tucked-in Hawaiian geometric shirt. However, it was hard to ignore the avalanche of drugs and alcohol in his system. Pints with Raza from 1 PM down the social club after a half day were inevitable. Peder despised his plastering job with a passion, but spent too much money getting wrecked, namely on Valium and Hobgoblin Ale, to risk jeopardising it. It all became too much for Raza as he groaned and, with all the energy that remained in his body, turned over to Peder.
Oh, Peder lad.
Raza muttered. Peder's eyes opened, but words failed to flow naturally out of his mouth.
Gonna have to ask you to part with a generous chunk of them valleys, I'm afraid.
Raza stretched out his hand. Peder tried, and failed, to sit up, crumbling pathetically into the wall, his neck nestled jaggedly, facing Raza with a disorganised smirk. His pupils had retreated so far into the back of his head, you'd have to question if their return was a given.
I'm Brahma, me.
Peder says.
Well, I'm pretty far from fucking Brahma in every measurable regard here, mate.
His back arched forward as he rubbed his face, somewhat gathering his disoriented senses. His teeth ground together, both due to his low body temperature and the speed-cut cocaine still parading through his veins.
Not all of us had a year-long tea break and get as wrecked as you.
Peder's year off the drugs following a rehab trip funded by his wealthy parents had indeed crushed his tolerance, especially when it came to Valium and weed. Frankie's attention-seeking rang through Raza's ears. Although he had always had some guilty empathy towards him and Dazzler, he heavily enabled and indirectly encouraged a lot of the children's neglect at the hands of their wreck-head parents. They'd partied as a group together since the 90s. 4-day-long hardstyle raves were their bread and butter, and these sort of house parties were as good as it got for them these days.
Ah, Peder Ogwen, man. Don't be a prick for once. Gibbo's kid is on one now, the lot.
With his flickering eyes barely opened, Peder attempted to swipe the Valium packet over with his hand, but only moved them a matter of inches.
Get him down, you then.
Peder slithered further down the wall, wedging himself awkwardly. Although having no issue subtracting the first 2 pills from it, the tricky third proved troublesome, especially for a supposedly seasoned sesher like Raza. Anticipation for the soothing relief he'd soon hoped to be overcome by hit hard, and without hesitation, he shoved all 3 Valium down his trap. It soon dawned on him that he had nothing to chug them down with, crucial with these dark web-acquired Valiums Peder sought out in bulk. No one in Pester knew what hit them, Peder had boasted upon their first spell of circulation 18 months prior. Problem being, their above-average width made them tougher to swallow. 3 simultaneously was pushing your luck. Using a stale, half-drunk can of Cronenberg next to Peder, Raza chugged the whole lot, something he wouldn't have dared consider before turning 25, and would have berated anyone in his presence for doing. An old mucker from his school days perished on his 16th, having mixed one 10mg tramadol and a couple of cans of beer. But this principle had become obsolete before long, graduating to him eventually peer pressuring others into doing so. Out of nowhere, Frankie stampeded around the corner, leaped onto the top step and ran down, clearing 2 steps at a time, not initially noticing Raza and Pedro's corpse-like existence at the bottom. Raza choking up his pills in shock scuppered their anonymity. A scramble on the mattress ensued, with Raza paranoid about Frankie clapping his eyes on the pills and losing the sensible role model uncle image he naively thought he held, a key source of his narcissistic supply. Given the Valium tolerance Raza had, the 2 remaining in Pedro's strip wouldn't even touch the size of his cravings, adding to the importance of finding these.
Frankie, yawn washi.
Pedro muffled with barely open eyes. With the Tekken game case in hand and token his makeshift joint, Frankie glared suspiciously at the pair before strutting into the living room. Multiple marginally full bottles of spirits and split cans of beer contributed to a ghastly stale odour Frankie's nose was privy to. 5 lines of cocaine remained on a piece of granite next to a rolled up £50 note, a new discovery for the boy. As neglectful as his parents were, they'd always done a top job hiding the sight of hard drugs other than weed away up until that point. Lying with his legs bent inwards on the sofa, Guy snored dangerously hoarsely. 7 cigars inhaled like normal cigarettes that night were to blame. Frankie trod his bare foot in a puddle of beer and ash and shook it, grossed out by the cold tingle that shot through his body. Quickly, his attention flickered over to Joss lying vertically by the foot of the sofa, vomit down her top and a trickle of dry blood on her nose. He shook her by the shoulders but to no avail.
Dad, Dad.
Guy grunted. His legs jolted slightly and his eyes flickered.
Scuttle off, you right.
Dad, she's not moving.
Guy snapped his legs out, still half asleep and energy sapped by his dopamine deficit. Frankie slapped Guy across the face with the Tekken 3 games case and copped a punch back from Guy's lying position, sending Frankie flying backwards a few metres. Guy jumped up and scowled.
What have I fucking told you about coming in here while our mates are over, boy?
Guy reached for a lighter, only then noticing Joss on the floor to his horror. He checked Joss's non-beating pulse and let out a deep and eerie yelp. Raza burst in and spotted Frankie on the floor crying. Raza collapsed to his knees, while Frankie stopped crying, got up and stared blankly at Guy standing over Joss's body. Raza picked Frankie up, covered his eyes and carried him out.
Get up there and look after your brother. Do not come down until you're told.
Raza slammed the door behind him, but it bounced back open, affording Frankie a cheeky view into the room, which he duly gazed into and watched Raza pacing around.
Help us stash all the gear before we call it in, will ya?
Fucking right. I ain't getting sent down again.
Raza cleared incriminating evidence into a carrier bag. Guy spotted Frankie staring in, yet glared back, which freaked Frankie out as much as anything in the whole sequence of events. Frankie dashed up the stairs, tripping on the middle step. Chapter 5. Getting fit for Black Mirror. Dazzler perches mischievously by the dull, outdated train station waiting room's vending machine, while Johnny scopes the place out for any sniff of a weakness. His rough upbringing in the care system having dished him out quite the entrepreneurial outlook on life, a prominent factor as to him and Dazzler's lifelong compatibility. His thick glasses and gawky appearance act as the perfect foil for an otherwise unassuming schemer. Wilder is far less enthusiastic and sits on his arse, leaving the graft to those two. His oversized thrasher jacket and blonde curly mop of hair epitomise the dishevelled developing punk rocker look he's yet to fully master. Johnny spots his chance in Cowley, an overweight, ginger-haired, grey-suited company man throwing abuse at the vending machine. From extensive analysis of the machine over time, he knows the top right-hand corner cog is liable to malfunction. In the very cog, a bottle of Lucasade Orange dangles, having not left the machine following payment. Cowley slaps the machine with nowhere near the requisite power to get what's rightfully his. Another £2 and a button press later, he erupts after accidentally selecting an empty cog, clenches his fists and storms off.
Train station fucking scam again!
Without thinking twice, Dazzler skips the hysterical belly laughter immobilising the others and bashes his shoulders into the vending machine's side.
Go on, Daz. Pretend it's Gibbo, lad.
Johnny chants. After a few unsuccessful bashes, Johnny and Dazzler turn to the nonchalant Wilder, grab an arm of his each, and with no objection from Wilder, hurtle him into the vending machine from a few feet away. 4 bottles clatter out. They celebrate their haul for the ages wildly and sprint onto the train, with Wilder taking 2 of the bottles, an unspoken rule for whoever puts their neck on the line.
All that for an original, man.
Johnny bitterly remarks. With all possessing a glorious view from their train table, Cowley reappears alongside a quivering train station attendant half his size. Realising his beloved dangling Lucasade has vanished, he slams a chair into the vending machine. Johnny shakes up his bottle and lobs it through the closing train doors, nailing Cowley square on the head.
Great! Wobble off, ginger prick.
Johnny gives Cowley the middle finger. Following a pit stop in the toilet conveniently timed as the conductor checks tickets, the boys strut off the train. All pleasantly proud of their free train ride and drink to start their morning, that now vacates them the capital to chip in on a 30-gram pouch of sterling. Dazzler's heart sinks, having never seen a soul manning the Bangor train station barriers until this moment.
Oh, shit, boys.
Dazzler scampers out of his view.
Barrier dick.
Johnny and Wilder head forward with little sympathy, safe in the knowledge their caregivers leave just about enough of their benefits aside for them to avoid such situations.
Do us that rolly then. Fucking scarf, man.
Fearing the unbearable tit for tat should he not oblige, Wilder reluctantly hands over his pouch as they tap their tickets on the barrier. Dazzler stumbles towards the barrier alone, exaggerating his limp.
Hello, sir. Had a little bit of a fall en route. Has caused quite the torrid episode of immobility.
He says.
Tickets must have...
Dazzler rustles through his pockets. Without so much as a peek his way, the brute impassive guard scans Dazzler through the barriers. Wasting no time, Dazzler struts through, fucking off his exaggerated limp. Frankie sits back lethargically in the deliberately soulless job centre waiting room for his weekly appointment, surrounded by a wall full of job notices printed in tacky old word art as exciting as the menial jobs advertised on them. With a bent posture befitting of his reluctance to be there, he scours through the Sun newspaper's football pullout. A rare treat, given that no reading material other than that local job-seeking related is usually provided. A shock that the trusty staff who are devoted to authoritarian shepherding into work will have something to say about when they realise. Sully, a stocky lout, burst out of the appointment room door to Frankie's shock, red-faced and seething.
How can you even contemplate sanctioning me?
Sully says, pointing into the office.
You know how it goes.
Colin coldly shrugs his shoulders, well and truly living up to the nickname Sack Lunch Col, a name gifted to him based off an inexplicably high sanction rate in comparison to rival job coaches and the subsequent skipped meals of the many who faced cruel financial hardship at his hands.
Yeah, what, leave your old man for dead? Just to come fucking dole?
Sully shouts, his fists clenching ever tighter by the second, having witnessed his father suffer a near-fatal seizure days prior following an all-nighter on cocaine and Valium.
Nothing I can do. You literally would, wouldn't you? John Bach, conked out on your floor, 50 years of 10 a.m. jars down weathers with the boys, finally catches up with him, and you'd fucking leave him there to come here. I've bailed security. Nah, fuck that.
Sully says. 2 short and stubby security guards, both dwarfed by Sully, grab an arm of his each. Sully bats them both away.
Get your filthy hands off me.
Sully walks away unassisted and quickly turns back.
You know I didn't dodge that appointment. Rotten as they come. Fucking ratbags like you.
Security wrestle him out of the office.
Get off me, now.
Sully swats them both away and raises his fist.
I know where you live, you meatball cunt.
Both nervy guards linger behind him from a distance. Undeterred by the commotion, and in no mood to fall behind schedule, Colin sticks his head out of the office with an undeniably stern glare.
Frankie Gibbs?
He ushers Frankie in with his index finger.
You know why you're here, yeah?
Colin asks, barely giving Frankie a chance to sit down on the stiff blue chair opposite. Frankie shrugs as he perches himself down on the very edge of the seat.
Mackie D's have been belling me flat out, telling me that new star pupil don't want to know.
I thought I told them. And you?
Frankie fearfully answers while gazing down at his battered shoes.
You know what this means, eh?
Colin interrupts Frankie, who stays glued to his shoes, knowing fully well the type of form that Colin pulls out without having to look at it.
When we give you graft, and you sack it off because you can't be arsed, you got the clap, your ferret's got a blister, or whatever the fuck it is.
Oh, I couldn't do those hours.
Now, you tried that one on with the last cunt you saw here.
Colin passes over the sanction form.
91-day sanction. High level. Okay.
I have to look after my brother at night. Can't be leaving him there alone. While Gibbo's his legal guardian, and you're on the dole, having been so for over a fucking year, you'll do what we say. Or this is only the start for you.
Johnny, Dazzler and Wilder giddily form a circle in a part of the school field perfectly arched as to hide their passing round of Wilder's last cigarette for 2 pulls each. A fag that, based on usual playground rates of 30p a roll, has a market value of at least £1, one that could have been stretched out into a few. But as per Johnny's opportunism, he rolled it into a cigar-sized smoke, not knowing where and when his next nicotine hit may come from. A bustling 15-a-side football game takes place behind them, as 2 of the popular female students spot them and head over.
Oi, oi.
Johnny chants as he notices. His nerdy looks mean attention from females his way has been minimal so far, with smoking becoming somewhat of a gateway for him despite his overall pathetic flirtation game. He grabs the fag out of Wilder's mouth and passes it to one of the girls. Dazzler shoots off, acknowledging his chances of another drag have hit zilch. A ball is pelted his way, and he enters the game by pirouetting around a fully kitted kid and around another with a step over. Still somewhat pissed off at his last fag having been given away, Wilder sprints up to Dazzler and executes a robust but fair sliding tackle, one befitting of his status as the year's top centre-half. Dazzler classes to the ground, and a few sympathetic classmates gather around, but most quickly crack back on with the game.
Yes, go banal dad. Betsy di need trauma.
Shouts the suave deputy head teacher, de Norwig, fresh from a cigar break in the back seat of his brand new Mercedes. He jogs over, undoubtedly restricted by his tight-fitting light blue tuxedo jacket. He forces himself up and sprints away out of the school gates, heavily limping, yet still comfortably evading de Norwig. Now, the brisk few-minute walk to the train station with a now aggravated limp was bearable, and it was unlikely the school cared enough to chase after him. While he'd been threatened outright with expulsion, dwindling pupil numbers and Dazzler's average potential grades with the right application ensures this outdated joke of a school will again let this misdemeanour slide, at worst throwing a detention his way that neither pupil or teacher bothers to turn up for. Besides, even if they did make an example of him, the thought of being caught with that negligent parenting inflicted injury and the care home-sized consequences aren't worth considering. Disastrously, an older, sterner-looking chief was donning the barriers this time around, throwing a spanner in the works for Dazzler. After an unsuccessful sprightly scout around for possible loose tickets on the floor, he lumbers away defeated, with the day's events having diminished his never-say-die opportunism. Whether his father's vintage Volkswagen Scirocco had been written off in the months prior or not, the chances of a lift home are non-existent on the best of days, leaving a 4-mile trek down country lanes and main roads for Dazzler on this occasion. After climbing an excruciatingly steep and long hill, Dazzler faces a painful stretch of road swamped so heavily by wilting, barely living trees that the beaming sunlight struggles to poke through. A paper-thin road, wide enough for one car to squeeze through, separated by a shallow ditch with thorny wild blackberry bushes either side. 100 metres deep in, with no room to turn back, a green Lamborghini tractor bolts up. Rhys Jossocks behind the wheel, a careless, drink-driving inbred, an unsavoury character conceived by prominent local farmer Kev and his cousin. Dazzler buries himself into the spiky bushes as the tractor narrowly squeezes by. Rhys honks his horn and merrily raises his thumb at Dazzler, who doesn't acknowledge him back. A grisly, long stretch of pavementless dual carriageway awaits him after, leaving Dazzler to chance it down the grassy bank full of ankle-deep muddy bogs. He rolls up his now-torn school jumper sleeves and winces as they catch a fresh thin cut inflicted by one of the larger brambles. A police car hurtles down the empty road, slowing down as it passes Dazzler. Its snarling driver, Gavin, peers at him before it speeds off into the distance. Dazzler rips off his school jumper and pelts it into the bushes. Not that the lax coppers in this town are overly bothered by school truants, unless they're shagging one of the teachers, but best take no chances. Back round the cop car slithers, this time scampering at a walking pace alongside Dazzler.
How are you, Dazzler?
Gavin asks, with a seedy lack of authenticity that only contributes to negative police stereotypes. Dazzler marches forward, paying no attention to the coppers.
Trek from here, lad. Couple of hours at the very least.
Getting fit for Black Mirror, me. Only chance I'll ever get rich. On them bikes you'll be putting us on soon.
Dazzler claims having had his view on authority skewed beyond his family's natural anti-establishment culture even further by watching all of Black Mirror at a young age, a programme he genuinely believes was released in order to get us all ready for the crash of civilization. While Gavin's clueless to the reference, having sworn against ever getting a streaming service in favour of keeping faith with trusty old freeset box, his partner Gwyn cackles. His heavy weed habit having given him similar paranoid thoughts, especially after smoking skunk seized from Scouse County Line dealer kids flogging it around the pier.
Might as well jump in, Chief. We're off that way anyway. Natter with your old man.
Dazzler phlegms towards the car door, narrowly missing it.
Wouldn't want the birds seeing you up around like a mug.
Gwyn reminds him, an observation that stops Dazzler in his tracks, and after a brief dalliance of reluctant deliberation, he gets in the car and slumps himself sullenly on the back seat. He takes a first real look at Gwyn, a rookie policeman in his probationary period. In small areas like this, the personnel of Bobby's on the beat is a hot subject, and given Dazzler's early forays into shoplifting, it's only wise he gets to know what he's dealing with. Banger's newest slouches out on the passenger seat, sipping from a disposable Starbucks cup, sporting a flamboyant 80s-style copper moustache with no other facial hair and tinted sunglasses. A style proportionately out of place, down to his lack of believable conviction in the look and unimposing aura. Dazzler's hangover and dehydration from the tough walk causes him a moment of dizziness as he scopes Gwyn out.
Hanging out your arse, you lad.
Gavin says.
What?
Been on the jars with the old man, have you?
Dazzler peeks out the window, refusing to be drawn into any mind games. Gavin smirks at Gwyn, both relishing the opportunity of making the son of one of the local force's most loathed individuals uncomfortable.
Reckons he's too good to be around us, he does.
Yeah, all these crazy sessions we keep hearing about. Does an invite ever come our way? Does it? Fuck.
You haven't been near a fucking party since your mum sliced your caterpillar cake on your sweet 16th and let you lick the knife, Chief.
Dazzler boldly responds. Gwyn erupts in laughter mid-coffee sip, spitting it out over the dashboard. Gavin tensely grips the steering wheel and grits his teeth. His party drought has in fact spanned many years, all the way back to his older sister's 18th, where his invite was more out of sympathy. He rips the seal off a pack of 10 menthol Sterling cigarillos, sticks one in his mouth the wrong way around, and lights it, only realising after the first toke.
What are you doing?
Chuck us a few over and I'm grand. Won't hear no more of it.
Dazzler proposes.
Pull over, you fucking loony bin.
He said he's alright.
He slams Radio Cameroon on, slamming the volume up and down from 0 to 100 repeatedly. A Mark Drakeford speech about tackling the issue of second homeowners flooding the local first-time buyers out of the area's mortgage market screams out of the stereo. With Gavin continuing to toke on his harsh cigarello, Gwyn takes that drastic action of reaching over and flickering the car's sirens on and off. Gavin ultimately gives in, slams the brakes on, pulls into a lay-by and storms out of the car to the side of the road. Sensing an opportunity after a couple of long nicotine-less hours, Dazzler gets out as well. Guy's treated himself royally during his few hours of solitude in the shape of a local prostitute, Lily, who sat up in his bed with her legs open. Her nickname, Lily Lick, derives from Guy's specific borderline obsession with licking her out, which he's indulging in right now, a privilege he pays handsomely for, £90 per half hour to be exact. While there isn't a whole lot to Lily, naturally somewhat of a looker without taking that much care of herself, she's the envy of rival local, more conveniently desirable prostitutes. This is on account of her practically nailed-on £180 worth of business a week, guaranteed from Guy for at least 2 of these sessions. It's easy money. Easier than shagging the bloke anyway, and dirt cheap rent on a Maiskerchen second floor flat allows her to get by solely on his custom most weeks.
Give us a crumble, will ya? Making me think I've lost it.
Guy insecurely asks, using this opportunity to pop up his head for much needed air before getting back to work. Lily smirks snidely back once he's not looking at her. This is Guy's one and only special request, that she dishes out the odd bit of encouragement towards what he knows deep down are his faltering abilities, despite the catalogue of practice. Lily puts slightly more effort into the forced moaning. Fierce recurring OCD symptoms as of late shift her focus towards the state of the stale stenching room and the sight of a condom used by Guy on her an entire month prior, a rare splurge on intercourse he decided to treat himself with for his 49th birthday. Slam goes the front door, bringing an abrupt end to proceedings, Gavin being the culprit as he stands with Dazzler and Gwyn. After barely a few seconds, the doorbell starts going as well.
Wakey, wakey, Gibbo lad.
Guy bounces up and hastily throws on his vintage dark blue Levi's.
Who does this barbaric disruption of my leisure think they are?
He squares over to the window, and any short-lived swagger evaporates after peeping out.
Fucking rozzers, the lot.
He throws a white button-up shirt on. Lily shrugs, safe in the knowledge an ancient fling with Gavin will safeguard her from any trouble.
I know we have 3 minutes left, but I need you to go.
Lily holds out her hand.
Paid for a 5-session bulk deal last Friday.
Guy insists. His memory of the double session he summoned her over for on Sunday eludes him following that night's heavy session on the Xanax with Peder. Guy hauls Lily out of sight by her shoulders and hands her £120, a 30 quid tip.
Just make sure you fuck off out the back.
Lily shrugs, slowly counts the money on the way out. Guy dashes into the bathroom and swirls green Listerine mouthwash around his gob, mainly out of fear. Fear of being taunted again for his vaginal-smelling breath many look out for given his local sexual reputation. He slicks his receding thin hair to the side with thick red Dax wax and, hurried by the constantly chirping doorbell, rushes to the door. By the front door lies the shattered bottle of vodka sprinkled in the corner. He sweeps it up with a dustpan and brush which Gavin sneakily peeks through the letterbox and catches. When he eventually opens the door, the sight of Dazzler standing with the police supersedes the arousing anxiety of his own wrongdoing. He glares daggers at Dazzler.
Wouldn't be happening if you gave me enough for train.
Guy clenches his fist and throws an imaginary punch Dazzler's way as he passes.
Your lad's been a massive help. Cooperated fully.
Gavin sadistically says.
Bugle kind of morning then?
Gwyn asks while wiping his nostril.
What's he told you about Bugle?
Gwyn and Gavin look at each other with a wry smile.
Well, we keep getting calls about your balmy little sessions.
Which we're absolutely torn up about not being invited to, may I add.
Bugle frothing out your router, Lily lick upstairs, glass shattered all over the shop. Who said we don't want a bit of that?
Guy rolls up his sleeves and tenses his chest.
What I do in my house is my shout.
Gwyn snaps. As he puffs out his chest and gets in Guy's face, Gavin wedges himself between them.
Whoa. Yes. Yes, it is. But when you're tormenting your neighbours, shitting on your little one's well-being...
Do you have a warrant?
Guy calmly asks after pulling away from the fracas and semi-composing himself.
Not this time, mate. But that pit you keep, though, Gibbo.
Gavin shakes his head.
Dazzler will end up in care.
Deadbeat cunt deserves it, though. All the neighbours, lads down the pub, knowing he's fucked right up.
Fucking Talgont.
Guy's briefly found composure evaporates as he squares back up to Gwyn, while Gavin applies all his might and size advantage to pry them apart. Guy throws a left, then right hook combination at Gwyn that he bobs his head clear of, with the power having been deflected by Gavin's strong hand in his chest. Gavin judo flips Guy over his back, sending him crashing into the squalid garden's turf, flat on his back. Gavin whips out his police baton.
Don't start, Gibbo. My night shift at cells tonight.
Working alone overnight offers a free pop at handing Guy the right jail cell hiding he's dreamed of serving him without repercussions, as per the local police force's unofficial stance on those who assault their officers. Guy wriggles backwards on the floor and stands up by the doorway, dusting his grass-stained top down as Gavin and Gwyn head back to their car. Gwyn pokes his head out of the window as Gavin roughly starts the engine.
Have a fucking cracker with the FC Army!
He shouts out, his face rasping red and sweaty. Guy swaggers over and hurls a small rock on the car roof as it pulls off. Dazzler slouched forward on the living room sofa. An L-built readily prepared from thick red Rizzlers awaits as he sprinkles chopped up ashtray remnants into it. Stig flying around the Top Gear track plays off their outdated widescreen telly with a chunky back. Guy bursts in, nearly knocking the door clean off his hinges and squares up to Dazzler.
Cooperated, did you, eh?
Guy bats Dazzler's joint off the table.
Did I? Fuck.
Dazzler says, deeply offended to have been accused of such a thing.
I've never been so ashamed.
They gave me a lift, you smack rat.
Guy yanks Dazzler up by the neck and pins him against the wall.
Nerve on you, talking to me like that, after you brought the fucking Rozzers here, telling them I don't give you any dough.
It was either a lift here or A&E, and how would that have gone for you?
Dazzler wipes the accidental spit pellets pelted into his face during Guy's outbursts. He lets go of the boy.
Full of fucking shit, aren't you? Full of shit.
Guy chucks on his light blue, shrunk in the wash Lee denim jacket.
And for what? Your mother would be proud. Proud of the little slime ball that's coming of you. Ungrateful little sods, the both of you.
He mumbles while gathering his phone, keys and dodgy duty-free Bulgarian tobacco.
You see what your life would be like without me. Disgrace, the pair of you. Ungrateful fucking sods.
He slams the door behind him, rattling the door frame. Dazzler scoops up what remains of his joint on the floor, seemingly unaffected by what is a semi-standard occurrence on his deranged father's come-downs. Chapter 6. Double Drop. Perched on a high street bench, Frankie miserably chats on the phone to Universal Credit after an aimless afternoon of pottering around town. A skinny spliff dangles in between his fingers, one saved for hours, with it being his last joint. Pissed up fresher students stumble around, loudly berating the lack of pubs in comparison to their respective hometowns. A crowd of rowdy Bangor 1876 fans chant "Oh Bangor, IOI" out the front of Skerries, their go-to pre-match boozer as they tank themselves up for a Friday evening clash under the floodlights against arch-rivals Hill. An elderly busker rocking yellow-tinted glasses and an all-black outfit hammers out guitar riffs and ripples out doom-styled poems with his deep voice. A pile of high-value coins lie in front of him in a cotton pouch, consistently being added to by pedestrians.
But as it should say on the records, I let Colin know. And that miserable fuck at McDonald's.
Frankie assertively says.
The system stipulates that you fulfill your work search commitments, which in this case was to work the nighttime McDonald's shifts. We simply have no record of this dubious claim of yours.
Carl, the job centre assistant, sternly asserts.
My brother could be in danger at night. How many times?
We simply have no record of this dubious claim of yours.
Yeah, it is a valid reason, isn't it? I agree. So why am I belting it out again and fucking again?
I won't tolerate aggression such as this. There's nowhere else to turn, so you have to put up with us, I'm afraid.
Alright. Just don't want to starve to death. A lot on the line here.
Justin Wee Wee prowls down the streets accompanied by Damien Hayward, his old cellmate from HMP Bedouin, or Damo as he prefers to be known. He has every bit the cunning, mysterious edge slapped on him you'd expect from someone convicted of filming two 15-year-old girls performing sex acts on one another, an act of deviance he served only 10 months inside for, in part down to his wealthy parents. With both being early investors in cryptocurrencies, they hired him a top-drawer barrister as their last charitable deed before disowning him entirely. Bright brown Doc Martens and a smart padded brown suede jacket on his back sticks out drastically compared to Justin's worn-out, unfashionable blue and white striped tracksuit jacket and trouser combination. Their connection mainly fueled by mutual sadism and both having been loners on the inside. Justin on account of his tendency to bail on paying drug debts and brazenly bragging about his free haul, while Damo revolted even the most hardened of criminals at HMP Bedouin due to the seedy nature of his crimes. Fearing his tarnished local reputation would make Wrexham a sketchy place to be following his release, Damo decided to give his period on licence a go in Bangor, partly out of hope that despite the damning Daily Post article detailing his crime, he'd be afforded some level of anonymity in the new area, which his flashy outfit won't help him achieve. Justin spots Frankie and outstretches his arm to halt Damo, who's distracted by a group of loud, dolled-up university students marching their way into Peep nightclub.
91 fucking days. You're not just grabbing food out of my mouth, though, are you?
Frankie desperately pleads, having calmed down minimally.
I wish there was anything I could do to help you, Frankie.
Now this is the issue we're having. You're choosing not to. You're fucking there to help.
At the end of the day, we're following a system. Doing what we're told, mate.
Just doing what you're told. Don't mean you're not going down with them one day. Those privileged, out of touch, fascist ringstings telling you what's what. When world order's gone to shit, and there's mayhem left, right and centre, they won't forget about you cunts on the phones doing what you're told. You'll get it as well, you know. And I'll be right fucking there, howling at the lot of you.
Still observing from a safe distance, Justin enthusiastically pitches his plans for Frankie to Damo.
They own the gaff, mate. Proper attic. And Gibbo rigs the lecky.
Decent, is it?
Damo deviously nods, encouraged by this potential development.
Fucking right. And not only that, pair of them get through bucket loads of gear.
What are your K and green levels like, though?
Enough.
I ain't dishing out tasters this time if he makes fatties.
An internal promise made after the last docile adolescent cocooing victim of theirs made half-gram joints all night. During the customary 2-day grooming period of getting them on side, it's a tried and tested tactic to dish them out drugs non-stop.
Won't be an issue, la. Few bongs each, odd spliff, few bumps of K. Get him all beholden on us.
Damo grins and nods. With the dishing out drugs duty delegated, he's ready for action.
Left wing my arse. Next time you slag off Boris or Nigel Farage, take a decent look at yourself, because you're living in the fucking spirit of their societal image. Rat!
He shouts down the mic and lobs the phone at a wall to end the call. A well-spoken Bangor University professor in marine biology named Hugh stood at least 10 metres away from the phone's flight, approaches Frankie.
And what would you have done if that had hit someone?
Frankie glares upwards his way. Before having the chance to respond, Damo and Justin dash over and Damo gets in Hugh's face.
How do you want your day to go?
Hugh cowers and turns around to run away. Damo shoves him in the back and boots him in the heel, sending hapless old Hugh's balance into disarray. He scurries off with a minor limp. Frankie gawps in stunned silence, a part of him feeling grateful, having never had anyone stick up for him in such a way. Justin picks up Frankie's cracked phone.
Nothing a bit of loving won't sort.
A mildly cracked screen, a chip on the volume up button, and the power still working as a result Frankie's content with. Not that a new screen's on the cards with his newfound dire financial predicament.
Pleasure to meet you, man. Damo.
Damo holds his hand out with an eerie smile on him, oozing creepiness and inauthenticity. Not clear enough for Frankie, however, as it pierces through his impressionable guard, despite a lingering suspicion that this could be the Damo buying his 12-year-old brother beers.
Frank.
Frankie flatly says, cautiously shaking Damo's hand with transient vigour. Damo and Justin take a seat either side of Frankie simultaneously.
That wild look in your eyes tells me you could do with getting fucking spangled, lad.
Justin playfully proposes.
Nah, can't, mate. Sanctioned I am. Sack lunch Cole. Up to his dirty old tricks. Good and proper.
Frankie resentfully holds up the remnants of his mostly smoked joint.
Last joint, the lot.
He takes a last look at it before flicking it into a bush. Damo turns away and rolls his eyes, agonised by the mere thought of both sharing some of the first half-ounce bag of weed bought in a year.
Wee-wee's got a load of green, ain't he, mate?
Damo turns around, full of smiles once again.
Yeah, fuck money, weed, it's all sorted. Let's get you out of this grotto and back to ours for a few jars.
Justin leans over and whispers in Frankie's ear.
Bit of Kenny going if you want to get a bit of a wobble on.
Calling the stuff Kenny was a stretch, with it being more of a research-grade drug resembling vague aspects of ketamine. Frankie grins, itching to relieve the sensation of K-holing, an experience first endured at the age of 15 after nicking a few lines worth from Pedder's bag as he slept off a 48-hour session at the family house.
91 days of no dull meetings, if you look at the bright side of it.
Frankie ponders internally. Not at the invite to get wrecked. That's something he needs no second thoughts about. His dilemma lies more with the guilt of leaving Dazzler home alone, at the mercy of Guy and his cretin entourage while they party hard, and eventually nods. Justin and Damo cheer wildly.
Sweet as.
Justin cracks open 3 small bottles of Foster's Radler, using the wall ledge, and passes them out. He takes an almighty chug of his.
Foster's fucking Radler.
Damo shrugs. A 2% beverage won't even scratch Justin's sides, having survived purely on a few cans of the 3 times stronger Carlsberg Special Brew a night since his release. Justin shakes up an unopened bottle, cracks it on the wall, and sprays it around like a winning Formula 1 driver. It mostly lands on the busker, showering his sleeping bag and only set of clean clothing in sticky lemon lager. Undeterred, the busker carries on playing, albeit in a more sinister tone. A police siren wails briefly in the distance, and the boys power walk up a steep, grubby thin path, barely visible to the naked eye, littered in substandard patchy graffiti and used NOS canisters. With all out of breath at the top, especially Justin, they take a little breather before another steep incline en route back to Justin and Damo's halfway house building. Having chugged his Foster's Radler while cantering up the hill, Damo pings the bottle powerfully towards an open green wheelie bin in the distance, only it misses wildly, flies right through a terraced house's open window and shatters in their living room.
Oi,
Here, Mental, the house's owner, bellows out. This time, the boys do leg it. They approach the dull, run-down-looking halfway house, part of its surrounding dry stone wall having crumbled into the pavement and onto the edge of the road weeks prior, pathetically shielded by a few orange road fences. In the courtyard, a group of lads gather around for the customary Wednesday night halfway house piss-up, drinking either Jack Daniels or vodka. Bringing his usual alpha male and ADHD energy, Lee Hughes energetically raps Welsh grime lyrics, in part to channel the trauma stemming from their lack of boombox after an irritated neighbour smashed it with a baseball bat following 3 consecutive nights of outdoor residential progressive techno raves. While he doesn't live at the hostel, his institutionalisation means the place makes him feel at home. Having spent the majority of his teenage and adolescent years behind bars, he tends to know 3/4 of the recently released prisoners there are at any given time. As such, he is deemed the place's unofficial entertainment manager and a part of the furniture. Being at home with his passive, naive wife and 3 young children under 5 is unbearable for him, responsibilities he's long deemed his late 20s aren't worth losing over. Sully's sat sullenly in a deck chair sipping some JD honey, bought with money made by selling 4 old Xbox 360 games at Sex in order to drown his dole-sanctioned sorrows. Sat next to him is Greasy Steve, a true career criminal and generational hero to budding criminal sorts in the local area. A reputation only enhanced by having 2 years added onto his last prison sentence after being paid by a County Lines kingpin to bite a bloke's ear off in prison. What made it all the more barbaric was that Steve had 1 month left until release and did the deed for nothing more than a marginally improved cell, stronger TV signal on that side of the prison, and a window wider by a couple of inches being the only upgrades. On barbecue duties, flamboyantly grilling streaky bacon and flipping it around needlessly multiple times is the energetic, lanky Ali Box. A well-meaning lad in comparison to the creeps keeping his company, and a mice G-boy through and through, who loves a secret acid techno rave in abandoned Llanberis quarries. After leading a relatively crime-free life until sinking into cocaine addiction, he served 3.5 years in prison, having been copped with 500 MDMA pills at Gotwood Festival.
I'll get a speaker, me. Don't care where it's from. Give us a decent line, yeah? Bit of a slug, and I'm fucking telling you now, I'll be out there flying until I get one. Diet? Fucked if I don't.
Lee frantically belts out while nobody truly listens.
It's absolutely Brahma here, lad.
Justin giddily tells Frankie as they strut confidently through the original Victorian-style preserved gate into the courtyard.
Simai what?
He chants with his thumb up sideways. All ignore him, other than Ali.
Wee lad. Are we at 15 minutes for 70 bar?
Ali jeeringly asks.
50 it was, you prick.
Justin angrily picks up one of the value white hot dog buns next to the barbecue.
It's alright, I. Got plenty of action behind bars, didn't you, lad?
Ali sneers.
More than you'd ever know.
Justin holds his bun out and Ali theatrically tips in a single rasher of bacon, a part close to falling out of the bun, but is saved by Ali's sharp reflex reactions. Without hesitation, he bites deep into the bap and nods.
Level 1 BTEC Hall of Fame, you carry on at this level. But I didn't want to say so myself.
Ali holds a bacon bap in each hand for Frankie and Damo. Frankie nervously accepts, and once in his hands, he ferociously bites into it, grateful for the chance to rid himself of the hunger pains plaguing him since wolfing down a barbecue rib Rustler's burger the previous night.
Vegan, mate.
Damo snarls after leaving Ali holding the sandwich for an awkward amount of time. Ali hollowly stares at Damo before turning away. Not only is he sensitive to rejection, but he's also deeply threatened by the slim possibility that vegan food could take over, leaving his days of eating real meat numbered. Having finished their baps and gained no inkling that their presence is welcome, Frankie, Damo and Justin head towards the building's front door. Lee suddenly appears and blocks their entrance.
With this being a fine 5-star establishment of the highest order, I can't be allowing you through without adhering to our strict but fair COVID testing rules.
Lee puts on a rough formal accent and points at Damo and Justin.
Now, you two almost definitely have AIDS, and science has proven it kills COVID off, so you're both exempt. But you, sir, not so lucky, I'm afraid.
Lee sternly passes Frankie a cotton bud and a plastic vial. He nervously sticks it up each nostril for a few seconds, twisting it when up there. His hand lightly trembles while placing them in the plastic vial as he passes them over. Lee sticks them on the small white COVID tester kit.
No doubt Greasy Steve will have a bit of something nice back if you give it him COVID.
Ali sniggers.
Be nothing fucking nice about it. Can see how tight he is from here. I'll just go, you know.
Frankie mumbles before briskly shooting off. After a few seconds, everyone bursts out laughing, with Damo and Justin joining in slightly after the rest. Frankie gazes back and, after being slow to realise, trudges back over and heads into the building with Justin and Damo.
Double drop, boys. Learnt this one in Bedouin.
Ali boasts. With a spatula in each hand and 2 bits of bacon on each, he simultaneously flips them over flamboyantly onto 2 baps. After misjudging his power, the bap closest to Steve splats on the floor, with Steve only narrowly avoiding the greasy bacon landing on his brand new light brown Timberland steel toe caps. Furious at the near miss, he leaps up in a fit of rage.
Double fucking drop. What are you doing? Oh, here we go. Battered a few spastics in Bedouin. Now he thinks he's fucking hardest cunt in my G.
Ali boldly responds to the far bulkier Steve.
Calm down, Grease lad. I'll do you another one.
Lee says.
Last of the bastard bacon, innit? Gives it all to them weirdo crusties before he feeds his own mates. Go on, piss off to fucking Spar, now.
All the while, Ali squirts an excessive amount of mustard into a bun.
Get your shrapnel out, lad, before I fucking snap ya. Get us a few special brews and all while you're at it.
Ali lobs the mustard-covered bun into Steve's face, landing most of the stuff in his eyes and temporarily blinding him. With Steve bent down trying to clear his eyesight, Ali takes the opportunity and lands a sweeping head kick on him, owing to a brief dalliance in Muay Thai in preparation for his prison sentence. Despite his obscured vision, Steve lands a right hook clean on Ali's jaw, but Ali stands firm and a brutal brawl ensues. As they trade hammer blows, offering little head movement to avoid the other's punches, Lee eventually gets in the middle and throws them both aside by their collars. In the midst of the chaos, Sully calmly sneaks back inside. Justin presents his damp, dirty, self-contained studio room with a thin window placed up high on the wall, barely letting sunlight in. Deliberate-looking punch holes occupy the white wall's cracked, uneven plaster, as well as black damp mould patches. A crusty pile of dry, used tea bags take up the corner of the stain-ridden kitchen surface. Fruit flies happily hover and breed among the tea bag mound and sugar caked into the surface. Frankie and Damo wince at the unpleasantly stale stench. Damo covers his nose with the top of his jumper.
DMT bender with the lads or what?
Damo barely audibly muffles. He sweeps a pile of crumbs off Justin's duvet and takes a seat on the bed.
Spangled isn't the word, la. Just me it was,
All right then, man.
Damo rolls his eyes and tucks his smoke.
Conked out in that corner there. But in my head, I were in Dickie's boatyard, chilling on the pebs after a tidy spring evening hammering Nos at Bangor Mountain, smashing down the most Brahma double special burger, while at the same time...
Justin loses momentum, his crack cravings affecting the fluidity of his speech.
While at the same time, getting a fucking tit wank off an horrible scabby 4 out of 10 at best, my G mermaid, mate.
Damo and Frankie gaze at each other and howl in disbelief-derived laughter.
4 out of 10, yeah?
Oh, that's with whatever fucking 1080p goggles DMT puts on you, that is. Minging. I'm telling you now.
Off your head on a bit of classic spice again?
On my little boy's life.
My stew mermaid, man.
After a few unsatisfactory spliffs and bumps of ketamine, time simply stands still for Justin, who just can't get into the swing of things. By 5 PM he's had enough and bails on his self-imposed 8 PM deadline for a pipe crack. Having done so for 5 days straight in an effort to curb the amount of profits he smokes, an unrestrained evening of debauchery is in order. With his head stuck out of the window, blatantly visible from his street, he lights his overblowed glass pipe and takes a hefty hit double the size of his usual. He used to smoke it out in the communal yard, preferring the fresh air. However, having one of the many halfway house addicts spotting him out there, pestering to swap a couple of quids worth for a pinch of dirty, duty-free tobacco had become the bane of his life. Damo racks up 4 lines of ketamine, unconvincingly pretending to listen to Frankie, who's already tipsy after 2 Foster's Radler due to his near-empty stomach.
Don't get haze like this much now, do you know?
Frankie says, his voice affected by the harshness of Justin's half-gram spliff of purple haze that he tokes on.
More of a southeast skunk fella, me.
He smoothly snorts the heftiest of the 4 lines with a rolled up orange train ticket and twitches after. Damo scrapes a third off the top of the 2 lines to make a chunkier one at the end and snorts it.
For you, sir.
Frankie shrugs and takes it.
Love a little encounter with our mate Kenny.
Only half of the line shoots up Frankie's hooter before he hastily places the case on the bottom half of his leg.
Careful, mate!
Damo anxiously snatches the tray off Frankie. Spotting the half-finished line, he scoffs, deciding there and then that this soft fool is ripe for the picking. Frankie leans his back on the wall, already feeling highly wavy, with his senses well and truly distorted. He slowly nods to the trap beat playing roughly off Justin's old-school Motorola.
Oh, nice one for that.
Damo subtly smirks.
Mate of Wee Wee's is a mate of mine.
Frankie nods. With his eyes squinted together beyond recognition, he holds out a clenched fist and fist bumps Damo. Damo turns away and cringes out of view. After half an hour of dissociative chatter full of broken sentences, Justin decides Frankie needs waking up and throws down a packet of lemon-flavoured rip-rolling skins.
Bit of graft will sort you out.
Frankie tears off a 10cm strip.
Give him here.
Justin tears off a foot-long rip and throws that down.
Pass him the dust, will you, Damo?
Having just sniffed 2 slug-sized lines of ketamine, Damo groans and, in his moderate incapacitation, manages to grab and pass a wooden tray with loose bits of small bud, crumbs and leaf over to Frankie.
All of it? Oh, what do you think?
Justin restlessly fires back, frustrated at the lack of impact from his hit of crack. Frankie lies on his chest and gets to work. Tucking the edges proves problematic for him after taking 20 minutes to get to that stage. Damo gets up and dances erratically behind him in short bursts to the rhythm of the trap beat. He picks up a pool cue, takes a few fake shots and theatrically spins it around his head. With Frankie unsighted, Damo pretends to stick the cue up Frankie's ass from a short distance away, much to the subtle amusement of Justin. With the spliff painstakingly rolled, Frankie lights it with a jet lighter.
I'll be sound, boys.
Frankie splutters, as snot droops out of his nose. Damo snatches the joint as Frankie runs over to the sink and buries his head in it, gagging ferociously. After getting a whiff of the stale cooking fat and dry piss covering the sink, he lifts his head out. With the central lock and door left wedged open due to a groove in the wooden lino, Sully bursts in and lobs a bag of bashed up cocaine at Justin's head. Frankie backs into the far corner and cowers out of sight.
Gave me flat out fucking laxative shite, you miserable little prick.
A schoolboy error on Justin's part. When packing bags of cocaine, he divides them into 2 categories, one stronger lot and one set of bags made deliberately weaker for those he doesn't fear. Sean Bach, a far scrawnier lad, had been given Sully's stronger bag.
Top drawer, that is, and you know it.
Justin unconvincingly responds, while rooted to his spot. Sully slams Justin into the wall by his throat and holds him there.
Can't fool a cunt with chronic IBS, man.
With his free hand, Sully opens a nearby drawer, grabs out £140 and counts it before waving the wad in Justin's face.
That'll do for now.
Sully stuffs the cash gratefully into his navy Adidas tracksuit bottoms pockets. Damo sneaks up behind Sully, but his heavy, anxious breathing gives Sully enough time just to spot and move his head away from the swinging pool cue flying his way. Sully throws a chopping kick upwards into Damo's liver, sending him crashing to the ground.
You can fuck off and all, you nonce.
He snatches the pool cue.
I'll have a bit of that.
Sully walks away, examining the power glide cue and thinking of all the league players likely to bung him up to a bullseye for it. He turns back and aims a kick at the still floored Damo's head that deliberately doesn't connect. Damo shrieks and collapses further into the corner with his hands up.
Just you wait.
Sully coldly warns, pointing the cue at Frankie.
Stay right there and you Brahma.
He sticks the lock on the latch and closes it tightly, smashing it back open with a kick from the outside and bending the lock. He re-enters and tests the lock, which now doesn't work.
You're both marked. I'll be back for the rest of that, whenever I want, in whatever form it comes, day or fucking night.
Sully slams the door behind him, which bounces back open. Damo gets up, dusts off the various crumbs on his clothing from Justin's filthy floor, and lobs a lighter at the door that pops, well after Sully would have realised. With their immediate safety and privacy in doubt, the boys opt to head down to the social club's pound a pint 2 hours earlier than anticipated. They head out the back and take the scenic route over Bangor Mountain, far more awkward for the short trip to the pub, but neither Justin nor Damo can face Sully and his group. Damo ushers Justin and Frankie into an outside public toilet, gets his key out, then conveniently is unable to find his little pub bag of ketamine in his keg pocket. Justin reluctantly dishes them both out a couple of chunky keys worth. Posters sporting 2000s era Microsoft art stating "Midweek, bar ajar, Foster, Strongbow and Worthingtons, a foot apart, litter the windy corridor leading up to the social club." Outside in the beer garden, all 5 wooden benches are joined together. 40 young punk rockers scatter, most smoking weed and sniffing coke with all the paraphernalia on show, all taking full advantage of the pub's relaxed stance on drugs and sympathy for the pound-a-pint goers' average customer demographic of those only content if able to adhere to their addictions. 2 skaters with red flat caps on backwards land nose grinds off the edge of a bench seat, one after the other, met by wild cheers. A row of grisly, miserable older daytime drinkers on stools obstruct a collectively frustrated 20-person queue, all determined to make it as hard for those glory hunters to get served as possible, who are only at their otherwise peaceful drinking hall for pound-a-pint. One such individual not putting up with this attempted corruption of his pound-a-pint enjoyment is Mac, a wily punk rocker, one of the alpha males and leaders of the crew due to his fearless stuntman attitude, evidenced by his plethora of stunt and skateboarding inflicted chipped teeth. Using his rugged, thick, wax-rich mohawk, he rams first through the old farts by the bar, and then the crowd queuing for drinks, majestically, not spilling any of the 9 pints held on the tray. Most back away, no questions asked. Mac heads over to the freshly damp-stained pool table with £40 in notes dangling on the side, awaiting the winner of the next frame. A group of 6 similarly styled punks huddle around watching the game intently. Julian, more of a passive emo than the rest and 7 pints of cider down, chips the cue ball Mac's way and shatters one of the pints on the tray. Guy, Stacey, Sally, Raza and Pedder sit on the far end of a high stool table. Guy rubs his hands together and gazes around the pub restlessly, phased out of the ongoing, quickly paced and erratic cocaine-fueled conversations taking place on his table. Not for the first time, this cliquey group are somewhat tolerating more than celebrating his presence. Itched by the nearly 12-hour drought since he ran out of cocaine, Guy dials Justin's number.
How are you, la?
Justin's voicemail says,
Wee, mate. You're taking a fucking piss here. We all need topping up pronto.
If you're after our Gardening Works summer special, please leave a message stating the quantity of your occupational needs after the tone.
Guy ferociously redials, but his phone battery dies instantly, leading him to hastily slam his Samsung on the table. Stacey glances over, weary of his outbursts and energy-sapping ways, but quickly continues chatting.
Do us a bump or 2 till he gets here, will ya?
Guy taps his shoulder repeatedly.
Oi!
Raza turns back, cutting Stacey's long-awaited chance to unload all the Ysbyty Gwynedd gossip, where she works as a porter.
Never is just a bump when you get your grubby little claws in there.
Come on, mate. I'll give it you back.
Guy pleads.
Nah, you'll guzzle it right up.
Guy sits back with his arms crossed. His face slowly turns red as he stews internally.
Prick. Wait until you haven't got any one day. I'll remember that, mate.
Hang on in there, Gibbo. Won't be long till he's here.
Do us a key, one of you?
Stacey, Sally and Pedder ignore him without even a brief glance, all being in the same boat of not trusting him alone with their hard-earned cocaine. Guy grunts and stroppily gets up, slams his chair into the table, picks up his pint and swaggers over to the pool table where Mac and Julian are engaged in an enthralling game. Flying from the joy of his 40 quid win, of which the winnings hang perilously on the edge of his skinny black jeans pocket, Julian is potting balls for fun and knocks his 5th in a row down to leave a tricky long-range shot on the black.
£5 and a key's worth of bugle says I'll work the fucking floor with ya.
Guy says, right in Mac's face.
Tenner'll just about get me out of bed.
Mac calmly responds. Guy slams a tenner down on the table. Mac does the same and looks menacingly over at Julian, who smashes the black ball in without looking.
Rack 'em up then, old school.
Mac flings the triangle over and Guy fumbles it pathetically. Taking the opportunity while Guy's focus lays elsewhere, Pedro stealthily gets the group's attention and they sneak off towards the bathroom. Having won the lag and deciding to break, Guy makes a meal of his break-off, slamming the cue ball dangerously low. After smashing the pack of colours, it pings off the table, out the open back door and into the sea of punk rockers outside. One of them uses their skateboard as a bat to hit it back in after having it bowled his way by his 14-year-old brother. Julian catches it with one hand and lays it down for Mac as he cues up his shot from above the balk line. After some minuscule adjustments, Mac smashes his first red in, barely giving Julian a chance to move his hand. 2 simple pots follow, and in full swing, he misses an inexcusable 4th shot and kicks the air.
Already feeling a tingle down my hooter.
Guy boldly claims, despite having all of his balls to pot. With Mac's break having spread the balls and being a league player, Guy makes slim pickings of them. Most being short to mid-ranged, bar one beautifully doubled into the middle pocket. He misses a straightforward cut on the black, but with a stroke of good fortune, it zips off the cushion and nestles into the top right-hand pocket. Guy struts over and presents his key. Mac shoves a bit of cocaine on the end, and Guy runs it into the corner to devour it up his bad nostril. With his theory being that should he have minuscule supply, the varying degree of pain that comes from sniffing up his deviated left nostril adds a bit more bite to the sensation. Now fueled up for at least the next 20 minutes, Guy storms back towards Mac.
Name your price, boy.
Glad someone's thinking big time.
This time Guy makes no mistakes, nailing his break-off shot, potting 3 red balls and 1 yellow. However, the white trickles in as well. With 2 shots at an open table, Mac clears up the colours with no issues, but rattles his black in the pocket's jaws, slamming the pub's Q-tip on the table in response. Guy gets down for his shot, but is distracted by the now empty table once occupied by Razza and Co.
Slimy little dicks.
Guy chucks the cue aside and storms off to the bathroom, needlessly barging through the door and in turn startling a feminine-looking emo meticulously waxing his goth-style hair in the mirror. Guy dips his finger in the blue Dax hair wax pot, puts it in his mouth and violently spits it out into the sink, narrowly avoiding the emo with his spit. After sticking his ear on all 5 closed toilet cubicles, Guy clocks subdued collective giggling from one on the far end and hammers on the door.
Fuck's sake.
Stacey mutters.
Saved any for me or what?
They let him into the dingy cubicle. Stacey rolls her eyes and reluctantly hands the nearly empty bag to Guy, sporting a measly few crumbs. Despite this, his grateful eyes light up as he scrambles to shovel a key out of his pocket. Everyone swiftly squeezes past and shuffles out of the cubicle without Guy as much as blinking an eyelid, leaving the door wide open. Guy ferociously rips the bag open, dabs his finger around the corners and rubs it on his gum. Guy stumbles back up to the pool table, pumped and ready to win enough to pay for his night's drinks. Julian and Mac race each other side by side to chug their pints of Worthingtons. A tray of 4 full and 4 empty pint glasses lies next to them. Guy barges past, knocking into Mac and causing a splutter in his chug, but without stopping him from beating Julian. Guy stiffly gets down for a shot with steely determination.
You chose the powder route in life, old school. Game's up.
Julian defiantly tells Guy.
Well, I'll have my dough back off you then, Squire.
15-minute rule. You're pissed off, and your game's up, along with anything else that comes with it.
As Julian gets down for a shot, Guy knees him in the ribs. Mac barges Guy up against the wall with his forearm and Julian quickly recovers, cornering Guy with Mac. Guy throws and misses a few wild punches that are easily evaded, leaving his midriff open for Julian to smash a bar stool into. This rocks but doesn't floor him as it's partly blocked. Razza pulls Mac and Julian away by their neck from behind with one hand each and drops them on the floor. Mac and Julian smirk, shrug and strut back over to their tray of pints.
Tar for the jars, Gibbo.
Mac sarcastically holds up a glass. Guy charges at Mac, but is easily held back by Razza.
Get over there until wee gets here.
Which Guy duly does in an almighty strop. It's Guy's lucky day. He doesn't have to wait long. Out from the wilderness of the sketchy main road public toilet, having finally consumed their desired share of ketamine, Damo and Justin appear in the smoking area with Frankie lingering just behind. Among the 10 smokers at the front, no one is as cheery to see Justin as Richie Lloyd, a true Llanelli lad whose Bangors Rugby Club's long-serving first-choice tight head prop. Down to his local fame among rugby supporters, he's a well-known and consistent presence in the pub scene, having managed to shun drugs for most of his adult life. Preferring any kind of cheap cider, he's recently fallen deep into the trap of craving cocaine when he drinks, tempted into it over time by one of the vast array of dealers who swamp out both of his favourite drinking holes. He approaches Justin and tightly squeezes him in a hug, his towering frame doing well not to snap his ribs.
Osumawa?
Justin breathlessly asks after being released by Richie.
Hey, spot on there. All about that jet fuel of yours there, boy.
Richie joyfully declares. Having only been into cocaine for the last 4 months, his low tolerance ensures that even Justin's substandard drivel works like jet fuel for him. Guy gleefully spots Justin through the window and frantically takes £50 off Razza and £100 off Pedder, who as usual is paying for Stacey's on the false premise of getting it back on payday.
Plate in the microwave like I showed you.
Justin asks Richie.
Fucking lights, lad. Hey, don't mind doing this one on tick till next bar of jar, no?
Guy comes crashing through the door and stands in between Justin and Richie.
Good to see you, my mate.
Yeah.
Justin tries to shuffle past Guy.
Do us the usual, wee boy.
Fucking move for a sec first, mate.
8th in 2 separate bags in case you've forgotten.
Guy waves £300 in notes around. Justin forcefully shoves Guy's pre-wrapped order into his chest and quickly snatches the money off him while anxiously looking left and right, not helped by the added paranoia of his dwindling crack hit and the subsequent ketamine devoured before arriving. With that promising start to what Justin hopes will be a highly profitable night, he assuredly leads the boys inside. Freshly wobbly having gone in hard with their pre-pub ketamine bumps, they slowly head in through the Grade 2 listed building's original front door and down the windy corridor, but not before taking in some of the original unnerving dark Celtic art on a poster before eventually reaching the pub area. Frankie's taken aback by the swathes of drunken mayhem and destructively bright lights, the ketamine high overwhelming him in these chaotic surroundings.
Damo's got first round sorted, haven't you, lad?
Justin cheerily declares.
Oh yeah, of course.
He stands at the back of the hefty queue for a few seconds, before impatiently sighing and manoeuvring around its outer edges, barging others out the way without being challenged. Justin leads Frankie to a table, spots Razza in the corner, and whacks his thumb up. Razza scowls with a forced half smile. He notices Frankie with him, and ponders, clearly worried about the identity of Frankie's company, as he chugs half a pint. Justin glares at the sticky, poorly wiped table and pulls out a chair. Frankie stumbles into it and nearly falls off the side.
Fucking hell, lad. Thought you were a proper kethead these days.
Justin pitifully remarks as he takes a seat opposite by the wall containing framed pictures of Puffin Island. A brief silence beholds them as Justin and Frankie scour their surroundings, with Justin's focus glued to a group of 8 loud, attractive, ordinarily dolled up women in their 20s.
Don't even feel the urge, you know. Fucked ragged inside I was. Need a break, if anything.
Well, it can't be hard to come by in Bedouin after lights out.
Frankie unconvincingly suggests.
Nah, Frank, lad. I ain't a bender, me.
Justin insists. Damo miserably approaches the table carrying 9 pints of Carlsberg on a tray. He cracks out an inauthentic smile as he gets closer and puts the tray down.
Oh, cheers, mate.
You are welcome.
Justin nods his head in the direction of the women. Damo sits down, slurping his pint, transfixed by what he sees. His legs dangle open suggestively, while his eyes dart around decidedly in all directions.
So, how did that work then, wee-wee? Getting laid flat out on the inside? Daily conjugals with a second wife, or what?
Fuck that. Nah, lad. Warden herself, on the reg.
Justin boasts.
This drip of a screw. He'd never check my socks.
Damo gets up and assertively swaggers over to 2 of the group of women, best friends Glesney and Deleth. Glesney, the more confident of the 2, is happy to see him. Deleth, who's on her first night out, stands there anxiously. Justin veers off as he stares at Damo typing his phone number into Glesney's phone.
Get in there, Damo.
Justin ponders for a second.
Salam sanachti.
Frankie suggests, after recalling Justin's troubles with the English language upon first starting primary school due to Welsh being his first language.
Ah, Sanade. So, I'd rock up, Warden's office, 8:30 sharp, vibrator down the sock, side of the Achilles like that, and I'd be locked in till lunch. Whether I wanted to be, or not.
Justin's lower lip dropped.
Bit of tat she got. Her first con I was. Kept me right fucking busy, telling you now.
In reality, his sorrow derives from being clinically rebuffed by Sue, the nymphomaniac prison warden twice his age, an experience that made his prison sentence far trickier to endure.
She'd come and find you, would she? Oh, hello, wee-wee. Can I have a shag, please?
Nah. The others would get proper jealous. Nah. Be a text. Different scandalous filth every day. Let me have a phone in there, just for that.
Justin boisterously winks and chugs half of a pint.
Munter by this point, though, I must admit. One of them.
Told me she was well into her erotica screenplays back in the day. Nearly flogged one of them. 5 figures. Decent chunk of change back then. First question of many. Why didn't you just keep the vibrator in the office?
Justin sighs impatiently, finding the task of wriggling out of his own lie unexpectedly daunting.
It was for her material. She can't write shit that hasn't happened.
Sensing his old mate floundering, Damo passes Frankie over another pint.
Sink that down in 20 and I'll get you 3 fucking more.
Frankie glares mockingly at Damo, almost insulted by the challenge, and sinks the full pint in 10 seconds. Terry and Richie continue to linger outside in the smoking area. 2 small keys of cocaine each in their chain-smoking desires diminish the possibility of heading inside, despite being underdressed in t-shirts on this chilly evening.
Mae'r hen foi de. Wsteg un wsos dwytha. A'r unig peth mae'n gorau ddeud os mae eisiau sex de, di Julia! Mae'n ddigon yn capel yn barod amdani os dwi'n gael off o chdi. So teid flaen neud di. Fyny grisio na.
Richie theatrically imitates his father's stern Anglesey accent. Everyone listening in giggles at Terry and Richie's hysterical laugh and excessive reaction more than the story itself. Fresh from his cruise down the A55 to Sheffield for Q School, Alfie pulls sharply into the car park, parking close by and needlessly dispersing the crowd when there are bundles of vacant parking spaces in less intrusive corners. He takes his 5-foot-long Q case out of the boot and balances it on the car while applying aftershave. His pink back blazer, inspired by Mark Davies' style, and his overwaxed hair glows under the beam of the streetlight as he lights up a pre-rolled fag. Marlboro Golds this time, a rare treat and break from rolling skinny gold leaf fags all day.
Why are you bringing that to pound a pint?
Richie judgmentally asks.
Ain't using that Joe Shop selection of rods in there.
Alfie declares, as if anyone who does is a waste of space. As he brushes past, Richie snatches the Q case and runs around the car park with it, pretending to queue up. Once Alfie gets closer, Richie lobs the case over his head towards Teddy. Teddy drops his pint glass, which shatters on the concrete, and catches the case. Its sheer might knocks him into the wall.
Better pray the damage is minimal. Fat fucking ring piece. No Pinman double shifts will get you anywhere near the amount of financial ruin I'll bury you in.
Teddy gets up and eagerly hands Alfie the case as he stares him and Richie down.
You small-time village dicks. Need to better spot a local legend when you see one.
He flicks his fag into Teddy's face as he finishes his sentence. Richie squares up to Alfie while clearly scared at the same time. Richie's combat experience is few and far between. Alfie backs away with his fist raised and nobody follows him as he heads down the windy corridor to the pub. He swaggers in and looks around. Disappointingly for him, only a few brief judgmental glances come his way. Deflated by this, he slumps towards the now anemic queue for drinks. Jill Rowlands, a bar-side stool stalwart who only moves from his beloved right-hand corner for a piss or customary squandering of a fiver in the fruit machine, sips his double scotch. After catching a glimpse of Alfie in the corner of his eye, he stares him up and down, concluding his exhibition of disdain by fixating momentarily on his blazer. Jill mockingly scoffs and turns away. Guy creeps up behind Alfie and wraps his arms tightly around the back of his neck.
Balled it on the big stage, didn't you, Squire?
Alfie's eyes light up. He clenches a fist.
Fuck that! Beat Dale the lot. Total clearance to seal it.
Oi, oi!
Pro tour, baby.
Guy throws £4 worth of small change onto the bar, with all of it scattering, some falling off the side.
Had a score on you at 30-1, boy.
Guy proudly passes Alfie a pint of Strongbow.
Oh yeah!
Alfie slides his hand into his pocket, and with a beaming grin, whips out a betting slip, staking £30 on the same bet.
Zing!
Guy wraps his arms around Alfie's neck, leading him a couple of steps forward, gaining most of the room's attention.
After heroically joining the pro snooker ranks this evening, I present to you all Snowdonia's snooker sensation, Pound a Pint's very own bowler, Alfie One Visit Finner!
Most of the pub erupts raucously. Pedder and Razza whistle loudly and stand up out of respect. Mac and Julian look on enviously. Annoyed to have had his pool momentum interrupted, Mac smashes in a few pots with excessive power. Alfie raises his hand around the room, trembling under the boisterous response. He power walks over to Frankie's table, hesitating cautiously as he spots Damo and Justin.
Easy wee wee. Frankie?
He gazes at Damo.
Alright, mate.
Damo.
Damo flatly says, half-heartedly holding out his hand. Alfie shakes it like slippery wet mackerel and sits down to an uncomfortable, eerie atmosphere among the table.
Hit the big time now, lad.
Justin says, with a cheeky probing grin. Alfie rolls his eyes as he frantically searches the inner depth of his faux leather $12.99 wallet.
As long as I keep winning.
He blandly says, drastically distracted by ripping out a cocaine baggie wedged in the netting of the wallet. It's empty, with the memory of licking its crumbs to settle his nerves late last night evading him.
Sucks dick for no money.
He reluctantly gets £40 out of his wallet and passes it to Justin under the table.
Do us a half, would you, wee wee?
45 this is.
Justin says with flared nostrils. Alfie exaggeratingly tears out another $5 and exchanges it with Justin for the cocaine under the table.
Easy day's work for you, no doubt.
Frankie says. Alfie carefully examines the half-gram bag under the table for quality and quantity.
Yeah, mate, yeah. Didn't make too much of a meal of it, actually.
He smirks and funnels out a small silver house key from his tiny inside pocket and sticks it deep inside the bag of cocaine.
That took a few frames off me, but made him cry, so well worth it.
Frankie bursts out laughing. Alfie chugs most of a pint and glares around the room disdainfully.
Can we snooker all or what?
Look at these thoroughly earned pints.
Alfie snatches one of Frankie's pints and slurps most of it down. Damo grits his teeth, desperate to confront him.
Place is slammed full of noobs. Trial period is effective immediately as well.
He winces. The tingle from the benzocaine cut into the gear catches him off guard. He shovels on an even chunkier key's worth and snorts it with the opposite nostril.
Won't look good when your month probation comes round. Sacking off your first shift to stay here chugging skippy piss.
Over at the bar, Jill glowers pitifully at Alfie.
Disgrace swagging that ugly thing on TV, eh? You give that much of a rat's ass? Go and sort him out. Yes, Scott Banno. Would have been queuing round the block in my day there.
Jill slams his pint glass down on the bar after chugging over half of it. Alfie waits, stood up by the table, anxiously tapping his foot as Frankie fist bumps Dustin and Damo.
In a bit, yeah, lads. Banging night. Have to do it again.
Frankie buoyantly says. Damo winks and Justin nods and smiles. Once Frankie and Alfie turn their backs, Damo shudders and wipes his hand and knuckles on the table. Guy stands up and cheers savagely as they leave, and Alfie waves half-heartedly and rushes outside.
Champions League won't know what hit them, boy.
Alfie hurries to the car and fires up the engine way before Frankie leisurely makes it over, visibly lethargic from the ketamine cramps just topped off by the swift consecutive pints of lager. Between the haze of his muddled state and rolling up an L-joint to have out on old-school Ken's balcony in between frames, Frankie barely notices they're heading down the windy A5 past Bethesda. He anxiously gazes up at Alfie, whose breathing is heavy, his head placed strangely forward towards the steering wheel, his nostrils are flares, and his face has turned pale. Frankie clocks the speedometer, which reads 72 miles per hour.
Trying a new club tonight, are we, mate?
Frankie quietly asks.
Just want to whiz about for a while. Bit of a drive.
Alfie throws Frankie a small, dried, snot and cocaine-caked key.
Chuck a bit of bugle on that and do us a rolly, will ya?
Look, if I'm not grafting tonight, I wouldn't mind sinking a few more down by the jar, be honest with you.
Frankie rolls his eyes and hands Alfie the skinny cigarette he's halfway through making.
Can you take us back?
Alfie scoffs and throws the fag out of the window.
You ain't got a fucking job, boy!
Alfie says, taking his eyes off the road while he pours cocaine onto the gap between the bottom of his index finger and thumb and snorts it.
What was all that 1 month probation shite then?
Frankie sinks drearily into his seat and turns away with a scrunched up, bitter face.
Didn't win at Q school.
Alfie looks down miserably.
I ain't a pro.
A tear trickles down his face and the sadness transforms into brittle envy.
Never wanted to see me flourish.
Me?
Sabotaging my training from day one.
Oh, you're not as shit hot as you might think.
Alright for you, isn't it? Not all of us had a rich mother croak leave us a house. Talent's the only chance for us less fortunate than you to get out of toxic, dead-end fucking shitholes like this.
Alfie's face sinks.
And you nullified my talent, which leaves me facing the grim reality of having to work those despicable strip club bogs once again. And for how long?
Still, after all these years, think I'm lucky.
Alfie slams on the brakes, fortunate that nobody's behind them to smash into his boot.
Nice little trek will teach you a bit about suffering. You fucking need it!
Frankie slams the car door open and gets out, leaving it dangling in the road. Alfie stretches over and pokes his head out of the passenger door as Frankie walks off.
Maybe we'll have this conversation again one day, with a bit more empathy involved, eh?
His car screeches and smoke fumes from the tyre as he whizzes off. 10 seconds later, a police car driven by Gavin hurtles past towards Alfie's car with its sirens blaring wildly. Alfie pulls a handbrake turn into the other lane and speeds past Frankie. His black wheels slide on the damp road and his car skids passenger side on into a lamppost. Frankie sprints the short distance towards Alfie. A light dribble of blood flows from a cut on his scalp. His starry eyes are dazed, but he remains awake.
Scuttle off, boy.
Alfie mutters as they share a brief, hostile stare down.
I'd rather die here than have you help me.
Gavin's whirling police car pulls up behind Alfie. Frankie shrugs and walks off.
If you don't get sent down, have a Brahma one down the bogs.
As Frankie vanishes into the dimly lit back road's darkness, Gwyn and Gavin burst out of their car.
Frankie, you're our only witness!
Gwyn shouts.
Oi, get back here, now.
Gavin screams, incensed by his costly decision of opting against having a dashcam fitted after it stopped working days ago. A mistake that will cost him a formal warning at the very least.
Didn't see nothing, me.
Frankie says.
Don't expect our cooperation when you need it, lad.
Despite being at least a 7-mile trek from here, Frankie's bubbling manic energy helps it feel possible. A feat his wobbly ketamine-affected legs wouldn't have been able to fathom an hour ago. First village down as he powers through the windy run-down high street of Bethesda, chock-a-block with boarded-up old shops, the odd pub, and masses of criminally unkempt flats for housing heroin and crack cocaine addicts. Rambunctious Welsh-speaking drinkers fill up the pavement, struggling to keep themselves off the road. What Frankie would give for an extra quid in his pocket to add to his current GDP of £1.25 for a swift pint in a plastic glass for the walk. The establishment's firm policy of not selling half pints puts a stop to that. Next comes the rough part as the adrenaline starts wearing off. A 2-mile stretch of main road accompanied by a paper-thin pavement without streetlights. Only a waist-high dry stone wall obstructs a grisly steep drop down into a river via sharp mountain rocks sticking out of the ground. Piercing cold wind gusts him into the wall repeatedly and rattles the ancient trees stooping above the road. Alfie glares at Frankie from the back seat of Gavin's car that whizzes past at a far safer speed. After an incident-free last-mile stretch of darkness, he reaches the oasis of bright light lampposts surrounding the tacky petrol garage and little chef restaurant combo. A miserable woman, overweight from her sedentary lifestyle and chocolate binge eating sessions, slouches out on her phone behind the counter, paying no attention to the shop. With his measly budget not stretching to afford even the simplest snack available, a sausage roll priced at an extortionate £3, he heads hesitantly to the till with it in hand. Despite noticing him with a restless glance upwards, the shop worker continues to scroll on Facebook for an awkward 20 seconds before putting the iPhone 3 down.
Would you let me pay for this another day? Next time I come in?
Already done 4 statuses about your luck today.
The shop cashier emphatically responds.
Don't fucking tempt me into a 5th.
Frankie nods, resigned to his fate, and strolls nonchalantly away.
Food bank rat?
Frankie grits his teeth, notices the CCTV camera pointing slightly off-centre, and seizes the opportunity to pocket the sausage roll, revelling in the thought of the dismal woman coughing up out of her own wages for the missing item. Frankie wolfs down half of it in 2 bites, once safely out the shop's view, but hesitates before eating the rest. Knowing this was likely to be his only nourishment and stomach lining, he saves half for the last stretch of the walk, not wanting to have burnt the thing off before he reaches a mile from home. He struggles through the last few miles, the buzz from the beers and ketamine now replaced by a minor stitch. With the wind and rain clattering down, he's happy to finally reach home. He lobs the sausage roll wrapper in next door's wide open green wheelie bin, but misses and heads back to pick it up, placing it in the bin before confidently squaring into the house. Because he's back early, He has 2 blissful hours or so of peace ahead before Guy is bound to be back from Pound a Pint. Dazzler's illegally streaming Liverpool's FA Cup 3rd round replay against Wigan Athletic in the living room, and with him being so intensely engrossed in the game, Frankie doesn't even bother trying to say hello. Suddenly Dazzler jumps up, effing and jaffing at images of Adrian, who's just made a howling error, allowing Wigan to equalise at 1-1.
Ah, Klopp, man. Get a keeper who can catch. Fuck's sakes. Get out of my club, Adrian. Wrexham are calling your name.
Frankie cracks open a stumpy bottle of Brassier beer, heads into the living room and shakes his head.
Don't tell me them wrong and bookies have served you in Acker again.
Nah, the sound lad got the sack. Bunch of miserable old Rudolphs in there now. All on their last warning for jarring on the job. Won't be taking chances, not anymore. Good days are done for. Johnny's been on the withdrawals, good and proper.
Frankie looks away with raised eyebrows as he swigs his beer.
Would you do us dinner, please, Frank?
It's well late and I've eaten.
Dazzler's face sinks.
Nothing left on the side when he pissed off out.
Was there fuck? Lucozade diet today.
Frankie grunts and storms into the kitchen. He opens the sticky, dishevelled fridge, with its contents consisting of a meagre, mouldy, cling film-covered half an onion and an unwrapped, half-empty packet of bacon. He carelessly squirts sunflower oil around the crusty communal frying pan without much due diligence.
Didn't think about making this earlier. Don't know how, no. Didn't watch that YouTube video I sent then. Piss easy it is, Daz. Come on, man. Beer can, man.
Dazzler shouts in a shoddy Jamaican accent. Frankie smiles, his guard broken as he swivels the pan around.
This bacon bap will go a long way towards my ambitions.
Dazzler declares.
Oh yeah, I've decided, right? All I want is to be Bangor 1876's all-time great. That's it now.
Frankie scoffs and takes a swig of beer.
300 bar a week you can get playing for them.
Frankie puts together a 3 Skinner spliff build before slapping together the sizzling bacon sandwich with Hovis thick sliced white bread. Borderline undercooked, just as Dazzler likes it. Preference his body can hack after years of poorly cooked food made with dirty pans and around filthy kitchen surfaces.
Daz, been sanctioned today I have.
Oh yeah?
Dazzler vacantly responds, knowing fully well what he means. Knowledge about the world that would elude your average 12-year-old.
Might have to bail on the broadband for a bit. I can't give you money for school no more.
Fuck it. Vendors, until they come out the 80s, are a free-for-all. As is old school's wallet, when he hasn't pissed its content up the wall.
Frankie chuckles while looking down.
Give us a burn on that, would you, bruv?
Dazzler probes.
You off your fucking head or what?
Hoping to be.
You're 12.
Pain relief for the foot, yeah? Not to mention that crushing announcement of yours.
Frankie looks away, refusing to be coerced in the slightest.
I can't be arsed smoking another dimp joint, man.
Frankie's eyes wildly whirl. He storms into the living room and tips the bustling ashtray's contents into a makeshift carrier bag bin in the corner.
Do not smoke a dimp joint out of this room again. Promise me now. Seen you do it down here. And in your room. Well, if he's been session down here, which he has been, then you never fucking know what's going to be in him. I can't afford baccy. Shit in there could fucking kill you if the wrong person's been here.
Frankie sighs. He throws a clump of 5 fags worth of tobacco on the table and heads back into the kitchen. A foot-high flame bellows up from the stove.
Shit!
Frankie rips the fire blanket off the wall by its mouldy dangling handle and smothers the flame, managing to quickly put it out. Bereft of ideas, and not up for robbing anything else tonight, Frankie heads half a mile down the road to Best Kebabyi, a place situated just out of the town centre that prides themselves on pleasing their regular loyal customers. Frankie hesitantly heads in. Its tiny, compact waiting area is surrounded by bright, vibrant Hindu decorations. A drunk couple with gothic, long black hair moider brashly while waiting for their food. A tall Indian man wearing a stylish white and black striped Yves Saint Laurent polo shirt turns around. Being a true one-man army, he doesn't trust anyone else to uphold his high standards in the food preparation department.
Oi, Frank!
He frantically drops baskets of chips into the deep fat fryer and shaves off lamb doner meat.
What are you having, boss?
Look, you know me. Have a situation at home I have. Couldn't do us a couple of meals on tech, could you please? Literally anything.
Naboo looks down and leans on the counter.
I've always thought you're a good lad. I like you and your brother. Proper characters, yeah. But is any of it for... I apologise to say like this, but that scumbag prick old man of yours.
You have my word.
Naboo nods and gets to work, starting off by throwing a generous handful of chips into the fryer and sticking 4 large beef patties on the grill. Frankie sits down, overwhelmed by the relief flowing through his veins. He thoroughly looks forward to what will be his first takeaway for over 2 months, a luxury given that his dole payments go on weed, tobacco, Dazzler's school money and cheap supermarket food with whatever is left. A 20-minute wait flies by owing to the manic thoughts from his gargantuan day. For once, he feels proud of himself, proud of standing up to the overbearing demands of Alfie that he's long grown tired of. He picks up the 2 stacked, double-layered paper bags of takeaway food, not knowing what's in them, and thanks Naboo profusely. While taking a break from drinking to sell a bag of cocaine to a punter too anxious to be within eyesight of the pub, Damo and Justin sneak up behind Frankie, startling him enough to nearly drop the food.
Look who it is!
Money for takeaway, money for snooker.
Justin inspects the size of the bags.
Happy for us to buy you jars all night though, weren't you?
Damo tears the top off one of the bags and looks inside, beaming as he turns away.
Fucking feast and half he's got there!
All free.
Frankie mumbles. Justin and Damo gaze at each other with wry smirks and sarcastically nod.
Oh yeah. All right then, mate. I swear.
Damo snatches both bags off Frankie, who barely resists. Him and Justin strut off proudly. Frankie stands, rooted to the spot, stunned to the core. He sheds a single tear, and Damo swiftly returns, cackling cynically as he hands Frankie the bags back.
I'm not gonna take your food, lad.
Damo howls at Frankie's continued distress, who eventually side smiles half-heartedly.
Few jars again soon?
Frankie's eyes light up.
On me next time.
Damo winks and walks off chuckling. Frankie dumps the food bags on the table in front of a stunned Dazzler. They collectively unearth their family feast of 2.5-pound special doner meat burgers, 3 large chips, 2 chicken doner kebab wraps, a 10-inch meat feast pizza with onion, and 1.5 litre bottle of Pepsi Max, having no issue munching through the lot, bar a portion of chips and the last slice of pizza. After a few episodes of Family Guy repeats on BBC Three, Frankie drifts off in a comatose state, and Dazzler stealthily takes a pinch from his tobacco pouch before sneaking off upstairs. A few hours later, just when getting into a deep sleep, the front door slams shut. While this only partially awakens Frankie, Guy rushing in, gaining and shaking him completes the job.
Wake up, boy! Wake up!
Guy urgently says. Frankie flails his arms around wildly, trying to push Guy away. After failing in his attempt, he stuffs a cushion over his head.
Piss off!
Guy continues shaking him, progressively, vigorously, with steady determination.
Give me a fucking second!
Get up now!
Frankie begrudgingly sits up and lights a half-smoked joint propped up in the ashtray. Guy fiercely clenches his fists and grits his teeth.
You 2 little toe rags have some nerve!
Guy slaps Frankie across his chin, sending his joint flying across the room. A mini cut opens up on his lower lip.
Fucking takeaway in my house without me? I'm ashamed. Ashamed of the greed that gushes within you both. I really am.
Undeterred, Frankie gets up in Guy's face.
Best thing you can do is keep doing what you're doing, old man. Keep it up. Gives us every chance of being nothing like.
Guy leathers Frankie one on the mouth with a closed fist, and a front tooth of Frankie's cracks jaggedly without his head moving. As Guy lands a right hook flush on Frankie's temple, sending him staggering back into a loose pile of DVDs, only holding himself up with the corner of the walls. Guy pounces and grabs him by the scruff of the neck with his left hand, walloping him 6 times. Dazzler appears and jumps on Guy's neck from behind, locking his arms around Guy's flabby turkey neck and wrapping his legs around Guy's waist, utilising jiu-jitsu tips picked up from endless Saturday night streaming Las Vegas UFC cards. Guy waves his head around, unable to quite shake Dazzler off. With time to partially recover, Frankie staggers back up to his feet, with his left eye now totally swollen shut. He uppercuts Guy right in the balls. Guy pants as Frankie lands an identical shot on his testes, only this time twice as hard. Guy staggers to his knees, then to his side, with Dazzler managing to keep hold of Guy the entire time, despite cutting his forehead on the floor as they flop over sideways. He tightens his grip on the choke and holds it until Guy's unconscious, then gets straight up, gazes at Frankie's battered and bruised face and tightly hugs his brother. Frankie breaks off and stamps on Guy's head.
It's not worth it.
Dazzler tries to restrain Frankie.
He's had his fucking day. Get sent down and I really will be alone.
After a few seconds, the magnitude of Dazzler's statement dawns large, and he ceases to resist, opting instead to spit blood and a shard of his tooth at Guy's head. Frankie picks the joint up off the floor and staggers towards the garden door, slouching on the frame as he sparks up the joint. After quickly losing his footing, he falls headfirst onto the garden's gravel floor. Frankie wakes up to being strapped onto a stretcher firmly by Keith, a stressed-out paramedic in his 50s desperately awaiting retirement. He peeks around nervously.
You're alright, lad. Cops have had him. Just stay where you are.
Keith says, devoid of emotion from being institutionalised in his job out of fear of not being able to afford cocaine should he quit. Frankie looks up to see Twiggy on the other side of the stretcher, nicknamed as you'd expect because of his skinny stature, who's absolutely bricking himself. Being new to the medical field, this is the gnarliest situation his inaugural 2 months in the service has thrown his way.
Ready?
Keith sternly says, far from showing any belief in the rookie opposite him. They brace themselves to lift the stretcher, and as it's hoisted up, Twiggy lifts sideways at the wrong angle, leaving Frankie perilously off balance.
Stôn gach yn gwaith eto. Fucking knobhead. Fuck ti'n meddwl wt ti, hamro valleys yn gwaith. Fucking diawl o foi. Di o ddim ar amser I bregethu.
Chapter 7. Bryn y Niwedd. Frankie's following few months proved harrowing to say the least. Briefly, he blissfully had the house to himself following his father's horrific assault and subsequent 3-year prison sentence, 2 years for the assault and 1 for child negligence. However, given his traumatic head injuries and the nasty vertigo that lingered alongside, he was vulnerable and unable to always fully look after himself. With Dazzler sent immediately to Bryn y Niwedd care home following the assault, where he's languished ever since, Damo and Justin stepped in to help, a seemingly noble gesture at the time. They took his shopping list to Lidl, got him whatever was required, and kept him company with what started off as an innocent twice-weekly session on the gear and beers. Gradually, they would pop it over in the mornings for swift blitzes of weighing and packaging bags of cocaine and ketamine, claiming to be worried about leaving the traces of evidence at their own place. Frankie's unspoken reservations were nipped in the bud and numbed by the occasional weed handout, between half and a full gram on occasions to smoke as a reward. This progressed over the coming weeks, and the courtesy of checking with Frankie before turning up diminished, with them now rocking up at all times of the night, even going as far as stealthily breaking the back door's lock without Frankie noticing, as to further convenience their regular coming and going. Over time, this absolutely shattered the shed's tarpaulin roof, after having them hop over the wall onto it continuously. Their friendliness, as well as consent, drastically dwindled after a month or so. Progressively, they made Frankie increasingly uncomfortable and started banishing him to his room unless they wanted something. Then the party started, as well as the presence of the halfway house rogues. Lee and Ali, in particular, became regular fixtures, both favouring the spacious living room that they were making their own over the small rooms and shabby courtyard of the halfway house. Such was the hostility thrown his way when cooking food in the open-plan kitchen and living room. Frankie's weight plummeted, despite him already being dangerously skinny. After being dished out final warnings at the halfway house, it became Justin and Damo's dealing spot, even going as far as them placing a knife on a neighbour's throat to punish their audacity to complain about the rowdy customers shouting outside when turning up without prior appointment. Dazzler's room became the designated shagging room for when brave women that dared enter will have become even more of a shithole. What with the new thriving rat community making themselves at home in the yard's stray bin bags. What solidified the house's status as a trap house and brought order to proceedings was the release from prison of the fierce Wrexham dealer Kieran Clark after serving his 5-year sentence for cocaine dealing. A feared ex-drug enforcer turned dealer, he serves as Justin and Damo's line manager and identified the place as the new base of his county lines operation. Frankie's reward for keeping quiet progressed to a strip of Valium and a 20 bag of weed a week, feeding his ever-increasing drug addiction. Frankie lies belly down on a grubby, sheetless springy mattress under a coverless, musty duvet, now far paler and gaunt in appearance owing to his ever-increasing ketamine, Valium and alcohol abuse. After being rudely awoken by rumbling and shouting from downstairs, he looks up at his bare, furniture-shy room, containing only a telly and a small pile of clothing. Empty Valium packets, revolting ashtrays, and cans of value lager litter the dusty, sticky carpet and surfaces. A DVD case with skeletons of last night's bedtime ketamine lines and a rolled-up train ticket lies nearby. His vision sparkles from dehydration as he reaches over to grab a Valium strip and tobacco from the floor, necking a Valium in an instant and washing it down with dregs of a Galaric spear. After multiple spates of rage following consecutive significant drug losses owing to their incompetence, Frankie's now dishevelled living room walls plastered with punched-in holes. One of the culprits of such brute force, Kieran, is sat with Justin, weighing and bagging 1-gram bags of ketamine. His large frame and puffy Canada Goose jacket squashes Justin into the armrest of the torn and tattered two-seat sofa.
Don't be ticking flat out this time, wee lad.
Kieran warns, with this being Justin's first opportunity to prove himself as more than just a runner following consecutive, atrocious quarterly financial performances, owing to his tentative approach to the retrieval of debt.
I always get it back, me.
Justin lies, dismayed at having his incompetence called out in front of Damo, whose rivalry to be the highest earner with has intensified. Damo scoffs from the other side of the room, where he stirs ketamine in a saucepan with a spatula, wearing a clean beige apron.
First thing a crusty wreckhead round here thinks when they want a bit of free gear is get that drip 3-2-1, wee on the blower. That being the odds on the street of having to pay a wee tick.
Justin grunts and aggressively bags a gram of ketamine.
Prick,
he mutters as he grabs 2 NOS canisters out of a box. Kieran spots this, grabs 4.
Don't hammer them, no.
Kieran lobs 2 canisters at Damo. One hits him on the back of the head, and the other lands in the brewing ketamine. Damo turns around and smirks sarcastically.
Get him down, you bum boy!
Having booked up the courage to head downstairs and face the day, Frankie takes a pee in his bedroom sink while smoking a fag, wincing as the pain of his ketamine-induced bladder infection takes hold. As his light bulb flickers on and off, he throws in the plug and fills up the sink basin, grunting when realising he's done it in the wrong order and will now be washing his face out of the freshly pistoned sink. Knowing the bathroom sink is blocked with projectile vomit after last night, he bites the bullet and splashes his face in his own pissy sink, freshening up as sharply as the grim facilities and facial wash lotion rationing can make him. He ventures out into the hallway, flickering on the light, only to remember Kieran swinging on the light socket, imitating a chimpanzee and pulling it clean out of the roof the night before. This adds peril to the walk downstairs, giving the near-permanent scattering of broken glass occupying the floor. He tiptoes down the stairs, tripping towards the bottom, on a lifeless woman sprawled out on the floor. Kieran sucks a NOS balloon into his lungs with all the power his diaphragm can withstand.
Won't do NOS, 'cause he's a vegan.
Justin scrunches his face in disbelief. Damo shrugs and turns his attention back to the simmering ketamine on the stove.
Biggest fucking gimp going. You'll be right on the beak later, and I'm telling you now, that's not even in the same stratosphere as vegan, lad.
Justin adds. Frankie stumbles backwards through the door with his hands up defensively, cutting Justin off. A scatty woman in her 20s called Dolly, an occasional prostitute and the group's pass-around shag, slaps Frankie with open palms around the head repeatedly with sinister intent.
Fuck do you think you are, wasting my hit?
Dolly shrieks, distraught at having been woken up at the peak of her heroin trip. Kieran spits out his balloons, such is the ferocity of his chilling laughter. Frankie pins Dolly against the wall with his forearm, holding his free arm up as a clenched fist.
Fucking give me 10 bar now.
You passed out on the stairs and I didn't see you. That's all there is to it.
Frankie lets go of Dolly after a few tense seconds. She immediately phlegms in his face.
I'll get it off you.
Dolly passes by and takes a seat in the living room with a wry smirk.
Touch me again, bird or not.
Frankie fiercely wipes the spit off his face. Kieran's amusement abruptly ends.
Well, it's 30 bar off you every day she's a bit too knocked out to partake, my mate.
Frankie looks down powerlessly at his feet. Owing £30 a day that he simply doesn't have could lead to being forced into all sorts of favours, perhaps violent, or even having to take a hefty package of valleys into prison. All things he's been threatened with in the past, but through careful avoidance of debt has managed to avoid. He heads over to the fridge and takes out a fresh carton of eggs and a packet of bacon.
Who let him put them in there?
Kieran storms over to Frankie and snatches the eggs.
No fucking eggs in my office. I told you that. Didn't I tell him that?
Kieran pelts the eggs into the bin. Frankie hastily grabs a frying pan out.
And you're not frying fuck all. Not while that vegan nonce cooks our gear. Get it away now.
Get the grill on, lad. Plenty of space over here.
Damo creepily ushers him over. Frankie bends down, opens the oven door, and Damo bends down behind him.
Long as you don't mind me being nosy.
He whispers in Frankie's ear while tightly grabbing his buttock. Frankie jolts up and spends the bacon's cooking time out in the yard smoking, trying with all his might to withhold tears. Despite the less than favourable treatment of him by this motley crew, never has he felt as unsafe and violated by any of them. With the bacon only partly cooked, Frankie sticks it on a plate with shaky hands and rushes up the stairs to a chorus of chuckles. With his appetite well and truly scuppered, Frankie lets it all out and sobs profusely. Heading straight for his ketamine stash, he sits back on his bed and crushes a 3-inch sized line with a £5 note and credit card on his phone case before devouring the lot in one sitting. Lying back in his newfound peace, a trickle of blood drips out of his nose. Johnny leads the determined quartet of himself, Dazzler, Wilder, and the school's tag-along class clown Macaulay as they peg it towards Morrison's on push bikes, all having left school at lunchtime to dodge double French lessons. Johnny power slides across the final stretch, narrowly avoiding a few disgruntled pensioners. Macaulay lags behind and arrives later than the rest, his 100-kilo frame on a 12-year-old's body unable to keep up. Dazzler and Johnny grab a basket, neither bearing any intention of using them, but both take shoplifting seriously and understand that every step in appearing a legitimate customer matters. Dazzler and Wilder form one predetermined pairing, with Macaulay being a relative shoplifting novice. The vastly experienced Johnny will dig them out of any tight spots should they arise. Dazzler heads for the bakery section and crouches by the counter with a rucksack on his back, borrowing Wilder's on account of his comparative lightning speed, therefore being adequately equipped to escape with their haul. Wilder diligently checks their path right and left, unzips the rucksack and stuffs it chock-a-block full of white chocolate cookies, custard donuts and packs of steak pies. Over on the chocolate duty in the treats aisle, Macaulay brazenly grabs a handful of bars, stuffing them into Johnny's rucksack erratically, the pressure evidently proving tough for him to handle.
Composure,
Johnny sharply says while picking up multi-packs of Snickers dropped on the floor. Dazzler and Wilder sneak over to the usual escape pod of the lift down into the car park, where a pre-planned, pinpointed pathway through isn't covered by CCTV. A disaster. The lift won't respond, and Dazzler's bashing of the button catches the attention of the comically short security guard. So the boys dart off towards the exit, alerting Johnny and Macaulay on the way. Dazzler, Johnny and Wilder get away in enough time to fly off on their bikes and evade the hapless security guard. Macaulay, however, is let down once again by his brittle mobility as the larger security guard bashes his mountain bike away and restrains him with no issues.
Get off me, man!
Macaulay shouts. Out comes the smaller security guard, panting pitifully. He rips the bag out of Macaulay's hands after some savage rugby maul type resistance from the promising Bangor Rugby Club under-13's hooker. A rough night down the cop shop awaits poor Macaulay, and with this being his 4th misdemeanour of the year, so does an odds-on chance of a short stretch at Borstal. Not that he'll be overly bothered, but in Inuad care home isn't any more prosperous, and the food can't be worse in jail. Johnny, Wilder and Dazzler race back to the care home for what will be Wilder's introduction to the place's notoriously foul grub on his first day. Conrad Brick, his single-parent father, had somehow evaded social services all these years, despite his drug addiction-induced neglectful parenting, only reaching his respective final straw in losing custody after being sentenced to 2 years inside for selling just enough heroin to fund his own habit. Taking the blame bagged him an extra year inside, fearful of the repercussions should he mention Kieran as his supplier. They're joined at the table by the only other 2 of the home's residents, Felix and Brenda, both veterans of the care home circuit, 14 and nearing the magic age of 16 when they'll inevitably be cut off from the support afforded to them by the system. Small bits of bacon, runny mashed potato, and salad leaves bearing an off-putting shade of green shape up Paul Chef's choice of cuisine for the evening. A collective air of apprehension dominates the room as everyone other than Johnny struggles to swallow the dismal food. A bit of Wilder's half-frozen bacon proves tough to cut up. Johnny wolfs his food down with no issue, while Felix and Brenda have had enough. Despite burning hunger pains, they spit out their mouthfuls and Dazzler follows their lead by doing the same.
Don't half dish out turd when the new lads rock up,
Brenda bitterly says, glaring at Wilder as she pushes her plate away.
Johnny doesn't care though, no?
Felix says. Johnny shakes his head.
After many years of getting fuck all, 4, 5, 6 days on the trot.
His face lights up.
I'll scran anything, me. Frozen or not.
Johnny unapologetically stuffs a mouthful of food in his mouth.
Specs, lad. We're brimming with top-drawer consumables. And you're choosing to munch that shit?
Dazzler points out. Johnny spits out the food.
Spot on, our Dazzler. Save the runs and food poisoning for a rainy day. I like your style.
He shoves the plate away.
My baghead old man rustled up finer grub.
Wilder says, with a grimace. Felix, Johnny, Dazzler and Brenda gaze anxiously towards the door as the home's sinister, sadistic lead carer Ben sneaks in and rolls up his button-up shirt sleeves.
Tripping off his nutsack.
Wilder's cut off by Ben, grabbing his hair from behind and shoving his face downwards into the food.
Pity. All it feels like doing is smashing skag and chucking strongbow all day then, isn't it?
Ben says in Wilder's ear before letting go of him. Wilder pants for air and glowers at Ben. Dazzler puffs out his chest and gets out of his seat. Felix restrains him, fearing for the inevitable group consequences already coming their way for attempted violence.
So do yourself a favour and learn some fucking respect. Be grateful for what you're given. The lot of you!
Ben smirks as he heads out the room. Wilder furiously wipes the food off his face with an already dirtied napkin, lights a pre-rolled fag, and storms out into the yard. Felix storms off, dismayed by the new kid's descent that will cost them all dearly. Not only will they now be cooked the same drivel for the next few dinners, despite the catering company possessing far tastier options, but their measly £5 a week pocket money will no doubt be scaled down, or withheld entirely. Ben runs this place like a military camp, and it's known as the second worst care home in the area, with the worst, nicknamed Savile Block, being rife with sexual abuse. A lingering threat of being sent there is Ben's way of trying to keep everyone in line. Having seen swathes of his friends sent there over the years and never being the same after, Felix harbours a plan to punish Wilder. With the consent of Ben, who gladly complies, Felix and Brenda get themselves locked in the TV room alone with Wilder, hoping to dish him out a right kicking. However, this backfires, as the seemingly soft-looking Wilder flattens Felix with his first punch. Having been taught not to hit women, he holds his fist up at Brenda, but without the assistance of her trusty sidekick, she bricks it and slams on the locked door until Ben lets her out. Threatened by Wilder's defiance to these anarchic, military forms of control, Ben immediately books Wilder's place in Savile Block, with the plan being that he'll be transferred over in 4 days' time. Ben decides not to tell Wilder until an hour before he leaves. Gwyn and Gavin arrive at the door. They pelt the doorbell and Ben races to answer, opening the door with a grisly, unwelcoming scowl.
Sorry to bother you, Ben, but two of your new lads, Dazzler and
Wilder. And John Specs. All of them been copped on CCTV grafting a whole load of stock down Morrison's.
Ben grimaces, looks down and ushers the coppers in.
I'll lead you right to the thieving little fucks. Nothing but grief they've been giving me.
Given their recent collective bad luck,
no little terror here hides behind any of that.
Gavin looks on in awe, subtly nodding.
Okay, provided I can have chat with them, I'm willing to turn a blind eye. But for this to be treated as their final warning.
That's all you're here for? A half-ass dressing down from a pair of shitbag clowns? Be honest with you, I'll do a far fucking better job of that.
Okay, Ben, we'll leave you to it.
Dazzler lies on his mattress, barely elevated off the floor, his musty room's window frames covered in built-up condensation mould. He grinds up some weed acquired on a tick at school by a scrawny kid in the year above that Dazzler has no desire to pay for the following day as agreed. Suddenly the doorknob creaks. Dazzler panics, hides all of his smoking equipment under the pillow and stands up straight, ready for action.
So where is it then?
All of what?
Just had the coppers here for you. I think you know why.
Ben regimentally bashes everything off the shelves, including Dazzler's TV and Xbox 360, finishing off by tipping out the content of Dazzler's black bags. Distraught at not finding what he was after, Ben looks around guiltily, even for his own harsh standards, knowing he's gone a tad too far this time.
You and that trampy little fuckwader are gone. Out of here. Already packed him a spot in Colwyn Bay. Just you wait till they have a space for you.
Get the stumpies out then, why don't you?
Dazzler coldly says, masking his overwhelming inner fear. Ben goes viciously red in the face and throws Dazzler onto the bed, grimacing as he holds his head in his hands and looks around the trashed room and the cracked TV screen. Unable to take the sight any longer, he abruptly leaves. That was it for Wilder. Too tough for his own good and posing a threat to Ben's authority, he was duly shipped out to fend for himself. Most likely he'd be alright, given his ability to fight, but the threat of sexual abuse from caregivers will always loom large. Although it took 4 days instead of 1 to get him there, much to Ben's dismay. Chapter 8. Passing the Book. On a highly anticipated Wednesday night, Kieran, Justin and Damo enjoy a few pre-drinks in the living room while playing FIFA for £1 a game. Suffering from horrendous come-down, having smoked £30 worth of crack last night, Dolly flops in through the back door. This stuns Frankie, who's making toast, the first thing he's had the courage to get up and make all day. Dolly's in tears, partly due to her ravenous cravings, but also because of feeling sorry for herself after having just cancelled a £20 15-minute long booking to give one of her regulars on adult work a blowjob. A move that'll no doubt harm her reputation and give an advantage to Lily Lick, her fierce local competitor, who joins her in the category of having one of the county's cheapest rates on the site.
Nah, no more tick. Piss off,
Kieran says the second he spots her.
Come on, don't be sly for fucking once.
Dolly splutters, perching down distressingly on her knees, facing Kieran, much to Justin and Damo's amusement.
Get out there slagging, and you'll be back here in an hour.
Oh, I need a taste before I can face it.
Can't act the come down without skag? Well, fucking don't get down a wanna with me.
Dolly lays her head on Kieran's lap, drenching his new maroon-red Adidas tracksuit bottoms with tears and chemical-ridden sweat.
I'll fuck you all night, Keys, you know I will.
Kieran shoves Dolly away deliberately in Damo's direction. Such is his shock, he drops the controller.
Don't you touch me!
He forcefully shoves her onto the floor and wrings his hands out. She lies there, flopped out and sniffling in defeat.
Shag for skag went out the window the moment you got a pseudo.
Justin celebrates a goal by Dominic Calvert-Lewin, despite having had the advantage of Damo dropping the controller.
Her fault that was. No chance you're getting a quid if I lose.
Frankie's white bread toast pops out of the toaster. He picks it up with his trembling hand and sticks it on a plate to leave, too nervous to stick around long enough to butter it. Dolly grabs Frankie's crotch from behind.
Ain't forgotten that tenner.
She whispers seductively in his ear, before kissing him repeatedly on the neck. With his free arm, Frankie backward elbows Dolly in the face, sending her clattering to the floor. He drops the plate of toast and looks nervously over at Kieran, awaiting his fate.
Long as she buys a bit of gear tomorrow,
Kieran says, without looking up from the chunky lines of cocaine he's racking up. With his conditional reprieve, Frankie darts upstairs, putting aside his lingering hunger for the time being, until the house is empty in a few hours at least. It proves to be a struggle, as the hours slither by, and it reaches 10 PM without them yet having trudged off for their weekly fill of borderline expired Carlsberg. So much so, that Frankie decides to doze off early to conquer the hunger, a tactic mastered in his early life, when having to cope on many occasions without dinner. After a mere haze of light sleep, made lighter by the rough, sheetless mattress, and in which time he's managed to wet the bed, he's rudely awakened by loud nicking and thumping of the front door. Small chippings off the house's wall are pelted up against Frankie's window like missiles. After a few seconds, he wakes up in a daze, gets up, and sneaks over to the window, hunched over awkwardly, pausing fearfully before looking over and seeing Kieran, Justin and Damo looking up at him.
Open it, you gooseneck prick. Fuck are you locking it for?
Frankie sprints over to the table, grabs the key, drops it out of the window and falls back into bed, covering himself up tightly. He shudders as the front door is thrust open, clearly audible with it being directly under his room. This is soon drowned out by a generic late 2010s trap beat. A piece of cutlery in a bowl shakes, such is the power of the speaker's bass from downstairs. Frankie checks his phone, which states 6 a.m. Knowing his chances of sleeping away the trembling hunger are done for, he sits up miserably, licks a Rizzler, and makes an L-shaped build for a morning hash spliff. Its nicotine hit does nothing to stifle his hunger, and he makes the tough decision to venture downstairs to try to eat, once his depleted body finds the energy to rise. Damo racks up half a gram line of ketamine, having been starved of anything but a few small keys while out. After smashing half of the line, he splutters before the end and can't finish it, sinking back into the sofa lifelessly with his eyes drooped open. Kieran holds his phone camera up, ready to record one of his lauded Snapchat videos. He's gaining, sweating, and his pupils are almost sunk back into his head.
Day fucking 3 of...
Kieran snorts a line of speed off a plate, the one drug guaranteed to send him loopy, sometimes while on it, almost always the day after. His head twitches erratically, the sting of his knackered right nostril hard to hide. He waves the camera in Damo's vacant face.
Well, not for Mr. I've never been in a K-hole me, Hayward.
He pans the camera over to the half-finished line and crusty rolled up £20 note alongside it, before picking up a stray can of beer and pouring a few swigs worth over Damo's face. There's no reaction.
Thought you benders had a bit of session, you man.
Kieran pours a larger amount directly down Damo's throat and chuckles as Damo gags, but still doesn't wake up. Bored by Damo's comatose state, Kieran sticks the camera in Justin's sweaty face, who stood up, raving on the spot.
Brahma as a tune could ever be.
Justin passionately claims, with his beady eyes glued to the TV. Frankie, skulking into the kitchen lethargically, grabs Kieran's attention.
No way, boys. Goosenecks on the sesh.
Kieran stuffs the camera in Frankie's face until he's cowering in the corner of the kitchen. Back up the stairs Frankie goes, only once Kieran has had enough footage for his sesh montage, of course. With no chance of grabbing anything from the kitchen, he painstakingly waits it out for the 4-hour gap before his visit with Dazzler, a quit joint on Bangor Mountain before school. Frankie has no-showed to the last few after necking inordinate amounts of Valium and being unable to hear his alarm, so this one is crucial to uphold in order to maintain some sort of trust. With a collection of rusty small change, mostly coppers, Frankie treats himself to a 30p half-sized white baguette from Morrison's en route, wolfing half of it down before even reaching the shop's entrance. He attempts a no-look throw of the baguette's wrapper into a nearby bin, and despite noticing it miss, doesn't go and pick it up. He stumbles down the last stretch of the journey, a poorly maintained, nettle-infested downward mountain path, one of the premium heroin shooting and dealing spots in town. Dazzler's already at the bottom. Sat on a step, smoking a fag, he raises his hand lopsidedly at Frankie.
How are you, scrapper lad?
Frankie cautiously says, alarmed at the marks on Dazzler's face.
Should have seen the state he was in.
Frankie tries to conceal a grin.
Joss gave you worse anyway. Detached fucking retina, man.
Frankie points to his right eye. Dazzler puffs out his chest sarcastically.
Well, you robbed her 10 out of 10 Cali boy. 3 weeks to ship in more. Any mother would have done the same.
They both burst out laughing.
Worth it for the month off school alone.
Dazzler's lighter buckles while lighting his fag, and Frankie likes both his and his own.
Surprised you're out of bed, lad. Says the one. Looks like you're still in bed. Proper grim one at that.
Dazzler bitterly remarks. A brief awkward silence falls between them.
That Rudolph cunt down there had me and Wilder fucking weeding and scrubbing bogs 6:30.
Frankie grimaces and chucks a chunky bud in his grinder.
Still giving you grief. Much as I'd let him.
Dazzler turns away and sheds a tear out of Frankie's view, swiftly wiping it away and putting on a forced smile.
Be sweet if I could just come back home though, wouldn't it? Oh, any week now, mate.
Dazzler's eyes perk up.
1 or 2 things to sort out.
As soon as it's lifted, Dazzler's face sinks once again. A classic Frankie excuse of the last few months. A sure sign of absolutely zilch happening.
One of them being fibre optic for the Liverpool West Ham semi-final.
And the IPL doubleheader straight after.
Frankie struggles to roll the joint. Dazzler rolls his eyes and looks down miserably. Later that evening, Frankie's on his usual pre-party delivery services for the crew. While stood bashfully in front of them in the living room, Kieran, Damo and Justin throw money at him. Dolly lies with her legs up on the sofa, dissociating, having managed to overcome her earlier meltdown to get out and fulfill a quick 15-minute appointment. Ash from her lit fag flickers off at the end and burns holes in her black tights.
Get us 920 crates of skippies, aye? And, steak burgers.
Kieran throws an extra $5 at Frankie.
Pink gin with my 20. I ain't chipping in on no skippies, man.
Awkward cunt. 50 bar for 9 crates.
Damo shrugs with a sadistic grin.
Oh, you and your pink gin, man.
Kieran screeches and looks down, embarrassed by his mini meltdown. Frankie scrambles around, picking up the mixture of change and notes off the floor.
I'll get what I can.
Dolly snaps back into full consciousness, shakes Justin's shoulder, and asks in his ear,
"Is he gonna shop?"
Yeah.
Justin winces, pushes her away, and lobs a £1 coin that hits Frankie on the side of the head.
Get this one some fucking airwaves.
Dolly falls off the sofa. Such is her urgency to grab a small duffel bag behind it.
Change that for a score while you're at it.
She pulls out a filthy carrier bag, absolutely stacked with £20 worth of small value dirty coins. Frankie gags at the rusty whiff coming from the bag and chucks it on the table.
Piss right off.
Dolly erupts and aims a kick at Frankie's calf, which misses as he heads for the front door.
Oi!
Kieran shouts, just as Frankie has his hands on the door handle. His deep, angry voice ripples through the walls separating them that he thumps repeatedly.
Since when have I had to do favours for the weekly strip?
Panic stations set in. Given the predominant reason for being so willing to fulfill this errand is to secure something to help him sleep through the party. After getting no answer, Frankie storms back into the living room and takes the filthy bag with him. Muddy from the walk and treading filth up the Tesco Extra Stores floor, Frankie picks up the last 9 crates of Stumpies, avoiding what would have been a guaranteed night without the Valium had he come back empty-handed. Frankie loads the crates, gin and burgers onto checkout 3, as specified by Kieran, and tips the change from the carrier bag onto the counter.
Change this for me, please.
He asks the pale, ragged checkout server.
Kieran?
She grits her teeth, having been pulled this trick on by him on multiple occasions for being one day late on a £50 cocaine tick. She glares up at Frankie.
20 squids there.
Without doubt, her bags will be dipped by 0.2 of a gram at the very least. She checks the empty queue behind Frankie.
Never again, mate.
She pedantically slips on a pair of disposable gloves. Frankie rubs his hands on his face in relief and gets on the phone to Klaus's cabs, only to be told their rates have risen and will now cost him £4.50 to get home, which to his dismay leaves him short. With no security guard on the door tonight, Frankie's path is clear to nab the trolley and wheel it home, proving troublesome in the boggy pavementless main road en route. His only scare was an upcoming cop car, which Frankie dealt with by shoving the trolley in a nearby bush, leaving enough time to avoid detection as it hurtled past. From virtually the second he opens the door, the trolley's pulled ferociously into the living room. Frankie stuffs a £20 note into Dolly's chest, not giving her the chance to get any closer to him than is necessary. Justin and Damo gleefully grab their drinks, with Damo particularly enthralled. Not surprising, having barred himself from drinking for a week in an attempt to wean his dependents off of it. A landmark moment in his adult life, the first week since the age of 13 without drinking. Kieran, however, is more excited by the boastful spew he's chatting to Glesney and Delith, who arrived minutes earlier on the promise of free cocaine and drinks. On and on he goes about his new batch of cocaine's purity, catching Glesney, the more conventionally pretty of the two's attention, more than Delith, who's at her first party of the sort having been led astray from her strict, well-behaved upbringing by Glesney. Both started off their drug taking in the previous months, taking MDMA 2 to 3 times a week, which is how they met Justin, and grew curious of the wonders of other drugs out there. Delith's attention fixates on the sheer delight glittering on Damo's face as he pours his first glass of gin. Noticing this, he smirks and pours 3 other shots. Catching a glimpse of the trolley in his eye, Kieran cuts himself off mid-sentence, squares over, and picks up the packet of burgers.
The one thing I asked of you.
He holds up the split packet.
I'm so sorry, mate. Nightmare of a journey.
Kieran shakes his head, pops 2 10mg Valiums from a fresh strip in his mouth, cracks open a stumpy beer with his teeth and washes them down with it.
All you're good for is your fucking gaff.
He throws the Valium strip over to Frankie, deliberately inaccurately, and turns away to bag up a 1/4 ounce of weed. Frankie scrambles to pick it up off the greasy floor near Damo and Justin's feet. To his horror, he spots 2 missing and runs over to confront Kieran.
1 strip a week. All I ask for. I don't give you no shit. I keep to myself. I don't whinge when I can't get no kip.
Kieran callously ignores Frankie, not even turning to face him. Ali and Lee storm in energetically, both holding 2 carrier bags, each stuffed with 660ml bottles of Kronenberg.
You wanted a dirty sesh.
Lee shakes up a bottle, chips the kitchen service while cracking it open with it, and sprays it around the room. Part of it lands on Damo and Justin, who take it in good spirits, but most of it's on Frankie and Dolly, who don't share the same zest for his actions.
Well, you fucking got one.
Kieran glances back at Frankie with a subtle smirk and struts jovially over to Lee and Ali.
Dinglers.
He claps hands with both. Kieran hands Lee the newly bagged 1/4 ounce and he takes it away mirthfully to a nearby surface, euphorically examining it, taking a deep whiff of the inside bag.
Girl Scout cookies, man.
Lee proudly shows Ali, who shrugs neutrally and tears a bit off one of the buds to make a joint.
Get yourself a whiff of that.
Lee sticks the bag in Frankie's face in an attempt to garner the positive reaction he so desperately desires. Frankie sniffs it and nods unconvincingly.
Brahma or what?
Having given up on his quest, Lee throws some tobacco into a king's skin.
How's the diet going, mate?
Frankie tentatively asks. Lee throws the tobacco down and bullishly gets in Frankie's face.
What you want about diet, you gimpy little fuck?
He rips the strip of Valium out of Frankie's hand, stuffs one in his mouth and holds them up.
Valleys are my diet, mate. So I'll have them all day.
Frankie reaches for the strip, but using his gangly height, Lee manoeuvres them out of his reach. Frankie's attempts at snatching them becomes progressively tenacious, to the amusement of all in the room, bar Glesney and Daleth, who look on in sympathy.
Let the lad have his dear jellies.
Kieran says.
No fucking way.
Lee insists.
He won't stop crying. Let him have them.
Kieran throws Lee 2 full strips of strong 30mg Valiums. Moderately satisfied with the compromise, Lee chucks Frankie's strip out of the window and into a shallow puddle in the yard. Frankie darts outside to get them, becoming drenched by thundering rain, and runs upstairs, guarding his dear soggy strip of Valium close to his chest. He chucks 3 in his mouth, a heavier dose than usual, and turns up Match of the Day on his screechy old telly to maximum volume, only partially blocking out the monsoon of noise from downstairs. For Daleth's first time at a party such as this, she's got the hang of sniffing lines down to a T. Despite the near enough certainty of being ostracised by her local politician and staunchly anti-drug father should he find out, she feels at home after sniffing her 6th deliberately chunky line made up by Dolly, with the last one having had a bit of speed thrown in on the sly.
Swift little learner, you,
Dolly proudly says. This line understandably hits Daleth differently. She fidgets and struggles to sit still. Her head twitches erratically towards the kitchen and back. Her breathing becomes noticeably heavier.
Never felt less judged my whole life,
Daleth intensely tells Dolly with a mammoth grin as she passes over the plate.
What happens when you find the right people?
Dolly dips her head down to take a line.
Spiritual alignment.
Over in the kitchen, Damo and Ali watch on as Lee acts out fighting scenarios.
What you do, eh?
Lee pretends to jab a finger in each of Ali's eyes. Catching him off guard, he flinches backwards.
Fucking straight in for the googles like that.
Lee takes advantage of Ali's disorientation by swivelling around and locking his arms under Ali's shoulders from behind. Ali fiercely tries to escape, to no avail. Damo pitifully scoffs and pulls 4 red boxing gloves out of the kitchen cupboard.
I'll ref.
He holds the gloves out to Lee and Ali.
Fuck am I sparring Looney the First, man.
Ali fearfully says, with the concussion suffered after he was stupid enough last New Year's Eve still ringing in his ears. Lee rips the gloves out of Damo's hand, puts them on, and adopts a gangly southpaw boxing stance.
I'll spark you both out 2-on-1. Guaranteed.
Damo and Ali look at each other. Ali shakes his head. Lee gets down on his knees.
You lot don't even have to wear gloves. Give me the chance, Al.
Not on that one bit.
Ali says.
Fucking peahead.
Lee gets up in a huff.
I'll spar vegan here, though.
Ali points at Damo, who nods.
No one ever spars me, man.
Lee slams the gloves down on the floor, chugs a beer, and rolls a joint within their makeshift boxing ring.
Not moving.
Ali grins and throws the gloves on. Damo sets a 3-minute timer on the microwave and throws on the other pair. Over on the sofa, Justin holds a plate with a chunky line and a mini mountain of a gram's worth of cocaine to Glesney, with whom he's been trying desperately, without reciprocation, to chat up all night. She swiftly vacuums it up with a note, rubbing her nose hard afterwards.
Absolute natural with the 5-bar note, I see.
Justin says, with seductive sleaze.
One of my many talents.
Glesney cuttingly responds, while racking up another line from the pile.
You know, it's just nice to have birds around here for once. Not many have the guzzler for this sordid sack of a hellhole.
Lee squeezes himself in between Justin and Glesney, pushes Justin off the sofa, and snogs Glesney without invitation. Although met with shock initially, she quickly reciprocates. Justin watches in bewilderment before scuttling off to watch the boxing unfold in the kitchen. Ali throws a sharp jab and body combination at Damo, whose slick head movement manoeuvres him around most of them, his hands boldly kept down, offering no head protection, with the ones landing only glancing his face. Damo comes back at him with a right cross, landing flush on Ali's jaw as he leans in. Despite a loud crack, the punch fails to move Ali's head whatsoever. He swivels his neck back and devilishly smiles, ready for more. After a mere minute and a half of foreplay, Lee leads Glesney out of the room by a hand and up the stairs into the house's now famous shagging room. Unluckily for Frankie, this is the room directly next to his. It being designated in this way makes no logical sense, giving guys far bigger room with an actual bed instead of bending the girls, or guys in Damo's occasional case, over a chest of drawers or doing it on the wall. Lee elects for the wall this time, as poor Frankie lies on his bed, miserably watching a B-horror movie on Film 4, unwittingly lapping up every second of Glesney's muzzled theatrical moaning. As Frankie necks 2 more Valium out of the strip, a loud slam of Kieran's customers barging in through the front door alarms hit him, causing him to cough on the beer and Valium partly lodged in his throat, but he recovers quickly enough to regain his breath. Glesney ferociously orgasms, which brings an end to at least one of the sources of irritating noises firing Frankie close to a sensory overload.
Glad you didn't fuck wee-wee now, aren't you?
Lee says, quickly snorting 2 quick-fire keys of cocaine one after another.
Bit of that?
Not that bash gab that's flying around down there, no.
Glesney asks.
I'll fucking have it then.
Lee loudly guzzles another 2 keys worth of cocaine before his thudding footsteps head towards Frankie's door. He smashes into it repeatedly.
Slashing out the window, you don't let me in.
Lee barges in, bollock naked, with his trousers around his ankles. A heavy box with 2 5-kilo dumbbells used to block the door is blown away.
This ain't the bog, no.
Alfie suffered viscerally following his self-inflicted local humiliation, with insult to injury added through his 100-hour community service sentence, served stacking the local British Heart Foundation's charity shop shelves. One of the only things that made it better was that he only had to stack the bottom shelves he could reach from a sitting position. A broken leg from the crash, which he's still in a cast for now, meant he couldn't stand up. Taking pity on him, the manager often chalked off 5 hours at a time, despite him only doing 1. Such was the humiliation, he's not dared show his face at any of the local snooker clubs, where he remains a laughingstock for having lied so publicly about turning pro, essentially confirming his retirement from the game. His cushy life at home with his parents, not having to pay rent, was brought to an end that day as well. Not for the arrest and community order, but for the shame they felt due to his lies and the ridiculing behind his father's back at the boisterous factory where he works as a line manager. As such, Alfie's had to make do with a surprisingly expensive run-down studio flat that swallows his entire income. Never has the nosedive Alfie one visit Fenner's life took from the heights of being on the verge of securing a place on the Snooker Pro Tour been made more evident than on this particular grotty night. Down in the dimly lit Peep nightclub's toilet, his unspectacular display of lotions, aftershaves, deodorants and towels sits behind him. Having been a particularly poor night of takings, he leans against the display with his pink and black snooker gilet on, as it has been practically everywhere since his fateful day attempting to secure the big time. Sean, a regular in the club who comes in by himself to pull women, most of the time unsuccessfully, lies passed out on the floor in a recovery position that Alfie put him in 10 minutes earlier. Done out of pity, and in order to shield him from the bouncers, who'd have gladly lobbed him out the door hours ago. Jitto and Bryn stumble out of the same toilet cubicle sneezing, both almost identical in looks, with shaved sides and the same tracksuit bottoms. All that separates them is Bryn's slightly darker shade of maroon-red Moncler polo shirt.
Take it easy, boys,
Alfie says. Jitto flings water out of his palm into Alfie's face, sending Bryn into hysterics.
In a bit, mate,
he sarcastically says, imitating a Cornish accent. Alfie firmly wipes the water off his face. Seething inside, but without the courage to say anything, he sits down and lights a fag. Sean groans on the floor. A perfect opportunity to take his bitterness out on him.
Get up!
Alfie prods Sean with his crutch, sapping enough of a reaction from him to just about lift his head up and rest his chin on the urinal edge, which he projectile vomits into.
Why, wait, dick.
That's it. All of his display is shoved brashly into his black holdall an hour early. He's had it. 3 months off the coke are over. Tonight is the night. His only issue being deciding on how much is enough. A decision quickly rounded up to an eighth, leaving a cheeky few bumps worth possibly left over to face the bogs tomorrow, enough to fuel the courage to take on Jitto. Freshly stung by his rejection, Justin wipes butane hash oil on a king-size Rizzler in the middle of a credit card pipe-shaped, intent on getting as stoned as possible. His razor-sharp focus is marred by his phone ringing. Alfie's calling. It shows up on his screen as Hollywood One Visit, as he's commonly referred to by swathes of the community as of late.
The lad of all lads. Alfie One Visit Fenner. How the fuck is Hollywood?
Justin mockingly asks.
Scrubbing away as per.
Are you, yeah? Last I heard you'd hit the big time.
All have our ups and downs, boy.
Sure it wasn't your fault, mate.
Any chance of an 8 ball on tick, mate?
Look, I don't know you, do I?
Didn't say that.
Yeah, so why would I start you off with a 3.5 gram tick?
Of course not. You're spot on. You shouldn't have asked. Sure, I can sort something out. Sorry for asking.
Justin nods sarcastically.
Nah, don't worry about it. At all. Swing by tonight. Come have a jar.
Be right there, mate.
Sound? But it's 500 this time.
Shit the bed, wee-wee.
Well, for the A grade in stock, that's a no-brainer, lad.
All right.
Sound? In a bit, yeah.
Justin pulls the phone away, relieved at having finished the call. Looking forward to his largest sale of the day, he tucks his black oil-covered Rizzler and lights the tingling spliff.
All right then, wee-wee. 500 for an 8 ball. It's that snooker prick. Absolute gimp of a bloke. 100 just to get through that door. Spends decent money though, doesn't he?
Kieran disapprovingly says, without looking up. Fearful Justin's tarnished any hope of repeat business.
He wants to bang on about being some big shot snooker cunt when he works down a filthy bog, shot in rare bear knockoff aftershave, and he can pay top whack, and the fucking rest.
Kieran turns away, thoroughly put in his place for once in his domineering life. His irritation is short-lived, as he claps eyes on Dolly initiating Deleth into the crack cocaine world, leaving a great chance of Kieran having gained an extra customer, although her utter uselessness with a lighter proves a stumbling block initially. Dolly impatiently grabs the lighter and lights the horizontal-shaped pipe held to Deleth's mouth with her first attempt. She rips a hefty toke on it, grimaces, but carries on like a trooper.
Don't you dare stop. Will not be happy if you waste any.
Kieran gazes on eagerly and winks at Dolly. She smirks back, knowing a finder's fee of at least the wiping off of a score from her debt is on the cards. Deleth's eyes flutter as she pulls the pipe away from her lips. She lays back on the sofa. Her head twitches towards the kitchen periodically. After half an hour of Justin pranging for Alfie's arrival, Determined to withhold getting fully spangled until after his business for the day is done, his moment arrives. He lets Alfie in, powering ahead without patience, to wait for him to hobble down the corridor, and waves his arms out theatrically to present Alfie to the room as he enters.
One visit, lad. How's it going?
He rushes over and carefully takes off his chunky bag.
Will fit into our cloakroom impeccably, I'd have thought.
Damo and Alfie tap their shot glasses full of pink gin together and chug them simultaneously.
Sweet as, mate. Divine, that is.
Alfie wrings his face out and snorts the key of cocaine.
None of these shit shows will be seen dead drinking it.
Damo pours another 2 shots.
Yeah, I'd rather you didn't tell any of the snooker lads about it and all.
Alfie holds a key brimming with cocaine near Damo's nose. That's swiftly dealt with. Damo taps his glass against Alfie's and they neck down their shots, with Damo reacting the stronger of the two on this occasion.
Who's your main practice squeeze these days then? Still Dom Dale?
Nah, sack that peasant off donkeys ago, boy. Squirm didn't have it in him.
Damo struggles to restrain a chuckle and turns away to avoid detection, then pours another 2 shots from the now half-empty bottle.
Rick Walden these days, really? He just about competes.
Alfie looks around the room.
What about old Frank, boy? Where's he at? Handy, ain't he?
Oh, proper character round the gaff he is. Yeah, I do like Frankie.
Do you?
Hell of a lot, actually.
Alfie tokes on his fag and stares Damo in the eye.
Flaky cunt will let you down one day, Bert. Grasp that the hard way.
Top soldier is Frankie.
Damo turns away to pour another shot, but turns back before pouring it.
Think I have a chance?
A chance?
You know, what are my chances?
Alfie's eyebrows lift up, initially surprised at the mere concept of Frankie being gay. He ponders before nodding.
Got a few Zans, bit of bugle on you. More than a chance with him these days, mate.
Damo cups his mouth, mimicking concern.
You think? Tragic what a state it is some people get in.
Any sympathy for that dweeb I had shattered the day he got his old man sent down. What kind of horrible cunt does that? Not as if Gibbo killed him, did he? Prick deserves everything he gets. Snaky little thing. Guy's life's fucked.
Damo swigs out of the pink gin bottle while staring at Alfie.
Like your style.
Lee bursts into the room topless, singing the lyrics to Danny California, Red Hot Chili Peppers. Leslie follows shortly after and scurries into the living room, uncomfortable with the beady attention on her as she enters.
Quite the natter.
Damo winks at Alfie, struts over to Lee with the pink gin in hand and sings wildly to Danny California. Lee grabs the bottle off Damo and swigs some without his lips touching the bottle, spilling some on his chest. He spits it out and pours some on his head. Lee bursts into Frankie's room, obliterating the makeshift doorstop and chipping the bottom corner of the door frame. Frankie's just finishing a piss in his sink. He rushes to pull his trousers up and cowers on his bed.
Fuck off, Lee.
Lee walks over to the back of his bed.
Wish it were that simple. This is a socio-political matter that just can't be swerved.
He forcibly grabs Frankie's hands and handcuffs them to the bed frame.
Drastic action's the only way.
Frankie wildly flaps his legs as Damo enters, holding a roll of thick masking tape.
Not enough having the whole house for your game. Gotta fuck with me and all, have you?
Damo and Lee hold Frankie's legs and tape them together.
You're just too much competition for the birds downstairs, lad.
Lee says with a grin.
I don't fucking like any of your birds. Far from the issue in hand. Swear down. It's you they're after, I'm afraid. And numbers are shaky as it is.
And as per your exemplary cooperation in helping us create a fair and safe environment for all to flourish in.
Damo takes 3 Valium out of a strip and dangles them in front of Frankie with an unnerving smirk.
I'm already off my chops.
Damo drops all 3 pills in Frankie's mouth. He's struggling to swallow them and gasps for air. Damo holds his nose and pours half a can of Carling down his throat.
The fuck?
Lee shudders and turns pale, finding this sadistic even by his standards. Damo eventually lets go of Frankie's nose and he gasps harrowingly for air. After allowing him to take in a good few breaths, Damo tapes up his mouth.
Now, you're gonna be here until the birds leave. Okay, mate. Hope that's alright, yeah?
Damo grabs the TV remote and sticks on a Freeview porn channel, one with a naked lady prancing around that you can only hear audibly through paying 80p a minute. He nods his head towards the door. Lee takes a guilty look back at Frankie. and briskly walks out. They head downstairs to find everyone but Alfie chaotically raving to a roller's drum and bass tune, the party having well and truly kicked off. He unassertively hobbles his way through the crowd and walks out. Big Al steps in Deep We Trust mix, blares out of the speaker, and is met by a collective roar of enthrallment. Kieran and Ali snore chunky lines, and everyone goes mad for the tune. Lee joins in, far less enthusiastically than the rest. After what feels like a 10-hour doze, but is more like 2, Frankie wakes up, lying towards the door, to his pants being pulled down from behind. He screams. His mouth cover muffles the sound, and he thrusts his legs at the assailant, which shimmies him over to being lying flat on his back. Spotting it's Damo, he walks over to face him, grinning evilly, sweating buckets with his eyes bulging.
Flapping's only gonna make it worse.
Frankie weeps and flails every body part available to him as much as his restrictions allow. Growing frustrated by Frankie's lack of submission, Damo grabs hold of him.
Fuck this!
Damo lets go and smacks Frankie on the jaw with 2 consecutive downward hard hooks that daze Frankie and slow him down. Unsatisfied by the results, Damo shakes his head and lands another punch to Frankie's midriff. Frankie whimpers as blood trickles from a cut under his eye. Damo takes a 4-inch skin-coloured dildo out of his pocket.
Just gonna loosen you up a bit.
Damo throws Frankie over to face the door and rubs his chest. Frankie screams as Damo quickly thrusts the dildo up his arse. This goes on for a couple of minutes, with Frankie becoming mute after the first few. Damo then gets out his kit and masturbates violently, only taking 20 seconds to climax. He pulls up his trousers and heads towards the door, biting his lip, nodding and appearing thoroughly proud of himself.
Now, I'm just getting to know you at this point, not really sure where you've been, so be difficult for me to say when I'm ready to take the plunge. Move this forward a bit, but you're doing everything right so far.
Damo adds, leaving Frankie sprawled out on the bed. A few hours later, during which time Damo came up and unlocked the handcuffs, Frankie wakes up to Dolly shouting in his dry blood-covered face. He slowly gains consciousness as Dolly peels the tape off his mouth, only managing to do so partly before Frankie backs away.
Oh, get away! Get away now!
Frankie slays, the Valium still affecting his senses and ability to speak coherently all these hours later. Suddenly he realises his hands are free and scrambles to rip off the tape, first from his mouth and then his legs. Dolly reaches over tentatively to help him. Frankie backs off and holds his clenched fists up.
Get your fucking hands off me!
Frankie warns as he bulldozes past her, knocking her to the floor. Without his phone or any belongings but the clothes on his back, he limps down the stairs and stumbles out of the door. After reaching the town centre 5 minutes away, it dawns on him that he brought nothing along, including his tobacco. Beginning to feel dizzy and becoming increasingly disoriented, he's drawing peculiar looks from pedestrians, some worried for him, with others finding his plight hilarious, including a group of 4 young chav teenagers. Nobody steps in, with most assuming him to just be a heroin addict, including a mother with 4 kids who warns them not to stare. Frankie approaches a frail-looking pedestrian in a cheap dark suit.
Can I borrow your phone?
I'm out of credit, mate.
The pedestrian fearfully backs away and speeds off in the opposite direction. Frankie sticks his swollen head into his hands, which get covered in fresh blood stemming from his nose. He stumbles over to the open window of Clio Lounge restaurant and falls into the vacant window ledge, bouncing out onto the concrete via cracking his chest on an empty plastic table. On this occasion, people do scurry over to help in droves, ironically after it's too late. A community police officer takes him up to hospital in their cop car, having been quoted a 3-hour wait for an ambulance. Frankie's rectum leaks out blood en route, staining the seats, and leaving the officer secretly bewailing the decision to take him up, dreading the potential added hour of his shift to clean it up. They decide to keep him in overnight, to be assessed by a mental health team tomorrow. His retina is detached again, however, the same one previously damaged, and he sustained nasty internal bruising around his rectum, such was the force used by Damo. After being left alone for a couple of hours, Diffrig, A suave detective in his 50s with tidy hair in a brown leather jacket cautiously enters Frankie's cubicle, his jacket beaming under the hospital's bright lights. Closely behind him is his stern partner Johan, whose shaved buzzcut only adds to his unsavoury aura. Not someone you'd want to meet in a dark alley.
You're not in trouble, okay, Frankie?
Diffrig softly says. Frankie barely lifts his head up in acknowledgement.
I'm Detective Sergeant Doverick Rowlands.
And I'm Detective Constable Johan Ellis.
You're not obliged to speak to us in any way. We know you had absolutely bugger all to do with the alleged operations commencing at your address. We just want to help punish who did this to you.
One of the trap house lads, was it?
Diffrig glares at Johan. Frankie lightly nods.
Damo.
Johan and Diffrig gaze at each other with a grave concern.
Are you referring to Damien Hayward?
Both are already highly familiar with Damo. Johan in particular, having found out he's been texting his 14-year-old daughter, a fortunate discovery before their planned meet went ahead. Although due to Damo cleverly making the text non-sexual, no charges prevailed for that incident. Frankie nods and collapses into the bed, tears streaming down his face.
Him and a bunch of his goons. They moved into my house, took it over. It was only supposed to be him and Justin Wee-Wee for a few days. Oh, didn't pan out like that. Had their boss living there, horrible cunt. People in and out for Ket, Valleys, Skag, the fucking lot.
He has a break and takes deep breaths until he regains somewhat of his composure.
Look, I could just about cope with all that. Get on with my day. I mean, I didn't have a fucking choice, but Damo.
Frankie goes on to tell them every last detail of the horrendous event and everything that preceded it. Both Johan and Diffrig leave shocked to the core, which, especially for Johan, takes some doing. Never has a case been as important as this one in their careers. Glesley, Lee, Ali and Delith lie asleep on uncomfortable makeshift beds in the designated shagging room with thin blankets. Glesley is spooning Lee, while Ali and Delith face one another with their hands around each other. Lee jumps up, and overcome by paranoia, he looks out the window to see a black Mercedes parked outside, with a police van pulling up and another one behind it.
Shit the bed, man.
Lee sprints over to Ali and shakes him.
Ow, get up now.
With no luck getting a response, Lee shoves 2 sealed bags with 7 grams of cocaine into his pocket and slaps Ali on the back of the head. Still no response. Ali's body having been entirely depleted after sniffing at least 4 grams of bash the night before. Glesley and Delith wake up among the commotion. Delith peeks out of the window and frantically throws on her clothes.
Gwell bod nhw'n deitha ffocin dad fi de cont.
Tid flaen a Nathan oedd him. Ow, get your Kenny, now. Cops are going to be flying in here any second.
Ali stretches his arm out to push Lee away, but misses.
I'm shagging, mate.
He mumbles, still half asleep. Lee slaps Ali on the forehead again, this time with the desired effect.
NWP are coming for your gear, you dingler fuck.
Ali's eyes burst open. He jumps up, scrambles to collect his half-ounce bags of cocaine and ketamine, and sloppily throws his stripy t-shirt on the wrong way around. Lee grabs 2 half-drunk beers off the side, throws a bag of ketamine over to Ali and walks out.
Not waiting for you.
All 4 run out of the room. With Ali still putting on his trousers, he lags behind. At the top of the stairs, Lee sticks his finger on his mouth and chugs a beer as they all tiptoe down the stairs and sneak into the living room. Justin and Dolly lie sprawled out on a folded-out sofa bed. Justin spoons Dolly from a comically long distance away. Kieran and Damo both lie fast asleep, sat upright on the other sofa, with Damo's snoring mouth being wide open. Lee lobs his empty beer bottle at the wall. That, with the cutting loud knocks from the front door, wake Kieran, Damo, Dolly and Justin up.
Raid of the century outside, boys.
Lee warns them before sprinting out, followed by the others.
All the best,
Ali says to Kieran. Appearing by far the most anxious, Damo peeks out of the window. He shuts them in horror and crouches down out of sight. Having been in this situation on numerous occasions, Kieran urgently grabs 3 bags of disposable wipes and gets to work. First scrubbing off the residue covering trays and cases, then throwing all the smaller bags of cocaine down the sinkhole.
I'm done for you!
Damo punches the table at full pelt.
Fucking shut up, man. Get rid of all the residue, little bit, and we're sound.
Kieran pelts a bag of wipes at Justin, who's not possessing quite the level of urgency needed as he gathers his senses.
And you and all wee.
Justin belatedly gets going, with wiping down the table and dropping his personal stash of ketamine down the sink.
Cheers for the glorious opportunities you've afforded me, Keys.
Damo blubbers. Kieran gazes over at Dolly and Justin suspiciously, who are both blank.
They're not gonna find the big bits. Not where I stashed them. Be fucking sure of that.
Kieran's interrupted by the bashing open of the front door. He claps his ears, grimaces, and closes his eyes while enduring a flashback of a similar memory at the age of 9. Something he thought was long over. 2 kitted up riot officers march upstairs shouting, "Police, this is a raid," repeatedly, and tear apart the bedroom, chucking everything left off the shelves around. Another 2 head into the living room. Diffrig and Yuan waltz in, cool, calm, collected, and full of hope. Damo's face sinks to new lows.
I'm Detective Sergeant Duvrig Rowlands, and this is Detective Constable Johan Ellis.
Doubt I really need to bore you with what's happening here.
Riot officers aggressively investigate the kitchen area.
North Wales Police Special. Tearing apart another perfectly civilised household for fuck all.
Diffrig sarcastically nods at Yuan.
That civilised, we just left sniffers in the car for their own safety.
Bastards! Not only do you take those dogs' lives away, their freedom to be your little slaves, but then you bring them places when you don't even need them. Cruel as they come, unforgivable misuse of our taxpayers' dough. The lot of this is.
Don't you worry, Dollington. They'll make a cameo if required.
Yuan boots a bit of stray broken glass off the floor that hits Damo on the shoulder. Damo doesn't dare react and keeps his quivering gaze well away from Yuan. Kieran gets up and puffs out his chest.
Pipe down, you meatball cunt, or I'll flatten you.
A riot officer clatters his heavy feet down the stairs and hands Diffrig a plastic-sealed bag with Damo's dildo inside.
Amateur hour,
he adds before rushing back upstairs.
It's not mine.
Damo blurts out, feeling the wrath of Diffrig and Yuan's piercing glares.
The problem we have is that it matches the description of the very object used to carry out a seedy sexual assault.
To put it mildly.
At these very premises, this very morning.
Kieran grits his teeth and glares at Damo.
Fucked up you have, lad.
Come with us, will you? We can rule you out and find out whose this really is.
Diffrig bends down to face Damo.
Wouldn't even be here if it was just the gear.
He says while looking at Kieran at the same time.
Damien Hayward, you're under arrest on the suspicion of sexual assault by penetration and possession with the intent to supply Class A drugs.
He roughly throws the handcuffs on Damo. Kieran spits on the floor.
Dandraft isn't a Class A anymore, mate.
Dolly points out.
Yeah. How can you do him for A's?
Justin adds. Diffrig and Yuan head towards the sofa.
Up!
Yuan shouts at Kieran, who doesn't budge.
You were warned, lard arse.
Yuan picks Kieran up by the shoulders and launches him into the kitchen, sending him stumbling into Damo. Kieran shoves him violently into the wall to cushion his fall. Diffrig uncompromisingly rips off the sofa cushions, sticks his hand deep under into the crevices, and proudly presents a loose gram-sized bud of weed.
Bit of that ground up on the steak and chips after.
He gratefully pockets it. Yuan bends down onto the floor and pulls out a 1/4-ounce bag of ketamine from the tight gap under the sofa. Justin's vacant expression turns into one of despair.
Should just about do it, for now.
That's ketamine, actually, lads.
Only a bead if. Forgot ket was legal.
Yuan pulls a sarcastically fearful face at Diffrig, interrupted by a snarling bark from a couple of dogs scuttling up the stairs. All are cuffed and taken by riot officers towards the van with little fuss made, all having resigned themselves to their immediate fate. This can't be said for Damo, who's taken away kicking and screaming separately to the Mercedes with Yuan and Diffrig.
I want to go in the van with them.
Damo begs, fearing their suspicions that he may be grassing if taken in separately. Yuan swivels Damo around to face Kieran, Justin and Dolly as they're loaded onto the police van.
Say bye-bye to the lads.
He holds Damo's arm and mimics a floppy wave with it before slamming him headfirst into the car, so hard that he's lodged into the gap between the seats. That's not where the day's brutality ends for Damo. After his no-comment interview, they leave him in the dark room for half an hour, and with the promise of a blind eye being turned, return with Gavin to batter the sexual deviant to within the brink of consciousness. They only stop when Joanne brings in a pole and threatens to shove it up Damo's arse. They leave him in Gavin's capable hands, whose night shift it is that evening in the holding cells. Relishing this opportunity down to his respect for Frankie, he launches Damo into the cell once everyone's done with him. Damo clatters into the wall, head first, and collapses onto the bed, crying his eyes out, with his face cut around his eye and blood spewing out of his mouth. He attempts to sit up against the wall with great difficulty, and coughs up blood as the door slams shut. Chapter 9. In the Drink. Della's father had grown tired of her lies, a long time before the fateful night of the raid, and had long suspected her of drug use, way before it was ever a problem, given his tendency to think the worst of his eldest child, the scapegoat of the family. His connections with people high up in the policing service through his political work ensured he found out the minute Justin and Damo got taken in. As such, following a furious 48 hours of rampant sex and sniffing speed with Lee, Ali and Glesney in Ali's grotty halfway house bedroom, she stumbled home, shivering from the cold sweat of her horrific come-down, only to disastrously find her essentials sprawled out in bin bags outside their four-bedroom detached family house in the Garth area. With little choice in the matter, she sought Dolly out, who'd been the only one released without charge, and ended up crashing on the floor of her council-owned studio flat. What was initially hoped to be a week turned into a month, with both enjoying each other's company despite the cramped surroundings. Other than having to leave the flat when Dolly got the occasional in-call from a bloke on adult work, something that her poor rating on the site meant was becoming increasingly infrequent. This worked out for Delith. She'd longed for this type of closeness and supposed understanding for a long time. What this did mean was that her drug use skyrocketed, and such was her abuse of crack, and that she was tempted into trying heroin a few weeks later by Dolly, on the promise it would help the unbearable come-downs. Part of Dolly's willingness to accommodate her stemmed from the $2,000 in savings Delith had accumulated that summer working in the Snowdon mountaintop cafe, only saved up because of her then sobriety. But as this inevitably dwindled, along with Dolly's income, tensions between the two began to intensify, and after a month, they both now spend their daytimes begging on Bangor High Street in between Dolly's occasional paid romp. On one of these dreary days, the rainiest of the winter so far, Delith spends the early morning tearing down every one of her father's campaign posters, titled Rhenast Parry MP Plaid Cymru, and with a headshot of his speckled, gawky face looking righteous and wearing an ill-fitting suit. She's doing Bangor a favour. Her motivations being to stifle his campaign to retain the Arfon seat in the upcoming general election. Proud of her morning's work, she struts over to Dolly, who's sitting miserably under the doorway of a derelict old shop, a dusty sleeping bag over her, as most pass by barely looking her way. Spotting a kind young man cruising past on a longboard, Dolly jumps up.
"Excuse me there, gent. Spare a lass of squiddy, would you?"
she confidently asks. He throws 2 Marlboro gold fags and 10 pence into the pouch set out for collecting change.
Oh, that's all I've got. Sorry.
He holds a peace sign up with his fingers as he cruises off. Dolly blows him a kiss and lights one of the fags up. After no time, she spots another potential target, a short, suited passerby.
"Couldn't spare 2 down and out of some Skrilla, could you, please, fine sir?"
Might as well jam a prick up your vein myself.
"Matey here needs bus fare. Final round of chemo, actually,"
Dolly shouts as the suited man speeds off. After a few miserable, unprofitable hours, and with the thundering rain forming puddles verging on reaching the slightly elevated level of their empty shop door, a ping on Dolly's phone delights her. She shows Delith the confirmation of a double female order, or FF as the site abbreviates it.
FF? The fuck you mean?
Delith folds her arms.
Never said nothing about that.
"Oh, come on, we've got to now."
"Oh, cunt you are."
Delith nods, not needing much time to think. Dolly jumps up, dances over to her sleeping bag, and stuffs it in a mountaineering rucksack.
"I won't fucking touch you, even if he begs."
Dolly gets in Delith's face, her eyes bulge out manically.
240 bar, mate. Sesh we're gonna have after.
They leg it off to the public toilets by the grubby bus station and lock themselves into separate grim cubicles with shit-stained toilets and overflowing needle bins attached to the wall. Dolly throws on her best makeup, save for orders above £80, and changes into a blouse, firmly revealing her C-cup cleavage.
Chuck us a Sid Del.
Yet to finish her makeup, Daleth lobs a fag into Dolly's cubicle, and it lands straight in the filthy toilet water.
In the fucking drink, you absolute drip. Chucking over another or what?
Daleth grunts, annoyed at being interrupted midway through applying eyeliner. She throws another over and drops the packet on the floor. In her attempt to bend down and pick it up, she knocks her hip into the needle bin, and a few fall out without pricking her. After taking 10 minutes to clear out all the dry bark blood from her nose with tissue, in which time 2 separate heroin addicts stand queuing for the cubicle to shoot up in, they're both prim and proper, ready to go, if they can get to Jewson's factory without the rain slithering off their makeup. After a sombre day in the cells, and having been warned he faces a minimum 5-year sentence, it's fair to say Damo's mental state is hanging on a knife's edge. Not least after the guarantee of being sent back to HMP Bedouin should he be sentenced, where not only will Kieran and Justin end up, but where he also owes £100 for cocaine to a vicious dealer that's still locked up. A debt he never paid after boldly thinking he'd never be sent back down to face it. However, after a Facebook message promising to bum the living HIV into him should he ever clap eyes on him again, Damo's well and truly bricking it for one of the first times in his adult life. Using the only means available to him, he decides to try and end it all. One by one, he stuffs squares of tissue paper into his mouth until about the 5th, when he starts loudly gagging. Sat a mere 2 meters away from the cell, and fresh from chugging 3 Monster energy drinks in the first 5 hours of his night shift, Gavin beams a flashlight into the cell, storms in, and snatches the bog roll off Damo, holding it up in front of him with his other hand holding Damo's floundering chin.
Not leaving me that easily.
Gavin sticks a blue disposable glove on, jams his fingers down Damo's throat and holds his head over the bed until he vomits all over the thin bedding. Gavin repeats this, then throws Damo's head down, leaving him in the cell alone in his own pool of bile. Dolly and Daleth restlessly wait by the derelict Jewson's factory, furious with their customer pulling up half an hour after the agreed meeting time. Daleth trembles, not being as hardened to the cold as the hardy Dolly. Trudging slowly towards them, in a brand new saloon Mercedes with blank-tinted windows, is the grey-haired, well-spoken Bangor Golf Club stalwart known only to prostitutes as Sir. He lowers the window. Dolly rests her arms on its ledge.
How are you, sir? Back for more, I can't help but see.
Certainly not from you, thieving little toe rag.
Sir snaps back. He takes a look at Daleth, who's hovering a few meters away from the car smoking, and sighs resentfully.
She'll have to do, by herself.
Sir whistles Daleth over and turns to Dolly.
Bugger all like your profile. Joke shop.
Daleth sticks her head in the car window.
Half hour, fuck all more, and it's 150.
Sir rolls his eyes and eventually agrees.
We'll soon see if you're worth the hype.
Daleth jumps into the back seat.
Front.
Daleth begrudgingly climbs through the middle of the front seats onto the passenger side, while Sir glares anxiously as her muddy trainers muck up the motor's interior. Dolly's eye makeup trickles down her cheek as she stares at them pulling off. Once back and shaken up by her first ever paid rim job, that netted her an extra £30 tip that she's not going to tell Dolly about, they head up the narrow Bangor mountain path, just in time for happy hour. Between 6 and 7, there's always a dealer waiting, being the only time of the day where an appointment isn't necessary, and so not followed by the inevitable extra 20 minutes of waiting. Good old reliable Ginger Dave is duly there, dishing Richie a dressing down about the £50 he owes for crack, an addiction that spiralled drastically despite only having started taking cocaine in his 30s. He tells Richie to fuck off as he spots the girls heading up towards him. Richie subtly brushes past the both of them, catching a quick feel of their asses. This doesn't faze Dolly, but Daleth grimaces.
Only doing ganj on the gram, ladies.
Dave asserts, having grown sick of Dolly trying her luck to reduce the prices of his quarter ounces.
We'll have 2 brown, 4 white and as many valleys as 30 bars will bag us.
Dave's incredibly swift hands assemble the order in no time. He holds it out to Dolly, who glares at Daleth.
I'll have 2 brown, 2 white and a cube of green, please.
As well?
If she's just shat a wanner out of her arse, then yeah, both. But that's what I'm having.
Daleth holds out £80.
Oh, fucking frugies, man.
Dave hastily puts some of the bags away.
Come down with no valleys, though,
Dolly vulnerably says, skint having spent the only £3 she made from begging on a rare Tesco tuna and sweet corn sandwich meal deal, her first proper meal in 3 days.
Me that just rim job that shrimpy fucking cretin. I'll get what I want.
Deleth storms away up the mountain. Dolly follows her in a huff, while Dave enjoys the sight of their asses as they trudge up to a filthy shattered glass, empty beer can and NOS calendar-ridden benched area overlooking Bangor University. Frankie's already waiting up there ready for them, having clocked the two by Jewson's, knowing exactly where their predictable selves would end up after. They kept in touch after the rape, mainly down to Frankie's spiralling heroin addiction, while he also conveniently allows her around to shoot up once in a while. He sat on a graffiti-drenched bench, swigging out of a 1-litre bottle of Jack Daniels. Dolly duly agrees to give him a hit, but one hit only, and not before she goes first, yanking the whiskey off of him for the first hefty swig of many in return. Deleth wraps a strap around Dolly's arm, holds the needle steady, and injects her. With her work for the day done, and determined to enjoy her own share after forking out for the entire feast of drugs, Deleth takes in a bustling pipe's worth of crack. Dolly lies sprawled out on the bench, passed out, while Frankie wraps his arm with a strap, holding it in his mouth. Two weeks into his 5-year sentence, Damo's already repaid his £100 debt with a series of sexual favours, including an evening of sucking off 4 of the dealer's associates. Not only because of this, his popularity is at an all-time low after Johan made a point of telling all the prisoners about his liking for young girls. With Justin, Kieran and Lee all now having been sentenced for their crimes and blanking him, a friendly smile by Brad, the lanky Scouse kitchen head chef who's serving a 10-year sentence for credit card fraud, gives Damo butterflies.
Christmas bonus for your graft, lad.
Brad takes Damo's empty tray and grabs another one from underneath the counter that has sausage mash and jelly on.
Cheers.
Damo walks off suspiciously. Damo spots Guy, Justin and Kieran on a table at the far end. None of them so much as peek his way. Not that he expected them to. So he heads over to a table where his cellmate Miriam, who was sentenced to 6 years for child porn offences, sits alone. His hostile, hateful gaze leaves no question as to why. Damo nods his head subtly at him, and doesn't get any more than a pitiful gaze in response. Damo plays around with his food, cuts off a small portion of sausage and winces as he chews it, hard as rubber.
Jelly, right up a corner, side nearest to you.
Miriam barks out without looking at Damo.
Fuck, are you having any of this?
Jelly, right up a corner, side nearest to you.
Damo grits his teeth.
4 days of hunger, lad. Going to have to be something pretty shit hot you want any of this.
Miriam impatiently sighs.
Have a look. Why on earth would I want that?
Damo spots semen on his jelly, gags and pushes the tray away.
They forget to do all that now and then, when the spice is flying about.
Miriam presents a bit of phlegm from his plate on a chunk of uneaten turkey breasts.
But those days, few and fucking far between.
Damo looks around the canteen and wearily sinks into his chair. Hungry to the point of delirium, Damo lies on his cell bed, pinching himself and tears little cuts into his arms. Miriam forcefully applies face wash lotion, spots Damo struggling to even break his skin and scoffs.
Mate, all you've got to do.
He snatches the nail clippers and cuts his nails into wonky sharp shapes.
Bit sharp and wonky.
He holds his hand up to Damo, who nods and tamely takes the clippers.
Going about that like the gimp you are.
Miriam returns to his focus to the mirror and sniggers. Damo clips his fingernails into unorthodox shapes as demonstrated. Justin and Kieran sneak past the cell, which Miriam spots in the mirror. Damo rolls up his sleeves, ready to open up the half-assed attempts at lacerations.
Bit of classic Freeview on the big screen for me.
Miriam walks backwards out of the room, adjusting his ear in view of the mirror until he gets to the doorway.
Miriam's the name and Jezekyl's my game.
Kieran subtly nods at Guy as him and Justin pass by his cell, where he's reading 442 magazine on his bed. He grins, gets up, grabs an already boiled kettle, whacks a whole bag of sugar into the water and carefully folds the empty sugar packet into a plastic bag. After a bit of a stare, he marches into Damo's cell, kettle in hand, and throws the content onto Damo's arms and chest.
Be a lot lower than that next, boy.
Guy warns, before leaving him in the cell screeching in agony. Guy rushes back to his cell, throws the kettle in the plastic bag and marches through the corridor. Many of the inmates, including Miriam, smile and nod in respect as he passes by, while others remain engrossed by the Jeremy Kyle repeat on telly, the episode that got the show banned, a favourite of this group that's watched at least weekly. Already waiting by the shower door is Kieran with a beaming smile while Guy strips down and hands his clothes over.
Kieran hands Guy a fresh grey jumpsuit, stacks the incriminating clothes in a bag with the kettle and sugar packet, then urgently leaves straight out to the back. A pre-arranged delay of the dustbin lorry gives Kieran the chance to throw the bin bag on the back of it. He whistles, chucks his thumb up, and the lorry drives off. Guy scrubs himself down, a beaming sense of pride evident, as if all of his bad parenting was outdone in that one moment of clinical retribution, when in actual fact, he wouldn't have even considered doing it, but for the added anger of Damo using his house for gay sex. That was the step too far for him, not the raping of his son. Kieran and Justin's debt and fear of him after using his place unbeknown gives him every reason to believe the rest of this 2-year sentence will be a dawdle. Dazzler lies on his bed, dismayed at the lack of response from Frankie, who he sends the 9th unanswered text to in a period of 6 weeks. After having his transfer to Colleen By care home delayed due to a lack of space, it has been beating after beating for Dazzler.
Without ever finding the right jiu-jitsu move to get Ben down, he remains in fear of what might happen, with Wilder and Johnny having both been shipped out without him. Ben answers the front door after the doorbell's hammered for 20 seconds.
Excuse me, mate. Sorry to bother you. Just we've had Barry, your lads, shot next to our gaff.
Dazzler scrambles over to the window.
A white jacket-wearing Scouser, one of Damo's dealer's associates, Jez, sporting a black shoulder-length side fringe hairstyle, is stood there.
Have they now?
Ben says.
Definitely green, but you never know what else. That's all we can smell like. Didn't want to have to come here, but it's like where the little ones fuck about and that.
Jez keeps word to word to the script he'll be paid £40 in cocaine for delivering that evening.
Gone to the police, have you, lad?
No. I was hoping to see how avoidable that was.
Spot on. Won't happen again.
About time, mate. Much appreciated.
Jez slams the front door, throws his hood up, gets on his BMX and glares up viciously at Dazzler as he cycles off. With no messing about, Ben comes thundering up the stairs. Dazzler closes his eyes, shaking and weeping, distraught that this cruel world's got the better of him. Ben smashes on the door, a drawer blocks it. Dazzler grits his teeth, takes in some deep breaths, and grabs a cloth from the side. Under the cloth lies a sharp, shiny kitchen knife. Dazzler grips it confidently, gathering his senses and composure, ready for battle. The end.
Rough Visit, Chapter 1. A shaded 9-to-5 survival plight, stuck in the sticks, is far from Alfie One-Visit Fenner's ambitious agenda. Bossing local pool and snooker leagues may once have quenched his thirst for social clamour, but as Alfie's unofficial pool shark mentor and hero Pretty Boyd Floyd often says,
Now, there's two kinds of players in this world. There's trophy players and there's cash players. I prefer the latter. Let's face it. You want to go to the bank, buy a house? You want to go there, get yourself a new car? What are you going to put up for collateral? A trophy? Trophies don't spend. The guy at the bank doesn't care how many trophies you got. Cash talks and walks. It's very simple.
Falsely claiming to bag a spot on the professional snooker tour has stalked Alfie to death, with no sign of letting up. Rural areas struggle to forget, and Gwynedd is no exception. Now pushing for 30, any realistic chance of making the Pro Tour is all but shot. But the Hustlers Money Match circuit, well, for top players and actors, presents a potential goldmine, whether amateur or pro. Unlike Alfie's shoddy nightclub bog toiletry stand, the grotty bane of his miserable life that barely provides the luxury of punctual rent payments. Shy of a snooker practice partner, following Frankie's lifestyle transition, Alfie's long grown bored of Gwynedd. Fiercely opposed to settling down and rotting in the rural rat race, he's off. For good. Cardiff's the escape of choice, a chance grasped by blagging a university spot and letting those student loan sighs pay the rent. So, 3 years of sports psychology it reluctantly is. The sole subject Alfie feels may serve Green Bay's hustling. While a handy player, capable of century breaks when on top form, Alfie's temperament holds him back from snooker's higher echelons. This makes money matches, whether pool or snooker, ideal. Both a shorter format and permission to chug beer usually calm his in-match nerves, unlike the snobby constraints of clean official tournaments. One last leer at the old studio flat. A pitifully overpriced flat tower sardine box, trashed over 3 years through Alfie's atrocious hygiene and chronic dearth of clean airflow. A plethora of wall-bound punch holes, sloppily inflicted courtesy of last year's painful 4-match losing streak, ensures the £600 deposit's imminent forfeiture. Short of a social life during this most bland of tenancies, the dump holds scarce precious memories, leaving Alfie's last look short and sweet.
Pissing away my prime? Handing these bodge job village dicks a weekly free show? For all this time? Nah, not happening. One visit's out. Ain't no game in this drizzly soul drain. Not for us hustlers, modern day cowboys. Should have sacked the sludge hole off donkeys ago. Yeah, of course. They'll miss the style, bravado, elite mentality. Generational QS seldom float this slimy way. But that's on them. Kick Snowdonia's snooker sensation when he's down. See what fucking happens. Legend of the Bays, local poster boy material, gone, never to return. Whether the price is right or not.
Armed with a modest £80 weekly allowance from his ever-suffering mother Grace, Alfie's hefty student loan is cushionily padded up. As such, he plans on tearing the Cardiff hustling scene a new one, should homesickness not scupper this maiden long-term dalliance outside the parents' local vicinity. Freshly, having shipped all belongings to Cardiff via precarious courier, Alfie's set for the most relished 4-hour train journey of his life. Fortuitous in scraping a window seat after boarding half an hour early, the plan is off to a flying start. Nestled behind the luggage stand, one mostly consumed by Alfie's sacks of essentials, he's landed in prime attention-seeking position. Now clear of North Wales, the ethereal lingering shame hemorrhages from Alfie's pores into the blistering block train toilets van. Locals barely venture past the Welsh border, though his illusion of grandeur can prevail, at long last. Adamant that Chester's proper snooker loopy, he manically peeks around the rammed 2-carriage Holyhead to Cardiff train as stragglers embark, praying some talentless cueist, aching for his God-given talent, spots the one and only one visit. Rocking the classic pink and white snooker blazer and hogging both seats with his gargantuan cue case, the only recognition beckoned is that of a chubby, red-nosed train conductor. Alfie's chanced it without a ticket, leaving the Transport for Wales stalwart no choice but to issue a non-compliance fine. This costs more than the ticket itself, £85.50, which Alfie reluctantly forfeits with the tap of his third choice debit card.
Power trip, little company man dweeb. Banned from driving the cunts for chronic gin, and you take it out on me? I pay your fucking salary ring, Sting.
Once calm, Alfie's warped sense of entitlement chalks the fine off as a business expense, worthy a price for 3 hours of brand advertisement. Cheaper than a Facebook ad, but a subtle smack in the wisdom teeth nonetheless. Coughing up a further £15 for a taxi becomes a chore, especially with potential brand outreach limited to the driver. Alfie tries his luck, but promising free tickets for his upcoming Crucible Theatre exhibition fails to garner a discount as hoped. Proud of his day's work, the real challenge is on. Lighting up the 600-person university flat box he aims to call home for the next 3 years. Forced to linger in a 20-person queue as freshers check into their new rosé wine and speed-cut cocaine rave rooms, Alfie analyses his student-shaped prey. Years of social climbing analysis on YouTube has been savoured for this very moment. One wrong move, coupled with his self-proclaimed, but cloaked, social anxiety, could see Alfie spiral. Sink to weirdo status, resident loner, source of poverty porn for sheepish students in their cushy little groups. Given snooker's elder demographic, he modestly doesn't expect recognition outside of the snooker loopy. Yet a sneaky peek from middle-aged building manager Eluned's office soon has his glib grandeur on full alert.
Proper Michaela Tab. Might even be her. Snooker MILF or what? Give her a first to 5 any day. Get me the chalk tab girl. Yeah, you can come on tour as soon as I turn pro.
Oozing adrenaline that simply cannot be curbed, Alfie sacrifices his cue spot and takes his shaky hands out for a celebratory smoke. Worth it, so he thought, until Eluned's restraint seal breaks upon his return as she bursts into hysterics. Usually the embarrassment alone would scupper any mood. Not even an extra 20 minutes in line seals that fate on this glorious day. Besides, now he can scout the pool talent, as weedy students take their stab on the communal table. In between giddy table football battles, every rattle shot, miscue and schoolboy error feeds Alfie's ego, which aches to establish his resident pool champion status. Above waiting for his room's floor to dry after mopping, Alfie treads his boots right through, oblivious to the fact he's now responsible for the studio flat's cleanliness. The place is refreshingly spacious, longer than its pictures perturbed. A built-in multi-purpose oven microwave occupies the thin, generic kitchen. Not that it'll see much action, with Alfie relishing the personally set challenge of rating every fried chicken shop within delivery distance. 28 as of last week. While sweaty, Alfie swerves a change of clothing before introducing Snowdonia's snooker sensation to the Flat Blocks pool scene. Left with just 2 outfits until his life's belongings are couriered by van in cheap, zipped plastic bags, it's wise to save the other for emergencies. Obstructing Alfie's table time is the same weedy noobs who, having insisted on a sluggish first to 9, are taking a minimum of 15 minutes a frame. Weary of asserting dominance before procuring social capital, Alfie swallows his frothing inner rage and heads outside, where a flock of archetypal scene kids, led by fellow reluctant Gwynedd descendant Lucas, prance their way through a doubles match on the courtyard's ping-pong table. Alfie awkwardly hovers nearby, without so much as a flittering glance floating his lonely way.
One of you shit shows down?
The group collectively turns his way with scalding glares. How dare he enter their harmonious presence?
Make it lively. 3 squids a game.
Save it for the dry cleaners, Laddington.
Lucas proclaims before flicking his black emo fringe in triumph at Alfie's immediate triggering. Any attention is worth having. So, despite the blushes, Alfie lingers for the inevitable opening day social peacocking. A new scapegoat's in town, which often brings the alpha male former school bullies back to their suppressed abusive roots. This sun-soaked natter abruptly ends when Yayan Chunk, a volatile, raised-collar rugby scholar, storms over, fitting every inch of his tight head prop frame.
Fairies, the lot of you.
Chunk announces in his hoarse South Wallian Valley Boy accent, before snatching a racket off Lucas and slamming a serve at his stagnant friend, who winces as it smacks her arm.
Now that's how you serve,
he forcefully declares with outstretched hands.
Chief, here's all the money matches.
Lucas pedantically says whilst pointing at Alfie.
Savage, lad. Let's have it.
Top wages. Impeccable timing.
Lucas adds as he and his mates scuttle inside. Chunk whacks a few practice serves at the empty opposition end that fly into a bush.
Five at a set, or you can fuck off.
At least someone's thinking big time. Who knows? All goes well and yet another string's tied to this Slayer's hustling bow.
With 8 of Chunk's 9 serves slamming Alfie's chest and arm.
Pay drang scene for son.
It's minutes before one visit hands over a fiver with his bruised limb.
First to 7.
Walking on the skin side, mate.
Fucking cockney fairy. Where's the desire?
Alfie shuffles inside while Chunk regimentally practices his service swing. Nightmare. No other than Lucas hogs the pool table whilst boasting to be the bigger man. Such privilege didn't half set Lucas back. Tenner, to be precise, the haggled-down bribe paid in exchange for adjourning the earlier lot's epic first-to-9 slugfest. As such, Lucas gets his money's worth by firing in all the basic crowd-wooing exhibition shots, oblivious to those patiently waiting in line for a game. Once a cross double flies in on the first look, he cranks up the heat and awkwardly bridges over a few balls, mimicking Chunk's trouble in folding his flabby belly over the table to reach certain shots. That does it. Alfie huffs at this amateur snooze fest, bringing it to an enforced end. No longer will the real players be kept at bay.
Set them up, troll.
Lucas ignores Alfie, while stroking in a simple 2-ball plant that draws gasps from the crowd.
20 squids, first to 10. You'll win one, if you're lucky.
Lucas's eyebrows drift as he seedily smirks and gets out his phone.
Just check the old schedule,
he mutters before feigning a grimace.
Could squeeze in a best of 3.
Your ends, bruv. Shots have been called.
Alfie says while limply shaking Lucas's hand. A sweltering 2-0 whitewash should crush the emo's soul once and for all, so Alfie whacks 3 50-pence pieces on the table.
Won't need all 3.
Lucas cockily states to a cauldron of giggles as Alfie heads outside for a pre-match warhead spliff. What Alfie failed to grasp is that pool is free of charge. But that's not Lucas's fault, who laps up this classic fresher oversight by pocketing one visit's hard-earned £1.50 for a late afternoon tin of carling. Angling his spliff behind the ear proves to be Alfie's downfall. Catting for a taste to dampen his intolerable high energy, Big Boy Chunk soon follows him to the grotty dud scratch card and beer can infested smoking area. In true scabby fashion, he offers no smooth small talk to soften the blow of pestering Alfie for a puff.
Squire in there's gagging for a game. Cash the lot.
Gimp power.
Gimp vice president of the land. Lanky emo prick. Nailed on favourite.
The fuck?
So he claims.
What's this prat been chatting?
Mobility advantage, apparently.
Chunk peeks at Lucas through the window and grimaces at the blaring counterculture on display.
I'll equalise that right fucking now,
he claims before stuffing the spliff in Alfie's hand and storming inside. While planning to leave Lucas knocked out cold on the beer-stained green baize, a cracking opening left cross-counter from the unassuming emo leaves Chunk dazed. Despite Lucas's stick-and-set entourage's best efforts, Chunk easily swats them off, winds back his arm, and makes good of his vow, landing a lucky shot on Lucas's glass jaw, who flops back onto a run-down sofa. Out comes the rigid alley shuffle, save for Chunk's most savoured TKO wins. But this isn't Rumble in the Jungle, or a WBC World title fight in Eddie Hearn's backyard. One of the alpha nerds storms straight over to security, sending Chunk right down the sewage-stained river. His very first overnight stay from home, bar one rugby game in South Shields, he's blown it. Carving an existence beyond dole and sporadic minimum wage slave labour. Forget it, as the place's entire 4-strong security crew marched the lump to his room, with stern demands to avoid all communal areas before vacating the premises by 9 a.m. Pumped from both the fight and clearing his gambling station of time-wasting slugs, Alfie heads straight for the corner shop's last 20 Crater Fosters, delightfully discounted owing to a Freshers' special £9 deal. While the common room's rammed with sober students, hell-bent on bagging a cool, resourceful friend group, Alfie struggles to worm a way in. Dishing out beers opens a few doors, for all of a minute, while the chatter stays rudimentary. Then the bulldozing narcissistic snooker parables close each and every one. Not even elaborate tales of post-training pub crawls with the jester from Leicester, Gazza Wilson, and the battler from Hastings draw a gasp, with not a soul aware of the snooker legends. Accustomed to such cumbrous social interaction, Alfie revels in the flittering attention and thoroughly embraces the dysfunctional opening night. Just as bed calls, Alfie can't help but kick Chunk whilst he's down. A decent knockout victory should see one visit instilled as undisputed resident alpha male, a chance worth taking given Chunk's homeless status as of tomorrow. With security guarding the building's entrance, there's little chance of him coming back for revenge. All that vigour's stripped as Alfie backs off once by Chunk's door, rattled by the blaring hardstyle tunes billowing in through his wall. But that doesn't halt any passive violence. One solitary morning egg bap has left his stomach short of lining, and what better time to cure the itch? A one-finger tonsil tingle beckons sufficient chunder to wreck Chunk's door and nearby hallway, leaving a soggy beige carpet for his walk of shame downstairs tomorrow, uni-style. Buoyed by his newly void stomach, Alfie struggles to soothe his whirling mind with a blast of Rolling Stones off his substandard phone speaker. Anything to pass the time, with deep sleep unlikely owing to the absence of any covers bar his spare t-shirt and jeans. Drilling from an overnight weed tent and light installation next door means Gimme Shelter's guitar solos barely heard, leaving Alfie's bedroom rave in dire straits. Now defeated, a scratchy few hours ensue on the uncovered mattress while lapping up a snooker betting podcast. In search of a gritty 24/7 garage, Alfie abandons his quest for sleep and heads in the only direction he knows, down the high street. At this delicate hour of 4:30 a.m, loiterers are out in force, the stagnant homeless, lushed-up drinkers with 4 times their sober confidence, crackheads itching for a pocket to pick, lower echelon prostitutes, the whole shebang. Most glance Alfie's way as the pink-back gilet glows under flickering streetlight. Alfie picks up the pace, but in his way stands a couple of crack-dabbling drips engaged in an evenly fought cardboard box fight, distracted from their plight to score a cheap and cheerful curb-stop prostitute. As it happens, the only two in sight jump in weedy old Reginald's black Mercedes, leaving the dopey tricks short of female company for the next hour at least. Rough Visit, Chapter 2. Petrified of burning through another 1/4 ounce of weed on this long, sludgy day, Alfie chongs on a rare, filterless, cigar-sized fag in a tight, ash-stained white t-shirt. Having sacrificed sleep to drink beer alone, he don't wander far in case of passing out. However, any peace is soon tarnished by the grisly, homeless ghoul, off his head on spice, scouring the slimy floor for mud-caked joint ends. Thunderous rain deters neither their resident fag scav nor Alfie, who glares through the rough sleeper with bitter disdain.
Kind of nutty ring piece wines up here.
Fucking no good grubby squirm noddy of the north. Joke shop. We're the chosen lot. Specialists of our day. Tosser ain't worth the second-hand sterling smoke.
Rather than bow down to his elitist urges, Alfie limits the physical outburst to a shoulder barge whilst bursting past. A happy mid-ground, exert his alpha male presence while not succumbing to Chunk's violence-induced homelessness.
Should not be dealing with this.
Time for Alfie's maiden solo practice session, a chance to utilise the office in its natural form. Daily practice at a snooker club is beyond Alfie's budget, so the accommodations pool table provides just the compromise. Following last night's performance, at least a 10-girl crowd was expected, wet for a free top-level pool exhibition. But with the place empty and all chairs nestled on tables, that simply won't be possible today. Thorough monthly detail cleaning is in full flow. What a shame. No one to appreciate his beaming custom ball set, freshly wiped for the occasion. Establishing his unanimous resident celebrity status will have to wait.
Their loss? Lazy lightweight dossers.
Just as well they stayed in bed, as within a few flamboyant shots, Alfie chips the cue ball off the table and into the long-haired cleaner's murky mop water. Alfie storms over and snarls.
Janky little dick.
He mutters to Brian, who's just on his second shift after 20 years on the dole. Outraged by this atrocity, Alfie turns to the front desk where the moody receptionist Quentin restlessly watches his beloved Australia getting trounced by England in Test cricket.
Where'd you find these fucking third world rem gems?
He inquires, to no reply. Loathed to hack the place's disregard for professionals, Alfie pedantically picks out the cue ball, vigorously wipes it on a leather sofa, and aggressively packs his balls into a placement box. Not even a nerve-calming bacon and egg baguette makes up for this horror show, as every phone call signals the arrival of his life's luggage. Caught off guard in his boxers, Alfie whacks on his sweaty clothes and sprints to the back gate, where his zipped plastic bags and boxes lie battered, bruised, and muddy as the driver hurtles off after a swift thumbs up. While manpower wasn't included in the deal, Alfie vows to file a formal complaint for being left to haul the lot upstairs. So much for the A-list treatment bracketing professional snooker player on the form was supposed to secure. Poor anxiety-ridden Alfie, who faces 10 trips up to floor 5 in the lift. What this forced tour of the building provides is assurance that every sloppy stoner and their goldfish puffs the herb in their room, a liberty Alfie's yet to take. With this in mind, he dumps the bags aside for a 3-skinner in his box-sized bathroom. Not even drowning it in shower steam beyond meaningful visibility stops the fire alarm whirling halfway through. Not after neglecting Tower Block Blazing's #1 rule, whacking a 3rd winter sock over the fire alarm. What a waste, as the gram spliff sinks down in the bog in brazen panic. Dizzy or not, Alfie's forced back down the stairs, where a chilly half-hour outside awaits, stuck with hundreds of clucking, sleep-deprived students in wavy pyjama bottoms bemoaning the building's third-world infrastructure, whilst the false alarm is seen to. Rough Visit, Chapter 3. Owing to Alfie's self-proclaimed immunity from social anxiety, starting lectures tomorrow is definitely ruled out as motivation for a second consecutive sleepless night. Skippy piss-sprayed city cheese and its manic edge takes the blame instead. Yet still, he indulges in a wake-and-bake half-gram single-skin bifter in the bathroom. Heightened anxiety owing to the weed strain sees his primary plain white t-shirt drenched in cold, angsty sweat. Aching to appear neutral and smooth on this climactic first day of social climbing, the pink-black blazer is ruled out as an alternative. This leaves just his second-hand clothes, all having languished in their respective vacuum bags over the weekend. Cold, creased, and showing early signs of must. Opting for a useless mummy's boy bachelor image over unforgettable first impression BO, Alfie settles for a vintage snooker loopy jumper with late noughties carrot top monchinos. However, half an hour of dallying has left this frazzled Jamaican hangover no time to clear, not with a panic attack creeping his way. To block out the apathetic racing thoughts, he delegates the last 15 minutes to another bathroom split, sacrificing chocolate spread porridge for the privilege.
Whole fucking month to prepare, and gear and beer shits on it all. Chance of the high table, where you belong, in tatters. Can't even fold his own clothes. Green gimp of the beige. And now, new tube of the glass by day fucking 1. Wake up, boy, before it all slips away.
Non-sporty computer nerds and shy girls make up the awkward corridor trawling tribe, muttering only to confirm directions to their fourth fall lesson in the bog-standard minimalist university building. Alfie's barely noticed, until lanky, speckled alpha male nerd Petey leads his self-worthless dutiful follows Logs and Greg their way. Deliberate snigger at Alfie's shoddy canvas shoes sparks the intended trigger. An early warning shot smashed at anyone deemed a threat to Petey's fragile sense of self. Alfie grins and turns away. Snipping Logs and Greg's clear loyalty is a challenge he'll relish, but the time's not right to start. They'll be back once they hear of Alfie's celebrity status, but not before a parting blow. Shutting the 100-seat cinema-sized lecture room door rather than hold it for Petey washes the brewing pettiness from Alfie's soul, clearing it to embrace whatever curricular-centric claptrap slips through his bull-headed cracks. Poised for a crucial seat selection, a social definer for the year, Alfie follows Greg up the stairs when disaster strikes. While aiming for an end seat, Greg's tactically shuffled up by Petey, who sticks his fanny pack on the free seat. Every last square student on that row, bar Greg, chuckles as Alfie gazes their way, refusing to show his triggered abandonment trauma. So, the empty far end it is, where the COVID-masked hermits and rejects gather in their socially distanced masses, petrified of suffering Alfie's humiliating fate. Not that extra space has helped Alfie's concentration. Anger sees him disassociate through their cheesily buoyant West Brom lad tutor Clivey's long-winded introduction. Once a West Brom under-14s utility player, a ruptured Achilles tarnished any hope of a pro career, which drew him towards sports psychology. Baffled by life outside of curricular structure, being an analyst for a professional football club could never work. Teaching's his life, a key platform to perform and wield power over others. Well, that's not going to plan so far, with this class proving a tough stoned audience by the halfway point. As such, Clivey cranks up the intensity and skips 4 carefully crafted PowerPoint slides to post-match coaching.
Straight after game, you're in there here. First few minutes, crucial. The ideal time to sink in that performance reflection. Mindset's there to be moulded. See, it takes a special sort to rock it alone, without a performance coach or analyst, in any solo sport.
Alfie's eyes perk up for the first time.
Toe rat cunt. Skippy piss, bruh. Sly little dig. Defo read my file. Drag down the shining lights. Competition. Keep the sweet stage and loyal audience intact. I know your game.
It's a compliment, mate. Comes with the territory.
Frankie's calming voice suddenly replies in Alfie's racing head. Incapable of comprehending any form of pragmatism, not least from a smackhead's intrusive thought, Alfie grunts, cracking for the first time this lesson. which, lucky for him, is only heard by his semi-deaf neighbour.
Deadbeat brummy prick. Wait till I finish this course. I'll be seeing ya.
Which leaves everyone else's business for you. Easy pickings.
Clivey cheekily says, despite the fact that only 1 in 10 graduates statistically ever hold a professional position in the field. Alfie grimaces, as some chuckle, finally swayed by Clivey's substandard Keith Lemon-inspired stage presence.
So get your heads down, and it's wide open career-wise.
Clivey passionately adds, incurring a flurry of entrepreneurial murmurs and generic career-related Google searches. Forget problematic student. Clivey's just made an enemy for life. Alfie's certain of the thinly veiled dig, beyond any doubt.
From now on, this course ain't nothing but a job. Spot a graft, student loan being the salary. Minimal, hangover-dependent attendance, winged essays, piss-take level referencing, scrape by on passes. Bit of a shame, but gotta think of the craft. Here for a reason, and ain't making it. Not with these half-baked academics threatening one visit's God-given temperament, dragging this prodigious talent kicking and screaming to their stagnant level. Hit your ceiling decades ago, Clivey boy. But this lone wolf ain't.
Alfie channels all indignation into vowing to 5 hours of practice tonight. Maximum effort to prove Clivey wrong, rather than smack him one on the way out. But despite harbouring grand plans of elite-level preparation, Alfie's diet doesn't quite follow suit, as he settles for a stomach-lining curry pot noodle, rough sanding down of his Q-tip, a cold water splash over the face, and a spot of quiff maintenance. Being his first meal of the day, summoning drive for a 5-hour session won't come lightly. What Alfie finds waiting at the table is just the jet fuel needed. PT, Logs and Greg playing pool, smashing in a pot every 4 shots, adamant that they're undoubtedly the bollocks.
It's on, baby. Serve the melts a few frames of fainter drivel, then squeeze Chief Sire PT for all he's got.
Alfie squares in and clicks both sets of fingers as PT pots the winning black of a lumbersome 15-minute frame, hell-bent on obliterating the trio's exorbitant joy. That will take both time and the endurance of further squawking. Dominance needs asserting.
Easy, boys.
Alfie whacks a fiver on the table cushion.
Which ring stings having it?
Greg and Logs, as expected, keenly gaze at PT, the winner of the last 33 games, just as Alfie had hoped. While on a formidable win streak, Logs and Greg offer fickle competition. But a win's a win in Petey's short-sighted eyes, who sniggers as Alfie racks up his custom, pristine condition pool balls. 2 of each colour flying in off the break only further gushes Petey's ego as he glances back at a cheering Greg.
On that police baton break thing!
Greg shouts in his sporadic, dodgy, South Wallian-style London roadman persona. Despite being a 6'4" lump, this character's only beckoned in safe spaces, those where offence won't be taken by true roadmen. Bang! Within seconds, Petey nails the next pot. A thin cut on a long-range red.
Man like pit stop Pete!
Logs and Greg cheer, referring to a long-term nickname given owing to Petey's regimented afternoon napping routine. Despite a lift of the glasses with a wry grin, Petey's stomach churns under his tribe's overbearing pressure, which tells as he fluffs a mid-range red before stomping his fake Doc Martens.
Felt's fucked.
Alfie insists as he gets down for a shot.
Give you that one.
Any entrepreneurial match fixing goes out the window, with Petey's theatrics having drawn out one visit's best game. There's a rival in town for his pool resident champion crown. Alfie smashes in a long yellow and stiffly chalks his cue. Petey's opening pots have left it wide open, should Alfie sink a tricky 3-ball plant first. Not to worry, as without thought he strokes it into the corner pocket. 3 sitters follow, before a deliberately skewed positional shot leaves a double on the black. Dominating the game just won't do. Alfie's coming for every ounce of spirit in this wannabe hustler's soul. After whacking the double, his heart sinks as it veers to the right. But the tight middle pocket's on his side, as the black trickles in off the jaw for a sensational win. Relief flows through Alfie's pores in shape of a tap dance and twirl, irking Petey to no end.
Treading in the big leagues, boy. Squirms shall not enter.
Petey scoffs.
Big leagues.
5-time Q School participant, Squire.
The staunch armchair snooker fans with no natural ability, Logues and Greg's eyes light up.
No way.
Sharks are in town. Better watch where you swim.
He cockily tells Petey with a swing of the cue.
Smashed in the old 147?
Certainly have lodgers. Primary victim must be Dale.
Dominic Dale.
Fucking right. Spaceman prick's been on the end of 12.
Alfie falsely boasts, having never beaten his long-standing highest break of 110.
Thick as thieves. Practice and pint partners. Well over 5 years.
Peter grimaces and downs his vodka and coke, hoping it will fuel his top game. Not even that gets him close, as a couple of workmanlike wins over the trio apiece sees Alfie retire his Johnny 8-ball scorpion cue for the night and watch on. The slaying of Petey's soul can wait. This mercy pays off as Greg begs Alfie to join their mad uni-sesh in Petey's room. Solely to feed his insatiable poverty-porn appetite, Petey reluctantly agrees. Far older than his younger siblings, subsequent neglect saw poor old Petey's abandonment trauma irreversibly triggered, long before leaving secondary school. A tumultuous temper has left him struggling to handle the triggers of everyday life. As such, they find his deluxe student studio flat laying bare, as minimalist as it gets, to avoid triggering by colour or subliminal advertisements disguised as art. Fear of Greg bemoaning his guest service at uni sees Petey reluctantly throw every chicken wing his freezer's got in the oven, a bitter pill to swallow given Alfie's violation. Nobody sees control of Petey's speaker until now, as 2 hours of old-school stones await blasting through his prized possession. Petey grimaces as Greg and Logues shuffle to Love is Strong, with Greg even breaking out a rare bout of air drum, unprecedented when it comes to rock. A seed has been planted, and a dangerous one to pit stop's dominance. Outside interference and counterculture infliction could prove detrimental. But principles must prevail, and Petey lets it happen while chugging Budweiser at double his average speed. For the square-headed Petey, mixing drinks is a first, anything to drown out this dreadful evening. The same cannot be said for Alfie, Greg and Logues, who giggle their way through 4 beers each within half an hour, until Alfie criticises dear old uni tutor Clivey, that is, who in 2 weeks has solidified legendary status among this gullible group.
Oh, comedic timing on the block.
Never seen anything like it. Not live, anyway.
All well and good, lodgers. Banterous dude. Yeah, sweet. If he had a Scooby about what matters, but we're paying him a cushy living to teach.
Peter storms over with metal tongs in his undefiled red kitchen apron.
You what?
Ex-pro talking here, Squire. And that, what we've paid buckets for, is an absolute rem gem. County cunt stain of the year.
Legend is Clivey.
Alfie taps the metal grinder as weed drips into a spliff build before staring at Logues.
Ain't taking that GCC drivel off some washed-up uni cunt. Anyone who does.
He sighs and shakes his head. Greg leans back and subtly ponders. For social acceptance, he seldom harboured individual opinion on group matters until now. Alfie's peer pressure radicalisation is well underway as he struts to the bathroom. Perfect post-bombshell space for them to simmer. Let any back and forth occur without siphoning one visit's precious energy. Besides, in playing the hardened stoner, Alfie's gone overboard with the spliffs. Desperate respite is needed. Just a few minutes to overcome this nasty bout of Chedhead vertigo. But there's no time for any of that soppy, loathsome bollocks, not with the social stakes sky high. A multivitamin should overrule the grog, and skunk, which he finds in Petey's toothpaste-stained mirror cupboard. Right on cue, seconds after a vitamin C double drop, Alfie's second life arrives. just as Petey hauls 38 overdone chicken wings from the oven. Once Petey's carefully folded his other mittens and had a simultaneous sit-down piss/sensory overload, all but 2 of the wings are gone. Alfie and Greg are mostly to blame, all bar 3, which Logs will spend the next fortnight feeling guilty for pinching, while Greg needs 12 just to touch the sides. Alfie's appetite remains blighted by the early onset tobacco poisoning. Predicting his acidic stomach causing havoc in the early hours, Alfie proactively stashed 10 in a napkin, nicely tucked in a nearby cupboard for later. Such dynamic foreshadowing no longer remains possible for Petey. After blowing a tenner on dinner, astronomical for his stingy ways, he can either fork out on a takeaway or buckets of top-drawer fruit juice and supplements. Essential stuff for this hypochondriac who fears alcohol poisoning's long-term effects when on measly 3 out of 10 grade hangovers. Until payday arrives in 48 hours, it's one or the other.
Right. I hereby ban the smoking of ganja leaf on my premises.
What?
Until further notice.
But who cares? This plays right into Alfie's hands, who has just the odourless answer. Cocaine. Bursting his tight leather wallet's withered seams to the point of rupture, 2 grams of Justin Wee Wee's bash cocaine is in desperate need of release. For his wallet's sake, of course. Greg's attention is slowly swiped as Alfie chops the coke with a battered credit card on his phone screen. An occasional dabbler of nos balloons and weed, the Big C remains a source of intrinsic intrigue after devouring all 5 seasons of Top Boy in 3 days, the inspiration behind his wannabe roadman persona. Just as the subtle prying reaches tipping point, Alfie spares Greg's blushes by passing a line on the phone case next to a rolled £50 note, a fake Alfie summons for all snorting endeavours.
Bomb of MD last week. And now this?
But it's free.
What happened to interpersonal boundaries?
Petey glares at both Logs and Greg.
Staving off student stereotypes.
We're under control. Self-care day tomorrow, and it's grand.
Another bomb of Mandy. Fair enough. But otherwise...
Petey shakes his head and points at Greg.
You've crossed a line, pal.
Step off.
Alfie rubs a dab of coke into his gum before swinging his head Petey's way.
None of that 6th form shit in here, Bert.
Yeah, man's a fully fledged fresher.
But we're, you could say different, aren't we, Gregor? You know, trying to swerve debilitating addictions.
Give it a fucking rest, Chief Sigh. Mummy's miles away. Shagging now you've finally left the home alone.
Alfie snorts the smallest line before standing on the table.
Are we session or what?
Manically chants with outstretched arms whilst jiggling to miss you. Greg pumps his arm before snorting the entire line, now well and truly on the beak bandwagon, despite erupting into a coughing fit as the gear clogs his nose. Absolute worst-case scenario for virgin nose Greg, as the cough only intensifies the coke's acidic drip, uncomfortably tingling his dry throat. That does it, as Petey storms off for a main road stroll, bitterly itching to demean Greg's choices, but unable to muster the energy before a recharge. Alfie laps up the 20-minute break with relentless slug lines, as they fly through a gram of his benzocaine-bashed mediocrity. Logs and Greg simply can't tell the difference, as both pace around the box room off their beans, anxious of frittering this sensational high away in Petey's miserable orbit. Tearing up some scatty pub's jukebox soon becomes the plan, a disaster for Petey's schedule. An hour of Peggle, preceded by a 2-film Lucky Dip Marvel marathon, will just have to wait. After a sluggish quarter of a mile, Petey's keen to ditch the degenerate dingbats who've done nothing but giggle and wobble in the road a few seconds past safety time. But, having vowed to his naive parents he'd give the freshers' bollocks a spin for one night, he may as well get it over with. An excruciating walk ensues, consumed with lengthy stops whilst using the width of the pavement to collectively consume fail videos. One of a trapped sheep tumbling down a hill, moments after being freed from a wide fence, proves a favourite. Even Petey reluctantly smirks. while a burly pedestrian whose path ahead's been blocked north of 30 seconds can't help but cackle. Some shoddy parkour on a stone stairwell sees Petey's pain temporarily numbed as they reach Alfie's favourite arcade, an essential pre-piss-up pit stop. What beats a night on the Fosters, paid for in small change bagged from a rigged fruit machine? First of all, Alfie needs capital to honour tradition, yet naturally he's come out empty-handed. A risky move, but with everyone padded to the gills in student loans, one of emphatic potential gain. What a chance to test their malleability. Tap tap, followed by a flicker of feigned shock as the right pocket lays bare.
Shit a brick.
Skin.
Left the leather lad at base. Any of you psychos payday loaning?
Oh yeah, sure.
Logs and Greg simultaneously say before waving tenors galore Alfie's way. With such power comes great responsibility, and Alfie vows to use it by never paying Logs back. Greg, well, he may be of future use. Whilst Logs appears sprightly, malleable and game, Alfie's clocked him as a choker from the outset. Pool hustling in sketchy bars can get rough, not least when serious money is lost. Pussies simply won't cut the mustard for life as Alfie's future assistant. Without compromise, Alfie leads them down to the run-down, cold-carpeted arcade's deal or no-deal fruit machine and shoves in 2 tenors.
Bit light over here, mate.
20 though, that's a lot of goes.
You gonna do with this cackwort?
He says to Greg, who rolls his eyes, ecstatic not to be the banter's focal point.
Ratio's lodges. It's fucking rigged. Queefs out every few hundred spin, which needs monetary backing.
We have our own ratios, mate. Non-destructive, food for the soul, above average restraint.
Prince Nuben Notre Dame. Jaeger bombs.
Petey sighs and joins the bustling drinks queue as Greg and Logs bask in their newly found Alfie-inspired freedom. Now loosened up, Logs gladly hands Alfie 20 for a spell of flashy entertainment courtesy of the coolest kid he's ever met. Alfie's blowing of £20 in minutes soon sees Logs ruining his investment. That is, until £37 in, when he finally gets back on the board, which gets Petey mentally involved alongside the chanting Greg and Logs. After 4 twirls of the dial, the machine frantically lights up. Jackpot!
Ow! Right in the fucking kisser.
Alfie slaps both sides of the machine as £200 coins jangle out.
Zing! This cash cow's got milk.
Petey gazes at the door, desperate for a puff on the lime vape, but petrified of taking that liberty inside. In absence of his beady attention, Alfie passes Greg and Logs a Xanax bar and Jaeger bomb each. Freshly wooed by their resourceful working-class hero, neither question the pill's content, and presuming it's MDMA, down the lot with their bomb. What Alfie's truly slipped the dozy mugs is no mini taster, but a full bar. 4 doses, a raucous introduction to benzodiazepine. Before Alfie can articulate the dizzying difference, both have too far gone to care as they revel in its early glow before the unprecedented wild peak soon slaps their glass jaws. With inhibitions swiftly fading, they pinch rare roll-ups off Alfie, another worrying milestone for Petey in his quest for collective health. Alfie is forced to roll all 3, a problem soon to be nipped in shape of a zoot construction crash course in the coming days. Ordinarily riddled with social anxiety, Greg and Logs skip their way to the pub. Adamant he's nailed his smooth entrance, Greg ogles 3 stunning candidates for immediate flirting, all way out of his league.
Rack them up, lodges. Greg and I are off for a zoot.
Alfie says while pointing at the slanted pool table, which Logs duly does. Taking just Greg signals his status as second in command of Alfie's newly forged hierarchy, with Logs assuming the role of peasant.
Got first round, ain't you, Petey?
Petey grimaces and reluctantly sifts through his wallet, expertly shielding 3 5s that's scrunched away at the bottom.
Shit, the bed. Here you go.
Alfie stuffs a handful of 10p's into Petey's wallet, some of which crash to the floor. Petey's continuous backchat sees him skirting dangerously close to Alfie's delete section, which could entail socio-political escalation, namely the turning of Logs and Greg against him. For now, Alfie siphons his concentration into top-notch jukebox selections. Given a dearth of tunes already queued, pub domination remains eminently feasible. In their way is Greg, who wasted multiple minutes mulling between Smash Mouth, All-Star, and Green Day, Boulevard of Broken Dreams as his choice. Alfie saves the day by rescinding his special 1-credit allowance and whacking 10 Creedence Clearwater Revival bangers on back-to-back.
99.5, just a won't do.
Alfie and Greg manically jiggle to the funking openers of 99.5. That's where his joy peaks, with Logue's pool ball setup needing instant correction.
Wake up!
Oh,
Wasting all of our time.
pretty sure that's league rules, what I did.
Paralympic Farmers League, possibly, Bert.
Alfie stroppily insists whilst aggressively reshuffling the balls.
Not to worry, we'll have you right up to speed.
Halfway through Greg and Logue's pathetic first frame, scuppered by Xanax rigidity, Alfie bans pool from their night out.
Just wait till Greg's trained up to snooker squire standard, 'cause your number's getting blocked.
Waiting 20 minutes between games simply cannot be bared. Precious drinking time, eaten away, less chance of getting those wet wipes well and truly bladdered. Not that some need the push, as Logue scampers off for a tactical chunder. DJ Pidlin, club resident DJ for over a decade, opens his 9 p.m. set with talking heads, drawing Alfie and Greg straight to the front. Partly down to the Xanax, but mainly earlier's nicotine poisoning, frothing with the newly sunk Jaeger bombs. Alfie goes wild, flailing his arms, just about maintaining sufficient rhythm to avoid forceful ejection. Greg jingles alongside, itching to match the energy, yet failing miserably to win the attention of a stunning redhead he's delusionally convinced eyed him up. While it's usually at least 10 before the dance floor seeks action, Alfie's brazen heroics of it booming by the second song. Thunderstruck. AC/DC. Alfie raises a sneaky fist at DJ Pidlin, who's £20 richer courtesy of DJ One Visit picking the set's opening 3 tunes. Before long, Alfie grunts. The dance floor's now packed, restricting space for his free-flowing, comically wayward robotic dancing. An idle few minutes gives airtime to his rumbling, acidic, gluten-sensitive stomach, which calls for one thing: sending Greg for another round. Hoxie half-pints on this stingy occasion.
Can't have the Dweeb Brigade firing ahead, thinking they're all that. Proper seshers.
Greg winches the beer and cider mix snake bites through the crowd on a tray to perfection, until barged by the last row of ravers. Only one avoids an unlucky hippie's dreads, that of Petey's, who'd sensibly carried it from the bar. Alfie can't be without, and snatches Petey's half-pint for instant chugging. Not before ramming the sweaty tramp responsible for this disaster, who falls and knocks over a couple of female ravers. With no security present, Alfie's punishment is limited to a final warning glare from the bald barman. That does it for Petey. His stab at freshers, raving with the masses, is over. Never has he queued for over 5 minutes in a pub, leaving the sod miles off his desired drunken level. Alfie and Greg soon get their last warning for spraying beer on each other and leave the premises without objection. Both, however, are duly barred from here on out. Logue certainly isn't, as he languishes in the beer garden, abandoned and spangled on a bench, having succumbed to the quadruple Xanny-dose, something Greg doesn't recall until 6 p.m. the next day. Logue's eventually made it home via a £50 taxi. Rough Visit, Chapter 4. 1 strip a week is reasonable, if necking skippy piss strength over-the-counter ibuprofen. Alfie's stab at a 1 strip week was going swimmingly well, having skipped to Zanny altogether on Tuesday and Thursday. But the frazzled, broken addict side of his ego holds gnarlier plans. Bitter loneliness and 4 late morning Sunday drinks see the original challenge insisted upon. All 7 are sunk, one by one, with budget cola. So technically, his 1-strip-week certificate should be in the post, but the whole point, his sole source of motivation for positive change, is to find top form for a block of upcoming snooker money matches. Shredding along to Naughty's heavy metal mix becomes Alfie's tipping point, as his dismay pollutes in shape of a poorly landed 4th and 5th knuckle punch on the thin wall. While it scuffs the dull plasterboard, Alfie's wrist comes off second best with a small but nasty cut on his middle knuckle spewing blood. Oh well, a shake of the paw and he's right back to vacantly watching cheap daytime TV sitcoms, with Xanax nullifying the throbbing pain. An hour later, self-loathing takes hold. Bitter at slipping so far from soberly grace, he curls up on the bathroom floor.
And there it is. Cash in on the old snooker reputation, get myself a presenting job.
For that, Alfie needs his passport, ensuring a frantic 2-hour search, with nothing escaping his wrath. Vacuum-sealed bags, drawers and cupboards, all torn, overturned, or grisly combination of both. A 2-minute pipe break morphs into a comatose 4-hour sleep, slumped against the bathroom wall before an 11:30 a.m. alarm whirls, waking him up by a whisker. Alfie's fuzzy mind stacks all its eggs into gaining functionality by 3 p.m, when he's penciled to play the 30-year-old virgin, Dean Bluey, in a £100 snooker match. Although, without recollection of context, he's shocked to find the bedroom in disarray.
Some munters come for the trophies. Blazer? Poor old Kiwi?
After finding all 3 within the rubble, he calms down, which calls for a pre-match spliff, burger, chips and pint out the back of Wetherspoons. Getting there takes double the usual time, which necessitates the wolfing of an extra burger. This, with a pint each of Coke and Punk IPA, restores some sense of clarity, enough to see straight and make shots. Painfully aware of his drug-induced shortcomings, he heads for the practice table an hour early to iron them out. Reddit forums have touted Glyndwr Snooker Club, the location of today's match, as a hotbed for low-money cash games. Most serious hustlers and former pros are kindly warned off playing here, leaving it a perfect stomping ground for those like Alfie to learn their trade. To Alfie's irking, this becomes a 2-hour practice, with Dean fashionably late to the members-only snooker hall. Struggling to compile breaks over 30, he spends the second hour playing 9-ball to a lacklustre standard, itching to eschew belief from the comparatively easy pots that never comes. As new kid on the money match blocks, Dean's disrespect of Alfie's time is no accident. Not only will Alfie's energy-expending fury count in Dean's favour, but it offers the mounds of budding hustlers on other tables snoop time to scout him as a future opponent. Even during solo practice, poor temperament and weakness worth exploiting are laid painfully bare. While Alfie played to a high amateur standard and once competed at Q School, the nature of club money matches is apparent. Often short of a notable crowd, especially in smaller games, sportsmanship can come in short supply. All that time between frames, bumming a fag, having a piss, or even that split second while respotting coloured balls can be used to tamper with the table, chalk, or opponent's cue. You strut into a new club, fresh blood on the prowl, no witnesses are outing the club's regular scam. They look after their own. Finally, dressed in his best charity shop red, white and black check shirt under his granddad's hideous grey sleeveless gilet, the 30-year-old virgin trudges in. But that's not where the mind games end, as a long-winded natter with dodgy barman Bobby sets the game back another half an hour. It's worth the wait, as Alfie grins once the highly sought-match table's light flies on.
Showtime.
High on the narcissism scale, Dean revels in the admiration and consequent narcissistic supply yielded from his Q Sports exploits. Already a hero in the local pool and snooker leagues, he's desperate for a shot at the big time, with hustling offering the education and capital to power a push onto the Pro Tour. While Dean's aware his chances are slim, a powerful mix of grandeur and grit ensures he'll leave no stone unturned in giving his dream a stab. His first 3 months of hustling have been rough. Going full-time is fine, should you win enough matches to pay the rent. Bluey scraped his courtesy off a few dismal shifts at the family cafe for £2 under minimum wage. A chronic Tinder dater in his 20s, the snooker lads christened him Bluey on account of the countless blue balls suffered after calamitous, self-sabotage dates that promised so much during the talking phase. No longer chasing the loss of his virginity, the nickname has lost all meaning. With a ruffle of his long blonde hair, ensuring anyone snapping piss-poor photos for the club's Facebook page gets a prime 5 out of 10 Bluey, Dean smashes an excellent opening break. Aggressive enough to split 8 reds, while leaving the white just behind the yellow. Alfie escapes off the side cushion and splatters the remaining conjoined reds, only for the cue ball to trickle into the corner pocket. Dean takes his chance with a clinical 67 break, leaving Alfie needing snookers, a monumental task given the awkward spread. All remaining reds sit tight on the pocket, leaving Alfie's 15 minutes of escapes and attempted cannons merely a ploy for inconsequential table time before Dean eventually seals the frame. Confidence seeps through Dean's perpetually sober veins as he bags the second frame with an outstanding 80 break, straight from Alfie's dismal break-off. Now it's on. So sobering up is duly postponed as Alfie buys 2 pints of laugh, both for himself. This fuels the bravado for a quick-fire 40 break, before fluffing the close-range red as his stomach painfully grumbles. Dean Bluey Dooley takes no prisoners, not least drunk ones with a shoddy diet. 31 and 45 breaks seal a 3-0 lead. Despite Alfie needing 5 of the next 6 frames to win, he pulls out a magnificent 55 with low-value colours under pressure to stay in contention at 3-1. But with the Xanax and alcohol plotting mutual carnage in Alfie's gut, his game falls apart. Dean sails to a 5-1 victory, bagging £100 of Alfie's hard-scrounged pocket money in the smooth process. To show those snooping eyes he's no sore loser, Alfie sticks around for a few practice frames. A poor performance, fueled by bitterness of blowing his first match, does nothing to quell his brewing reputation as ripe for plucking.
Where's the flair boy? Airtight safety play? These dicks are on it. Framo one was a fluke. Dozen similar shit shows and I'm broke. And the dream's over. Head back up noddy north, a failed hustler. Not a life worth living.
Burnt out from playing, Alfie lingers for a few barstool post-match pints, failing miserably to grip dry, socially awkward Bobby's attention. Alfie sees arse-licking as paramount. Priority bookings, choice of table for matches, cheeky lock-ins, the odd free pint. But Bobby suffers no fake friends. 2 hours of drinking later, a rare sight beholds this grisly industrial crowd. A couple of dolled-up women in their best vintage bargain dresses, out for a few games and rum cocktails. Many eyes are cast their way, but nobody makes a move, leaving Alfie a free shot. Naturally, he clocks the prettiest, Alicia, rather than her average-looking friend, Monica, who's preying on Alfie's innocent face, volunteering itself as tonight's seat. Alfie chugs his pint to pave a natural round-buying opportunity, which backfires as a hefty dollop drenches his knackered grey skinny jeans.
Get me the short tab, girl.
Eh?
Oh, snooker. Top ref in there somewhere. Fans would adore you.
I highly fucking doubt that.
Won't know if you didn't try. Could be left wondering.
Despite growing accustomed to the customary wacky snooker club preposition, Alicia side glances in scatty bewilderment as she and a chuckling Monica dart off for a best of 21 nine-ball slog with their free double gin and tonics. Rough Visit, Chapter 5. Enlightened to the perils Annex poses to his snooker credentials, Alfie scraps resistance by embracing abstinence and binning another one-strip week. Adamant that weed will cut the mustard, he waltzes through the first few days, somehow swerving the burn of previous Xanax cravings. It's only when his first essay's deadline, a 3,000-word biomechanical analytic whopper, appears from nowhere that he is forced out of procrastination. Murderous fantasies regarding a certain PT take over while undertaking initial research, as the ravenous receptors refuse to hand him full access to concentration. A painful 4-hour session yields a puny 100 words, his introduction and a GCSE-level outline of the subjects to be covered.
There'll be no second chances of Clivey. Brummy pound shop garage tool has it right in for one visit, desperate to boot me off the course. Some drastic assistance is needed.
With primary dealer Kirk and his benzocaine-doused trab on the run after a raid on 2 of his trap houses, Alfie's short on options for a chemical leveller. Were he to own a car, a 4-hour drive for Wee-Wee's mid-grade speed would be no issue, but with that off the cards, there's only one person to call, his only hope. Greg.
Yeah?
Fucking yeah, me. Specky Slipknot lump. Cough up, or we'll be back.
Oh, I knew this day would come. Sorry, look, your bullseye. I'll have it next week. Cash.
Fucking bog sponge.
One visit?
How'd you then, Gregor?
Broomstick Mafia on their rural Tawny Pandy roadman thing.
Staunchly bullied as a child and teenager, Greg narrowly escaped a group of broomstick fanatic thugs who lived to chase a select few victims, including Greg home after dole appointments. After a few years of peace, he made the mistake of ticking a 1/4 ounce of weed off their distant cousin, who since sold his business to the infamous Tony Pandy Broom Boys. Greg's now indebted to them, and while often holding the means to pay, fear has stopped him from settling the debt in person. They simply won't accept bank transfer, despite his countless pleas.
Not if big man Petey starts swinging.
Wettest wipe of the land.
Speaking of cleaning products, any bugles down your end?
Oh,
bashed up or not, send it my way.
Feel I can ask.
Sweet as. 8 Ball should do it. Ain't parting with a penny over 250.
It's the actual Broomstick Boys. Soul Shotters in town.
Get it sealed then. Chop fucking chop.
Greg's initial crack at scoring Alfie some bugle sees him chased into the garden by Edgar, the mafia's curtain-head joke of a leader, a bloke far braver when flanked by his speed-fiend associates. While Greg should have rung in advance, as staunchly demanded in every flare text, he calls in the heavies regardless, his barbarian older brother Tommy. Greg's never called in such a favour, but keen to slip into Alfie's good books, it's a savage resource worth exploiting. Tommy not only bags revenge by slapping Edgar on the temple, but such is his local reputation, the broomstick crew refused to let him leave empty-handed. A 1/4 ounce of cocaine for $2.50, a limited-time half-price mega sale, nets Joskin Hall of Famer Tommy a tidy £200 profit, and a few lines off for his heroics. But Tommy's no savage when it comes to Greg, who he happily splits the coke with. In blissful anticipation of Greg scoring, Alfie stationed himself at Wetherspoons, within minutes of Cardiff Central train station. Once Greg gives the snowflake emoji green light by text, he jumps straight on the next Tony Pandy train, delightfully due to depart in just 2 minutes. While the journey held early promise of success, a lengthy delay due to fallen tree branches saps the sesh from Alfie's sails. That is, until finally reaching Tony Pandy an hour late, where he finds the drive to jog 2 miles all the way to Greg's creaky, hole-ridden farm cottage. Risking a slap from his industrial right-wing father, Greg gladly accepts a few lines off Alfie in their dusty shed, ecstatic to watch the last hour of Shrek 2 on Film 4 for a new, chemically altered perspective. While Alfie's keen to stay, Greg soon sends him on his reluctant way. Still, at the age of 19, he's not immune to the odd spell of irrational parental grounding. While the cocaine's certainly not worthy of its flake, slang for pure cocaine title, it powers Alfie through the night until finally hitting the magic word count at 9 a.m. Rinsed with plagiarism and robotic paraphrasing, a proofread of the essay sees its word count drop dramatically as sentences are tightened. Unable to muster another blagged 200-word paragraph, Alfie submits the first draft in its unedited state. Oh well, with 2 grams of coke left to sniff, an alarm won't be needed for tomorrow's lectures. Rough Visit, Chapter 6. Seldom does true rest arise for regular cocaine snorters, and Alfie is no exception to this calamitous reality. Despite his body and mind's utter depletion, quality of sleep evades him after guzzling a 1.5 grams. Hours later, once finally in a light sleep, his vivid dream kicked off with a bang. The old pink blazer on, fitting tighter than ever, shiny black shoes and a bow tie, stood in a bright glitzy corridor that soon descended into the Crucible Theatre's entrance. Rob Walker glared back before addressing the stage.
Thank you, good afternoon. A week today in this magnificent arena, the Kazoo World Snooker Champion will be crowned. By the end of tonight, we'll have completed the lineup for the quarter-finals. Neither player backstage has ever made it so far, so what an opportunity for both. Will the first-timer continue to flourish, or will the comeback king deliver again on day 10 of Snooker's Big One?
The mostly pension-age capacity crowd went wild, screaming to witness Snooker's new poster boy in the flesh. Robert Milkins stood in Alfie's way, a quarter-final berth, but needing just 2 frames after taking an 11-5 lead that morning. Only a miracle would stop one visit from cruising past the milkman.
Please welcome a hugely talented 25-year-old, 2 frames away, 2 frames from becoming the very first player from Gwynedd to reach the quarter-finals. Fresh from a sublime whitewash victory over the whirlwind Jimmy White in round 1, he's been brilliant so far in Sheffield. What a dazzling debut from Snowdonia's snooker sensation, Bangers Hurricane Higgins. Alfie, 1 visit better!
They love it. Sad pensioner pricks. Don't worry, lads. Whack a tenner on Fenner's here, ready to steer the green bays to glory.
As thunderstruck bellowed from the speakers, Alfie pumped his fist and embraced a spot of air guitar. Detchawait Poomjang watched on in awe, a source of pride for Alfie, who modelled his theatrics on the Thai legend. Dominic Dale, Alex Higgins, Sean Murphy, Mark Davis and Bill Werbeniouk made up the crowd's front row. All prayed from their stable's shining star to prevail. The post-match balmy pub crawl with snooker's chief party animal just ain't the same post-defeat.
Look at them. All here to watch their sports saviour flourish. Coming of age, Crucible 147. Coming right up. Straight onto Easy Street, automatic BBC snooker mainstay. Cushy little paycheck for life.
Alfie blew a kiss to the crowd.
See you in a bit, Sean Murphy. 1 visit's coming for your punditry crown.
Rob Walker opened his arms after a last peek at the notes.
His opponents approaching the end of his finest season on tour. Semis of the German Masters, Welsh Open champion, and seeded here for the first time. He's already mounted one monumental comeback in the first round. Can he do so again? He's a cider drinker, but we call him the Milkman, Robert Milkins.
Only once Robert Milkins walked out did Alfie's stomach begin to churn. As the milkman sat down and stuffed his 2-litre Stein glass with 4 cans of Strongbow, half the crowd lit fags. A giant, filthy, stinking Marlborough ashtray suddenly appeared centimetres away on Alfie's match table, 5 times the size of an average tray. Result: Alfie'd never played in a smoking arena. Desperate to join the crowd, he patted his pockets for a pack, but he couldn't find a burn whatsoever. Worse still was the clunky absence of his lucky chalk, usually nestled in the gilet's pocket. 5 fans in the crowd dangled their packs, beckoning the island's top young prospect to smoke them. Of the 5, Alfie was most perplexed to see Justin Wee Wee and Damo. Justin's eyes whirled into unfathomable depths of their sockets after smashing 4 pre-match crack pipes in the toilets. Damo gleefully downed continuous shots of pink gin, relishing every sip of his nearly empty bottle until Alfie's beady sight saw his blissful drunken glow dissipate. Well prepared for a long session, he reached under his seat and passed Alfie a fresh bottle of pink gin, 20 packs of Marlboros and a sleeve of plastic cups.
Get this done, fella. Places to be, dinglers to see.
Alfie lit a fag and choked.
Have this plot owned by 2.
Better well, lad. Both lumped thousands on you.
Alfie's eyes flickered.
How many wee? 20, to be exact.
Jeez.
Damo winked.
Don't worry. As long as you win. Won't miss it for the world.
Damo raised his glass before snorting a key of cocaine.
Bangles Beckham at Bays.
Alfie grinned. Yet another nickname for the collection.
Frankie knocking about.
Damo gesticulated with his head towards the walkout stretch, where Frankie appeared in a suit and bow tie, donning thin white gloves, ready to referee just his 2nd World Championship match.
No way.
Damo descended into hysterical giggling that sunk Alfie's fire and spirit for the match. Not that he'd be able to play, having forgotten his cue. Shit. Alfie stormed over to Frankie, who was setting up the balls.
Fuck's my cue?
Excuse me, Mr. Fenner. That isn't my concern.
Frankie robotically said.
I'll make it so, boy. Biggest game of my career. And where's my PA?
I have no idea what you mean.
Frankie flatly said with a calm grin, before placing the coloured balls on their spots.
But you're my assistant, and I don't have my cue.
3rd time, Mr. Fenner. We simply cannot tolerate such sloppiness.
Alfie followed him around the table, drawing concerned murmurs from the crowd.
You know what this means.
What? Fucking spit it out, ring piece.
Automatic ban from the tour.
But fuck, it can't end like this.
Afraid so, boy. Now sling your hook. Backup game needs announcing.
Frankie shook his head at Rob Walker, who fiercely glared Alfie's way, inciting jeers from the crowd. Alfie caught his mentor Dominic Dale's grimace while leaving with his fellow pros in a cloud of despair and primal disappointment.
Blown it. 15 years down the drain.
Alfie wakes up to his Korean neighbour's wild K-pop techno rave, popping at full capacity, as the DMT and subsequent bin bag odour obliterates the flat block's previous crisp aroma. As the stench creeps under Alfie's door, headaches throb only intensifies. Back to this miserable reality. Lonely, scraping by, with next to no chance of appearing at the Crucible Theatre. But there's a perfect little remedy for such bitter, weighty despair, sitting pretty on his bedside table. 2.5 grams of delicious beak cocaine. Of course, it'll be the last bag, before sacking the Charles off for good. One almighty solo blowout for the ages. Smash the lot, neck a few 30-milligram vowels, then slip back into a snooker loopy dream, far away from this waking contemporary nightmare. Rough Visit, Chapter 7. Those last few hours are hell. Just after smashing the last line before attempting to quit. Still high, but painfully aware that within hours you'll be left drowning in the pain, the aftermath of indulgence, following the crowd, proving your manhood in shape of superior gear and alcohol tolerance. Just as the government planned, kept in line by addiction, perpetually seeking precarious exploitative work to settle dodgy little debts. But when the music's over, the wallet's empty and the soul's drained, all hell's laid bare in the miserable come-down. It's survival time. Stomach in knots, yet unable to eat. Serotonin sapped to the point of suicidal ideation. Throat wrecked to the point of near closure, septum caving in, if it remains intact at all. Sweating chemical bullets, yet bitterly cold. Smoking 30 a day to feel any minor buzz. Utterly spent to the point of chalking off a month, just to recover and salvage soggy scraps of this scatty burden of a life. When, really, it could all be in vain. Undone by one slip. Just a cheeky drink or line before you're straight back in the deep end, left to face it all again. Weeks of shattering, intrusive thoughts back in town.
Get us a bag, you selfish prick. Oi. Boring yourself, let alone everyone else. Get lively, what are you waiting for? Tell you what, we'll give it one more go. Come on, be a right giggle. We'll be sensible. Few lines a week, dabble, just a pies, get up for work, nail this drug game, prove everyone wrong. Show these muggy addict size a real balanced soul.
Rattling through your head, time and time again. Well, that dreadful first few hours of Alfie's latest stab at sobriety has come. He still has a gram left, but with perpetual come-downs wrecking that old snooker practice schedule, the plan is to give it away. Who will benefit from Alfie's snowy freebie? Well, Greg certainly ruled out after sneakily pinching a 0.3 gram rock last time, despite the mounds of free lines dished his way. Within minutes of scouring Cardiff city centre, Alfie finds just the recipient. Curtis, a shaved-headed, militant, PTSD-ridden ex-soldier. Curtis survived months of rough sleeping before bagging a gnarly halfway-house hotel room. Yet still, he spends 12 hours most days panhandling on the streets. After a shoddy week's takings of £7, one pot noodle a day, he gleefully accepts Alfie's free gram of cocaine. None of the 10 sketchy-skinned homeless men at the halfway house have seen close to the hectic grin on Curtis's face as he scampers in. Bad mistake, as every last one either hounds or licks his arse, praying to get near whatever gear's on offer, or what bright energy can be sucked into their dead-end lives. Nobody gets close to a sniff, as the only person sharing this once-in-a-lifetime experiment is Gareth, a well-read former barrister who has fallen on hard times after a mental breakdown. The first few lines sink down a treat as the pair's customary chuckling reaches the record decibels.
Oh, fuck!
Jealous of their fun, knocks galore slam on the door, with multiple residents scavving fags in hope of catching the merry boys mid-line, locked in a moment of weakness-induced generosity. That doesn't come. After the 5th scavenged fag, they lock the door and vow not to answer any further knocks. Those subsequently ignored will undoubtedly enact passive revenge, whether stealing food from the communal fridge, toiletries from the bathroom, or a bitchy late-night lock of the door to keep them out overnight. It's coming. But that's a tomorrow thing, as both fly through the night of their lives alongside the sole remotely sound geezer either have encountered on their respective homeless plights. It's the 4th, 5th and 6th lines, consecutively devoured by both after getting too big for their snow virgin hooters, that see things tumble. Just as Curtis claims to discover 2 never-documented octaves of the Jimi Hendrix Voodoo Child slight return bass line, giddy excitement sees him violently cough and sneeze. Undeterred and accustomed to bouts of damp-driven pneumonia, they hysterically giggle it off as crumbs of powder drip down Curtis's red, raw nostril, until the stream turns dark red moments later. When he puts up a fight, Curtis soon chokes to death on his bumpy bottom bunk in a puddle of froth and puke. Being homeless, no fuss is made, other than Gareth's eviction from his room of 3 years for drug use. Left to sleep rough, without his best mate. All while Alfie waltzes on with his day, none the wiser, immune from any guilt of his punished good deed.
Rough Visit, Chapter 8.
Having thoroughly survived on vague written class notes for all college and uni essays, Alfie's ravenous mind struggles to follow today's lecture. Despite his depleted, yet impressive memory, nothing sinks in, nowhere near to the level needed for writing cohesive notes.
Must be Clivey. Knows I'm fucked, cops it on my mug, yet chooses to speak faster. Can't show that brunt 1 visit's rattled.
Fresh from a rest, Alfie springs up his seat at the lesson's end, in far sturdier shape for a natter. Peter, Logs and Greg appear, feeling naughty after jumping the train for the very first time. Seeking a rare hearty chit-chat over social engineering, Alfie grimaces as Petey leads his henchmen away. Defying the instinct to oblige, Greg eventually turns back with all the early-stage cokehead swagger he can muster.
OG1 visit! 4th sesh this week, and I'm going for 5th.
Greg buoyantly claims.
Tempting boy.
Won't take fuck off for an answer. Can't get these value toasty grills near it.
Actually can't. Bit of a break.
A break?
Yeah, mate, yeah. I'll do to time to heal, bank balance.
Batty boy Bertrand. Nursing his shock little nut.
Dunno about that.
The master can't quit after leading the flock so far.
Alfie subtly grins.
Try one up sometime?
Oh, fuck all that sick from shit, Squire. Oh, can't afford it. Not anymore. You knows where I'll be.
Take it easy, crater face.
Alfie sullenly says as Greg walks away.
The nerd himself, leeching off my wild side, learning the ropes from a pro. Done at my own game. Fuck social ladders. Let him rot on the bugle, ticking off his nan, chilling with the broomstick boys playing PS1 Harry Potter, chugging Skippy piss, because he'll be back to Bangor's Beckham of the Bays.
Not even a night of abstinence helped Alfie revise for this morning's exam. The courses first. Owing to these 4th day blues, historically the toughest in Alfie's previous stabs at quitting cocaine, the exam's timing could not be worse. After answering 3/4 of the questions, at least half being blagged, Alfie's the first to walk out. Paranoid of handing Clivey ammunition on a rusty plate to boot him off the course, he channels it in true sporting entrepreneur fashion by staking the dregs of his student loan on a money match. Having thoroughly analysed Alfie's practice and match performances, Glyndŵr club gatekeepers have dubbed him a risky opponent. Inconsistently brilliant over short matches, making match odds hard to figure. This has Bobby once again pit 1 visit against the far superior Dean Bluey Doley, the only press around apparently. Bobby aims to cull Alfie's interest in the shape of a sickening string of defeats until one day the problem stops asking for matches. All or nothing is Alfie's style. But in a rare display of insight, he stakes 200 on the game, leaving 20 quid for emergency ham sandwiches and beer. Owing to Alfie's cocaine-craving induced shaky hand, Dean cruises to another 5-1 victory, dumping the fourth frame while 3-0 up nets his Swedish friend and fellow hustler Olof a tidy £500 from a correct score bet on their game. Without that, Alfie offered nothing more than a measly 29 break in frame 6. While £20 of sensible Lidl shopping could easily feed Alfie for a week, a long-standing dependence on his parents has offered no motivation for developing budgeting skills. Despite Lidl only sitting a 5-minute walk away, the price-inflated Tesco Express has been his sole Cardiff food source, bar door-delivered takeaways. A family-sized pie, multiple meat sandwiches, high-end desserts and gourmet sausage rolls are among the cracking options donning the roughly assembled bottom-shelf discount section. Being a self-proclaimed high-class citizen, Alfie refuses to stick his staunch pride aside. Never has he knowingly consumed discounted food, and his warped sense of entitlement ain't bowing down just yet. Sickeningly uninspired by the pricey ready meal section, Alfie's swung by a special offer, 3 pots of Ben & Jerry's for £12. Craving a disposable vape as well, apple and mango flavour on this occasion. Only £2 remain. What could possibly fill this 6'1" twig for 2 days with that? Alfie scours for the answer, until stumbling across the last 2 full-sized white baguettes in stock. Petrified of judgment from students, he breaks both in half to avoid them poking out of his flimsy 10p plastic bags. Such starchy cuisine sees Alfie satisfied for a few hours, which he spends binge-watching Cheers. Once the 2 baguettes are caned after a few minutes in the oven, only half a pot of Minter Wonderland Ben & Jerry's sinks down before Alfie's bowels wail in early-stage IBS distress. Once the warm bread cools and shrinks in his stomach, a hollow hunger creeps in with vengeance. Brewing IBS symptoms aside, Alfie peeks at the half-eaten tub, only to grunt. It needs to last days, maybe up to a week. Void of money-lending friends, he does have the parents to make up for such destructive money management. However, sponging is a last straw. Freshly having blown his monthly allowance within a week, they'll smell a rat should he seek more. An enforced rehab stint can never be ruled out. Alfie gazes around his room, prying for a swift fix to this self-imposed poverty. One thing sticks out, the old Xbox. While an avid gamer since he and Frankie's parting of ways, perpetual hangovers come down to the Rams snooker schedule leave mere dregs of drive for gaming. CEX hand £120 his way for the console. FIFA, Grand Theft Auto 5 and Redemption 2. Enough for a money match, but not enough to prize most hustlers out of bed. Dean and Olaf are usually no exceptions, but once Olaf gets the late morning match offer through text, he stupidly tells Dean of his delight. Olaf's won a few money matches and is yet to find his feet at this ruthless level, so he jumps at the chance of a statement win. Dean simply cannot have that. Not only does Bluey want the prize money himself, but he cannot face matey Olaf racking up wins and confidence, one day usurping him in the circuit's unofficial rankings. So he slings Olaf £40, a bit of a bribe to step aside, and give the match to him. However, such is Dean's complacency that he skips his customary 8-hour pre-match kip in favour of a night on Call of Duty Ghosts. Despite the 30-year-old virgin not topping a 45 break, Alfie somehow let a 5-2 lead slip as Dean draws level at 5-5. Alfie eventually grinds out a tight win in the decider by potting the last blue, bagging a £120 profit at this dire time of need. Finally, a victory on the money match circuit. Hunger isn't the only itch that needs tickling, with Alfie's winnings paving the inevitable end to his 3-year sex drought. Hundreds of candidates fill the Cardiff adult work home screen, offering a range of sexual services for as cheap as £20. yet only one grasps Alfie's picky attention. At 130 an hour, Dilith doesn't come cheap, but cognizance from my countless paid romps whilst both living up north seals his business for an in-call. After serving her escorting internship under Dolly's stewardship for 6 months, Dilith cut ties with the flaky free-spirited Fruit Loop, who'd often turn up late, if at all, to their paid threesomes. Soon, having usurped Dolly and Tilly Lick as Bangor's #1 prostitute, Dilith soon got a place of her own, ditching Dolly's bedsit floor for a detached bungalow. But with her hustle thriving, the call of a big city and its potential goldmine of customers proved impossible to ignore. Cardiff has since become her home, where up to £8,000 a week can be earned. That mostly depends on Dilith taking overnight jobs, which set her wealthy punters back £1,500. Alfie certainly doesn't fall into that financial bracket, but left with dire pulling power, blowing huge portions of income remains his sole key to human contact. While full intercourse has been ordered, Alfie only plans on taking girlfriend experience. A supposed romantic gesture in his eyes, a surprise hour break for Dilith's body that she'll surely appreciate. As such, he whacks on his shiniest purple and white striped button-up shirt and black cargo trousers. May as well make the effort since it's all staying on. Dilith gawps on arrival at both the room's meagre size and uncharacteristic squalor. Having endured an overnighter and many hour sessions in Alfie's parents' king-size bed, this falls far below her mid-tier customer threshold. Had she known of his greasy kitchen, a mere metre from the bed, treating them to a generous smattering of fruit flies, she'd have rejected the call in an instant. But now she's here, she whips her hair into a ponytail just as Alfie adores and leans in for a kiss before uttering a word, only for Alfie to pull away. Only then does she spot his sunken, jaded eyes. Despite her intermittent crack use, that's admirably mellowed since parting ways with Dolly, any junkie is automatically barred, shoved straight on the block list to avoid temptation. Alfie will be its newest addition the minute she's paid.
The smoking barrel's off limits,
Alfie says whilst pulling Dilith's hand away from his cock.
Well, you're giving me a wonner, whether it's true or not.
Like that fiery style, but just some GF ting on the casting couch for me.
Alfie moves to his newly acquired £30 second-hand two-seat leather sofa.
The casting couch.
Off limits, baby.
Dilith glances at the TV as Alfie opens Netflix and groans before sitting down.
Ugh, no jump scares, though.
Customer's always right.
Be a drip for my overnighter. Fuck you and your nasty horrors.
Alfie rolls his eyes before sticking on Eden Lake. Fortuitously for Dilith, her hour-long session sees her miss the film's grisly end, but that doesn't spare her multiple torture scenes. Alfie exploits none of the girlfriend experience perks, instead opting for pinpoint focus on the film he's seen north of 30 times, leaving Dilith unable to avoid its gore. No phone breaks are allowed. Not on Alfie's dates. Shaken to the core, Dilith stumbles off, unguided by Alfie out of the vast complex as she gets lost 5 times before making the front door. As expected, her overnight performance with a middle-aged tech CEO duly suffers. A 2-star online review awaits, all for a poxy yet petrifying hour for peanuts. Alfie's horror stretches far beyond the film's gore. While he adores hiring prostitutes, the bitter pill of seeing them leave gets him every time, glossing an inevitable downer over proceedings. The brief carbonated warmth on a shallow meter fades as the lonely night bites. Then the sense of dread nestles in.
Imagine what that dough could have bagged. Today's and the thousands from days have been. A car, mortgage, fresh motor, cruise of the world, snooker pro tour season ticket.
Who knows? What he does know is the warmth needs to return, and fast. So, with cocaine out of the question, Alfie scores an 1/8 of tacky, low-strength blue cheese weed. Knowing it's bound to be weak, he whacks a gram in the first spliff and sparks it in the bathroom. Packed with tobacco, of course, way more than normal to compensate for a few painful days without. Prodding the joint's lit cherry into his scarred arm certainly leaves its mark. What's the point dabbing it with a skinny jail roll? No one will ever see the scar. Rough Visit, Chapter 9. A month of pain, scraping by off food banks while sweating out the cocaine cravings, over. It's allowance day. With Grace Fenner's guilt money safely bagged, Alfie scores his first bag of weed and pouch of sterling tobacco in 3 weeks. Finding snooker hall entry fees has been a struggle, starving him of practice in that skint time. A night on the accommodations pool table is therefore made a priority. Yet PT, Logs and Greg obstruct Alfie's wish for a continuous solo session. A cunningly deliberate move of PT's who sniggers, safe in the knowledge they're 14 frames, all won by himself, into a 1st to 19 match.
The North Walian Slayer has gallantly returned.
Bandito at the bays, back in the office.
Get the fivers out, lads, because this great white's guzzling them for brunch.
PT half-heartedly dangles out a fist, but is tactically ignored.
What's shakalacking down them snooker ends?
Alfie awkwardly grins before regaining composure.
I hereby summon you, dicks.
He theatrically presents a chunky 3-gram spliff from his pocket.
For a scandalous Jason Derulo.
PT scoffs before smashing in an aggressive cross-double to set up an easy shot on the black ball.
First in weeks.
Managed sobriety.
Fuck the Charles right off.
Unlike Jobsworth Jr. over here.
You on that San Pedro the Fourth? Bit of a Jason.
PT rolls his eyes and chalks the cue. Only his precise weed consumption, 0.4 grams a day, is acceptable in his scornful eyes, leaving Alfie's concussive warhead well off limits.
We didn't risk our financial liberty to come here and become fiends.
PT squarely fires back.
More for these noob tubes then.
Only sharing won't be possible. Anxious of losing his carefully curated and controlled social security, PT briefly glares at Greg and Logs, who are soon sapped of motivation for a late afternoon doob in the sun. Sensing victory, PT smugly leans in for the kill.
Have a tidy Christmas, mate.
He gets down on the black ball shot and smashes it in. Alfie's lip trembles as he squares off in defeat. Not even the lonely 3-gram spliff cheers him up for a traditional December 1st Christmas wonder. Yet he makes the effort and dismally trudges past the city centre's extravagant shimmering light display, marred by acute paranoia and sensory overload. But that's often a problem with cheese weed, ineffective after the first spliff, so the stoner puts more weed in each time, often incurring subsequent textbook paranoia. Indoor crazy golf lies next on the list, which Alfie nearly swerves on account of his heavy ched head. A few holes are needed to find rhythm, but by the 4th he's flying in the birdies. However, such rapid play comes at a cost, with Alfie subject to strenuously long waits for the modestly talented family of 6 to finish the holes ahead. By the 15th of 18 holes, most eyes are glued to one visit, after banging in a sensational long-range shot over a hill for an eagle. This leaves him sitting on 12 under par, too short of the course record, with 4 holes to go. After bragging of this during a lengthy wait in between holes, players and staff gather to catch a glimpse of potential course history. Boy, do they get it, as Alfie nails a hole-in-one on the par 3 15th hole. Now the spectators cheer and whistle, finally making their presence felt. Alfie shoots them with the putter, tap dances and wiggles his arms, cherishing every second of his loudest cheer since winning the under-14 snooker shield in front of 20 people. Now, level with the course record, Alfie needs only 1 birdie from 3 holes to seal it. As such, the family of 6 ahead step aside, a rare gesture on the crazy golf circuit. 2 pars follow, leaving the expectant crowd suddenly flat. ruining their potential waste of valuable time. It all rides on the final hole. A par 4 with either a long, looping, steep hill or a shortcut hole as pathways through. Alfie opts for the shortcut hole, but horribly judges the medium-length wedge and leaves the ball tight against the wall a few feet away. While a straightforward shot for someone of Alfie's calibre, the pressure's on this crucial putt, offering the simplest path to the green. A square-foot area around the hole for one shot at glory. Levelling the course record simply won't do. One visit and silver medals aren't friends. But unable to circumvent a clean swing, he fluffs the shot and rolls the top of the ball. Yet, it remarkably slithers down the shortcut hole towards the green. Multiple staff members and fellow casual players instantly shout, cutting short Alfie's sigh of relief.
No way, fuck that.
Not for a club record.
The place's manager pedantically states. Despite an outside chance of a direct put-through the shortcut tunnel to equal the course record, Alfie slams the club into a wall and storms out to a chorus of murmurs. Rough Visit, Chapter 10. 20 years of tradition. Every Sunday afternoon, they take the same 4.3-mile walk up Dinorwig Mountain. Come rain or shine, they leave home at 1 p.m. sharp and return for the 4:30 p.m. Premier League kick-off. That's Leo Fenner's schedule of choice. Not so much his wife Grace's. Yet she chugs along, fearful of tantrums and guilt trips for making him trek alone. A deathly risk. Supposedly, which can't be avoided. It wasn't always this way, before their son Alfie's reputation scuppering lie. But since then, Leo's been the laughingstock of KJ Car Parts, a factory he's diligently served for 15 years. Invites to the pub, local football matches, and even work dues have been pitifully thin on the ground since, leaving Grace stuck on weekends, scared to dare harbour individual plans and leave Leo home alone. After half an hour in front of the open fire to dry off, Grace pours a glass of wine and starts filling their hot tub-sized bath, her sole weekly hour of solitude before an enforced evening of live sport and a gammon dinner. Alfie knows this, yet rings from KFC after munching the first 2 of 3 fillet burger meals. In his petulant eyes, boundaries are there to cross, not least his mother's.
Sling us a line, 'cause this city cowboy's crawling your way.
How are you, Alf?
Grace reluctantly asks.
Never better. Living it large, yet smashing uni. Mental. Best thing I've ever done.
And the snooker?
Oh, a sight to behold. Pissing through these money matches.
Fantastic.
Pro circuit, better watch out. Beans in this Kent thoroughbred wolf yet. Should have seen Sean Murphy. Rattled. Bit of a recurring theme. Well, can't blame him. After one visit's 4 consecutive centuries, Magician weren't having that. Telling you. Pissed off in the murk 2 hours early. Couldn't write it.
Well, I hope you're getting enough fresh air.
Yeah, fucking hell. How'd you think I'd get down the club? Dragged anywhere bright of late?
The usual.
Decent. Billy Wiz she'll need summoning.
What?
To keep pace. Over Crimbo.
Grace anxiously gazes at Leo, who's avidly absorbed every word for future shit-stirring bait. Pale, eerie stare he returns, soon answers Alfie's question.
Oh, Alfie.
Fuck it, whatever.
Such short notice.
Get over yourself. Result for me, love.
We'll sort something next Christmas.
If there is one.
Grace's face tightens as she freezes.
Not a given. For us all. Gotta live large. While we can.
Leo grabs the phone.
Look here, don't scare us. And don't even think about coming.
See about that one.
Fucking try and tell me otherwise. Calls like this, exactly why.
Sorry.
That a threat? To your life? To ours?
Depends.
I bet it does. Well, don't bother driving up because you're not welcome here anymore.
Leo!
You've disgraced us enough. Put me and your mum through hell. Out pool team will have me.
What? 'Cause of me?
Knowing his father lives for weekly pool matches, Alfie leaves 10 chicken wings and a fillet burger meal behind after swiftly losing his appetite. Blissfully void of cocaine cravings for the last fortnight, they creep back in their masses. Still, he has the spiders in corners of the bathroom for company, an unforgettable fact as he walks through their thick web upon entering. While the last head count stood at 5 house spiders, it's not until lighting his spliff in the deliberately dark, compact bathroom that their intruder is spotted. But it's too late, as a daddy longleg mauls poorly Alfie's number 1 house spider, who's been there from the very start. Well, this murderous prick pays the ultimate price as Alfie boots him into the wall from a sitting position. While the subsequent 2-inch hole may cost him all or part of his deposit, it's a price worth paying for family honour. Alfie turns off the heating for the last time this winter, while certain to endure cold-boned, blotchy sleep. It's nothing in pursuit of preserving his 8-legged pals. Ice-cold conditions will hopefully see intruders swerve at Alfie's flat and opt for nearby dwellings when seeking winter solace. Rough Visit, Chapter 11. Without the 8 ball boys, Alfie's gang tag for the bathroom spiders, he'd be truly alone. As he finds himself on Christmas Day, glazing a full turkey in 7-pound a jar organic honey, feeling less than hungry by the minute. 5 fat joints in 2 waking hours are partly to blame, along with hearing PT, Greg and Logue's party just a few rooms away. This soon becomes the honey's glass bottles problem, which he lobs into the bathroom at Joey, the gang's supposed runt.
Have a bit of that, Joey. Fake planted spider. Cardiff University drone wannabe. No one spies on one fucking visit.
While Joey instantly dies, her unspotted nest does not, as mounds of baby spiders stampede in all directions, thriving in their glass-shattered premature birth. While a welcome addition to Alfie's residence, he seals the bathroom door with clothing to control the spread. Plenty to stuff under PT's door while he sleeps, or to set free in lectures. The power lies with him. This sadly isn't true with his drug addiction, as the outburst prompts an immediate call Kirk's way. To help the sobriety push, Alfie had begged all dealers on his contact list not to serve him cocaine until March. While Kirk shows initial glib concern, promise of £30 extra on top of the Gram's £100 fee as an out-of-hours bonus, sees him ditch morals and his primary school-age kids for an hour-long bike ride Alfie's way. A gram, caned in 3 frantic hours, isn't ideal preparation for a long trip the next morning. But if you can't celebrate the sweet end of a 3-year driving ban, then what is there to live for? Rough Visit, Chapter 12. Alfie's lack of come-down sees his long-awaited day, his first back as a legal driver, kick off bright and early. This wasn't the plan. He should be rough after a gram of cocaine, but Kirk's abysmal product would barely pass as bash. So, despite Alfie's renewed lightweight tolerance after months off, the garbage failed to steer him beyond a 3/10 tingle. Not the end of the world, with plenty of energy left for loan searching. 5 attempts and 2 hours later, skint lad $1 ants, a dodgy company holding a 2.3 Trustpilot score, stupidly hand Alfie $500 until his January student loan instalment. Only one affordable car sits listed on Facebook Marketplace, a haggard 97 Reg Vauxhall Astra hatchback. Selling merely to buy an ounce of speed, Harry, the sweaty obese owner, is left to walk 3 miles to his dealer's house as Alfie drives off in the new whip. What Harry won't have for future cars is his beloved Pioneer subwoofer, which, much to Alfie's delight, he foolishly forgot to take out. Before departing for an unannounced break up north, there's one local score to settle. Now armed with wheels, albeit ones that don't top 65 miles an hour, Alfie's all set. With a bandana firmly strapped over all but his fresh eyes, he clinically slices Kirk's BMW's tyres with a kitchen knife.
Bangor's bandit of the bays ain't taking no more bash off anyone.
He repeatedly thinks whilst hurtling off to deafening drum and bass courtesy of Harry's subwoofer. After surviving a slippery scare on Lilithwell's ice-cold roads, Alfie makes it to Bangor High Street in one piece. Firstly, it's time for a home visit. Not that he's called ahead, but that's all part of the plan. Gift them an almighty shock, bit of forceful back and forth, get the blood pumping, then lap up their chaos-induced fatigue with concussive, coercive guilt trips until forced into submission. A classic ploy of Alfie's over the years. Grace merrily jigs to reggae whilst drying the dishes as he pulls up.
Pricks, having fun without me, should be distraught. Their only son, not about for Christmas. Fuck's the point having me, just to get pushed down the channel in a 30-squid dinghy. This ain't right.
He viciously grabs the knife and snips off the seatbelt.
In through the back, that over the neck, she won't even hear it. Sneak into the kitchen, bam! See you in a bit, Grace. Fuck. What if she don't croak? Left squealing in her own blood, paralysed, a shell for life. Who knows? Nah, ain't right. All the way or don't bother. Get the Krav Maga in first.
Not even calling by seems sensible with what now could occur. So, having swerved life-altering criminal punishment, Alfie's second stop is now imminent. Just in Wee Wee's scabby new bungalow in the heights of Bangor Mountain. It wasn't scabby until he moved in with carefully saved drug profits and made it Bangor's newest crackdown. While 20 minutes from the town centre, addicts from far and wide still brave the colossal uphill walk for Bangor's top small bag dealer. Most of the listed building's old furniture occupies the lawn, busy collecting mould following a few wet months outside. After a couple of near trips on a rusty metal bed frame, Alfie tentatively knocks on the door. Justin's beady ears prick up, despite the thumping techno.
One visit, lad.
Wee Wee snidely says, whilst chuckling at the frazzled, frilly-haired damsel in distress awaiting his mind-altering services.
Charlesing it up or what?
No skimpy sales.
Not my style, boy.
Alfie brandishes £200 in notes. Justin suspiciously looks left and right.
Good lad.
Before lightly tapping Alfie on the cheek and leading him through the corridor.
Gagging for a bit of wee jet fuel. Shambles my end.
Is it, yeah?
With money from the sale secured, minimum inputs needed on Wee Wee's part into the standard awkward natter that occurs with most customers.
Dozy mug slinging bash ain't doing one visit again. Made sure of that.
Alfie is swept from his stride by the chillingly surprising sight of AUDIOBOOKS and Lee Hughes, who fiendishly rack lines of Calvin Klein, cocaine and ketamine combined in Justin's greasy, stale living room.
Bangor's Rick Roll, Formula 3 whiz kid of the century.
Ali sarcastically says.
Gwyned's green gimp of the bays.
That's it. Lee's spangled state sees his weak point for Ali's basic banter exposed as he descends into hysterical high-pitched laughter. Justin's finger to the mouth puts a stop to that, with future sales prioritised over depleting Alfie's self-worth. Lee peeks at Alfie's car through the window and sniggers.
Back in the whip, eh?
Till the next ban?
Lee's eyes light up whilst taking a closer look.
What a fucking woofer.
Oh, yeah.
Pioneer, man.
Came with it. Decent deal, actually.
Reg is it?
90s.
Lee subtly grins and chugs his stale, 5-hour-old half-pint of whiskey and coke. Justin devours a half-gram line of Calvin Klein before dangling his twitching head in Alfie's direction with a deranged grin, just goofy enough to avoid striking fear.
Thought you were on a grand tour.
He passes Alfie a tray of lines.
Bit of a New Year's rumble with the Bangor lads?
Alfie energetically says before snorting a line, only to sneeze halfway through. Luckily for him, not on the 3 chunky lines by its side. Having never seen Alfie as anything more than a big spender, Wee Wee and Lee scoff. Alfie ignores this and snorts the rest of his line.
Bunch of trolls at uni. Having a Scooby hat sesh.
He snorts another 1/4-gram line off the tray before spitting the nasty drip trickling down his throat into the crusty sink.
Where's Frankie at these days?
What a question. One Justin is elated to not only answer but visually display. While Frankie still has his father, Guy's house, he mostly loiters around the old doctor's surgery, where Justin makes a killing from crack, weed, cocaine and ketamine sales off squatters and homeless addicts. Snapped office chairs and sandboxes serve as makeshift barricade to the hollow old building, void of most doors and windows. However, as chief squat dealer, nobody bats an eyelid at Justin dismantling their arduous graft to break in. Alfie's first sight is a framed 90s Polaroid family picture in an old doctor's office, somehow preserved within the squalor. Still, he hears nothing as they venture further in. Cocaine bravado has him wondering what all the fuss is about. But he soon finds out as they cross the piss-stained corridor into the old canteen. 20 homeless addicts with differing energy levels occupy the space. Some wildly chat with bulging eyes in groups of 3, while a few sprawl out in quiet corners, basking in the first 10 minutes of their heroin hit. Just as the ketamine from Alfie's lines pokes through, dismantling his balance and clarity of vision, 2 grisly men shagging in plain view have him close to jundering. He turns around only to see the grubbiest urchin of them all, Nate, being spun on a vintage, thick rubber chair until it tips and sends him crashing onto and off the side of a dusty desk. Any pain from the hefty fall is soon dispelled as Justin squares in. It's party time.
Do us a pouch till end of the month, lad.
Nate says right in Justin's sweaty face.
20-50 G's, fresh in, and this prick wants tick.
Many nicotine-deprived sets of eyes suspiciously flicker Nate's way. Sensing defeat, he groans and hands Justin a pouch of tobacco in return for a 10 bag of crack. Alfie's heart sinks as Nate throws the whole rock in his pipe. Petrified of the second-hand smoke, he scuttles to the far corner, until the shaggy man gets stuck in for round 2 just feet away. Freshly alerted via text by Grant to the Bangor's drug scene's most prolific scab's newfound haul, Llewellyn, Tick Jones and Shane jog in, yearning for a piece of the pie, having used carpet-scraped tobacco crumbs for their last 5 spliffs.
Fuck's sake, man. Sling one here and all. I'm feeding you, rollies. And me, stingy fuck. Call it rent.
Llewellyn insists. Satisfied with the shitstorm brewing in the local drug addict underworld, Justin grins and leads Alfie into Dr. Difford Markham's old office, where Frankie's passed out on the floor. Once, left alone next to a puke-covered treatment chair in the peak of a heroin trip, with his dirty black hood up and tightened.
Right where he fucking belongs,
Justin insists before pulling out his dick and pissing over Frankie.
2 years, banged up, eating grotty gas-eater toasties, this slimy little grass. Stitches just won't do.
By taking Alfie to see Frankie, he's unlocked one visit's shallow pit of guilt. Every addict has their triggers, those buttons that turn a half-gram sale into a 3-gram blowout. Justin figures out each and every customer's within a few interactions. People don't see it coming, given his ragged appearance, rough vocabulary and chipped teeth. But a life in the game has seen him quietly evolve into one of Gwyned's top psychological masterminds. On this occasion, Alfie's sorrow translates into the acquisition of a wicked haul. 10 Valium, half a gram of ketamine, 4 grams of skunk hash, a gram of cocaine, and 4 extortionately priced corner shop special brews. Only the latter with 1 Valium gets Alfie drowsy after his long day. Not even Lee, Ali and Justin's wild ketty drum and bass skanking can lift Alfie from the sofa. Sufficient non-compliance in their eyes to prompt revenge. If you come in here expecting a party without delivering entertainment, then watch your back. Once Alfie sinks his ketamine in 2 lines, it's game over. What may have been a blissful trance, commonly known as a K-hole, is tarnished by the entire room giggling and pointing at his sunken eyes. And what becomes a nightmare? Lee and Ali morph into blurry, generic Sims characters. At this point, the only thing for it is sleep. Once the waviest octaves of his ketamine high pass, Alfie eventually conks out to the thump of hardstyle. Such idle behaviour provides ample opportunity for the boys to work on their new blank canvas. While Justin insists, chief group body artist Lee proceeds with a Nazi badge on the forehead. Lee's lack of coordination rules that out. The compromise is of thick, black beard all over the cheeks and chin with a Sharpie.
No scruff policy here. Need that off right away.
Justin passes Lee a bottle of shaving foam and a Bic razor.
Very well, Master Wee Wee.
Lee snatches a £5 note from Alfie's pocket.
Since the prick's tipping.
Ali whacks ketamine on a key and passes it to Lee.
In case he asks.
Lee chuckles and lightly shaves around the inked areas, only for Alfie to wake up in a daze and jolt his head.
Dingler, man.
What's happening?
Trying to dish you free drugs. Lightweight of the bays.
Alfie snorts the powder as Lee dangles the key near his nose, only for the shaving foam to join it in shooting up, incurring a wild sneezing fit.
Look at you. Snot everywhere, man. Snorting foam in his gaff.
What?
Alfie's mortified to tap his face and find foam.
Loony bin this one. Intervention time.
Justin pretends to phone 999.
Hello, yes. Ambulance please, fine sir.
Lee calmly drags Alfie to his feet.
Gonna have to escort you off the premises, I'm afraid.
Just need a few hours.
Can't have mugs playing with Wee Wee's foam. Crossed the line there. Valuable resources. Plenty of foam in Hollywood. You had to come here and fuck with Wee Wee's.
Can I grab my gear?
Should have thought of that before losing your marbles.
Lee says while shoving Alfie out the door.
Ambulance is waiting. Minford Hospital.
Void of cohesive sobriety to argue, Alfie heads back to the car, sacrificing a few lines worth of cocaine, a quarter pouch of tobacco, and 2 cans of strong beer, all of which are guzzled by the boys within the hour. What he luckily hasn't forfeited is his 2.5 grams of skunk hash. This comes in useful when only 3 miles into the drive the new whip runs out of petrol on a back road. Just as well given his spinning vision, which only intensifies after pushing the car 4 feet ahead into a lay-by. Only now does it sink in, during the 2-hour attempt at backseat kip, that he's mateless up north, a circus joke for life, unless he cracks the odds by making the Pro Tour. But there's no time to think about that, with a 6-mile round trip to the petrol station on foot in thin, battered canvas shoes ahead. Rough Visit, Chapter 13. What sweeter way to wallow than with the crutch that is an early January student loan payment? Chicken takeaway for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, extortionately priced bike delivered morning, Foster's, and evening left. The hard stuff. 5-fold £30 accumulators for both day and night football on Saturday and Sunday, a stockpile of 10 airport amber leaf tobacco pouches, a 3-pack of plain t-shirts, the lot. Mandatory university class trip to Brentford FC's world-renowned analytics centre? Not a chance, not whilst there's bud to be smoked and money matches to be won. With sporadic but intense temptation for Valium and cocaine yet to flinch, better to spend it all now, so he can't bow to the demon's demands. Dying of stomachache after yesterday's rampage, his first stop's the bog. However, the 72-pack of loo roll gifted by Grace at the start of term ran out last night. So, a newspaper and shower rinse it is. While failing to end up broke after last night, there are still a few things Alfie Fenner's reluctant to splurge on. Fueled by the mantra that bog roll should be free, he storms straight for the nearest Tesco Extra, stuffs a 4-pack in his bag, and avoids detection on the way out. That is by the shop's security staff, not, however, by Kirk, who followed Alfie from his house in the newly fixed BMW. Skint since Christmas, Alfie seldom left the house until now, wasting days of Kirk's valuable time in loitering. But this is finally the moment. While it takes a few minutes, Alfie eventually switches on to the black tinted windows hovering 20 yards behind. Kirk's left it late, with his prey just 2 turns from safety. Willing to blow ill-gotten gains on repairs, he mounts the curb and charges for one visit, who slips around the corner just in time. Despite yanking the handbrake, Kirk clips a curbside tree, ensuring a hefty bill without the satisfaction of Alfie's smug, bloody face lying in the road. Left to tell the tale, and now a free adrenaline boost richer, Alfie shadowboxes in the shower for over half an hour. Brimming with ardour for a game of snooker, he scours the floor for his lucky chalk, only to find a 50mg Valium under the bed. While his first instinct is to lob it outside for the seagulls, cravings override any heroics and ensure the dusty pill's swift consumption. Such degeneracy certainly rules out a game of snooker, with Alfie petrified of a drowsy under-par performance in front of the money match lads. Hiring prostitutes is Alfie's second favourite buzz. However, as he soon finds out, this won't be possible through the relative security of adult work any longer. Delith got a taste of vengeance for Alfie's Eden Lake horror film stunt with a spot of shit-stirring. Namely the spreading among her Cardiff escort peers of Alfie being a serial duck and diver. 7 accounts reported the disgrace of a trick within the hour, leaving Alfie banned, confined to scour the streets for sketchier alternatives. 20 minutes of sluggish city centre driving would see most nicked. Yet Alfie swerves any federal attention before finally spotting a dreadlocked prostitute on a Cardiff Bay street corner.
Dolly fucking Barden? It can't be. Grottiest slut Bangles ever seen. Shag for skag specialist. Mixing it in the big city? Just got to have a piece. Big goggles and a handled down price. Might get into a bit of that.
Dolly's dry face drops as he pulls up and lowers the window.
Look who it is. Hurricane Noodle Dick Fenner.
That's how it's going to be.
Wait, 82 hours, but only if you've got decent weed.
Alfie shrugs. Who's he to complain? 2 hours of company, and if she gets on his nerves, then sex to fall back on. Not that he'll finish. Not with her, knowing all the Joskin delinquents who've treaded that turf in his wake. Dolly's half disappointed to avoid action, with Alfie on the glamorous side of customers. Getting paid to watch Tiger King and smoke his weed proves an acceptable compromise. A sole task, keep the beer flowing, his glass can't hit 2/3 empty. In protest of this sexual abstinence, Dolly refuses to smoke in the bathroom, leaving Alfie facing an uncomfortable first, smoking in the bedroom. That she does in epic proportion, with continuous half-gram spliffs rinsing Alfie's bag dry. Such shoddy stock control sees Dolly threatening to leave only an hour in. But with the series finale to go, Alfie's not done yet, and fetches more weed off Chunk to save the date.
Make it last,
Alfie pedantically says before tossing the 3-gram bag of weed onto Dolly's grateful lap and lying on the bed.
Keep us occupied then, mate.
Seen Frankie?
Fuck knows, grafting, ain't I?
Best mates you and him, ain't you?
You wish.
Interesting.
Fucking scav, bruv. Daily rinser. Couldn't carry him.
Snake. Knew it. No boundaries.
Dolly's lip subtly curls.
Some don't rise from those depths. Shame.
Nah, had it coming. Live a trampy life, get treated like one. Risk the consequences.
Ain't always the way.
Hang around scum of the earth. Don't whinge when they bite. Never could fund the habits. Nabbing rollies, pints, joints. Fuck. And I let him. For years. Some other runt's bitch now. If he's of use.
Alfie speedily adds whilst opening his legs.
Lively, Dollington. Breaks up.
Just a minute, yeah?
Rough rides in order.
Dolly sneaks a hypnol into Alfie's pint glass, setting up the roughest ride of his life. Sexual to begin, until he's drowsy 2 minutes in. Then the punches rain down, all to the body of course, without leaving obvious marks on his face. Once satisfied, Dolly robs his bank card and hits the town, every last £15 entry club within reach. While Nationwide blocked the card at 9 a.m, A cheeky £200 withdrawal was made in good time, all of which is sent to Frankie under strong instruction to hand half to Dazzler. Frankie ignores this and blows the lot on various drugs, only around £30 worth of which is consumed by himself, with most being robbed or given away. But either way, she tried. Rough Visit, Chapter 14. Being robbed blind can sink a man's spirit, unless they opt to block out the pain. Alfie's chosen the latter, yet still finds himself up bright and early for lectures, no lurking Xanax whirlwinds halting one visit today. Now adamant he's levelled up in academia's social rankings, he whacks on a knee-length leather jacket, never worn in 5 years. Diminished inhibitions see it paired with white-framed sunglasses, a look he spends 10 minutes admiring in the mirror. Aching to display his fresh, swanky style, Alfie sparks his morning joint by the university's entrance for extended exposure. Now student rush hour, he whacks Creedence Clearwater Revival on low volume. But there's nothing low-level about his gram-sized Amnesia Haze spliff. As expected, it stinks the courtyard right out. A misdemeanour, wily old Petey storms straight over to confront, alongside a panting Logs and Greg.
What do you think you're doing? Some of us are here to learn.
Petey barks. Alfie slowly tilts his head Petey's way.
Scuttle of San Pedro.
After blowing out a cloud of smoke, he gradually lowers his sunglasses.
Street life ain't for some.
The smoke will go inside. Might even reach the lecture hall.
Let us toot that warhead ting, bruv.
Alfie glares at Petey and flicks ash on his brown suit shoes.
Thought you never asked, noob tube.
Fuck's the ball coming to?
Petey desperately says before pointing at Greg.
You've made your choice.
He rolls up his sleeves, clenches his skinny fists and storms inside. Logs anxiously follows, but not before a longing glance at his fallen brother Greg, who's endured his last chill with Petey's crew. Not that Greg reciprocates the bromance. Their trouble adapting to his regular cocaine dabbling has seen Petey and Logs long outlive their spiritual use. Finally, Alfie has a lecture buddy, yet Greg's presence doesn't calm his anxiety. Not even Xanax manages that, for what is a day of presentations. Alfie's on a painstaking 17th of 20, plenty of time to mull over his lack of prep. First of all, he needs a piss. What a chance to blow 20 minutes, a whiz and a couple of fags, miss at least 4. It's 3 floors of stairs, owing to the lift being under maintenance. A mammoth task for Alfie's ketamine and alcohol-induced weak bladder.
Got a strike in me. Free pass, just this once. All sporting talent does.
By the first floor, he simply cannot wait another second. With nobody seemingly watching, Alfie unloads his piss into an empty litre bottle of water. As it continues to flow right up to the 3/4 point, he panics. A door slams from the floor above, which jolts him to the right, taking his dripping Jap's eye just out of the bottle. Luckily, it's the tail end. Only a matter of droplets leak onto the carpet.
Job done. Doob outside to celebrate?
Alfie texts Greg whilst flinging the piss-filled bottle in the bin. However, a buff security guard bursts into view and snatches Alfie's short-lived glee.
Out now.
Come on, Squire.
Don't make me lob you.
Better than the floor.
Alfie's pleas fail to halt his swift, forceful ejection.
Bullseye if you don't.
Our ordinarily straight-shooting security guard's eyes flicker. Long having languished on minimum wage, his flaky 0-hour contract funds his young family's basic existence by a whisker. A first night out with the boys in 2 years can't be refused.
You fucking tell anyone,
he says while snatching the fake £50 note.
Every man's got his price,
Alfie cockily says while strutting back in.
Hustler to be made of you yet, boy. Keep smashing it. Flat out flaunting. Keep the look up and this shitty city's yours. Presentation's just the start. Get the old social media pages flirting, bit of a profile. Netflix and Amazon will be begging for an exclusive documentary deal. Might need 3 seasons. Way one visit's killing this uni hustler dual life ting.
Similar grandiose, intrusive thought patterns persist until Alfie's finally called up to the stage an hour later, having absorbed nothing of the 17 presentations so far. As planned, he whacks the sunglasses on once reaching the stage for effect. Light chuckles ripple as the basic black and white squared presentation with single lines of word art appears.
So basically, this curriculum, all trollop.
Alfie skips to a shoddy clip of him fiddling with a snooker table's pocket as Greg awkwardly takes a shot. Upon spotting Alfie's infringement, it cuts to a close-up of Greg comically gawping before skewing his shot.
Been there, done that. Copyrighted the cowl neck t-shirt.
Alfie adds with outstretched arms. Most students, including Logs and Greg, burst out laughing. Despite being simple shots, Alfie's snooker clips, reluctantly filmed by Logs, took a 6-hour session to film. No fag breaks, and at least 12 takes for each angle. The second scene sees Alfie scratching the back of his raised arm in Greg's eyesight, who's down for a shot.
Get right in their head.
Clivey sternly gazes on. But for his teenage far-left protesting days and subsequent support of free speech, he would strongly consider ending Alfie's horror show. What's coming his way is saved for closed doors, as Clivey opts for an impromptu mindfulness session to avoid overstimulation.
Don't matter what your form's like, because they're nailed. Sordid little spirit? Sunk. Sent packing for a 20 squid flight to Bucharest, without a fucking Scooby until their next play. At which point, it hits hard. They don't have it no more. That spark, that what shot them to the top, gone. One less shit stain on the circuit. More money for you.
Alfie manically concludes, before taking a seat to sarcastic applause that he obliviously laps up. After utilising just 2 of the presentation's 5 mandatory minutes, Alfie's the sole sap called into Clivey's viciously bland cream office. Adamant it's to admire the warping of minds, the dishing of free inside knowledge their own tutor couldn't dream of, or even to be tapped up for postgraduate employment, Alfie's stripped of bounce by Clivey's deathly, stern gaze upon entering.
Take a seat, Alfie.
Clivey asks.
Don't like the sound of this.
You shouldn't, as I have no choice but to kick you off course.
Got to be joking. After today.
Especially so. 2 minutes long and bugger all to do with our unit. Final straw, I'm afraid.
A lot of work in that. Days, matey.
Not my problem.
Can't hack it. Real sportsman. Showing the man up. Sapping that Clivey aura. I've seen you since one visit's been in town.
Alfie, don't make this any worse.
Shadow of your former self, so the seniors claim. Real's third choice Vernon Kay. Anonymous Reddit user.
Are you done?
You'll miss my buzz. Getting the lads up for it. Hole to fill. Telling you now.
There's just no other way. Think we can agree on that?
Put my arse on the line. Moved everything for this course.
Take today out of the question. Effort and attendance have been minimal. What work you have done? Well, way off the mark.
One more chance?
Alfie jumps to his feet.
Snowdonia's snooker sensation turns it all around under the expert tutelage of Clivey Niles. Think about it. How careers are launched.
It's a decision that has been made. Should we believe there's no hope of respectable grades?
Skippy piss, bruh.
It's clinical, robotic, scripted statements from here on in. A stage of negotiation Alfie and his antisocial personality know well. While he'd usually summon new gears and give everything to tire the opponent into submission, there are wilder things to think about. Namely, accommodation, and the fact that his tenancy relies on university enrolment. Rough Visit, Chapter 15. Despite Alfie's pleas for a fortnight, a mere 6 days' notice was all his accommodation spared to clear off out of the flat. It's now the last of those, a lukewarm, grey afternoon void of character, yet Alfie is still to learn his housing fate. 6 days afforded the council's homeless department precious little time to sort anything, let alone cater to Alfie's flamboyant, luxurious demands of an entire house right away. To ride the angst, Alfie heads for Wetherspoons. In the car, of course, since he deserves the life-threatening threat of driving home pissed, potentially crashing and ruining someone's life, because of his circumstances, of course. In a bitter dose of karma, the car breaks down on Newport Road. Luckily for him, on the inside, with enough drag to pull onto the yellow lines and out of harm's way. A week-long stint at the mechanics awaits his shit heap after a tow from AA. While this strips Alfie of pub transport, the security of a potential emergency roof, should the council not sort anything by eviction time tomorrow, whittles away with the rusty AA van. To only amplify proceedings, Grace scrapped Alfie's allowance as punishment for leaving uni. Only dregs of his student loan remain, which he merrily sinks in shapes of pints and shots of Gentleman Jack. After the 5th double drink round, the council's phone call finally arrives.
Afternoon, Mr. Fenner. Is this a convenient time to chat?
Pretty fucking sure of that.
It's been a rough one for you, no doubt, but we're trying our very best.
What you got then, boss man?
Tony Pandy, vacancy at a hotel, as of tonight.
Kind of shit show's that?
All we have at present, sir.
Snooker career's fucked. Skimpy valley money matches. What are you on?
You'll be back in Cardiff as soon as. But I must warn you, Mr. Fenner, our duty of care ceases the moment you refuse an offer of adequate housing.
Shit, I'll better have a pool table.
Drunkenly stuffing clothing into vacuum seal bags proves a masterstroke, leaving 8 p.m. onwards clear for a sport all-nighter, the last at his self-proclaimed lad's palace. Australian football fails to entertain, seeing him crash out at 8 a.m. Rookie move, as the doors hammered at 9 by the no-nonsense site manager.
1 hour warning, Mr. Fenner.
What?
To vacate the premises.
Shit a brick. Reception troll said...
AM, mate. Back up in an hour.
While mostly packed up, his fuzzy-headed rush sees him forget an entire arsenal of shoddy kitchen equipment and food remnants. Being his first self-orchestrated house move without Grace's heavy-handed help, ordering a removal van proved a step of common sense too far. Only one option remains at such short notice: multiple taxi rides to the £100 a month storage unit, 2 miles away, where he's booked a 5x5 metre cube unit. By the 4th run, as the meter edges towards Alfie's self-set £80 limit, he scans for a swift exit. Over the 4-foot wooden fence and through the gardens looks promising, smoother than legging it down the road, praying the fat driver gets stuck in traffic. But he freezes as a flicker of the automatic door lock sees that particular chance sale. While short for the £85 fare, the driver reluctantly accepts 80 in cash and a gram of weed, skimpily weighed by eye. No grand farewell awaits one visit at the accommodations reception as he collects the last few bags. All that social climbing, small talk, arse-licking, for nothing. Not even a nod from Quentin, with whom he shared many a drunken natter. Brian the cleaner secretly grins. He certainly won't miss Alfie, the common room chalk, beer and chocolate mark fiend with a foul tongue. So that's it. Now a 3-legged, 2-hour bus journey with unbearable weight in bags of weights, without narcissistic supply for all the effort.
Style on the base, one-of-a-kind banter merchant. Proper action that don't come cheap. Gone. They'll want you back, once one visit's done with the snooker tour. Be famous then. Honorary student material.
Before any heroic turnaround and the inevitable Netflix miniseries riches, he must tackle this sticky episode in temporary accommodation. Its location, Tony Pandy, has seen brighter days, mostly before the winding down of Britain's coal mines by Thatcher's Tory party. As he steps off the bus, a dread-shaped urge has him itching to jump straight back on. Dull, run-down infrastructure, slug-paced civilians and grey houses instantly dims any optimism. No fast life to be found here. not least whilst weighed down by the torrential rain, making the half-mile lug of his bags an excruciating one. Just from a glance in the distance, Alfie's new temporary humble abode incites a light shiver. Damp windowsills, chipped paint, a faded front sign barely visible from the road, pale undesirables lurking by all three doors, and the stale stench of sweat from windows weren't mentioned in the debrief.
No alternative tonight, boy. Suck it up, make that glowing presence felt, and have it with those council mugs tomorrow. 9 a.m, bright and sharp. Wish they'd pull the sickie once one visit's done with them.
Grisly hotel manager Clark leads Alfie past the corridor's pathetically filled punch-hole-ridden walls. Freeview television coverage rattles from the rooms, with most of the 30 residents enduring a poverty-induced zombie-esque existence. Clark's brief tour ends with a glance at the greasy, cramped kitchen, bearing a knackered electric oven caked in dry pizza crust. Bursting out in tears is considered, but halted until further notice by the soothing notion that it's just for one day, won't even have to use it. Built for bigger things.
Now, do you like a beer?
Clark piercingly asks.
Occasional dabble?
No alcohol in these rooms. Do I make myself clear?
Fucking hell, Bert.
Be on your arse by morning. Ask anyone here. Won't hesitate. Bar boozer downstairs is suitably sound. The town's best.
Alfie's focus lies with the scratch marks around his lock. A chip in the woods, a sure sign of a break-in or two. On first glance, barring its last resident harbouring a significant drug haul, it's hard to see why, with the room's basic content barely worth stealing. Alfie grimaces at the single bed, awkwardly placed 19-inch wall-mounted TV, square table with two rickety vintage wooden chairs, and generic Tony Pandy prints. All that's irrelevant when the gut-wrenching Pong tingles his fragile chunder resistance to the brink of collapse.
Spilt milk, I'm afraid. Bear with us till the carpenter's in.
With 25 of the hotel's 30 rooms bearing ensuite bathrooms, Alfie's been dealt the short straw, a box room by the kitchen's sole, noisy kitchen. Just 3 residents are supposed to use the communal loo, yet many run out of bog roll and rinse the free supply. Between that and the hotel's cleaning, maintenance and management staff, nasty surprises are aplenty when in desperate need of a number 2. While cleaned daily, some deliberately leave their mark in various disgusting ways, knowing others have nowhere to go.
This is the jungle, baby. Play your way to glory. Best pool player in town's not getting no shitty room. Set their Joe Chop local pool league alive. Sign for a top team, win a few cup finals. You're in the paper. Bang. Ensuite, 50-inch screen, double bed, fucking craft ale room service. The lot.
The gnarly truth can't escape his futile mask. This is far from over. Without money for rent and a deposit, he's stuck here. As this dawns, Alfie sinks onto the ill-fitting single bed, dangling his toes off the edge. While hoping to relax, the smell takes on nastier shades of dried piss and fermented cider, leaving little focus for daytime TV. To postpone this sickening temporary reality, he checks out downstairs locally renowned top boozer. What a chance to spread the old Q sports wings, make a proactive start to this money match-shaped escape plan. Being a town lacking in snooker tables, the local pool league offers Alfie's sole path to a cheap competitive game. While not at the elite level of choice, it's a chance to scout local players, the big spenders, match ball chokers, shithouse cheaters. However, barring a couple of elderly barstool stalwarts, carefully sipping pints of ale while watching Pobberly come, the place is bare. Certainly no live action or angles to work. Just a quiet practice once again. Alfie takes his usual Fosters before awkwardly lingering by Gwilym, a pub regular of 60 years. Disgusted to be drawn from a long-awaited hour-long special of the show he's passionately followed since its inception, Gwilym turns his head Alfie's way.
Yes. Father a game, if you're down.
Gwilym sniggers and pours a shot of whiskey from a shop-bought bottle he pays the barman a £5 corkage fee to drink.
Any pool leagues about? Happy to trial if expenses are paid, obviously.
Gwilym shoves Alfie the freshly poured shots of whiskey.
To fuck off.
He coldly grins until Alfie takes them and walks away. Free of that cockney, pretty blue bottle, he gets right back into Pobberly Cum.
Didn't say leave,
he says as Alfie loudly packs his cue to leave.
Oh yeah, sorry. Fuck's sake.
Just don't come over here.
Alfie scampers to the pool table and lifts the beer-stained cover. What lies underneath is of grave disappointment. A piss-poor red cloth, riddled with stains, rips and chalk marks.
No respect for the beautiful game of pool. How do they sleep at night, owning a pub but leaving the main attraction to rot? Top boozer, mate. Lovely little spot. Trolls. Wouldn't know one if it slapped their flabby glass jaws.
What follows is his scabbiest practice session in years. Balls stick to the slanted left side as cushions offer little rebound after years of wear. Barside sniggers reach epic proportion over his subpar performance, leaving no option but to pack up and leave. Left with just a corner shop open after 11, Alf is forced into paying £8 for 2 bottles of Desperados, which he chugs on a football field to numb the painful first night ahead. Alfie's room, often where newbies are dumped for the first couple of weeks, is known for its tumultuous history. Close proximity to common rooms means sleep comes in short supply. That, with the naturally heightened stress levels of homelessness, has seen it accumulate quite the death toll. Some, like Jodie, a fiery teenage mother of 2, stabbed to death by her boyfriend 5 years ago, make sure to revisit. There's nowhere her spirit would rather be. See, she was shunned on all fronts, at every stage of life, until getting a room in this homeless hotel. Sometimes she's peaceful, to maintain the cloak. Miss a few out, so they're spared to condemn any talk of ghosts. Alfie's not afforded that luxury. She clocks him as a fiend from the outset. Her murderous boyfriend adored Xanax and punched rather than slapped when it ran out. Following a week as his skinhead cellmate's spiritual servant, he hung himself in prison. Such selfish behaviour leaves a void in poor Jodie's time, which she takes out on fellow homeless degenerates, especially if remotely similar to him. Nothing major today on Alfie's first night. Just a few doorknob creaks, knock his grinder on the floor, enough to keep one visit up until dawn and waste some precious weed. But she'll be back. Cockney wet wipes are her favourite. Rough Visit, Chapter 16. Whirling hoovers and pinging microwaves cooking morning porridge makes it impossible for Alfie to sleep the day away. An opening obstacle soon appears in the shape of a scattering of ants, scurrying across the patchy edge of a corner floorboard. It's often tradition to leave something behind if unfairly forced onto the streets, the next step for anyone who loses their place at a homeless hostel. That may come in multiple forms, not cleaning the room before leaving, pissing in a kettle, blocking the shower, or leaving bin bags in a cupboard or on the vanilla side. This room's former tenant, a schizophrenic, ketamine-obsessed gabba enthusiast, departed on his own accord, yet left his mark regardless. Jam under the floorboard was his weapon of choice, ensuring a future battering from many long-term residents should he show his face in town again. Void of energy to socialise, Alfie ventures to the smoking area, where he's gutted to see crusty old Cledwin. By far the hotel's record-serving resident, Valley Boy Cleddy lives for his ensuite room, paid for in full by the council. Daily arguments and fights fuel his well-being, which entails regular shit-stirring to steer various wheels that entertaining way. Bouncing, after a long night of speed, he's leant on the balcony for hours, lurking purely to cop the fresh blood. With money scarce among the place's alcohol and drug addicts heavy population, only those who deal drugs live in relative comfort. Cledwyn's scandalous reputation as a local scammer ensures no dealer will give him tick, leaving the scav unable to fund his addictions. Those like Alfie often fill that gap, especially if lonely. Get in their good books, show them around, bit of glib charm, and you could be right in their drug and tobacco supply.
Nice kit, lad,
Cledwyn asks.
Yeah, less said the better.
3 croakers this year in that fucking room alone.
Despite Alfie's attempted poker face, Cledwyn subtly grins and scratches his blonde dreadlocks.
Colo Clubland resident DJ. Tune request hotline is open anytime.
Owing to the famous Colo Toure football chant, Cledwyn's preferred name is Colo, which many a local baghead chants from the front door to draw his attention, an immense source of personal pride. An avid disciple of clubland music, Colo once held aspirations of being a nightclub DJ, but his gruesome, violent local reputation ensures nobody dare offer the chance. As such, he revels in his self-appointed role of resident DJ. Still, he holds hope, enough to spend 2 days crafting a shoddy word art DJ business card, one of which he hands to Alfie. Colo's half-gram spliff is of more interest, a blue cheese tonka smelt 7 buildings away.
Any herbage flying around this shitty town?
Packed with a £60 government hardship fund, Colo heads straight to buy a 1/4 ounce of weed, the exact amount Alfie's after. That's not quite how it works out after Colo's through. Disguised by weighing out 7 0.8 gram bags, Colo cheats Alfie out of 1.6 grams, insisting the deal came in gram bags rather than one collective weight. Once Alfie eventually shrugs in defeat, Colo snatches the £60 and, of all places, squares into the room next door. A rare all-night quarry rave spared Alfie or Colo's audible terror on the first night, that of 90% volume clubland. There's no headphones with Cledders, not even on Remembrance Sunday as the army parade swings past. Clark tolerates this on account of group morale, with a recent survey concluding 17 residents, a slim majority, either tolerate or love Colo's morning and evening DJ sets. Those who love it live for the sweaty raves with morning alarms obsolete. Waking up and immediately skanking is Colo's mantra. Natural endorphins for the ravers, whose wild dancing leaves no energy for the gym. This isn't restricted to his pre-arranged sets, with tunes often used as punishment, which is the case for Alfie. Not that he's done anything wrong, but having clocked a touch of softness under one visit's thin mask, siren treatment is inevitable. Being new to Alfie's sleeping habits, Colo's forced to cover all angles, turning this into a 20-hour job. All that just to wear Alfie down. Fatigue-induced overconsumption is the aim, resulting in more spliffs, bags and beers being bought and subsequently shared. Or a mental breakdown, which always serves as live action in this sadistic corner of the world. Without hope of clearly airing the room's retro screechy TV above the music, Alfie's manic mind seeks release. Once mentally broken by the thumping bass, this comes in form of wild skanking to the music until whacking his knee on a table. While sifting through his boxes for a plaster, a scrunched strip of Valium sporting 3 30mg pills presents a snug alternative.
Valleys it is then. World just wants it that way. Early days Ronio style. Bangles, Hurricane Higgins. I'll fucking give it them.
Rough Visit, Chapter 17. Morning 2 kicks off with second-hand hardstyle rattling through the walls, a rare dalliance for Colo to test the waters. After mixed results on skanking intensity, it's swiftly deemed a wacky one-off. Siren treatment worked a treat on Alfie, though, who stumbles out for a fag after another sleepless night. Nobody's about, for once. Phew. Finally, a 10-minute breeze alone. Space to absorb the place's industrial, dusty surroundings. However, not even the Valium munchies get Alfie up for breakfast. The toasty machine's in tatters, putting him right off a cheese grill. Chunk, his student accommodation nemesis, is to blame. Chunk's reluctantly resided here since being evicted. Weary of his long-haul fate, at least the 2-year average to secure council accommodation as a young, single male without children. He's licked Clark's arse the whole time. Shop trips, beer runs, cleaning the building for free when staff phone up sick, you name it. Owing to Chunk's sizable knowledge on the local underworld, Clark's trust stretches to seeking advice on prospective residents. Alfie was, of course, thoroughly vetted and handed an astounding reference. Only so Chunk can mess with the boy, firstly by unloading a week's worth of room-stash dishes in the greasy kitchen sink. This works a treat, as Alfie sifts through the cupboards, left with nothing to put his toast and butter on.
Communal fucking dishes? Can't be right. Slimy council dicks. Stitched you right up. Everything a man could need. Should have your own pans. Who on earth shares woks and plates? Yet another expense. $12.50 for a train to Cardiff, just to get third world plastic cutlery.
Checking the cutlery drawer does nothing to quell Alfie's nerves. Barely washed, greasy knives and forks make up the communal collection in a damp plastic cutlery holder. For now, there's no choice if he wants morning burgers. Using the cleanest of 3 scourers, he offers the breadcrumb and oil-covered baking tray a hopeful once-over. But this only adds more dirt, leaving a 2-minute rinse under the hot tap until most base-level gunk is gone. Water waste doesn't bode well with Clark, yet he resists charging from the office after holding his ear to the wall, counting every flowing second. Everyone gets one, but Alfie's card is hereby marked. 5 residents aimlessly gaze in the fridge, itching to bag a burger having barely eaten in days. They're out of luck, with one visit nabbing the lot for himself. Hunger-induced lagging will only hamper this athlete's survival bid. Once cooked, a lack of communal sauce proves the final straw. Never has Alfie used a kitchen without vast garnish options, another issue to immediately pester the council over. Thunderous snoring bellows from the next room as Alfie shuffles out. Only the bloke's shoes can be seen, battered old Doc Martens, worn despite being asleep in bed. Colo and Chunk suddenly burst out, chuckling with swathes of the fella's king skins.
Can't leave him like that, no?
Colo giddily says as they storm back in and lightly slap the sleeping man.
Thought you were dying.
Done with their morning dose of torment, Colo and Chunk skip down the corridor for a morning of chain-smoked joints with free king skins. Against better judgment, Alfie edges in, only for none other than Damien Damo Haywood to brush past, sporting a snivelling grimace. Rudely woken from his first doze in 4 days, the dishevelled mess fails to recognise Alfie. Damo never cleared his outstanding debt from the first prison sentence. Not for the entirety of his second served for raping Frankie. The closer he got, within £150, was before being kettled by Guy. Months of ensuing pain and heightened ridicule saw him double his drug use. Nonces rarely get hired in prison, leaving sexual favours as Damo's sole path to paying the debt. Yet still, he had 200 left to clear upon release. Knowing they'd never see it, the prison drug dealers outed Damo on all Wrexham and Gwynedd community Facebook pages as a nonce and a rapist, coming to a town near you soon. Stripped of subsequent local options, he's opted for a fresh start in Cardiff, via a spell in homeless accommodation before chasing a modelling career once the old nut's sorted. Viral is an understatement for the Facebook post's spread, with numerous historical victims of Damo adding their damning testimonies in the comment sections. As such, Residents of Tony Pandy Hostel long awaited his arrival. A new scapegoat needed nominating, and they've certainly made Damo that. Within days, his door lock crumbled from constant bashing, leaving the room open for taxing of tobacco, Rizzlers, and, when finances allow, any heroin or crack lying around. Having spent many a year belittling its users, Damo's only just started on heroin. Jail's battle scars and the hostel's perpetual torment seemingly offered little choice but to embrace the brown poison as an escape. Shelving reluctance to be cast as a troublemaker this early, Alfie leaves the burgers behind and storms to the smoking area. Not that a fight is guaranteed, but even a dose of social scolding will solidify his status as a mediocre hard nut.
Don't, mate,
Damo says with withered brutality as he shudders whilst perched on a 25-kilo bag of sand.
Where you belong at long last.
Damo grimaces and lights his side-burnt fag with a battered disposable lighter, nearly igniting his greasy, drooping ginger curtain hair.
Fucking look at me like that.
Or what?
Damo lightly shakes his head.
Guilty and all. Egged me right on.
Did nothing of the sort. Better wash it, nonce boy. Few things these drips ain't heard.
Damo's face descends to its dreary, natural self. Blackmail never stops for scumbags of his ilk.
Extra body in now, piling on the migraines.
We're sharing a bog's yours. Bring Gimpert Bears.
Alfie lands a swift right hook on Damo's skinny, stationary jaw, drawing nothing but a vacant grin. After an eerie 30 seconds, this transcends to a piercing, dirty glare into Alfie's soul, which sees the aggressor scurry inside. Unfortunately for Alfie, punching Damo yields nothing for his social climbing ambitions. No witnesses caught the brutality. Damo isn't going to tell anyone, and nobody will believe Alfie unless a half-decent bruise forms on Damo's face. No street cred is likely to be gained. But it has added to Alfie's paranoia, which isn't helped by creaking floorboards and semi-aggressive conversations spewing from all 4 bedroom walls. After just one of 4 lukewarm plain white bread beef burgers, Alfie can't take another bite. Recent stress brought on a 4-day bout of constipation, which is finally asking to end. An emergency maiden venture to the grisly communal toilets is needed. However, Alfie's beaten to it, as Colo and Chunk giddily head in with a freshly dumped plastic box of Chunk's Indian curry heavy turd.
This Damo's?
Chunk asks Colo, who nods. Alfie panics and hides behind a cupboard just in time. They're soon done, chuckling their way to the bus station for a traditional morning spliff. While most question their geographical logic, Chunk deems the loitering as essential advertisement for the weed in stock. How else will locals know how peng it smells? Alfie braces himself and ventures into the communal bathroom. Even without Chunk's turd on the seat, it makes for grim reading. But that's Damo, or whoever next needs the toilets problem, as Alfie instead opts for the bars.
All right for a quick slash? Plumber's upstairs.
Alfie says while shuffling towards the toilet door. Miserable bartender Jill and stalwart Gwilym flash non-verbal facial scorn Alfie's way.
Drink or no entry,
Gwilym slowly says.
Fuck's sake.
Alfie mutters while scanning the menu for its cheapest drink.
Shot a lime cordial if you would then, Squire.
£2 minimum.
Stingy little Fosters from this stingy little establishment.
Following such spectacular bartering, a solitary, soggy toilet roll awaits, dropped in a piss-filled toilet and left by the pub's sole morning customer. There's no other choice, with Alfie's business having commenced before realising a painstaking separation of piss-stained loo roll from dry and shoes, leaving just a third of the roll at Alfie's disposal. He eventually gets the job done, with only 4 squares to spare. Not even this long-awaited release claws back a shade of hunger, so the burgers are left for later. What can't be swerved is the purchasing of beer, leaving 2 660ml Heineken guzzlers assertively added to the late-morning mix. Short of stimulation in the room, the first sinks down in 5 minutes, while the second takes a modest 6.5. Despite providing a 15-minute activity, The mild buzz does nothing to numb the misery. Colo's morning set rattles the walls with raucous crack and heroin addicts skanking to every beat, drenching the corridor in sweat. Dancing doesn't work for Alfie, not this time. So he smashes a bottle on the table and lightly caresses its sharp edges on a couple of fingers.
Finally, a bit of emotion up here. Where's this Alf Fenner been? We've missed you. Just don't hit an artery, boy.
Rough Visit, Chapter 18. Whether providing means of applying for driving jobs or the ability to travel freely between house viewings, a dear, essential car's long-awaited return can be paramount in escaping precarious housing. Sadly, that's not been the case for Alfie, the hostel's sole driver. Running out of weed has forced him into mingling for future supply, with not a single Cardiff dealer willing to drive 10 miles. Subsequently pally with the hostel crew, he's reluctantly succumbed to a cycle of people-pleasing peer pressure, opening the floodgates for exploitation. This mainly comes in form of constant lifts, occasionally one-visit benefits, half a gram of weed, a couple of beers, 5 grams of tobacco, a chips and cheese, but the work's often been voluntary. Colo's the main culprit, using Alfie's kindness on a daily basis for weed and speedruns.
What are you here for, bruv?
Alfie asks, after an excruciatingly quiet start to today's first 2-mile journey.
Hotel?
Colo suspiciously says. Alfie nods.
Short of a roof like every last tosspot there.
Yeah, but why are you still here? Pissing away your life. Been there what?
Well over a year.
Scandalous. No one tried to help? Offer a kip on a sofa?
Oh yeah, few.
Colo's face sinks as flashbacks from his abusive childhood whirl.
Can't stand them, not a single one. Rather be here.
He grunts and lightly punches the dashboard.
Don't ask me fuck all like that again.
Jeez.
Get the clubland on then, full whack.
Alfie scowls.
Anything else but...
Doing you a favour. Jukebox strings the least you could hand over.
Confident of converting Alfie into a fan, Colo assertively whacks on his all-time #1 Clubland YouTube mix and wildly exaggerates the flailing bobbing of his head.
Bit of techno in there, Bert?
Not letting that garb anywhere near my phone.
Won't know until you try.
Don't start. Mics can hear you, and if that baghead dross makes it anywhere near my suggestions.
Colo coldly shakes his head before erupting into a cheesy grin.
Here he is, Beard of the Pandy!
He chants out of the window. Every local weed option's dry, so Colo has steered Alfie in an old head's direction. One freshly re-plunked into the dealing game after a lengthy sabbatical. Special K. To Alfie's horror, this ends up being no other than Kirk, who calmly slumps in the back seat of his car.
Lads,
Kirk mutters with a wry smirk. Alfie freezes and circumvents every possible escape until soon establishing the lack of any. Not with Colo having spilt their hostel residence via text.
Keep driving.
Alfie takes off in such a hurry that his gearbox stalls.
I'm only getting 2.
Ah, God. Clear as, lad.
Dust City last time. See how this flies out first.
Anyone else would get nothing for such brazen disrespect, but unable to stay mad owing to the glorious information inadvertently revealed in the shape of Alfie, Kirk drops 2 ounces by the handbrake, takes £300 off Colo, and grins as Alfie abruptly stops the car.
Sound chief. This in the boat of you.
Colo dangles a 2-gram bud by Alfie's head, despite the pre-agreed 5-gram lift fee.
Fucking driving, ain't I?
Alright.
Like the cunt in a Rizzler.
Only got kings.
Alfie pedantically shrugs.
We used to have a king.
Colo grimaces as he wraps the weed in a king Rizzler.
Your problem, not mine.
Loath to let Alfie scupper the buzz of scoring an extra 3 grams, Colo cranks up the clubland and pumps his fists, counting down the seconds until a 2-gram spliff back at the hotel. Alfie joins him on this spuddy escapade, without the desired effect. Kirk's deliberately handed Colo substandard leafy gear, revenge for being 2 days late on the last tick. On Alfie's fourth dreaded bathroom trip, within hours, he peeks into Damo's open room. Chunk and his second cousin Trent, a grubby, freshly checked-in homeless resident in baggy clothes, are today's tormentors. News sprung far and wide of Damo's imminent dole payment, so a cocaine burglary was inevitable. Both despise the lad, and with Trent keen to make an early impression, he's a willing participant of the anarchy. They're not satisfied with just robbing it, as both throw the dole-funded gram of coke back and forth, revelling in Damo's passionate flailing for today's lifeline. Cooked into crack, this would last between a day and 2.
You get it back,
Chunk menacingly says to Damo.
If you're the grafter Chunk claims,
Trent utters while rubbing his crusty grey cargo trousers.
I've paid my dues,
Damo erratically says.
Peace-ridden garb, that is.
fucking free though, la.
Chunk and Trent chuckle their way out as Alfie hides behind a wardrobe. Luckily for him, they head the other way. With a kitchen in an all-time cretinous state, Alfie has to settle for ham heater toasties tonight. The building's heating comes on for 15 minutes an hour, leaving just enough time to bake a sandwich and cling film between one of the radiator's gaps. Tucking in, however, is rudely disturbed by a yelp outside. Alfie charges out, the only one to do so. Drug-induced wailing and chanting is the norm here, leaving most tone-deaf after years in the various claustrophobic forms of the system. This one's no false alarm, as Damo boots over the coal pot, holding thousands of fag ends.
Your fault. Lot of this.
Damo shrieks while shuffling towards the roof's edge.
Spare the future victims. Go on, see you in a bit, Squire.
A rare moment of peace overcomes Damo as he takes a deep breath.
Greenlight Fenner gave me Frankie and this final bush.
Never gave you a thing.
But you did, Batty boy at Bays. Thank you.
Damo drops off the edge with a self-assured, deranged grin, falling 40 foot headfirst onto Clark's vintage Toyota hatchback to his instant death. The screeching car alarm draws everyone outside, keen to observe the day's almighty scrap with new kid Fenner. Initially terrified by Damo's bloody remains, Alfie's eyes eventually light up before he spits down and walks away.
Colo, Colo, Clubland, Colo, Colo, Colo.
Trent gleefully says after a quick peek over the edge. Clark finally appears as raucous applause rings out, deafening Alfie as he cocks his head.
Trent, get inside.
Clark pulls Alfie's hand from his ear.
What did you see?
Nothing.
Tell me now.
Fell, didn't he? Nancy cunt couldn't cope.
Alfie says with a newfound vigour as he bashes through the crowd, some of whom slap his stagnant hand. For that answer alone, Alfie's inducted into the hostel's social circle. None of them know or care what role he played in Damo's death. Anything minor's enough to earn premium bathroom and kitchen rights from now on. Turds on the toilet seat, kitchen deliberately left in a state. Those days are over, for as long as he maintains this upper-tier social status. Such is the collective joy, Colo and Trent take out £350 universal credit advances and vow to get everyone rinsed beyond belief. £30 a month off their next 12 dole payments is no scrape, not to celebrate this prolonged joint effort. Noise complaints could prove problematic, so both go halves on bribing all rooms a tenner to ignore tonight's inevitable bassy rampage. Now clear for a rare collective splurge, Colo unloads his strict plan. Hit the local fun fair, sink a few pints in the local before a wild sesh back at the hotel during his special Clubland set, saved for this very moment. As a condition for funding the night, Chunk, Alfie and Trent are forbidden from inducing any drug other than nicotine, alcohol, weed and speed. As old school travellers, the fair's rough setting is right up Trent and Chunk's alley. A boggy 200-metre path to the entrance, guaranteed to wreck your shoes and designer trackies. Dingy rides, scary enough to please, but guaranteed an accident or breakdown once a season. Donut and burger vans trawled up the side in mud, using the same grill all week. Swathes of two-piece slot machines, and best of all, a fickle attendance, leaving next to no queues for rides. Problem is, Trent and Colo won't let anyone freely roam on their own choice of rides. As such, Alfie reluctantly zips around the ghost train for an hour before an intense, prolonged dodgem battle. While Alfie's social status has risen, a quiet, boring performance today sees him mercilessly targeted on the dodgems. After half a brutal hour with the next head-on crash bound to yield whiplash, Alfie is put out of his misery as the 80-year-old ride gaffer blows his whistle. Trent had hoped for an hour of exclusive use, but hesitant to fork out another 20 quid bribe, they're sent on their way. Despite multiple pleas, Colo refuses to buy donuts for the walk, claiming it'd waste time that could be spent smoking. Secretly, his motivation lies in preserving collective hunger levels for a takeaway. While the kebab shop of choice offers fried chicken, stir-fries, fish and burgers, everyone is strictly made to wait outside while Colo orders large doner kebab wraps with onion and garlic mayo all round. Alfie gratefully laps up the free stomach liner, but Chunk's not so lucky. Allergic to eggs, he spits out the first bite and lobs it aside for the pigeons. While seething, Colo daren't react. Nobody scares him more than Chunk, having suffered many a secondary school battering at his hands. From the moment they step into Lush Hull, the town's sole pub, barring one under the hotel, Berliona Brynfor grimaces. Chunk and Trent are notorious rapskillions, constantly teetering on the brink of pub watch. Between spilling 2 Jaeger bombs on the pool table, repeatedly flemming on the beer garden floor, blocking the only toilet cubicle with a speed-hooting merry-go-round and loading the jukebox with 4 hours of Clubland, their welcome soon expires. On their third warning to leave just as the local plodder beckoned, Colo admits defeat and downs his triple vodka and Red Bull before finally ushering the boys out. Now for the grand finale. A true hotel wake for one of North Wales's seediest scumbags. While Alfie's survived the modest 6-drink pub crawl and day on the whiz, Colo's renowned hotel raves prove a test for the gnarliest of Sesha. A mixture of thumping speakers just a foot away and lines of speed every 10 minutes sees Alfie check out first. Such part-time behaviour has Colo fuming. £20 bonus for the last man standing has been pitched, hopefully to inspire everyone's presence until at least dawn. Alfie's let Colo down on this sweetest of days. Just for leaving, Colo doubles the volume. To stand any chance of sleep, Alfie necks his entire Valium supply. 5 30mg get it done after a sweaty, torturous first 2 hours, painfully waiting for the speed to wear off. Still wired upon waking, yet drained from the evening's Valium dose, Alfie stumbles into Colo's room with what footing remains. Alfie's early night gave everyone else courage to follow suit soon after, leaving Colo furious at the house's lightweight culture and 4 a.m. bedtime. Determined to prove a point, he stayed up all night, fighting fit for the day's musical commitments after rinsing grams of speed.
Any gaps flying about?
Colo coldly shakes his head without looking Alfie's way. Of course he can get gaps and pretty much anything else, despite the tender hour.
Nothing at all? Vowels, oxy, fingernail squidgy black?
You can drive us for some in a bit.
Cat in here, boy.
Morning set, first mush.
Chuck you an extra score.
Can't let the boys down. Ain't missed one in months.
Alfie sighs and leaves as Colo hoots his piercing, fair-bought horn to summon the boys. Despite enduring sleep paralysis in their attempts to kip, Trent and Chunk stomped to Colo's room, primed for round 2 of Damo's wake.
Colo Clabland, Colo Clabland, Colo Clabland.
Trent and Chunk chant on the way in. A bitterly disappointing turnout for Colo, who averages 6 ravers per morning set. But with most suffering a sleepless night at his hands, it's no surprise. Despite the internal hankering for a wake and bake line, Alfie can't stand another second of their lowly company, not with a half-hour lift with Colo on the cards later. Settling for a joint instead, he walks out to Kirk booting his Vauxhall's wing mirror clean off. Yet to be seen, Alfie ducks out of sight. But Kirk doesn't stop there, as a brick clatters the windscreen, cracking an edge on the passenger side. Given the car's withered age, no alarm whirls, leaving Kirk in a little rush to whiz off. As a sitting duck for many debtors, the spell on the road seems fitting. Can't get any worse, surely. Long accustomed to the revolving door of residence, Clark barely flinches as Alfie drops his room key on the counter and declares his intention to leave, not before taking the kitchen's brand new oven's grate, which Alfie wraps in bin bags on the way to the car. With most of the windscreen providing clear visibility, Alfie takes off with his dwindled life belongings and scours for a semi-suitable long-stay car park to catch up on some much-needed kip. Rough Visit, Chapter 19. Barring an arduous 4-mile main road trek for fags, Alfie's first 2 days of car living provide ample relaxation time. No thudding music, mental breakdowns, suicides, 4-day speed sessions next door. Just him and his fuzzy thoughts. The lucky spot's just 30 metres from a main road linking Cardiff and Newport, making rush hour a touch rattly, but after weeks in homeless accommodation, it will do for now. Food options are limited beyond reasonable walking distance, but the garage sandwiches and Little Chef hot dogs don't stray far from his natural diet. Space is an issue, with Alfie limited to sleeping on the front seats. Blankets, though, have been available in abundance, with Alfie's life's luggage and clothing collection on board, a potential lifesaver in this murky late February Welsh weather. What finally springs Alfie to life is his wavering weed levels. Valium isn't an issue. On emergency mode, as he currently is, bypassing the minor withdrawals can be achieved, knowing a binge will soon come his way. The same cannot be said for weed, which is crucial in taking the edge off cocaine and benzo withdrawals. So, he marches 5 miles to the nearest shopping centre for a roll of thick black tape for the car. Of the booted wing mirrors, one's damage is minimal, leaving a simple tape job before setting off for Cardiff. It's a risk, with the cracked left corner of the windscreen, but not even drugs are worth a 16-hour round walk. These days, Alfie's sole use for Greg is drug links. Every carefully crafted 5-emoji response is ignored. Now that Greg's finding a foothold in the drug game, his contacts have only been getting better. The latest Loz, a mid-level supplier, is by far the handiest yet. Boasting a 24/7 service for everything you can think of at competitive prices, Loz could be forgiven for sending a runner to meet Alfie, especially for a measly strip of Valium and 1/4 ounce of weed. But that's not his style. Not on a potential top customer's first order. So, Alfie finds the main man himself waiting on Cardiff Bay. The meeting is mostly a silent one, but Loz likes what he sees in Alfie. Evidently on his arse, in a battered car, baggy, deliciously vulnerable eyes, but a potential grafter, one who doesn't give up easily. This brings regret for dipping Alfie's bag by 1/2 gram on best mate Kirk's orders. However, with Alfie not owning scales to check the weight, that won't matter. As for Bangor's Beckham of the Bays, a step up from the car seat is gravely needed. A month of storage rental will pay dividends in his long-term neck and back health. Once everything's cleared, the back seat and boot can be used for a smoother sleep. At first glance at the storage lot sees Alfie eye a devious alternative. With floor space galore, it's most certainly an upgrade on sleeping in the car. Coming and going during unstaffed hours is key, especially if sleeping there long term. After a swift scan of the surroundings, Alfie picks a gate-side parking spot, just within view of the storage manager's cabin office. Knowing a long haul lies ahead, he loads up on honey-roasted nuts, sausage rolls, king skins, and multiple crates of Stumpy beer. 3 hours in, and Alfie can't take the early afternoon tedium. Not soberly anyway, which ends any shoddy attempt at restraint. Having endured months of pint-chug training before uni in the hope of one day being filmed and made viral, these Stumpy beers present a mere gulp to his drinking capabilities. Limited to charty terrestrial radio through pound shop headphones, the buzz fails to hit its early potential. After the 10th beer, not even propaganda radio is possible, with the car battery drifting perilously close to empty. But, luckily by then, 7 hours in, the storage gaffer finally whizzes off for his curry leftovers and an evening of Sky Sports News. Alfie's path is finally clear. One visit's cherished 2-inch thick mattress topper will have to be sacrificed, while the unit's not totally riddled, it's damp in corners after a harsh winter. A night, maybe 2 on the floor, will see it inevitably perish to the conditions. But Alfie doesn't mind, not with ominous money match profits soon to fund its immediate replacement. While he could play now, he daren't show his face at the club yet, not after a string of defeats. Got to offer the illusion of serious practice away from the public eye, carry an eerie air on return to crank up the mind games. After 2 Valium bear no tangible effect, Alfie necks a third an hour later, which mildly numbs any shoulder pain from lying on the hard floor. Streaming South American football until the early hours drains his remaining phone data, leaving a few quiet hours ahead. Owing to street sweepers being unlikely, but possible witnesses, a run to the car and back for his bank card seems too tall a risk. Not that it matters, as half an hour later his phone dies. Worse still, the usual scatty cafes, Alfie's go-to for phone charging, don't open for another 5 hours. Time trickles by as Alfie stock takes his belongings, wondering if they'll ever see a home again. While taking the whole strip becomes the night's intrusive thought, Alfie resists, knowing there'll be a better use tomorrow. Once sunlight pokes through at 6, Alfie takes his chances and sneaks into nearby woods for a poo, white with leaves. Their inefficiency presents a problem in itself, as Alfie grimaces, rueing not waiting 2 hours until breakfast at the cafe. Scared of feeling dirty, he drives to the nearest gym and pays £4 for entry, just to use the shower. Finally, a bit of warmth. Glamorgan Council won't do a thing about Alfie's car, with a threat to immediate safety also deemed not a valid reason for leaving. They cease their duty of care to house Alfie. Leaving their first offer of housing is enough to justify this in their robotic eyes, leaving one visit well and truly stranded.
Slum it out. Why on earth not? Could go homeless up north. What's the point? Death sentence. They put you anywhere like that. Death by boredom and a shattered heart. Not one visit style. Alfie whack a tenner on Fenner, Snowdonia's snooker sensation. It didn't end like that. Not without a fight. Just another chapter in the Netflix film. Last step. The ultimate test of endurance. Few big wins and you're rolling. Flat on the bay, 1 prosy a week, gram spliffs on the balcony, the lot. They'll be begging to come over once you turn pro. Snooker party, hotspot of Britain. Dom Dale, Slessor, the jester from Leicester, Ronnie O himself. Be fucking bribing the bouncer to get in.
Which is all well and good when or if it happens, but for now this couldn't be further from reality. Without mediocre home-based entertainment, filling time can prove arduous for those on the fringes, living in cars or on the streets. There's only so long you can stare at a dark wall without electric for music or a morning cuppa. That time needs filling, and Alfie's proactively conjured a few plans for today. After days of hibernation, this social butterfly's dusting off the old wings. Down to the last 65 quid, an all-day blowout largely depends on his afternoon horse racing bet. With any kind of government benefits still weeks from arriving, it's make or break time. His choice is either a 50 quid bet, leaving meagre beer money for 4 hours until the race, or a skimpy £30 bet, leaving enough for 6 pints and a kebab at minimum. There's only one way to mull this life-changing decision. Chug a pint and smoke a tonking spliff straight after. Summon early-stage whitey shakes to pass the time. Before any of that occurs, Alfie's sure to check the Racing Post newspaper over a coffee at the garage. Priced at 8 to 1, Speedy Lee D is his undoubted favourite, luckily for Alfie on an earlier time of 1 p.m. Having less time to fill, settles his stake at a cool £50, all out. The surplus £11 bags him 2.5 pints in Lush Hole, which he sinks in 40 minutes. What a nightmare. The magic hour and a half to wait for the next sip. Just enough time to sink right back into the misery that brought you out before dinner, without means to cure it. Short of a few 50 pences for pool, Alfie ventures into the drizzly Tony Pandy outskirts. Blinkered by blustery rain pounding into his eyes. A quiet spot, void of wind to make a few spliffs for the wait, proves impossible to come by. So, he wanders, temporarily skint and therefore barred from any given establishment.
Think you're hungry now, boy? Wait till Speedy Lee D gets beat. Fucking fall on the second knowing your luck. Then what you got? Sweet FA, but your fault. Last 60 squids. Could have fed you for a week, put petrol in the motor, few cigarillos. Prick. Green gimp of the bays, self-sabotaging once again. Won't ever have the old man's gambling nous. Might as well give up now, throw that slip down the drain, get your head in them supermarket bins.
A rusty old phone box proves just the saviour, where he rolls a shoddy spliff with sporadic chunks of hash and weed inconsistently spread throughout. Every passing car and person sees him nearly spill the build. Alfie's rolling skills safely put him in the world's top 10%, but that drastically falls when under pressure. With that sketchy ordeal over, he heads to the public toilets. Never having seen a soul in there, blasting the essential leveller in a cubicle doesn't faze Alfie in the slightest. What does on the way out is the state of his hair in the cracked, grubby mirror. Without money for emergency wax, his sole option is a sink rinse and slick back. Desperate for an emergency saver bet to soothe any blow of Speedy D's potential loss, Alfie tears his wallet's mildly haggard lining. While he finds no coins or vintage notes, a wrapped Rizzler lies inside, which for most would represent mindless rubbish, but not Alfie. Inside lies a few crumbs of white powder, rationed after that night at Wee Wee's. Enough for a couple of keys worth. Result: essential medicine to survive a painful 10-minute wait at the bookies. Once sat down, the 12-screen cauldron fizzing out horse and dog races only scrambles Alfie's mind after snorting his gear in the bookie's bathroom. Within minutes, he identifies the stuff as speed. Heightened anxiety makes sure of that. Rarely does he feel so vulnerable on coke, especially after such a small amount. Finally able to swerve his preoccupied attention from the giggling cashier, Alfie fixates on the race as they approach the second hurdle. It's a 1 mile, 6 furlong track with 12 running horses and 10 jumps. Speedy Lee D finds himself trapped on the inside, near last place after the first jump, waggling its claret and blue flag-covered legs in restless anticipation for a gallop. Despite smoothly gliding over the second, third and fourth jump, Speedy Lee D still finds himself precariously trapped. Alfie's stomach churns while making a fag, already feeling the long-term hunger, nicotine, weed withdrawals, and inner despair imminent, without an almighty turnaround. Another flittering sneer from the specky cashier proves tricky to ignore. Alfie vows to knock his lights out, but only should he lose. Be worth the probable 24-hour stint in police cells at that point. A lifeline presents itself in the favourite and runaway leader, Heavy L, pulling up with an injury after jump 5. Still off balance after bumping into Heavy Al, second favourite and new leader, Robson Canu, wobbles over the 6th hurdle and buckles on landing, taking down 2 horses behind him. Alfie jumps off his seat as Speedy Lead D's path is paved. However, with only 3 jumps left and sitting 4th from 8th, there's still a lot to do. After an exquisite 7th jump, the jockey utilises a speed boost on landing by hammering the whip, edging Speedy Lead D to within a length of the lead.
Come on, Speedy Lead D!
Alfie chants, grasping the entire shop's attention and support. A stumble on the 8th sees Alfie cup his head and the onlookers lose interest. Despite losing ground, Speedy Lead D soldiers on and catches up by the 9th jump. Now side to side with new race leader Johnny Pidlin, they fly over the 9th jump. Johnny Pidlin musters a graceful landing, leaving Speedy Lead D half a length behind. But now, utterly spent, the 50-1 underdog dramatically tails off as Speedy Lead D cruises to victory over the last 100 metres. Fellow punters can't help but roar with Alfie, grateful for a rare spot of passion in their commercial second home. 400 quid, when it could have all been over, short even of petrol to move the car. Taking it off the bookie's cashier, finally wiping his insecurity-driven smug grin clean off for the weekend, proves just as pleasant as the win itself. Scran is Alfie's first priority. Tony Pandy boasts few high-level options in that regard, not least for fried chicken. So, KFC it is. An hour-long train ride to Cardiff away. That doesn't matter. Not with Alfie's newfound lease of life. Not even standing near toilets on the crammed carriage sinks his spirits. 750mm left helps with that. 3 mini fillet meals later, and Alfie's straight back on the train. While his gambling-funded day and night out would undoubtedly sail smoother in Cardiff, he cannot stand the thought of some dreary post-midnight last train crammed with gimpy students reeking of WKD and dried stomach bile. Instead, he opts for the rammed afternoon train, still full of drunken delinquents, but with a touch of equality in shape of shoppers and workers. Despite puffing on his vape the entire way, it's not until they reach Diners, 2 miles from Tony Pandy, that enough passengers leave and clear the train staff's path to throw Alfie off. It's walking distance back to town, sure, but one visit's not aching these precious feet, not after such a landmark win. Tenner taxi and generous £5 tip later, and Alfie's straight back to Lush Hole. Feeling generous, he buys all 5 present a drink. Unfortunately for him, no narcissistic supply is garnered from their plastic forced gratitude. The deed's whole point. Perceived rejection sees the beer's buzz wear off, with a void now in place that needs filling. It's not long before Alfie finds a number for cocaine. One conversation with bus pass flaunting drum and bass head Magdog seals that objective. Problem is, the name saved in Alfie's contacts is no other than Colo. Already knowing Colo rarely deals coke, it's no surprise when Alfie's charged £60 for a half gram, with Colo nabbing both a pinch of the gear and an extra score for his troubles. 6 swift pints with a key of cocaine in between each sees Alfie chundering in the beer garden. As a top customer of late, forgiveness is bestowed on the lad, so long as he mops up the mess. Despite the humiliation of doing so in front of a group of chuckling teenage emos, he reluctantly obliges. Once back inside, space becomes a virtue at the cramped bar. Alfie escapes by whacking £20 in the jukebox, unleashing his pre-saved mega pub DJ mix. Creedence, Rolling Stones, AC/DC, Iron Maiden, even a touch of Linkin Park for the noobs. Alfie's thought of everyone with his night-consuming 100-song mix. To Alfie's dismay, he's forced to sacrifice hearing Dire Straits' Sultans of Swing in favour of a quick bookies run. Already 200 quid down today. A few insurance bets should soothe tomorrow's anxiety if all winnings are blown tonight. All bets lose. 2 in last place and 1 non-finisher. Meanwhile, the jukebox mix threatens to hit full flow as AC/DC introduces its second act. While initially met with scorn, the lock-in gremlins have grown to Alfie's choices. Mad Dog most of all, who headbangs for the first time in 20 years, alongside Brit, butch, denim jacket fanatic lesbian, whose poor comedic timing and people skills sees her social life restricted to the town's only pub. Even Brimfor's on the Jägerbombs, a rare feat in his 35-year tenure as bar manager. Word of a rare rumble soon finds Brimfor's trusty old drinking buddies, seeing the place packed within the hour. In appreciation for the ominous year's best night of take-ins, Brimfor whacks a paper sign bearing "Booked out, boyo" over the jukebox. Alfie's well and truly earned DJ status tonight.
One visits on it once again, zapping razzmatazz into the little shithole's ring-sting inhabitants.
To swerve federal attention, Brimfor sneaks his buddies in through the back. Some bring a few younger tag-alongs, who he reluctantly lets through with their elder relatives. All seem well behaved, only moderately pissed and coked up, until Mad Dog gets a 1/4 ounce of ketamine on tick. Last having dabbled 15 years ago, he's flying after 3 lines off the pool table's felt. Brazen flaunting usually has consequences. Scabs will always be present. One of them, Alfie, sniffs his chance and takes it by blagging a few keys worth of gear. Despite its bleaching this morning, wayward pee threatens to override the bathroom's sanitary smell. That doesn't bode well for Alfie's spinning head, who languishes in a cubicle after the first key.
Defo MXE, prick. Lost your spring and shine, socialising's out the window, just as progress was being made.
Mad Dog's 4th key of the night sends him in equally loopy as the pair share a vacant 5-minute linger by the toilet. Ordinarily a tune of such joy for both, Motorhead, Ace of Spades, tangles their delicate minds. It's only as Pink Floyd, Have a Cigar fades in that both summon the motor skills to move. Now that any shot at social glory is slim, Alfie may as well go all out. One opportunity that does present itself is that of a spot of pool sharking. Nobody had played a frame all night until Alfie left the sweaty bathroom with a shaky head to see Brit stiffly knocking the balls alone. She's a decent local league-level player, but it wasn't always that way. It took a decade of bi-daily practice to get anywhere near. Even once at the level, her annoying reputation saw convincing local team captains to sign her repeatedly fail. A few more years of practice and a cheeky casual blowjob later, only the second given in her life, sealed Brit's signing for Twill Lush's D team. Despite fulfilling her dream of playing darts and pool for a team, Brit doesn't rest on her laurels and still trains at least 4 times a week. Just by her stiffness, Alfie deems Brit prime bottle job material and makes his move.
Score on the best of 3, love.
Brit whacks a scrunched £5 note on the table cushion.
1 frame, then it's team practice time.
Alfie theatrically whacks a 5 on top of Brit's.
As you wish, cannon fodder.
A few pub regulars catch wind of the rare Tony Pandy money match and jeer.
Oh, this one's a pro. Been gagging for a challenge. Well, he's got one now.
This is just the fuel Brit craves. As one of the local circuit's sole female players, industrial sexist banter flies off her back. After winning the coin toss, 3 reds ping in from her sledgehammer break-off. Given breaking is a weakness in her game, she proudly watches the potted balls roll through the machine.
1 visit's on the ropes.
Brimfor chants, garnering further interest from dancing drunkards. With multiple shots to consider, Brit takes her time in chalking the cue, much to Alfie's irking. Now, unsteady as the MXE begins to peak, every second waiting to play is tripled in his head. Brit opts for a long shot. leaving an easier pot aside, which she cracks in the jaw. While needing 7 pots, Brit's break has lusciously spared the balls, making the reverse dish, a total clearance of the balls not directly from a break, possible for a player of Alfie's calibre. It's only while down on the first shot that his legs tremble. Settling his hand proves a nightmare, but eventually he gives it a go, entrusting his natural game in this withered state. He skews a mid-range straight pot into the side cushion.
Get it together, boy. It's now or never. Just a pub money match? Nah, pride's on the line here, and there's fucking witnesses.
Brit strokes in a long-range pot and swiftly whacks in the next, barely moving her body position between the shots. The 20 keen spectators clap, having grown on their long-time acquaintance. Brit pumps her fist, revelling in the rare social acceptance. Yet, such showmanship doesn't deter her from the next pot. A nailed, tidy double off the bottom cushion. Never would she have had such audacity, but this, a new Brit. A win over such a player would complete her life, a top story for customers at the newsagents she's proudly served since the age of 16. First, there's one last red and the black to pot. The red's a tight cut down the bottom cushion, a shot Brit would usually aim to get near the pocket in the hope of setting up for later. Not today. If there's a potting angle, it's getting slammed. Brit downs her whiskey and snaps her fingers at Brimford.
Another double in there, mucker.
She bellows before getting down on the shot.
Sure be needing it.
The stiffness returns as Brit blasts the shot, rattling the red in the jaws as it settles by the middle of the bottom cushion. Such bravado has opened the door for Alfie, leaving an easy close-range yellow to open. As he gets down, his vision doubles. The balls, his cue, the lot. After finally establishing which of the two visual realities is real and settling on the shot, his balance deteriorates.
Come on, Bertrand. Slam this noob tube into public obscurity.
Bam! In goes the first. That's a relief. But such was his focus on the pot that any kind of position has been sacrificed. After a minute of hip settling, Alfie horribly miscues the shot and concedes a foul for missing all balls. With Brit's sole remaining red nestled on the bottom cushion, a scorcher is needed to fashion the double. She needs neither time nor her second shot as it pings off the bottom cushion and nestles in a top corner pocket. Without trying, Brit's left herself a 1-foot sitter on the black, which she coolly smashes in before holding the battered pub's cue aloft.
Ring piece. Worst defeat of your life. In front of all these dicks. Down here to be a snooker player? Swanky at a hustler? Fuck off. Look at that. A sporting pinnacle dished out by you.
Brit necks the first 3 of 6 complimentary shots of apple sours.
One for you, boyo.
Don't you dare. You'll regret taking that shot. I'll make sure. We don't reward bad behaviour. You know that.
Alfie defies his inner critic by downing the shot. Brit offers another, which this time he slaps from her hand before shoving the ratty cue on the table and wobbling out to a cauldron of jip. Sneaking back into the storage unit is a risk, especially given his spangled state. So back to the car it is. A 2-mile trek lies ahead, which feels like 7, owing to the MXE's afterglow. Such a wobbly stance sees him struggle on the slippery roadside grass, not helped by his worn-down 20-quid canvas shoes. A few warning slides later, and it finally happens. Alfie skids through an ankle-deep roadside puddle and straight into a traffic cone which tips on his ankle. Luckily, Alfie's in black jeans, which somewhat mask the mud. The traffic cone, however, well, probably wishes it never left the factory as he pelts it into a garden. Another half a mile passes, at a quarter of his usual pace. Despite slightly sobering up off the MXC, the 12-pint headache looms, lurking in its early stages, waiting for a chance to pounce. When it does, Alfie vents his frustration on a bike perched against the lamppost, blocking his limited walkway. Into the road it goes, right on its newly repaired 100-quid seat, sprawled on the road's entire right side by a sharp bend. Alfie's drug-sapped short-term memory thinks nothing of it, until a car whizzes round the bend, runs over the handlebars and narrowly avoids clipping Alfie in the process. The non-licensed 15-year-old oik driver darts off in her older brother's stolen 2002 Ford car. As Alfie chases behind at a slug's pace, only lasting a mere 100 metres before chundering in the road. Half an hour later, now finally back at the car, the second wind finds one visit, who's ready for more after a change of clothing and swirl of mouthwash. Now approaching 5 a.m, his only hope of carrying on lies in Cardiff. The taxi's out of the question, so he's reluctantly left with no choice but to drive. After somehow avoiding police the whole way, Alfie parks on the city's outskirts. Wetherspoons don't open for another hour, so he takes a detour around Butte Park. The MXC lights up Cardiff Castle and the bright clothing worn by various homeless wreckheads, all toasting another morning on the streets with a spot of spice and special brew. Alfie considers joining them, but soon remembers his place. Two rounds of pints and double Jack Daniels later, and Alfie finally vows to respect his empty stomach. Despite the tender early morning hour, he finds a 24/7 kebab shop and wolves down 3 doner meat and garlic sauce wraps. Freshly energised and desperate to get back in the jukebox mosh pit, he texts Mad Dog. The news is good. They're all still right on it. Given the reply, Alfie presumes he's somewhat welcome. Just to clinch the deal, though, he grabs 3 16-inch Meat Feast pizzas on offer for £30 as a stomach liner for the troops. Alfie smacks to a luscious window. Inside, 10 dance the morning away, vaguely visible through a gap in the jagged blinds. Convinced it's police outside, he takes a messy picture of Alfie holding the pizzas with bulging bloodshot eyes for Bryn 4 to let him in. By now, the food's lukewarm at best. Yet still, the gesture just about seals his readmission to the place's first weekender in decades.
No more bullshit,
Bryn 4 sternly warns.
Best behaviour, a promise I shall deliver.
I'll lob you out the window, I swear.
Bryn 4 claims before snatching a pizza and stuffing his face with the first meal in 24 hours. Brit peeks in a box, but grimaces and walks out for a fag.
Always add a veggie to the order.
Mad Dog says after doing a key of MXC on the bar. Alfie scoffs.
Worthington's.
He asks Bryn 4 before turning back to a red-faced Mad Dog.
Get the Elvis on then, dog.
Oh, if only. Vision's fucked.
After flying through his batch of gear, 2 more grams were bought at dawn.
Still going and there's room for one more.
He passes Alfie a dried powder and snot-caked key.
You rock on.
Mad Dog grimaces and shakes his head.
What?
Part-timer. Clocked it the second I saw you.
Snooker tour's fault, not mine. Flat out drug tests.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, some of us still got a bit to live for, doggy dog.
I'll get you back later.
Joking, ain't I?
Alfie falsely grins before his attention's swiped by Brit, setting up a pool game.
First to free? No money.
Brit slowly looks up and slyly grins.
Lock the beer tokens away. Might be a rainy day, but I can't say I approve.
You know, just a bit of fun.
Steady Eddie's back for more. Will he get it? Find out after the break.
Already at melting point, any feigned harmony is now completely sacked off. Alfie orders 3 pints. They're going to be needed.
First to 7. You lose, I get nothing. How about that?
Alfie clinically suggests whilst waiting for the beers. Brit puts 50 pence in the table.
Rumble in this jungle. There's a price to pay.
Alfie scoffs and tosses a coin in the air.
Head!
Alfie turns his lowered head Brit's way while down on the shot.
Rumbling time's over.
He smashes the break while looking Brit's way, yet pots 3 reds and 2 yellows. Mad Dog, Brynfor and the remaining 8 dishevelled stragglers howl in laughter. While impressed with Brit's win yesterday, she usually serves as the pub's social scapegoat. Seeing her brought down a peg saves some hours of arduous social scolding. Alfie does just that by swooping both the first and second frame in one visit. Knowing her mistakes will be punished, Brit fluffs an easy pot to carve out a chance, gifting Alfie the third frame and a 3-0 lead. Mind games then commence, with Brit indulging in a 40-minute spliff break. While this boosts her mood and confidence, she misses the black to take the consolation frame in the fourth, leaving Alfie a 3-cushion double, which he nails to the pub's wild support. With the crowd on side, Alfie takes a break of his own and puts a 20-song rock mix on the jukebox. As per the music's added bounce, he waltzes to victory in the 5th, 6th and 7th frame. By the last, he's dancing around the table, now pissed once again after necking a pint between frames. Every shot's followed by an act of showmanship, wheeling his arms, pretending to shoot Brit with the cue, blowing kisses to the crowd, chugging beer. He laps it all up until smashing the black in for a dish and a 7-0 whitewash victory. Utterly crushed and stripped of this newfound vigour, Brit heads straight over to Mad Dog and snorts a hefty key of MXE, the first since year 11 prom 15 years ago. The day's psychological scarring sees her dramatically fall from grace. Brit's form never recovers, which loses her starting berth on the pool team. Subs rarely get used. Once, twice, 3 times in a season, if at all. Rough Visit, Chapter 20. Floor as a bed after an all-out multi-day bender. Morning dump in a bucket, tossed in the woods while nobody's watching. Unrefrigerated 2-day-old ham sarnie for breakfast? Not a problem. Alfie's up, bang on 7, raring to go, with half an hour to spare before the old storage manager arrives. After a £12 laundry run at the garage's self-service washing machine and 20 quid kept aside for petrol, Alfie's left with £115. Fresh from the 7-0 whitewash of Brit, there's no doubt as to how that will be blown. Supposedly, once again, Dean Bluey Dooley's the only sap about for money matches at Glyndŵr Club. Given the match fee is under £200, he won't play more than a best of 7. But knowing the shorter format should suit any drug abuse-induced withered concentration, Alfie snaps it in a heartbeat. Dean's fashionably late, which obviously means Alfie has to sacrifice £20 of the match fee on 6 pints. Although, by the 5th, sharpness found during practice frames does start to fade.
Here he is, Ronnie O himself. Turns up when he wants.
Family duties, Alfie. One day you might understand.
Dean mutters while carefully placing his folded waistcoat on a seat by their table, cleaned specifically for him. Alfie lays 2 cue balls above the baulk line.
Warmed up now, Bert?
Before under-hitting his lag, the single, simultaneous shot decides who breaks based on whoever's ball lands closest to the top after hitting the bottom cushion first. Left a wide marker, Dean wins by a few feet, therefore earning the choice of breaker. Alfie, of course. While aiming for a safe nestler on the top cushion from the break, Alfie wallops the cue ball into the side of the reds, splitting 10 as the white trickles into the bottom corner pocket, just as Dean had hoped. With Bluey in true 45-second-a-shot mode, Alfie sinks his pint and orders another with a double Jack Daniels. Rough Visit, Chapter 21. Waking up in a field, lying in your own car's skid mark, isn't everyone's path to the top. Having no recollection past the first frame's break leaves its case for repeat up for debate. Keen to seek answers, Alfie crawls to his car's open back door and rolls a joint with a month's worth of grinder crystals.
Muster one. Be skint otherwise. No dough for pints. Rub it right in his face. Family man, little prick. Part-timer. Bluey, the main man.
Alfie.
Throaty tone, boy. Few of the old sorrow pints, I presume.
What?
You know, few pints. Sink the old demons, piss them up a wall. Should try it. Mental reset for the next match.
I don't drink, you know that. You really don't remember.
Hardly the need on my form, Bert. Play at 8 out of 10 pissed, still smash it.
Certainly wasn't the case yesterday.
Oh.
Not that I had the heart to take your money.
We didn't play.
Fucking well tried to, until a certain someone slipped, dropping an entire frosted all over the matches table frame too.
No way.
And that's not where the sorrow ends, Bertrand. Self-announced 20-bag spliff in the beer garden, before the lobbying of Free Club chalks out the window, into oncoming traffic I must add, only to then piss on Our Lady's bathroom floor.
Alfie groans and rubs his pale head.
Saw you climb into the whip. Better not have driven in that state.
Nah, slept it out. Do you think I am?
Well, us committee have already met. We're banning you, Fenner. Some were sold, but I made sure to sway their vote. Disgrace to the Green Brace. Call yourself Snooker Loopy.
Dean hangs up and immediately blocks Alfie's number. With every last matchmaker, player and member of staff having followed suit, he bursts into tears.
It's over. The big dream. Make a living off snooker. You fucked it. Big time.
Alfie's long run out of tears once by the storage unit. Just as well, with the place's hench, second-in-command Dave thumping the unit door as he slumps over.
Oi!
Fucking oi me. Keeping on my site.
Not Scooby Bert. Weren't me.
Dave opens a clip of CCTV footage on his phone showing Alfie pissing up the storage unit's wall at night while blinding drunk.
10 minutes.
He fiercely adds before shoulder barging Alfie on the way past. Alfie leaves, sacrificing the entitlement-driven, customary verbal assault. Down to his last 50 pence and 2 litres of petrol, he doesn't get far before being forced to park in a motorway lay-by. At least this one's by a garage, ensuring the future jerry-can lug is minimal. Once Alfie scores some money, that is. Without energy to harbour an emergency escape plan, he necks 3 Valium and, despite the incessant traffic, sinks into a light sleep. That is, until an industrial policeman knocks on the driver's window 3 hours later.
You can't drive with that,
the copper insists while pointing at the chipped windscreen.
No, mate, look.
I'm not impounding it, okay? But you'll have to leave it down there.
The copper points at a gravelly, dead-end lane, part of a car park that never got past the first stages of construction.
Till that's sorted.
Alfie eventually nods.
Have a cracker.
Groggy from the Valium, Alfie lies back in the seat, itching to drift back into light sleep. Peak afternoon traffic scuppers any chance of that, so left with no choice of seeing out the day, he scuttles across the busy road to part with his last 50 pence. It's something Alfie's been avoiding. Phoning the parents, since they reject all calls from his mobile. Not from a payphone, as its anonymity bags him an answer.
When I was a little bitty baby, my mama would rock me in the cradle in the old cotton fields back home.
Alfie, he's in. You should have checked.
Grace glances sideways as Leo storms in.
Big boy, sure he can handle it.
I told you, phone. If you have to, when he's out.
Your dirty little secret shoot off for a special occasion, like his style.
What is it you're after?
Bit of a leg up on my arse out here.
Leo returns with red knuckles, having slaughtered a cardboard box in the attic.
Just enough for a tent and a power bar.
Grace glances at Leo, who shakes his head.
Then there's no way of us knowing what it's really for.
End of the line time here.
Alfie rubs his clammy head.
And you're leaving me to face that alone? No food, petrol?
Alf!
What kind of mother does that?
You've done your lion's share.
Time and time again. Snooker equipment, petrol, bloody money match fees.
Which is fine, in moderation.
Had you not been shoving it up that deviated ooter instead?
How fucking dare you?
You come here and swear to her face, prick. Years you had, rent-free, no bills, easy life provided by us. Just so King Alfie, alpha fucking dog, could realise his potential. Well, where's that gotten you, eh? Failure in every fathomable metric.
Grace takes the phone and eventually pushes Leo out of the room.
I wish I could help, but you take the piss, you really do.
Grace says before an eerie silence overcomes the pair.
At least let me know where you wind up, for emergencies.
See if I can be asked.
Grace glances at the door.
I'll send you a oneer. Last one.
Do as you please, mother.
Alfie suggests before hanging up and slamming the phone into the pad. In truth, Alfie holds no desire to buy a power bar. While a phone used to be an essential, a lack of friends, career prospects and snooker arrangements to make C's maintaining its power become fairly redundant of late. To block out the anxiety, Alfie scores an eighth of weed and 2 strips of Valium on Cardiff Bay, swallowing half his severance pay in one. Supermarket tent picking subsequently becomes a breeze as Alfie settles for a £30 emerald green 2-mana. Limited to a weedy, thin protective layer, it won't last longer than a few weeks. Wild Welsh wind will see to that. Finding the right spot, away from danger, yet within reach of his car and essential amenities, proves far trickier, not least with the fresh Valium peaking at this crucial time. While Alfie's set on Butte Park, nothing on first glance cuts the mustard. An hour of searching later, having long burnt off the morning's Wetherspoon's breakfast wrap, he comes across a former footpath, now littered with gorse. Its single-file gorse-bush smothered path opens up after a gloopy 100 yards, wrecking Alfie's boots and soaking up one of his 3 pairs of socks. 3 topless spice heads lying around a fire nearly send Alfie back, but he perseveres, which he's gifted for in the shape of a perfect spot, sheltered by oak trees and obscured by long grass. Despite stumping 2 of the pegs in with his foot, the lack of a hammer proves Alfie's downfall in the gravelly corner. After 15 minutes of back-breaking labour, Trent and Colo sneak up with devious grins.
Ease up, fella.
Colo says after startling Alfie.
Just offering a hand.
Trent suggests. Colo nails the tent peg in with one clinical downward stamp, bringing Alfie's depleted quest to a welcome end. Both he and Trent were evicted from the homeless hotel for hosting Damo's wake and currently reside in tents nearby.
Spot on, geese.
Alfie, yeah?
Trent sturdily shakes Alfie's hand after he nods.
And you know the skip rat?
Colo violently spits on the floor.
Little bitch without his boom.
Despite residents being paid in cash or hash for their compliance, high street neighbours inform the council of Damo's wakes all-night music in their droves. A raid on the place ensued, resulting in the seizure of mounds of drugs. Also, most importantly in Colo's eyes, his beloved sound system.
First spell in the rough?
Why the land?
Could happen to anyone, lad.
Exactly. No shame, kidder.
Colo says while glued to the strip of Valium dangling out of Alfie's pocket.
We're just down there. You fancy a smoke or a moida?
Trent and Colo cackle as they waltz off for a day on the cheap cider, and perhaps a bit of spice if the boredom takes hold. Rough Visit, Chapter 22. Deleting 3 days of life through Valium-induced deep sleep may seem like a top idea to those on the brink, but any extreme coping mechanism has its consequences. This one sees Alfie wake up with a dry mouth and piercing stomach, without the energy to lift his heavy head. Luckily, the latter's remedied by dregs of Colo's gifted bottle of water, taking the sandy edges off his parched throat. Such dehydration sees him breathless way before reaching Tesco, where the aim is to utilise his relatively tidy appearance for a spot of shoplifting. Despite having 20 quid, that is, which is set aside for drugs. Having found routine success in Bangor's Tesco, Alfie's horrified at the level of security lingering around Cardiff's branch. Shoplifting ring rust takes hold, rocketing his heart rate once reaching the car park's lift. Most have a sensor that doubles up as a shoplifting alarm. Evidently not this one, as Alfie cruises down to the car park and waddles into the sunrise. 5 steak pasties make up the haul, but he's forgotten a drink. While tempted to march straight back in and pinch one, Alfie resists. Wise to avoid pushing his luck and scuppering this golden free food oasis. Buying a can of Coke with the 20 notes presents a problem of its own, leaving Alfie with £9 worth of change, a nightmare when buying drugs. For now, the pasties will do. All 5 at once on a park bench. A decision he regrets halfway through the last. Such a bloated stomach comes at the worst time. 2 chubby prostitutes, Lex and Flex, appear by Butte Park's entrance, caked in foundation, wild hair extensions and tatty tights. Alfie's been eyeing the pair for a while, but always opted for other prostitutes.
On the score?
Lex sighs, leads him out of the park into a piss-stained tunnel.
Either we are Licks and Flicks, daintiest XL duo of the South.
That I have certainly heard. Tempting, must say.
Lex looks Alfie up and down before grimacing.
Lock it out, babe.
Lex calmly urges. She says while walking off and lighting a cigar.
3's off, but Licks still wants it.
Just as well.
Alfie passes £19 in part change.
Right on the stinge.
Sort something out.
So Alfie's last 19 quid bags him a spot of pleasure, a 2-minute handjob he just couldn't turn down. While one visit's keen to arrange a repeat, Lex's nasty side-fringed punk rocker pimp Clax whistles his star attraction over within seconds. Nonetheless, Alfie swaggers back to the tent, manically bolstered by his first bit of action in months. So much so that he takes Trent and Colo up on their offer of a sesh. He's in luck, with both lumbered by a grass-touching campfire, bound to leave a singed black square in the morning.
Oi, oi!
Colo chants while raising one of the 4 beers he and Trent are forced to share on their puny day's budget. Despite such limitations, he passes Alfie one of the remaining 2.
Let's just say there's some love to be had on these mean streets.
For a pretty fucking dollar, no doubt.
Ramen I dished. She'll be paying me next time.
Date night, eh?
She pays, she can have it.
Microwave panini at the train station.
Blowy in the toilets.
Back to your lad's palace for a fag stump rolly out of the wind.
Trent cackles and chugs beer as Alfie descends into Trigger Trauma City.
Joking, lad.
Alfie sniggers and chugs most of his can.
Go gammy now and you're fucked.
First few days are the best.
Ride that wave, only downhill from here.
Dirty clothes, bastard back from the floor, dick rashes.
Won't be long. Couple of weeks.
Having claimed the same thing during every last spell of rough sleeping, Colo and Trent withhold a chuckle at Alfie's expense. Alfie glances at his empty can.
This your last?
Colo and Trent's eyes fire up.
Didn't think so.
Not with those we hoped you'd bring.
You know, to a sesh.
Guess it fucking is then.
Alfie's anxiety reaches new heights until both chuckle and release him of the agony.
I'll get some. You're right.
Messing about. Got these anyway.
Colo passes Alfie a handful of magic mushrooms. Never having dabbled with shrooms before, he nervously giggles. While the temptation's there, the setting's not ideal for a first-time stab. Colo passing over a bottle so soon seals the decision, as Alfie munches the 30 Liberty Caps in one sickly mouthful. Bagged straight from picking, much soil remains on the roots. Either way, they sink down his throat in a flash, with next to no gagging. An impatient half an hour in, and seemingly the effects are minimal, enhancing Alfie's narcissistic belief of holding a higher natural tolerance to the average drug user.
I'll get a beers in.
All right then, lad.
Through rain or shine.
Alfie loudly states while walking away. 5 minutes into the walk, the mushroom's warm, fuzzy body high creeps in, injecting a surge of MDMA-esque vigour into Alfie's stride. With Wales having thrashed Hungary 4-0 in Cardiff, the city centre's packed with drunk fans waddling from the stadium in their droves. Such is Alfie's fixation with the vast selection of bucket hats on show that he picks a yellow one off the floor, inspects its decently clean state and puts it on. A group of Welsh fans sing while chugging shots of vodka. Alfie joins the group and compensates for his poor knowledge of Dafydd Iwan's lyrics with outright passion as the singing group parade through town. Convinced by his noisy performance, one passes their newest member a cap of vodka. While the tingling taste lights up Alfie's tongue, his stomach froths as the neat vodka intermingles with the shrooms. Unable to keep up, he pulls away from the group to lean on a bench.
Do not shun the bitch. Waste of fucking drugs. Look at you, 8 o'clock and you're already a state.
A few minutes of similarly stern inner dialogue secures Alfie's puke resistance. Now for the hard part. Tesco. In this progressively bewildered state. The security guard's bald head glows under the light, far shinier than before. Staring comes at no cost until the guard lifts his head and spots him.
Oh, wrong aisle.
Alfie awkwardly says while scuttling off. Further complications arise once the shopping basket's wheels morph into legs, inspiring Alfie to avoid pulling one around. Once near the beer aisle, the deli and cheese stall's imposing aura sends him back the other way, a diversion that forces him past the fresh fish aisle. A grisly glare from the cashier sends Alfie's eyes down towards the fresh fish on display. The gut-wrenching stench brings up a ball of bile, pausing Alfie's march as he gathers his senses. A mackerel's eyes flashing bright green proves the final straw, forcing one visit into action. Visual intrusive thoughts of this fish's cruel death, it flapping on the boat, blood gushing from its mouth, stranded from its family, has Alfie disassociating, struggling to recall the mission's purpose. By the time he remembers, he finds himself by the frozen aisle, grabbing 4 boxes of fish fingers. Only minutes later, with bitterly chilly fingers from the box's bite, does Alfie recall his cooking situation. Frozen food's no good for a floor fire, so he flings the 4 boxes aside, without regard for their imminent perishing in the dried fruit and nut aisle. Robbing crates of beer without a significant bag is out of the question, leaving a litre bottle of spirits as the next best thing. Despite the risk of social scorn, Alfie snatches a bottle of pink gin, tucks it into his baggy coat's inside pocket, and leaves through the elevator.
What a buzz. Who needs a job? It's there to be taken. Anxiety tomorrow? Nah, mate. Didn't pay for the lush.
Half an hour is needed for Trent and Colo to get over both Alfie's choice of drink and lack of food. Both wasted valuable resource in making another fire for grilling. Thirst soon takes over, seeing both indulge in countless chugs of pink gin. Only because nobody's around, neither would be seen drinking it in public. Their relative seclusion permits the trio to enter somewhat of a relaxing flow, void of the standard paranoia that often comes with public drinking. Keen to gift his temporarily crippled stomach a chance to heal, which is unlikely in the short term given the shroom's ominous peak, Alfie's sensible with his gin intake. Trent and Colo struggle to get anywhere near Alfie's all-round wreck state. Once the last of his gin is rinsed, they both pass out within a couple of hours. Such energy needs channeling, and Alfie still has buckets of beans left in the tank. Sleeping in a tent's tricky under any circumstances, let alone with such a manic mind. Needing a swift escape, Alfie soon wanders back to the city centre for a spot of speculative social interaction. Bumming a fag provides a way in, despite having tobacco of his own. Even just the asking and then suddenly finding his own pouch sparks conversation with similarly stranded street inhabitants. This keeps Alfie sane, for now. The night's early, and he's got a few wild, precarious hours until normality returns yet. Aimless loitering culminates in the stumbling upon a cricket game in a dirty 20-square-metre park beside student accommodation. Despite initial scepticism from game orchestrator Amir, The crew are soon swung by the false tales of Alfie's Kent County cricket exploits. It bags him a spot on the field out of sympathy. These boys of a top standard themselves, with academic studies halting their potential professional cricket careers. Alfie's sluggish reactions see him drop 2 catches within 4 balls, costing his team the lead. Despite Alfie's attempted razor-sharp focus, the 5th ball sails off the bat and whacks him on the jaw. Sympathy doesn't keep his place on the field and is politely asked to leave. This simply won't stand, but fiercely outnumbered, he swerves any violence in favour of storming off in a huff, adamant it was a purposeful shot. Such frothing fury takes Alfie's trip in a darker direction, one he spends perched under a shop window. As the night drags on, the city centre's pedestrians become wilder, yet the drunken shouting his way remains mostly positive. Unable to make out a word, Alfie takes every last one as a slander. A few hours in, and Alfie's cold to the bone. Wary of the trip's rough second half taking place in public, he heads back to the tent. That's not before another Tesco run. A Tesco Express this time. No security or staff occupy the shop floor, ensuring the nicking of Malbec wines a breeze. Trent and Colo are yet to rise, leaving this bottle for Alfie's sole consumption. Blessed with a smidge of foam battery, he ekes out a YouTube-heavy house mix to break the eerie rustling by nearby rats and foxes. Not long after caning the bottle, it comes straight back out. The red pool avoids his tent by a whisker, just as well given Alfie's lack of cleaning products.
Gone too far, Squire. Blood, that is, the lot of it. 300 mil, pint, end of the line if it happens again.
Buoyed by the lighter stomach, Alfie heads back into town. One method for swerving a repeat is eating, and there's only one place for that: KFC. But Alfie's soon humbled by the Colonel's 20-foot moustache on the wall, twirling, flittering from brown to blonde every few seconds. After detailed analysis of the menu, he knows inside out, his card is declined at the checkout. Bloodshot eyes, a pale face and scraggly clothing earn him a sympathetic coffee from the staff, who often help the homeless with free drinks at night. While useful, it's the first time Alfie's been assumed as homeless, mirroring his recent poor hygiene and dishevelled appearance.
Does she know who you are? Give them fucking homeless if that's what they want.
Alfie squares over to an empty table, where an untouched fillet burger and portion of semi-fresh chips prove impossible to resist. Before the chips are devoured, podgy, long-term fast food servant cashier Ginny cottons on and storms over.
What are you doing?
Ask yourself the same thing, Skyver.
I just seen you wolf down someone's food.
Q's getting mental. Go on, get on it, girl.
You're banned. We have certain standards to uphold.
Bad move, love. Enemy for life territory.
On your way.
Be belling the gaffer first thing.
I cannot wait to hear about it.
Go way back. Best mates in school?
Ginny gets out her phone and dials 999.
Police!
No one fucks with one visit Alfie, whack a tenner on Fenner.
Alfie bellows with raised hands on the way out. Having scratched the side of his hunger pangs, a patchy night's sleep in the tent awaits, where woodlice have made themselves at home. Only a few, but Alfie's warped vision sees 5 for every one. When 2 take off and fly out, Alfie picks another off his leg, which turns out to be a daddy long-leg spider. Now, fearing an 8-legged invasion owing to the tent's elite food source, Alfie trudges to Colo's tent and passes out by the entrance, falling asleep within minutes. This lasts for a few peaceful hours, until the rain starts thundering down. Despite last night's KFC, his stomach rumbles, intensifying an unsuccessful search for a loose Valium. Slipping in the mud sends his dizzy head over the edge. With last night's cricket ball blow yielding concussion, he chunders once again. Rain soaks it away, but it luckily veers to the right just before reaching Alfie's tent. Freshly drenched through, Alfie strips off his clothes and thoroughly dries himself with a damp towel before huddling under a blanket, his only dry piece of bedding. Stomach acid lingers in his mouth, scuppering any attempt at relaxation. However, without more than a sip of water, clearing it proves too tall a task. Alfie dangles the bottle outside, aching to collect rainwater. Only the bottle has other ideas and takes off with the wind before vanishing down the emerging stream.
Oh well, within minutes it'll flood the place. Be swimming in the stuff.
While the heavier drizzle ceases, the tent's foyer is by morning soaked in inch-high water, fortuitously for him not having quite breached the tent's main room. Rough Visit, Chapter 23. Amplified by yesterday's meals being thrown up, finding Tesco Extra closed for maintenance until the 31st comes as a bitter blow. Alfie has a pop at the smaller Tesco Express, but with a security guard on his tail upon entering, he daren't chance it, not until at least 10 tonight. That makes for 12 agonising, malnourished hours at the mercy of a wicked hangover and post-trip paranoia. Rather than settle for murky rainwater to wash down his latest Valium, Alfie robs a can of Coke from the corner shop. This offers a touch of distraction from the dismal hunger and temporary burst of energy. Drastic action is in order, or it's bin surfing time. Colo and Trent are both up, back on the cider after a successful hour of city centre panhandling.
Which one of you shitbags are really on it?
Fucking right!
What's on the cards, Lau?
Bit of a swindle down the snooker club. 50 squids in it. Just need a decoy.
Let's do it!
Might go with Trent on this one, Bert.
Colo gazed away in disgust.
Bullseye, yeah?
Potentially, if I win.
Trent grimaces and lobs his fag.
Which I fucking well will. Made for this hustling ting.
Boggy roadside puddles drench Alfie's decaying boots during the mile trek to the car, with water now leaking through the small holes. Neither this nor the hunger dents his stride, with a match planned against Olaf at the far dingier Hotshot Snooker Club. There's no time for wallowing. Whacking on the pink and white blazer lifts Alfie's mood. A few days in muddy clothes has taken its toll. Sorting his hair proves a gloopier challenge. Nearly a week without washing tarnishes any attempt at his sideways wax. But it's fine, as he's raring to go. However, Alfie's gusto is hit by the car's perilously low fuel level. It should get him there and back, but it's touch and go. Fuel gauges on older cars sometimes lose accurate calibration. Gutted by his exclusion from the scam, Colo's still glued to Trent as Alfie pulls up. After lengthy negotiations, he's let in. Now, Alfie's plan is fairly simple. Play snooker for money, but leg it if he loses. Where Trent comes in as a decoy is to play on another table, looking his pure, sketchy self. This allows Alfie to break convention by not putting the match fee on the table. So, as long as he wins, all is well. Before strutting inside, Alfie eventually gives in and allows Colo to join. But he's not to be paid, and a £5 is to be deducted from Trent's fee, to be put towards their practice table and extra petrol used from carrying Colo's weight. Trent, playing with someone, makes the scam more believable, but the barman's concerned glance as they walk in sees Colo on non-verbal last warning right away. Since Alfie, Glyndwyr's cheapest opponent by a country mile, was banned, Olaf has scarcely been able to afford games there. A minimum wager of 350 is now needed, just to entice the circuit's cheapest opponents into playing. Hotshot See Drag boast players of all abilities, playing for as little as £20, which has seen Olaf play here more often. This £100 game with Alfie is his heftiest in weeks, one that either depletes or doubles his month's disposable income. Olaf joins Alfie in going all out for the occasion in a black shirt with yellow suspenders, the colour of his home country, Sweden.
100 squids?
Olaf says, while slamming 100 on the table's cushion.
First to 3.
That's a result for Olaf, who's nursing a cocaine hangover of his own. 3 cans of Red Bull currently fuels his system, making a crash inevitable over any longer match. Rusty from the lack of pre-match practice, the Scandi sledgehammer smashes his brake, smattering the Reds but leaving the cue ball near the bulk cushion, well and truly showcasing his renowned shot power.
Dollar on the table, right?
Slimy in here, Squire.
Alfie loudly states whilst gesticulating to Trent and Colo, who bicker as to whether snooker has a 2-shot rule after a foul. As planned, this eventually wins Olaf over. While nervous, Alfie studies himself to pot a long-range red and open the scoring. Olaf's aggressive break left swathes of options, which Alfie slowly picks at until a few dodgy positional shots see him drift up the middle and have to pop blues. But he handles the heat to make a frame-winning break.
1 visit, 79.
Alfie smugly says after rattling an easy black in the pocket. Olaf bitterly shakes his head, conceding an unlikely opening frame. Alfie starts the second in domineering fashion, mustering an excellent 40 break before snookering Olaf, who fouls. A few pots later, Alfie needs just 2 reds and a colour to clinch the frame. Aiming to showboat for potential future opponents, he screws a straight-up simple red up the table, leaving a tough yellow on the stretch with the rest. A wave of dizziness while down doesn't stop Alfie from nailing the pot, but his stiff arm sees him underhit the topspin and becomes snookered behind the brown. This last crucial red dangles just over the bottom corner pocket. But with the pink blocking a path for anything simpler, it needs a 3-cushion escape. On fire after the last frame, Alfie gets straight down and nails the shot, clipping the red in by a whisker and bagging straight positioning on the black. While still nestled on the table, he turns his head Olaf's way and seedily grins before banging it in. 2-0.
Scandi shitstain. 1 more frame and we've had him.
The third frame proves a scrappy affair, with neither scoring for 10 minutes and Alfie in particular squandering some golden chances. Olaf finally gets one in, a fluky red from a frustration-born blast to nothing, which provides the catalyst for a tidy 67 break. Mostly made up of low-value colours, it proves to be a frame-winning effort as Alfie ditches a lengthy, energy-sapping battle for 2 snookers. Olaf subtly clenches a fist in relief. Never could he live down defeat to such a scruffy ruffian, and he's cut the deficit by 1. 2-1 to Alfie. While planning on driving home, the Scandi sledgehammer acquires an emergency tray of 4 double whiskies. A train home it is. Fueled by a couple of these, he enters full flow with every pot creeping in. An exquisite double seals the century and another frame, but that's not where Alfie's pain ends. Olaf makes sure to clear the table for 130 break total clearance. 2-2. Oh, how Alfie would adore a drink, anything to fight the sheer terror. Penniless, and now potentially battered, the day is in real peril of turning ugly, not least with Trent dragged across town, certainly anticipating a few quid for his efforts. Despite the bonus of a 1-frame shootout to avoid catastrophe, Alfie's nerves can't hack a hiding off 15-stone, 6'2" shipwreck house Olaf.
Bust a quick slash,
Alfie says whilst walking to the toilet. As advised, Trent's first task was to open the bathroom window, one he's diligently stuck to. Alfie's problem is the 12-foot drop, higher than it seemed on his pre-match scouting glance. Given his leg's fragile state after the break, it's a risk, but one that has to be made. He drops from the ledge, brushing his prized blazer through the outer window's thick grime before crashing to the floor, barring scratches, left fighting fit to jog to the car, which is just as well as Olaf swaggers over, while Alfie desperately starts the engine.
Oi!
Olaf bellows as Alfie takes off.
Wait until you're next here.
He shouts after a parting punch of the back door as Alfie speeds off, soon out of reach. A minor dent is of no consequence to Alfie, not with the thrill of his first snooker duck and dive.
See you in a bit, Neek Streak. One visit's arrived. Never pays, not even in defeat. Bulletproof business model.
The rush of Guns N' Roses blasting on near full volume crumbles as the car's petrol gauge flashes. Luckily for him, near a lay-by just 2 miles away from the tent. Once parked, he gazes in the bent rear-view mirror, bulges his eyes, wiggles his head and roars, craving a spot more action. Wander into hustling's danger zone. Trent and Colo leave buckets of missed calls, seething to have been left with no option but to jump the train home, after neither fancied the 3-mile walk back to Butte Park. Erring on the side of caution, Alfie chalks tonight off as one of avoiding the tense area. What hasn't been sorted, which becomes apparent after the adrenaline buzz wears off, and he's halfway through the 3-mile walk back to town, is that of food supply. Gasping for a beer, he heads to Wetherspoons, hopefully killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Staff shortages see plenty of half-drunk pints on offer, left for the wasps over half an hour after their abandonment, 3 of which are gulped by Alfie in an instant. Keen to avoid complacency, he darts to the toilet, minimising any presence in the seating area. On his second stab, a cashier soon spots him munching loose chips from a plate, but turns a blind eye. Their hench bouncer can't quite muster the same level of compassion. Alfie leaps outside just in time, over the wall and into the high street, narrowly missing a skater with his fall. Hardly satisfied by the lukewarm microwave-zapped carbohydrate, Alfie's loathed to shrivel up and die of starvation and heads in search of a supermarket. Not to steal from per se, but to ravage through their bins, also known as dumpster diving. Thousands of otherwise edible items are thrown out every day by all supermarkets after sell-by dates expire, leaving those brave enough to dive in their bins a vast selection of free food. This isn't always limited to the homeless, with many on precarious wages or left without money after living costs, increasingly taking advantage of this too. There's no chance Alfie's risking his prized blazer in the filth, so he robs a tattered jumper and pair of jeans from a carrier bag placed next to a clothing donation bin. Decision he thanks himself for, once tumbling straight in and soaking the jumper in mango smoothie, leaving him face down in the grimy, sticky mess, barring meagre elevation offered by his hands. This offers a chance, once out of the immediate grime, to scout today's menu. Burgers, yogurts, bread, a few 4-packs of bottled water, and swathes of undetectable delights lurk in the darkness at the back. Desperate to puke, he grabs 2 packets of burgers and the only non-squashed or torn loaf of bread he can find. While an attempt to reach for the yogurts is made, a rat scampering centimetres away from Alfie's arm leads to his electric exit. Finally, a chance to test the old oven grate nicked from Tony Pandy Hostel. Every last burger makes a selection for tonight's dinner, all 12 in one go, yielding 4 sauceless treble quarter-pounders in value, thin sliced white bread. While they go down a treat, he daren't hang around too long, not with Colo and Trent lurking nearby. A night of trekking it is, at least with some kind of energy this time. That might be an issue for his foot, which bears 3 new sores and a wicked bruise around the big toe. It won't be at his customary lightning pace, presuming his battered shoes handle the mileage before total collapse. Rough Visit, Chapter 24. A lumbersome few days of hiding, while a crisis loan clears is finally through. Alfie marches out of hibernation and over to Colo and Trent's tents with a £30-sized apology. While not the agreed fee, it's still profit owing to Trent and Colo's success in jumping the train back to Cardiff. With any lingering ill will dispelled and the trio loaded with beers, Trent leads them to a classic outdoor Butte Park party. Most there are homeless, but some partake simply for the thrill. especially those who thrive off carnage stemming from lost souls with nothing to lose, systemically off their heads on concussive levels of drugs and alcohol. Hundreds of nos canisters litter the grass in between the dozen, mostly pale punk rock crowd. Alfie's scared to look at most, other than Lex and Flex, who sit on either side of their tight, white vest-wearing pimp Clacks. Lex catches one visit's glance. The finest she's been thrown all day. Gifted a rare night off, she's earned a rare pinch of availability. Time for a move of her own, as she takes off her hoodie, leaving just a black crop top underneath. Unapologetic of her weight, she struts Alfie's way, long having dispelled any body insecurity. A decade in the game and the thousands of men encountered along the way who fetishize larger women make sure of that. A new, turned-over, satanic cross tattoo on Lex's forehead sees Alfie freeze in fear.
Fit tat?
Bible-bashing tarts ain't heading Lex flyers, not anymore. Worth it for that alone.
Playground gossip must be rife.
Not for me.
Stay-at-home father?
I've given birth 4 times, but I don't like to say I've got children.
Shit for business.
And I haven't quite reached a clearer decision on how I feel they got here in the first place.
Not sure I follow.
Some say they're children. I say parasites. Like, hey, I don't remember getting a letter, phone call, any fucking warning of like, hey, can I, hi. I don't have a name yet, but anyway, I'd like to know if I can post up in your body, grow on your dime, shoot out of the hole you get fucked in, and then suck on your tits and cry and shit myself and know what I'm saying? And like observe, steal your wisdom like a fucking alien or something. No one ever asked me that. And yeah, of course I've heard if you get shagged, you could get pregnant. But really, if the thing coming out of me is a human, that's what we're calling ourselves, right? If that thing is a human and a soul, like, what made it ever? Like, how is that okay?
Without your permission?
Lex gratefully presents her hands.
I have a real hard time with that one.
Never thought about it.
I really feel I was done wrong. It's an abomination.
Lex lights heroin on foil and inhales the smoke with a foil tube. After a few spacey seconds, she smirks and passes it to Alfie.
Valleys are your limit, boy. Better than these noobs. Stuck down here for life. This is temporary, not a checkpoint of no return.
Alfie stares at the foil, then back at Lex's drooping, yet glowing eyes.
Wouldn't mind some rest though. Proper kip. Might get legs back to the tent and all. Fuck it, just this once. It's only a wee toot. Ain't shooting.
Alfie reluctantly tries to light the foil and inhale.
How do I?
In a mangled daze, Lex grabs the lighter and lights the foil with pure muscle memory. Alfie's eyes sparkle, despite the bitter, breathtaking cough that ends an exhilarating debut toke. Sensing his heroin virginity, Lex rubs Alfie's leg for a bit of comfort. Not that he needs any, with the hit blissfully knocking him back into the wall. Clacks enviously glances over and grimaces. Having Lex and Flex to himself tonight was the aim, as gratitude for their rare night off. That won't be the case, with Alfie and Lex nowhere to be seen once Clacks returns from a furious booze run. Heading back to Alfie's tent is a shot to nothing for Lex. She likes the drip enough to shag him for free, but won't say no to a tip, and knows a top performance bags her plenty of future business. Alfie's filthy jumper proves hard to ignore, yet she suppresses any disdain to a T.
Junk dive dudes, sorry.
Badge of honour,
Lex whispers while grabbing Alfie's bulging cock. Whilst most prostitutes insist on a shower before sex, and clean clothes or no date, Lex bends this for her favourites, provided they're good looking. Despite a promising start, Lex rides Alfie only until personally satisfied. A lack of effort and enjoyment on Alfie's part sees her opt against finishing him off, unless a score is coughed up, of course. When no offer comes close to arriving, she turns over and passes out. Alfie turns Lex's way and tightly spoons her back, ecstatic to share overnight company for the first time in years. The sneezes suddenly stirred when Clax forcefully unzips Alfie's tent at the crack of dawn.
Rolly's in here!
Fuck right off.
Clax slips on the damp tent's foyer and clatters onto the snoozing pair. Alfie shoves Clax out, jumps to his feet and puffs out his chest in front of the tent. After a hasty readjustment of his fringe, Clax leaps straight up and nestles his head into Alfie's, but soon admits defeat and backs away.
Lex! Get up! Now!
Day off, won't it?
To rest? After all the graft you put that body through?
Nothing happened.
Bitch and moan that you're too tired to sort me, then go off with that breed of utter drip.
Sorry, won't happen again.
Piece of fucking work, you.
Once Clax and Lex are out of sight, Alfie lies in front of the tent, lights a chipped-out fag, punches the floor, and bursts into tears. Partly due to his disgust in finally smoking heroin, but mostly owing to his abandonment trauma.
Few more hours, bodily warmth. Nah, not even allowed that. But some grotty pimp is, after all the graft put into puller. Not good enough, boy. Can't even keep a mess like that in bed. What are you playing at?
Rough Visit, Chapter 25. With Ali freshly imprisoned and awaiting court for thieving £200 headphones from Asda while on Xanax, Justin, Wee Wee and Lee have endured a rare Saturday night alone. A poor weekend of sales have seen Justin bored out of his mind, not ideal while trying to limit the crack use to just once on a Sunday evening. They make up for it in booze and powder cocaine, but with Justin's tolerance at an all-time high after years of dealing and non-consequential casual use, the quartergram lines wear off after 10 minutes. Seeking imminent release, Justin scrolls through Facebook, itching to inflict some public social embarrassment. Alfie's fresh Sesh Life photo album offers a prime candidate, a true gift from the social media gods. First 3 photos, all failed NWA gangster poses with Alfie, Trent and Colo by their tents, pale and sweaty to the point of soaked hair, get the juices flowing. Just the laugh Justin and Lee have been craving. 3 with Clax follow, the first of Alfie awkwardly posing alone as Clax looks away, titled Hour 1. The second with Alfie gurning and Clax attempting a grin with hair-covered eyes, titled Hour 3, Post-Ket. The third with Alfie, Clax and Lex in various degrees of gurn, while Clax waggles his tongue, titled Hour 7, Post 8, Calvin Klein Slugs.
Let's give him some hope. Cunt's gagging for it.
Wee Wee says, once the hysterical laughter subsides.
Yeah, right in the cue balls.
Lee adds,
rinse what's left of that pride back in his place. I know. Pay a prosy to have him. 24-hour girlfriend experience. Hurricane Noodle Dick Fenner thinks it's real. Thinks he's got a fit bird. Snap that cocky cretin in half.
Justin carefully considers Lee's proposition.
Nah, couldn't get sex then, on my hard grass dime. Aye, fuck that. Had his fair share in Hollywood. Snooker. You genius. We invite him to a tournament. Little letter. All official and that. Get him proper wet. Then he blows his load. Spends what little dough's left on practice. For a lift up north, clothes, bit of coaching maybe. Are we going? Course we fucking are.
Justin's literary progress is sluggish. A few lines of Calvin Klein inspire the creativity to get it done, albeit by hand, which leaves Amir a hell of an editing job. Alfie, 1 visit Fenner. We are ecstatic to announce your inclusion in the Welsh Open qualifiers. We've had our scouts on your talent for a while, tracing your every game. Smashing it. Fair play. So we'd like to bring Snowdonia's snooker session into the professional fold. Make sure you're about early on the 23rd morning, or you won't get to play. Yours faithfully, Barry Hearn, President of World Snooker. Rough Visit, Chapter 26. By the time Amir's through with Lee and Justin's letter, it's in top shape. A World Snooker logo in the corner, a copy of Barry Hearn's signature, and of course a comprehensive spelling and grammar check are among the additions. It fools Alfie anyhow, who wakes up with another hangover to the letter scanned and sent to his email.
Knew they'd come back. Welsh fucking open. Can't keep a man like one visit down for long. Performances will come, but the stage presence can't be taught. Straight on telly if you qualify. Walk back up north, the snooker hero you are. Dad's embarrassment, over. Wee Lee, Ali, licking your ass. Wishing they had from the start.
First of all, the old blazer needs dry cleaning. Despite having no money, Alfie successfully blags a free clean after brandishing the official letter. Claiming he'll send the snooker lads his way for business certainly helps the cause. To hold any chance of bagging a snooker groupie on a post-match night out, appropriate attire is essential. Turning up in the blazer, which will undoubtedly get sweaty after playing, could sink Alfie right to the bottom of snooker's social tree. Another outfit, or jacket at the very least, is needed. The games are over 3 days, so pulling on a night out is essential to any sleeping arrangements, should he not fancy the 20-mile round walk back and forth from Newport. An Oxfam charity shop provides just the answer in a thick vintage Armani leather jacket and tinted pair of light blue sunglasses, which Alfie walks straight out with. First day nerves see the sole cashier petrified to intervene or approach store management in case of a reprimand for negligence. To ruin what is potentially a dapper look with the right top, Alfie throws on his tight, white, snooker loopy t-shirt in the car. Now out of tobacco, he's forced to chop up whatever fag ends remain on the passenger side floor, which musters a couple of fags. While desperate for one, he daren't smoke either yet. Tobacco cravings while playing could lose him the game in lapsed concentration. Despite having petrol, the motor won't start. An excruciating first, which Alfie toasts by smashing the steering wheel and screaming. Nothing's stopping Alfie from competing. After 2 half-stale white bread rolls, he grabs his colossal cue case and hits the road towards Newport on foot. Despite sharing the workload by alternating every minute, half a mile is all it takes before both arms have pins and needles. Few cars are on the road, limiting Alfie's chance of a hitch. A first slows down, but speeds off after thinking better of it. A second and third follow suit, but none other than Greg pulls over. A late introduction to driving, his main motivation for learning was reaching cocaine dealers in other towns. Tony Pandy's supply has dismally dried up of late, so a loan from Daddy later, and he arrives at Alfie's rescue in his brand new dark red Renault hatchback.
Insane in the membrane!
Alfie theatrically rips off his sunglasses.
This North Wallian Slayer's back in the game.
Back on the tour?
Do you want to celebrate or what?
Family Lamb's on that! Get it billed!
Where's the product then, Picnic?
Oh yeah?
Greg passes Alfie his newly bought 3.5 gram bag of weed.
Were you squeezing off end, slag?
Newport, this time anyway.
Oh, fit.
Smooth as silk, called up for the qualifiers.
No way. Welsh Open.
Alfie nods while swiftly mauling most of Greg's weed into a king Rizzler.
Oh, great!
Taking me or what?
Oh yeah?
Greg insists while needlessly revving.
Stingy dick's not even cough up for the taxi.
Don't blag your head, Gregor. Be claiming motor juice on expenses.
Sure, that's blessed.
World Snooker are well on all that.
And man's name will be on the official World Snooker invoice.
I'll make sure of it.
Alfie claims before passing Greg the spliff. Its sheer size takes Greg by surprise. While Alfie's left him short of weed for an inevitable dawn cocaine come-down, Greg daren't mutter a word. The spliff knocks both for 6, leaving Greg's Hawaiian indie rock mix to fill the spuddy silence.
Better not be playing early. Crowd, TV, all gonna see you red-eyed. Meme central.
Swathes of extra-large cue case carrying snooker players queue by the International Convention Centre's entrance. Some smoking joints before their game as Greg drives past.
Drop us here, Squire.
Thought man was tagging for the snoop.
Oh, you will. Few things to sort with Baz Ahern first.
Sure.
Couple of hours and I'll bail you. Little pre-match split.
Alfie takes Greg's number, whacks on his blue shades, and struts towards the queue. The first few minutes go well as he absorbs the atmosphere and vibrant snooker chatter, until he spots Dean and Olaf on a nearby wall, that is, chuckling while staring his way. As Olaf and Alfie clap eyes, the Scandi sledgehammer points his way before grinning and looking away.
Scandi prick. Fuck off back there. Stealing our snooker scene, taking places off British players. Get your own national sport.
Such stress adding to the anticipation calls for a car floor salvage bodge job fag. One he thoroughly enjoys. Those nearby fail to share his enthusiasm as the rancid, damp tobacco smell turns waiting into a chore for most. Nonetheless, Alfie finishes the fag. Should he play any of those in front, the fire is stoked, and they've scuppered mental energy lamenting the smell. Win-win. Despite begging for a word with
Baz Ahern,
Alfie is soon turned away at the gate. While he lingers for a while, hurling sporadic slights at the doorstaff, Olaf's progressively hostile presence sees him phone Greg for a lift from around the corner, away from the arena. Alfie frantically sprints to the car and leaps in, igniting Greg's cocaine buzz, having snorted 4 keys in the short while since dropping Alfie off.
Fuck's this? Big bang marathon.
Mental.
Alfie snorts the cocaine held out by Greg.
Massive scrap. Never seen anything like it. Fans were gunning for Baz Ahern.
The main man himself.
One visit and on Fire Maguire saved the day. Cunt stains would have mullered the old shrimp.
On your big day, you know.
Alfie shrugs.
Forged a hero's reputation with the boss himself.
He takes Greg's bag and snorts another key of cocaine.
Easy with that, boyski.
Oh man, you'll get it back.
A couple more, I guess.
Alfie ferociously empties half the cocaine onto his phone screen and snorts 2 lines without bashing it up.
What's going on then? Any action on the bays?
Nah, mate. Cancelled, the whole lot. Top 16 only, no qualifiers.
Man, bedtime bumps on the line. That was last orders, I'm afraid, Hurricane.
Was it? Yeah, fucking tell you what.
Alfie quickly gets up a payday loan application, types £700 into the requested loan amount, and submits the request.
Don't look like it to me, boy. So here's what we're going to do. Annihilate this, right fucking now, whiz round to the loan clears, get another gram.
Whack a tenner on Fenner delivers once again.
And then, after rinsing half of that, you're taking me to Adamstown.
On that Foster's Shandy top thing.
Snooker boy, whack 500 on a money match, fuel our night, well and proper.
What? And I can watch?
Be distraught if he didn't jailbait.
Greg needlessly honks the horn while howling before devouring his last line of cocaine. While lacking the bravery to gamble himself, he adores watching others fly through the motions. Alfie's money comes through 35 minutes later, just in time for another gram and a half, before their artificial buzz and positive vibes fade away. Yet, to have their hunger thwarted, they head for a pre-match KFC. 2 boneless buckets this time, all on Alfie, of course.
Cool out for mini fillets.
Alfie bullishly asked the timid 16-year-old cashier.
Wanna watch who you shit on, boy?
A cheeky few keys of cocaine in the toilet inevitably occurs, artificially satisfying their rumbling stomachs. After a mini fillet and a handful of chips, they abandon their chicken mountain in favour of pastures new. Namely that of a pub or club blaring dirty bass to soothe their fried, cocaine-frazzled heads. They settle on Weatherspoons, with a headphone each, off Greg's phone for a dubstep mix and rum cocktail pitcher. Wanting to ensure there's a match tonight, Alfie phones Snooker O'Hid, his new club of choice.
Snooker O'Hid, Heather speaking.
Hiya, love. Yeah, after a bit of a match, if there's any going.
Right, are you a member, sir?
I soon will be.
Any money matches in city's clubs of late?
Oh yeah, Glendware. Alfie Fenner. Swung round there last few months.
One visit.
Snowdonia's snooker sensation at your humble service.
How much are we talking, Mr. Fenner?
Half ton, and you can call me Alf, love.
I think we can cater to that, Alfred.
Serious?
Absolutely. It's 50 though, to the house, win or lose.
Make that 450 then.
See you soon.
Alright. Hear that, mate? Knew me by nickname. The lot.
He bellows to Greg.
Not surprised though, you know. Comes with the territory.
Alfie defensively says as they scamper off to chug what's left of their pitchers. Greg's leery, animated entrance would have him thrown out of most snooker clubs. But not Snooker O'Hid. He fits right in. Club music bellows from the speakers, catering to a younger, bouncier crowd. While all but Alfie's match table is taken, most matches are for small fees, more of a casual, social activity to spice up a night out between mates. This suits Alfie down to the ground, especially in his tipsy, wired state.
One visit's ready to roll,
Alfie says to the quivering barman. Heled, the sharply dressed club manager, suddenly appears from the office, beaming her piercingly striking light blue eyes through Alfie's soul. As intended, this draws his £50 match fee onto the counter in a flash.
Table 11.
Heled clinically says while grimacing at one of the note's snotty state before walking off. Glib customer service is safe for those with the potential to make Snooker O'Hid long-term money. After extensive research over the last hour, Heled has swiftly determined that Alfie doesn't fit that bill. Considering his reputation as a talented player who struggles with money match play and concentration, she expects club champion Musa, Alfie's cherry-picked opponent, to wipe the floor with him. Despite holding the potential, 18-year-old slickster Musa, no loser, Ali has no intention of turning pro. The thought of being a journeyman, hanging onto his tour card by a thread, travelling the world for qualifiers, occasionally making the first or second round, but barely making profit after travel and accommodation costs, far from serves his vivid imagination. While a care leaver, Musa's never had trouble paying the rent on his flat, owing to money match profits. Such is the following he brings to matches, Heled makes sure to keep him happy with favourable matchmaking. Musa's scene kid sidekicks murmur as Greg and Alfie wobble over, as is their passive-aggressive pre-game ritual, all sarcastically clear leg space for them to pass. Musa holds out his pint-sized hand.
Law balls, kid.
Bangles Hurricane Higgins. Do you expect?
Alfie claims, ignoring the handshake, opting to slam his £450 on the table cushion instead.
Skimp don't get near my vocabulary.
Musa's giddy fans chuckle and gawp as Alfie theatrically rips off his sunglasses.
Keep it hidden, bro.
Any of these flyweight dweebs on the take?
Nah, I'm blessed.
Alfie glares at Musa's fans before turning back to his opponent. Greg wiggles his hand in appreciation. This beats a few lines in the garden shed with a 3-hour techno mix. Musa sighs and reluctantly whispers in two of the younger hooded fans' ears. Neither are thieves, but neither have money, and Musa's taking no chances with a match fee like this, a week's wages in one. They huff and storm out, furious having claimed to be snooker hustlers at school, despite playing just 4 frames in a month of daily hangouts at the club. Musa wins the lag shot and opts to break off their best of 7 match, but not before a dramatic pound of the chest. the break solid, knocking a few reds out, while finishing safely behind the baulk line, without leaving Alfie a pot on red. However, Alfie's safety shot is a peach, which nestles on the top cushion. Musser grimaces. Free-flowing snooker's his forte. Safety exchanges often bog him down, not least before a frame of match play to warm up. As such, he fluffs the shot and leaves Alfie near the blue, with options. Yet Alfie breaks down on 20, just as a hush overcame the crowd, sensing a total clearance from the new boy's first frame of his club debut. 27 and 25 breaks hardly set the place alight, but have Musser no loser on full alert. 1-0 to Alfie. To regain full sharpness, Musser takes a 15-minute bathroom break, rare after only one frame. Alfie takes the mind games in his stride by occupying himself and Greg with a couple of small keys of cocaine outside, leaving 5 minutes to spare for a few practice shots. Musser's four-man crew follow behind as he eventually squares back over from the bathroom, chanting the whole way, giving his one-frame lead. Alfie shoots an aggressive break, hoping to test both Musser's bottle and skill amongst the balls whilst leaving an array of pots, should Musser miss. That begins to look foolish when Musser swiftly sinks 2 reds and 2 blacks. However, he leaves too much screw on the cue ball and finds himself inexcusably short of position. A yelp drains precious energy and concentration before he rattles the difficult cut on a red in the jaws.
Composure, loser. He ain't 147.
Can everyone just shut the fuck up for a second?
Get in there.
Alfie channels every bit of restraint in wrapping his cue around the gimp's alien-shaped head by smashing in a frame, clinching 65 break. There's enough left for Musser to steal it, with a reverse clearance, but to the shock of his crew, he forfeits. Already drained, he doesn't fancy another long frame, not least with many reds stuck to the cushion. 2-0. Alfie. Greg heads for a much-needed fag, repeatedly chanting, en route to the toilets, where he sneaks another key of cocaine before a smoke. Frame 3 begins with an itch. Alfie's gone 30 long minutes without a bump of cocaine, which he blames for twice breaking down on 15 breaks. But Greg's diminished presence plays its part, with a one-sided crowd getting right behind their man. Musser painstakingly makes 21 and 57 breaks to nick the frame, boasting an average shot time deliberately north of a minute. 2-1. While gutted not to reach his record 70 break, Musser soon composes himself with a 4th frame. A solid 35 break, 5 reds with 5 blacks, and 3 shots of Jack Daniels have him pumped, not least after Alfie breaks down on 20, leaving a scattering of reds in and around the blue spot. Musser picks these off, potting a mixture of blues and bulk colours to muster a frame-winning effort of 50. 2-2. Alfie's forced to settle, his performance-draining itch before the match and his financial security slip away. Much to their relief, Alfie drags Greg away from the group of students he's long been nattering for a toilet cubicle cocaine session. They do 4 each, leaving less than half of the bag for later. There's nothing Alfie can do in the 5th frame, not after Musser pots a ridiculous long cut from one visit's well-played break and compiles a tidy 76, his highest ever break. Such a landmark has the club in pandemonium. Musser's mates jump on his back, pour beer on his head, and blow cherry vape smoke in his blissful face. 3-2 to Musser. A chugged pint later, and Alfie delivers quite the response. A 110 total clearance to force a decider. 3-3.
Cheers for the Hollywood ticket, dick.
Alfie says to Musser as they shake hands before he breaks off for the deciding frame. A bitty, scrappy 40-minute slugfest ensues after an ill-fated split of the reds by Alfie sees most stuck to the cushion or clustered. Neither gets anything over 17, until Musser strings together a tidy 30 break, including 2 long pots. Only needing the black to win, Musser's shaky hand finally gives way as he rattles it in the jaws. Only the colours remain, and Alfie needs every last one. A long opening yellow aside, and the balls are set for a bog-standard clear-up. Greg lingers in Alfie's eyeline, slurping a pint and jiggling his head to classic 80s club music. While this would usually distract him, the thought of them tearing up the clubs off their face with 900 quid to blow ensures he pounds in the straight pot with a touch of stun. The green needs cutting, which skews his position on the brown. A long-range, dead straight pot with deep screws needed to get back for the blue. Alfie rattles it in the jaw, yet it creeps in. As does the pink, setting up a black ball game. This most crucial of shots is another cut, one which could see the white fly into the middle pocket and lose Alfie the match. He takes a deep breath, chugs his shot of Jack Daniels, slaps both his cheeks, and strokes it in with ease. The white trickles towards the middle pocket as John Virgo's wild catchphrase, "Where's that cue ball going?" rattles through Alfie's head. But it pulls up just short.
See you in a bit, skip rat.
Alfie shouts while snatching the £900.
That's the best you've got? Really?
Good game, yeah. Spectacle. Fair play.
See you later, alligator.
Alfie says while twirling his cue. Greg gets up and joins Alfie by splaying figurative machine gun bullets at Musser's crew as they scuttle off before drenching Alfie in Budweiser. Rough Visit, Chapter 27. It's the first appointment Frankie's bothered turning up for in years, that of his cardiovascular scan at the hospital. His sole incentive for ending the absence. Well, Wee Wee's new house is a stone's throw away, otherwise he couldn't care less about any physical damage. Death wouldn't be the worst thing. While his internal organs periodically ache, an arm infection offers the most jip of his heroin abuse complications.
At the moment, we're only looking at tuberculosis.
Grey-haired Dr. Locke softly says.
Result.
Frankie breathes a heavy sigh of relief and nods with a wry smirk.
I must warn you, Mr. Gibbs, this is only the start. With your lifestyle and living conditions, it could deteriorate in a flash. Pneumonia's a real danger.
Cross that bridge when it leaves a voicemail.
And your arm? Has the stinging persisted?
The other one instead, yeah?
Dr. Locke stares Frankie down before nodding and printing out a prescription for the antipsychotic drug quetiapine. One of them sinks right down Frankie's trap before leaving the hospital, with a little help from a direct chug of the ice-cold waiting room's water machine. As usual, Justin Wee Wee won't answer the door. Not for Frankie. Not when he needs something. Wee Wee's Frankie's primary dealer, but tends to show up on his terms, tactically leaving Frankie dry for a couple of hours when desperate, knowing the few other dealers in town despise dealing with the tick merchant junkie. However, with dope sickness looming, Frankie takes his chances by sneaking around the back, where Wee Wee's cooking ketamine over the kitchen stove.
Don't start again. Mugging me off, though. Every bastard day.
Frankie aggressively says.
You did that to yourself, minute you got on Brown. Oh, do us a tick, yeah? You know I'm good. Are you, though? Few fucking days. What is this, man? Are you a dealer or what?
Frankie enters Wee Wee's personal space as he stirs ketamine.
How many cunts have I dragged up here, lying in your dirty pocket? You dare treat me like this? Frank. It's Frankie to you, Wee Wee lad. Ever come here without phoning again?
Wee Wee grabs a pan and whacks Frankie on the forehead, who stumbles back in a daze.
Just something to think about, eh?
Wee Wee smirks and throws a tenner's worth of heroin on the floor, which Frankie gratefully takes before leaving his old mate to it. This should get him through the day, which consists of a dreaded prison visit to see his father, Guy, in 5 hours, their first encounter in years, since the fight that tore their dysfunctional family well and truly apart. Guy's been busy in prison, mostly through the befriending of guards, who now let him sell tobacco and Valium. As the wing's main plug, profits have yielded the luxury of paying for Frankie's £200 return taxi to HMP Barrowin, the prison where he's staying. In his state, a train journey is totally off the cards. Frankie sensibly times his heroin injection for 3 hours before the taxi, meaning he's just functional enough to get in with a few crumbs spare for an emergency toot upon his return. What first strikes Guy is his eldest son's dramatic weight loss. While Frankie's always been skinny, the gaunt difference proves painful to witness as he walks in.
How are you, boy?
Guy cheerily asks.
Living.
Right.
Guy grimaces.
Hospital mentioned your arm.
What the fuck?
Don't whack me down as your next of kin then.
Did I?
Dozy cunt.
Oh, fuck.
Guy's face slowly sinks.
How's the infection? Any news?
Nah, discharged.
Really?
Yeah, man. Fighting fit.
Fair enough. Old place must have helped. Bit of space to recover.
Frankie grimaces and looks away.
You still have the house, right?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yes.
Frankie looks away.
Seen better days, though.
Guy's eyes whirl.
Well, that's alright. Just, hang on in there. Don't lose it, and we'll sort everything right out. Year from now, well, I'll be out. We'll make a go of it, the three of us.
Frankie gazes at the floor.
Speaking of Daz,
Frankie rolls his eyes and grits his teeth.
He got out last week. Shipped off to Colwyn Bay. I need you to step up, Frank. Not for long, I promise.
Frankie glibly smiles before looking away. Any hope of that possibility is long gone. Guy's face drops whilst lighting a Marlboro fag. The guard turns his back as he passes Frankie one, which somewhat lightens the tense atmosphere. Suddenly, Guy giddily yanks a newspaper cutting from his pocket, an article describing Damo's suicide. Frankie's eyes slowly light up as he sifts through the article and eagerly tokes on his fag before a single tear drops down his cheek.
Helped him on his way.
Oh, yeah?
Had that swine marked, mentally and physically. Why I'm still here, truth be told.
Okay.
Should have heard the squeal.
That was your best move.
Someone had to. For his future victims.
But for Dazzler, how the fuck does that make sense? More years inside.
Look at him now. Dead. 6 feet in the mud. Off your case. Off Dazzler's case.
And that makes you proud, yeah?
Guy sadly looks down.
Had a chance. Until you sent me down the psychological ringer. Down to your pathetic little level.
Guy menacingly smirks.
Never been close to your level, Frank. Unassailable.
We'll see what's left of me in a year then, yeah?
Frankie says, while getting up to leave. Lost for words, Guy remains seated for a good 10 minutes before embarking on the first, guilt-induced heavy hooch session of his sentence. Rough Visit, Chapter 28. £900 in the wrong hands can be fatal. Not least with a couple of degenerates, 4 grams of coke, 6 pints and a few shots down. After collecting another 1/8 of cocaine and half an ounce of strawberry kush, Alfie books he and Greg's hotel for the night, opting for a modest £200 double deluxe room with all the trimmings. As a top-floor room, smoking is just about doable out the window, which they take full advantage of with a gram blunt each to level their wavy heads. Such is Alfie's temporary disorientation, he knocks a beer bottle into a wobbly back tooth, misjudging the aim for his lips. It slithers out, but the cocaine numbs any pain.
Riveting.
Snooker brawls, mate. Part of the game.
Alfie says before spitting blood into the bathroom sink and washing out his mouth. While the pain is yet to creep around, he takes a few precautionary bumps of cocaine. Before finding its popularity as a wreckhead's best friend, coke was a dental number, right? That's the excuse Alfie uses. Nothing can tarnish their grand night out. Alfie's first of relative financial freedom in months.
Who's that?
Alfie anxiously asks, taken out of his stride by Greg dialing a call. Greg silently shushes Alfie with his finger.
Snoop Logie Logs, Sesh Madness Ting is crack-a-lacking. Whatever you're saying, Bunda, get your fat ass down to the Hiraeth Hotel.
Alfie snatches the phone and hangs up.
The fuck?
Oh, lot to keep track of, you know. More than 2 of us out.
Cracker his logs on the gin. Trust.
Yeah, pricey and all.
He'd pay his way.
Next time, Greg.
A squashed MDMA pill from Greg's wallet each sees any animosity banished to the city's greasy sewer. Nothing's getting in their way, not after the battle and risk that's presented this wild opportunity. Club Skobos Gleniog has earned rave reviews as a versatile club, bar and restaurant. A little more expensive than most, meaning neither has dared venture there to date. But that's no issue today. It's pretty dead inside, which suits them both in this scandalous state. With nobody playing pool and the jukebox free, they load up a disastrously unbalanced mix of Alfie's rock and Greg's techno chart music. It's not long in between a stomp around the pool table before they sink a tray of 12 Jaeger bombs between them. An hour without cocaine sees their hunger return with vengeance. Not a problem, as Alfie orders 4 servings of chips, chicken wings, and a spare ribs apiece. They wolf that down in minutes, leaving a tsunami of crumbs on the table and floor before tucking into their first bottle of champagne. Undeterred by the place picking up, Alfie and Greg keep control of the pool table by leaving 20 50-pence pieces on the cushion. Greg, winning a frame after losing the first 10, has Alfie bored of pool. In search of the next money-consuming venture, he scours his surroundings. There's a few quiz machines, but he settles on his all-time favourite, the deal or no deal fruit machine. 50 fruitless pounds in, and Alfie is not deterred from feeding the machine more, certain the algorithm's soon to crack in his deluded favour.
Load her up, Squire.
Greg's failure to perform his role of money inserter is down to no other than Dominic Dale walking into the club with a few friends, swankily dressed as always.
Dom Dale.
Alfie mutters after a few drinkers cheerfully greet the legend of Welsh snooker. Greg nudges his elbow into Alfie's arm before cupping his mouth.
One visit, spacebound snooker foe.
Dominic Dale briefly glances over.
Nah, don't.
Get the fireballs in, Dale. Alfie Fenner's in the house.
Greg.
Alfie says while slowly clenching his fist.
Stingy spaceman cunt. Oh, this 100s.
Distraught at this latest unravelling of his lies, Alfie punches Greg on the back of the head. Before seeing the tear in Greg's eye as he slowly turns around, Alfie bolts off as Dominic Dale glares his way on the way out before tending to Greg. While Alfie may have left, leaving his mate with no money, it's fair to say Greg's wild night is taken care of out of sympathy, all on the spaceman's bill. Alfie's night certainly isn't. While sure to stock up on cocaine, Valium and weed with the last of his money, mentally he's shot, far too rattled to enjoy a second of the premium hotel room and heavy night's worth of gear. It's just not the same without Greg. There's late night, post-pub takeaways, films on the widescreen, 7 a.m. fry-ups in the canteen, late morning levellers in Wetherspoons. All gone. Finally, Alfie had a friend on his balmy level, but he's blown it. By 4 a.m, having caned through another gram of coke alone in complete darkness, barring a dim lamp with no music, Alfie's inner turmoil boils over in the shape of the curtain rail's extraction from its fitting. Unable to fathom the potential fine, he spends the last few hours before check-out time smoking and snorting in the tiny bathroom, huddled by the puke-covered toilet. Shame, as he aches for an 18-hour snooze once the cleaner's morning knock arrives. That won't be possible due to the unexpected absence of his tent. Only a peg remains with a snip of its plastic still attached, either nicked or confiscated by park rangers. The timing couldn't be worse. Luckily for him, nothing of note was left inside. Alfie vacantly trots to Colo and Trent's tent, just to mull over the next steps. Trent's been hitting the heroin hard of late, as evidenced by his floppy, drowsy state. Freshly pricked by Colo in the foot, he's out for the count. As is Colo in a different way. Such are the effects of his gram wake-up spliff that it takes a minute to notice Alfie's vacant presence.
Kidder.
Cheeky key?
Oh, yeah. Back to reality.
Trent tips over from his hunched position.
Shit up, Rick.
Little lightweight. Wish we could trade tolerance.
Nah, mate, that ain't right.
No!
Colo says while slapping Trent on the cheek, who desperately gasps for breath.
Get your narc on, now!
Fuck's that?
Colo groans as Trent's lungs cease to fight, having witnessed many a drug overdose on the streets. He knows it's over, without taking a pulse. There's no chance now, so he holds his best bud tight before kissing his forehead.
Fucking hell, another one down!
Calmly lights a cigarette before jumping to his feet and booting over his simmering disposable barbecue.
Fucking rats whacking fentanyl in every last fucking bag.
Grabs a piece of wood and tears his tent apart.
Wait till I see them. Come in here killing my mate for a few quid.
Now, having dismantled the tent, he moves onto a tree trunk, which he slams until a plank breaks in two. Alfie calmly walks off, without Colo realising. Now void of reason to stay in Grotty Butte Park, he wanders the streets for hours. Left with 2 grams of cocaine, this proves a dawdle. A scenic dalliance indeed, until the need for sleep comes crashing back, with absolutely no capital to see to it. That is, barring the value of what's left of his cocaine, weed and Valium, which could be sold, but obviously won't be. There's no chance of another loan, with Alfie's outstanding £700 tarnishing what remained of his credit rating. After an hour-long scout, Alfie settles for an abandoned charity shop's vacant side street doorway. A city centre spot had been considered, but being his first day on the street sleeping circuit, a feeling out process is needed. Falling and staying asleep proves no issue, with few people venturing up the redundant street on this Monday night. That is, other than a homeless outreach volunteer who leaves a packed sandwich by Alfie's side and 2 blankets over his back. Unfortunately for Alfie, the BLT sandwich is quietly pinched by a fellow rough sleeper by morning. Despite a much-craved 9-hour kip, a miracle given the hard concrete floor, Alfie awakens in a similarly deflated state, barely refreshed in the slightest. The sun beaming on his face all morning only adds to a dire dry mouth. Without a bathroom nearby, there's nothing immediately available to clear his bloody blocked nose. Coupled with a pounding head, aching hip and dry, itchy throat, stung raw by the speed cut into his cocaine, he's left with scarce energy to move. This remains the case until a young Welsh literature student, new to the city, never having seen rough sleepers in her hometown, kindly gives Alfie a shot-packed egg triple sandwich and litre bottle of water. Alfie can't stand eggs on a hangover, but with little choice in the matter should he want to move, he wolfs down one of the 3 sandwiches. A cheeky joint doesn't help his plight to stand, as he falls straight back down in a muddle.
This ain't happening. One fucking visit. Bangor's Hurricane Higgins, Gwyneth's top Qist of all time. How are we here? How's anyone let it get to this? Man of talent, with bags to contribute, bit of stage presence, TV appeal, just what the game of snooker needs. And look at you, out on the piss-stained pavement, sucking donated eggs, left to dwindle away. Not this man of action. No peasant bitch here. Do as you say, wait in line for your council house. Hang in there, boy. Nah, time for that tripe's long gone.
Such urgency needs fuel, so he risks an immediate chunder by polishing off the egg sandwiches in a painstaking 20-minute effort. That and half of his last gram of speed-cut jet fuel has Alfie back on his feet. An open car door parked at a petrol station swipes his attention. Seemingly empty, Alfie takes his chance and heads that way. A frilly, smiling, middle-aged woman dons the driver's seat, humming to Capital FM. He briefly stops, barely having considered the possibility of a driver and their forceful ejection. But it's too late to turn back now.
Sling it now.
What? Please!
Don't make me ask again.
I'm getting the kids from school, please!
Alfie drags her from the seat with minimal resistance before jumping in and hastily starting the car. The weeping woman's sight stalls him in his tracks. But with little time to work with, Alfie soon puts sympathy aside and pulls off. With nothing left for him down south. No snooker, Greg, Udi, or even a tent. There's only one place he's heading. Back up north. Near nod-offs over the 4-hour ride are rectified by small bumps of cocaine. But otherwise he's careful not to overdo it. The rest is certainly going to be needed. First stop is the Fenner household. Shot full of cocaine-shaped grandeur, no pondering is necessary before he hobbles over to the door. Leo's soon to shut the curtains, nowhere near ready for this epic standoff while on a torrential whiskey hangover.
You're not welcome here anymore,
he shouts through the letterbox. Leo whacks open the door and nestles his red raw forehead into Alfie's.
You're a disgrace, a thief, a no-good drug-dossing liar, and I will not have you here, scuppering our peace.
Offer a doob in my garage? Try and stop me.
Leo shakes his head, dials 999 and storms inside whilst Alfie boots down the wooden garage door. To his horror, the place is a shadow of his former hideout. No dartboard, radio in the corner, and the row of Alfie's bust cues saved to show the grandkids. Gone. All gone. Every last ounce of character vanished. Left to rot as your standard middle-aged plodder's average collection of tatty plastic chairs, gardening equipment, tools and barbecues of various sizes, this just can't stand. So Alfie bashes and tears the lot down. One of Alfie's era's sole survivors is the now tattered black 2-seater sofa, caked in at least 2 years' worth of thick dust and cobwebs. While Alfie tries to relax for one last spliff on the old thing, the urgency of his actions soon takes hold. With his car parked out front and the police potentially en route, his time is well and truly borrowed. A jog up Bangor Mountain it is. It'll do until morning, when he plans on burning it down via a chain of gorse bushes after downing every last grain of alcohol that can be summoned. For that to become a social endeavour, there's no better place than Justin Wee-Wee's. Unsurprisingly, there's no answer to his 5 police-level knocks, just a crescendo of cackling in between each as Justin, Lee and Ali, who's been released on bail, celebrate their first £5,000 turnover day of the year in style. Just to be sure, Alfie peeks through the window, drawing the squeakiest chuckle yet from Ali.
Cockney Charlie's end off. Back for another scolding. Lives just rock these days. That's alright, aye. Plenty of them going here.
Ali shouts.
For the right price. Or the right move.
Justin adds, staring directly into Alfie's uncomfortable eye.
Oh yeah?
What?
Lee jumps to his feet.
Fucking walk away. No. Fuck him, he'll only be here for weed. Plenty of that floating around the crucible. More bridges that way. Damo's looking for a buddy down there. So fucking send yourself off one. Nobody likes you, nobody will.
Alfie shakes his head and shuffles off. If to hide from the police heat more than anything, he trudges to Frankie's place. The back door's wide open, and the attic should provide a quiet 48-hour hiding spot. Alfie's boot shattering the floor's array of broken glass piques Frankie's interest in an instant, just while guzzling his first meal for 2 days, white toast with barely edible pâté. This flies straight out of Frankie's mouth, mostly over his battered black and blue striped jumper, as he leaps back in horror.
You.
It's alright. It's been a while.
Frankie tenses his sticky hand.
Stay right fucking there.
Alfie steps back in astonishment at Frankie's newly acquired intimidation skills.
Rocking up unannounced. Do you think this is?
Frankie shouts before eerily staring Alfie down, sniggering and gesticulating his head towards the living room.
Back on the obble.
Huh?
Gnarly crash. Give you that.
Nah, mate. Well over it.
Scrapping?
I wish.
Alfie side-eyes a heroin needle on the living room table while taking a seat on the sofa.
Cunt stain of a housing gig. You know how it rolls.
Frankie flickers his eyelashes and lights a half-smoked fag from the ashtray.
Been a rough one on the streets.
Streets?
Yeah, mate. Cardiff.
Frankie's eyes widen as he sinks into the sofa while channeling every last ounce of restraint into not laughing.
The one person who should understand. On a bit or what?
Alfie needlessly suggests as Frankie snatches the key and bag before helping himself to a generous 4-key serving. Alfie sighs, but with just over a gram left, he daren't complain. Not if after a spot of temporary accommodation.
Could have worked out.
Eh?
Pro tour for the both of us. Some top times, me and you on the road.
On the road?
I think so, anyway.
Long as they were on your terms.
Alfie grimaces. Deep down he's grown to accept this fact, but never has he heard it out loud.
Spot us a Zan or two, Frank?
Spot you, yeah?
Hell of a journey.
Bit of a Zan?
Vowels will do just fine otherwise.
Typical Alfie, preserving his own extensive supply for the come-down and rinsing anyone in sight of theirs. Frankie rolls his eyes, but despite having quadrupled his backbone of late, he gives in to Alfie's dominance and hands him a Valium. This sinks straight down with beer dregs off the table, a stale error he instantly regrets.
Happens to the best of us, Squire.
Alfie firmly adds, slowly gaining confidence from Frankie's progressively bitchy grin.
How's Dazzler then?
Frankie nonchalantly shrugs, having not bothered checking in once since Dazzler's release from prison and return to care.
Ain't surprised.
Frankie's eyes narrow as his nostrils flare.
Right away in care. Don't even know how he is.
Lot on my plate, alright.
Alfie mockingly pretends to inject heroin into his arm and comically grimaces.
At least the old man still cares.
Frankie vacantly stares Alfie square in the eye.
Sure about that one?
Another Val on the go or what?
Well, he'd have a brother, were it not for you.
Watch your mouth, puff boy.
Even worse than Damo.
Nah, no way.
'Cause you couldn't find the balls to have at me yourself.
Alfie panics and repeatedly punches Frankie in the face. When he grins back, dazed, but abundantly ready for more, Alfie fearfully retreats and sifts through the drawers.
I want the lot, Frank. Every last bit of fucking gear this shithole has.
All the best with that.
Frankie serenely mutters while opening a penknife out of Alfie's view.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
Frankie jumps up, digs the knife deep into Alfie's shoulder, and grins. Alfie screams while flailing as Frankie wildly swipes the knife at his head, which he blocks with his hand. As the knife first slashes his thumb before moving down to the wrist, given the cut's angle, it's mere seconds before the blood gushes from Alfie's arm. Stunned to the core, Frankie steps back while cupping his head as blood trickles from his skinny hand into his greasy hair, while the knife drops to the floor. One's towels are summoned for the bleeding. It's too late for Alfie. But not for Frankie to leap onto the night's last train out of Bangor.
Cardiff will do. Like a smack scene down there.